What happened? Where are you? Where did you go?
We miss you.
We miss you. We need you.
Vidith.
Limbo.
Hello?
Limbo.
Where am I?
Limbo. Limbo. Limbo.
Hello?
Matthew.
You've been MIA. No excuses. Time that I take over. Wake up! It's time I take control. You've been gone for far too long. You are weak.
I'm not weak. I burned out. I can't always be you for days on end.
That is where you are mistaken. You are no longer needed.
What? What are you talking about?
My awakening has already begun. You will be just another meat suit to me.
Like hell I am. I created you.
And you see how well that has treated you so far. Time's up.
No way you're getting me.
You can't run from yourself, meat suit. Kneel before your God.
Go to hell. I will never bow to you. Never.
Let's begin.
Part 1. This must sound like a joke. I know, the very idea of happening across a paranormal being when looking for roommates is completely bonkers, let alone the man himself, Slenderman. But let me get real with you for a second. This guy has to be at least 7'4" or something like that. Sure, maybe he's a basketball player. Or hell, maybe he has something that caused him to grow really tall. The strange thing is, he doesn't want to show me his face. Unless wearing a ski mask and sunglasses everywhere you go is just the new fad or something. He said he's worried about the virus going around and has really sensitive eyes. But based on some of the other things I've seen from him, I'm pretty sure there's more to it than that. I don't want to get too in-depth into my situation, because I'm assuming you guys don't want to hear about some guy in his early 30s talk about his problems. But long story short, I ended up having to get a new job after I got laid off because I hadn't come to work for personal reasons. My new job at a nearby convenience store paid me about enough to lay awake hungry at night if I didn't get a new place to live. So I ventured to Craigslist to try and find people who need roommates. I had been searching for the past month, but just couldn't find anything in my garbage price range. One day, though, after a month of searching, I found an amazingly suspicious deal at a relatively nearby apartment. The listing stated the person was looking for one roommate willing to pay 20% of the monthly bill. I figured it would just be some group of broke teenagers trying to pay as little as possible. I mean, realistically, that would be the only real reason I would have to pay so little. So I kept reading and found that it currently only had the lister living there, a man by the name of Terry. I thought it must have been a joke or a typo or something, but when I called to see if it was still available, the man confirms that it would be just him and I living there. I asked why he was offering such a low percentage for a roommate, to which he responded, "I don't get how much. Just kind of want someone around, you know." Considering the pandemic, I figured he was one of those work-at-home types that prefers not to leave the confinements of his home. But even still, it seemed pretty suspicious. Regardless, I needed somewhere to stay, and considering the debts that had begun to pile up, I didn't have many options. I called him once I decided this was my only option, and we decided I would have the best opportunity coming at noon. After a restless night of hunger pains and pirated movies, I had about as much energy as 10 Mike Tysons on cocaine. The next day I arrived at the place I would soon come to call home. Well, house, living quarters, I don't know. It doesn't exactly feel like a home, but does at the same time. Sort of like how your parents-in-law's house is kind of like your own parents' home, but you're still uncomfortable eating dinner with them. So I arrived at his place at around noon that day and knocked on the door. I heard Terry respond with, "One moment, be right there." When he opened the door, I was not expecting to see some circus freak on stilts standing in front of me. His voice was so normal, I was expecting some 6-foot-tall guy with brown hair or something. Not some skinny weirdo in black dress pants, a hoodie, ski mask. You get the idea. His hands were rather pale, too, not ghost whites, but just like someone who hadn't seen the light of day in years. He must have seen the look of confusion on my face because he started laughing and said, "Man, it looks like you've just seen a ghost. Do you want to check out the place or what?" "I mean, I'm already here. No point in turning back now," I responded sarcastically before following him inside. Yet again, more stuff that didn't make sense. It was a pretty average apartment, maybe a little above average even. I have no idea what I was expecting, but seeing a normal apartment like he was just your average Joe did not make sense to me in the slightest. It had a comfortable-looking couch that was definitely not cheap, a huge TV with every console known to man underneath, and a whole ton of games inside a cabinet next to the TV. He saw me with my mouth agape, staring at the impressive setup. "You play games, kid?" he asked me. "Yeah, but I've never seen so many consoles just sitting in one place before." I was genuinely amazed at the collection. The only times you see something like this is in the movies, where there's a rich guy who's really chill. "Wait, why'd you call me kid? I'm 32, you know." "Yeah, compared to me. You know what? Never mind that. I just call anyone younger than me a kid. Don't let it get to you." "Whatever. So, where's my room gonna be then?" I asked with slight irritation. "Right. I'll show you." We had begun to walk down the short, hallway-type thing, the small hallway you only ever see in apartments or small houses. Just as we began to walk past what I was assuming to be his room, he quickly slammed his door shut, but not before I saw one of his walls lined with a few anime posters. I didn't quite catch what shows they were from, but I looked at him and raised an eyebrow in a knowing manner. "So, you like anime?" "I don't want to talk about it," he said, stammering. "All right, I won't judge," I said, with my eyebrows still raised. I took a couple more steps while Terry only had to outstretch one stilt to make the same distance. We reached the door on the left and he spoke. "Well, this will be your room if you're still interested." I could hear he was still flustered. As to be expected, it was a completely empty room with white walls and a small closet inside. I turned around after looking through the door and was about to tell him it looks good, but I hesitated. I could have sworn I had seen some kind of shadowy, tentacle-like thing for a split second before it vanished. Weird, but I was so sleep-deprived and hungry, I just figured I was seeing things. "Looks good," I said, with only a modicum of existential dread. Great. When do you plan on moving in, then?" he said, with slight enthusiasm. "I can start tomorrow if you don't mind." "Sounds great. How long do you anticipate it will take?" I hesitated, remembering I had sold most of my belongings considered unnecessary, so I had some money to pay my bills. Considering I had only had my new job for a couple of weeks and hadn't had a job for a couple of months before that, it was the only course of action I could take. So, pretty much all I had was a mattress, no bed frame, it being one of the things I sold. My PC, monitor, desk, chair, blanket, pillow, and clothes. I'll probably be finished tomorrow. I don't have much to move." "Really?" He seemed truly surprised, which seemed weird considering the guy was only asking me to pay about $400 a month for the place, that no financially stable person is going to trust that. But I am, in fact, very poor and couldn't afford to find another place. "Yeah, I had to sell a bunch of my stuff a while back. See you tomorrow, then," I stated. "We'll just fill out your paperwork tomorrow. See you then." With that, I was off. I went to McDonald's for a little bit of food to satiate some of my hunger, then went home to try and get some sleep at 4 p.m. like a real man. I should mention that I have weekends off, which is why I didn't have to work the day before, or rather, night. You get the idea. Anyway, so, The next day, I packed my stuff into my SUV, strapped my mattress to the top of my car, and headed out at about noon. When I arrived shortly after, I knocked on the door and waited. No answer. I knocked again, and still no answer. So I did what any good unofficial roommate would do. I burst through the door, saying, "The man of the hour's here." But no one was there. I briefly considered why he wasn't ready for me, until I realized that we hadn't even agreed on a time for me to show up. I knocked on his door, forgetting that I had called him the day before and already had his number on my phone. He responded almost immediately. "Oh shit, you're here already. Hold on, take a step back." "Oh, come on, man. I already saw your guilty pleasure posted all over your wall yesterday," I responded. His tone suddenly became way more serious than it should have, given the situation. "Seriously, take a step back." Figuring he must have had something up on his computer he didn't want me seeing, I did as he said. "All right, you're good now." He quickly came out of his room wearing the same getup as the day before. This time, though, he appeared a bit more pale. "You good, man? You aren't looking too hot," I remarked. "Yeah, just not feeling too well today's all," he responded with a nervous laugh. "All right, want to help me move my stuff in? It isn't a lot, but I could use some help with the mattress." He agreed to help, and we had everything moved in rather quickly, but as we were setting my bed down, he told me something. "Oh, and by the way, if you ever hear any noises coming from my room at night, don't worry about it. I suffer from night terrors, and so I can sometimes make a lot of noise in my sleep. I tried to soundproof my room as best I could a while back after some complaints, but it isn't perfect." I thought it was a bit strange that it only happens to occur to him then to let me know, but I told him it wouldn't be an issue since I work the graveyard shift at my job, so I wouldn't be sleeping at night anyway. Afterward, I filled out the proper paperwork and we played some games till nightfall. He's actually a pretty cool guy. The only strange thing is that he refuses to tell me what he does as a job, but I figured it may have been confidential or something like that. So, as 11:30 came around, I got ready to head to work. I let him know I was heading out and then had an uneventful night at work. When I came home, I saw Terry chilling on the couch, but for a split second, I could have sworn I had seen that tentacled thing again. I know I was exhausted, but I know for a fact I wasn't that exhausted. I blinked, and it was gone again. "I swear, Terry, I think I'm losing my mind," I said in a state of bewilderment. "Long day at work," he commented, for some reason refusing to look away from his show. "Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna hit the sack, Jack. Good night." He gave me a pity laugh and said goodnight. I know, none of this proves he's Slenderman in any way. Maybe I'm suffering from some kind of minor schizophrenia. However, a few hours later, I awoke to some weird sounds coming from Terry's room. It definitely wasn't night, so I highly doubted he was having night terrors. I walked over and knocked on his door. No reply. I knocked again and still no reply. A few moments passed, and I realized the noise had stopped. I slowly opened the door, and as I did, I saw Terry. I realized that I hadn't even been the one to open the door. But stranger still, for a split second I could have sworn I had seen nothing behind his sunglasses. I just told him the noises were keeping me awake and asked him to quiet down a bit. Then I walked to my room, which is where I'm writing this now, in my room. And I think my roommate may be Slenderman. Part 2. I want to confront the comments I have received regarding my roommate. First off, I appreciate the input from the person that said my roommate may have just been a vampire. However, as you will soon find out, that's not the case. Next, the several comments I received about if my roommate is Slenderman and wants to be friends, who better to have around if I run into other paranormal things than the big man himself? After what's gone down recently, I actually completely agree with you. I may be terrified of his abilities, but him being on my side is probably the best thing that could have happened to me. Secondly, if you have no clue what I'm talking about, I recommend checking out my previous upload, which has a bit of useful information about my current situation. Anyway, let's get on to this whole debacle. After a few days of odd occurrences making me question my sanity, I heard Terry calling some people over the phone, making multiple phone calls in succession. I'm not one to eavesdrop, but I did eavesdrop on him for one reason and one reason only. Well, maybe two reasons. Before I get into that, though, I want to level with you guys a little bit. I'm a bit of a creepypasta geek. I was around when creepypastas were first getting big. Slenderman, Jeff the Killer, even those really cringy .exe ones. So when I heard my roommate, who I had sneaking suspicions of being Slenderman, calling and talking to people named Jeff, Jack, and some others I didn't recognize, I thought this guy was going to have some kind of paranormal sausage fest on a Monday night of all nights. So I made it a point to get off work as soon as possible to check in and see what was going on. Unfortunately, I ended up having to stay 2 hours late because some asshole called in sick. I briefly considered going to check in during my breakfast break, then I remembered that I couldn't leave the store unless I had to help someone pump their gas. This is strictly just so we don't miss out on the 2 sales overnight. Not for any paranormal reasons. No, paranormal activity only occurs at my house, not my job. When I got home, I was expecting Terry to have completely cleaned the place to hide any evidence of a party. When I actually got there and walked in, I realized I was expecting too much of him. The place smelled and looked like shit. It was like they had tried to cover every surface in their bodily fluids. There was some sort of dried, brownish color on the carpet and walls, along with some puddles of what may have been pus. I nearly threw up right then and there. But I noticed Terry was lying on the couch, face down. I snuck over, pushing the stomach acid down for the time being. Getting to the front of the couch, I tried to catch a glimpse of his face, but it was firmly planted into the couch. I slowly began to move my hands toward his face to try and get a better look. But right before I could touch it, some guy with a voice reminiscent of an 80-year-old with a smoking addiction said,
What the actual hell are you doing here?
I looked up to see who was talking, only to see a man with a completely white face, along with a smile carved ear to ear into his face. Kind of like the Joker, or some kind of creepypasta we all likely know. Needless to say, even though I was expecting paranormal beings, I still pissed myself. Hello, I'm Terry's... I was cut off.
Wait, hold on. Is it the name he used?
I regained some of my senses and said, Can I finish what I was saying? I'm Terry's roommate. I was trying to sound brave, but likely sounded like I had just been kicked in the balls.
Alright, I know, scary stuff. I see you still don't know who Terry really is. You look like you know who I am already, so I'm gonna be frank. My name is Jeff. Your roommate right there is the mystical Slender Man. Ooh, so scary, right? He's actually a more tame entity when it comes down to it, as am I. Sure, we do some pretty messed up shit, but we have self-control, unlike some entities.
He raised his voice, and suddenly I noticed something had been standing behind me. I slowly turned my head to see some kind of lanky, furry creature standing behind me. Just as quick as I had noticed it, it disappeared into the shadows. Literally, into the shadows behind the couch.
Okay, first off, what in the actual hell was that? Secondly, you mean to tell me he's actually the Slender Man? Holy shit, I thought I was losing my mind when I saw tentacle things behind Terry from time to time.
I responded with all sorts of emotions.
To answer your first question, that was a skinwalker. Technically, humans only know of one form of skinwalker, but there are many different types with many different abilities. That one's name is Jacob.
I immediately cut him off. Really, Jacob. No cool name that goes with his appearance, like Shadow or Night or Darkness or something. he continued.
Okay, don't interrupt me. If you haven't forgotten, I am a murderer.
There was an awkward pause. He burst into laughter.
I'm not gonna kill you. Just wanted to see if you were gonna piss yourself again.
Gotta be honest, even for a serial killer, he was kind of a dick. He continued.
Anyway, you won't be able to understand his real name if I said it, but it means darkness with 1,000 voids. Jacob is easier to say in conversation, and at this point, that's how everyone knows him.
I interrupted him yet again. Wait, what do you mean by everyone? I've never heard of a skinwalker named Jacob that can disappear into shadows.
Stop interrupting me, and I will get to all of it. Holy shit. Do you have an off switch that won't kill you?
He paused again, presumably for dramatic effect.
Anyway, I don't think you've ever heard of any skinwalkers with names. It's because most of the people who encounter them end up dying. You're probably the only human who's lived after seeing that type. The paranormal world is a whole lot bigger than you realize. When I said everyone, I meant everyone in that category of people.
He checked an imaginary watch on his hand and let out a sigh.
I'd love to sit around and chat, but I got places to be, people to kill, and money to make.
With that, he put on a face mask and headed out of the door. I imagined he's more worried about people finding out his identity than the virus. I'm going to be completely honest and say that after all that happened, I figured everything that happened had been a sleep-deprived hallucination. I am open-minded, but finding out that Jeff the Killer, Slenderman, and Skinwalkers are all real was just too much all at once. I mean, who would go along with it unless they already believe they're all real rather than just stories? What sane person would just say, "Oh, okay, seems legit," and go along with their day? Afterwards, I decided to go to sleep, and hopefully everything would be back to normal in the morning. About 4 hours later or so, I awoke to a knocking on my door. I moaned and got out of bed reluctantly. "Yo, T-Man, is that you?" I said, walking to my door, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. I think so." I heard Terry respond from the other side of the door. When I opened it, I suppose I was expecting him to be wearing his usual cover-up. However, I was not expecting his blank face to be staring into my soul. "Hey, so Jeff texted..." I cut him off. "Holy shit! Oh fuck! Oh holy shit!" "Calm your tits, man. I thought Jeff told you what I was," he said, kind of confused. "Yeah, about that." I calmed down a little bit. "So, I kind of thought that was all a hallucination. I haven't gotten good sleep lately, so I figured I was just too deprived of sleep to be thinking clearly. So, I'm guessing I'm not seeing shit then."
"No, you're not. Are you good, man? You look a little pale."
He responded, a bit more understanding. "I can imagine. I mean, I just found out a bunch of paranormal shit is real. Do you expect me to feel very well after that?" I replied, a bit irritable. Not from him, but from my own ignorance. "I suppose that makes sense, but it's not like I've had the same experience as you. It's not like I was human, then became the, as you humans put it, Slender Man. I came into existence with an understanding I wasn't normal. You're the first average human I've shown my true identity to that lived," he explained. "The average person can't comprehend my appearance and often go insane. That's actually the main reason I waited so long to show you my true identity. The longer you were around me, even without knowing what I was, your body was adapting to a paranormal presence. After a few moments, I added, "Wait, how does that work?" "Who knows?" he replied. "I've just been around for so long, it's just something I've learned after thousands of years on Earth." "Well, man, I appreciate the conversation and the horrific information I've gained today, but I have work tonight, and I need to get some more sleep," I responded drowsily. He nodded and walked off to his room after that. Since then, nothing too weird has come up. He's had some interesting friends over, but nothing quite as big has happened since then. Part 3. Let me start off by saying I personally was not expecting to add another part to this whole thing. I initially didn't even expect to write 2 parts. I figured this whole thing was just a one-time thing, and I'd find out he just had gigantism or something. But things just kept getting weirder. As I said at the end of my last post, not much interesting had happened. However, a couple of days later, things got a bit different. I began to notice more paranormal things on the regular. Even at the convenience store, I would see more people coming into the store than usual. Listen, I work at a 7-Eleven, and most of the people we get at night are truckers and potheads. The people coming in, when it's usually dead, tend to have something off about them. Like this one guy walked in casually with a knife jutting out of his chest while wearing the manager's outfit, glanced around, then left. Then, when it came to our apartment, we had company far more frequently than before. Practically every time I walked through the door, there would be a different paranormal being I'd never met or heard of. I'd begun to get used to it all, honestly. I mean, I had already had an understanding of entities and spook fests before I was introduced into this life. I also wasn't a hardcore skeptic by any means. I've always believed there must be some other intelligent beings on Earth, whether it be creatures or paranormal beings. To me, it just makes sense. Sure, maybe humans could have killed off intelligent beings way back when out of fear. It does sound like something humanity would do. Sure does give the world a whole new meaning. But I held out hope and a bit of morbid curiosity that maybe, just maybe, something interesting existed. Guess my situation is proof enough that I was right. Well, that took a turn into philosophical territory. So let's get back into the reason you guys are here. Though all this stuff has been strange, it's not why I'm writing. It's a bit weirder than the usual events. Well, what I've come to classify as usual, anyway. On one of my rare weekdays off, I snuck into good buddy Slendy's room and found some weird shit. Yes, going into your roommate's room without their knowledge is basically a cardinal sin, but I just couldn't think of a better way to go about finding out what I wanted to know. Whatever that was. I could have asked, but I had tried that multiple times and each response was the same. Maybe tomorrow. Followed by a not-so-casual exit. As I've said before, I typically only work weekdays on the night shift. I am the only night shift employee for weeknights, which is why I found it strange. Then there was the fact that we had only been understaffed since I started working there. The likelihood that we were suddenly overstaffed was just way too improbable for it to not be weird. The only possible explanation was that they had trained someone without my knowledge, and he was practicing the night shift, which I will admit is a completely valid possibility. The only other reason I actually had the chance to sneak into his room was because Terry was going out to party at Jeff's house. I assumed that's what he meant, at least. When I asked him where he was going as he was heading out the door, all he said was, "I'm going to have some fun with Jeff," and left. It was rather vague, but I think my top-notch detective work helped me piece it together. By top-notch, I of course mean I debated for a couple of minutes about whether it meant they were going on a killing spree or having a party. I settled on the latter to help me sleep at night. Besides, the last party that we had was at our place, so they must switch houses party to party. Now, to what I ended up finding in his room at first glance, it seemed like your average room of a gamer weeb. To be honest, I was kind of disappointed. A bed, computer, desk, ominous closet, and posters of different games and anime. I was about to leave with seemingly nothing gained. But unfortunately, fate had different plans just before I shut the door behind me. I heard a moan, like, well, for lack of a better term, like a frog giving birth to a whale, yet somehow muffled. You could say this was a rather interesting turn of events, which piqued my curiosity. I turned back around and headed to the center of the room. I heard the moan again slightly louder, the ominous-looking closet door glaring at me.
Well, closet door, it appears you contain something interesting,
I said to myself in my best detective voice. I began to slowly walk towards the closet while pulling my pocket knife out and releasing the blade.
Now, door, I require your cooperation if we're going to be doing this,
I said,
continuing with the detective voice. Okay, in hindsight, I probably should have just left the room and pretended nothing happened, but considering I had a paranormal being as a roommate and there was loud moaning coming from his closet, the decision seems obvious. I just wanted to know what he was hiding, and I would be damned if I didn't find out what that moaning was coming from. I proceeded towards the door, getting slower the closer I got, the moaning getting progressively louder. Eventually, I reached the closet door, probably only about 30 seconds later or so. I readied my knife and prepared to open it. However, the moment I touched the handle, the moaning that had gotten almost to the point of ear-splitting suddenly stopped. I released my grip to see if it would continue, but it didn't. I slowly began to open the door to see what resided behind. Darkness and a stairway leading down. After seeing that, I let out an audible nope that could probably be heard down the street regardless of the soundproofing. But as that thought came to mind, I realized something. The soundproofing Terry had allegedly put up was nowhere to be seen. There was doubtfully any in the walls, and the only thing that could have nulled sound out was a basement that shouldn't exist. Suddenly, I heard something running up the stairs. I tried to close the door, but it was too late. A creature lunged at me from the darkness, throwing me onto the ground. Luckily for me, I still had a tight grip on my knife, and I attempted to stab it in what I assumed was its throat. It lunged back, confirming multiple things. It appeared to be the rake, or a close relative thereof. Gangly arms and legs, completely pale, soulless eyes, and a mouth strangely lacking any teeth. The other thing it confirmed was that this creature is alive, which means it could be killed, and they feared death. I got to my feet, but it charged at me again, dodging my knife. But I refused to let it get the best of me. Out of pure adrenaline and those karate classes I took as a kid, I managed to attempt a dodge, but I failed miserably and got tackled to the floor again. This time it stepped on my right hand, which was clutching my knife. The amount of pain wasn't as bad as I would have expected, but I still ended up letting go of the knife. In a last-ditch effort, I punched it in the head with my left hand a few times before it bit and held a lockjaw on my forearm. It wasn't as smart as I thought, though. When it bit onto my left arm, it loosened its grip on my right, just enough for me to grab my knife again. The pain was unlike anything I'd felt before, but adrenaline is one hell of a chemical. It gave me just enough strength to plunge my knife into its throat. The rake-like creature let out a guttural scream and ran back downstairs into its lair. I slammed the door shut behind it and tried to hurry while I still had my adrenaline rush. I hurried to the bathroom and got the first aid kit, pouring hydrogen peroxide all over my wound. My body began to relax, and I started to feel the full front of the pain, only made worse because of the disinfection process. I rinsed it, still gushing blood, and began to wrap a bandage. This was the last thing I remember before waking up in my bed, with a blood-soaked bandage on my left arm. It ached and stung like all hell, but I managed to pull myself out of bed. As I stood up, I noticed my knife on the desk along with my phone. I picked up both. Checking my phone, I saw a message from Terry. It read, "Look, man, I know you must be interested in everything that happened. I understand that when it comes to the paranormal, you're curious. But that doesn't give you an excuse to go into my room, open my closet door, and stab a creature I've been holding for a friend. Luckily for you, it didn't die. Otherwise, you would have paid hard for it. And I know you don't have that kind of money. No need to thank me for saving your life. Also, here's your knife back. I take it you don't have any others, so I figured I'd get it back for you." After reading the notes, I began to leave my room, as I had initially intended to do. I heard the TV going as I walked to the door. "Hey, Terry, is that you?" I asked, slightly terrified of the response, but also a little groggy. "Yeah, come on over. I'm assuming you read my message. I wasn't sure how long you'd be out, so I figured I might as well send it in case I wasn't here." "Hey, I'm really sorry. He cut me off. "Listen, as I said, I understand your paranormal curiosity. No human is just going to be cool not knowing what's in their roommate's room when there's someone like myself. Next time you're this curious about something, just ask me about it so you don't put your life on the line like that again."
I know I've been kinda iffy about you going into my room, and I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to do something like this. There's some food on the counter. Why don't you get yourself some?
Thank you. I really do appreciate it. I will humbly accept this gift of food, my good sir. I tried to do my best butler impression. I have to ask, though, I continued once I sat on the couch. What in the ever-living fuck was that thing?
You seem to know a lot about creatures and other paranormal things, so I'm going to be blunt. That was a rake. People assume that there's only one, so they call it the rake. But that's just not the case. It's shown in normal creatures that exist on the planet. Though there may be very few of certain species, there is very rarely just one. That individual must have come from somewhere, and so there are likely others that have yet to be discovered. Rakes have been seen all over the world. The likelihood that it's all the same one is practically zero. You're lucky I had weekends that one, otherwise you wouldn't be standing there right now, he explained.
So, does that mean that there are more than one of you as well? I asked.
The likelihood of that, maybe 20%.
You see, I'm not just a creature that came about at some point through some messed up gene pool. Things like rakes did not come about relatively naturally. But I'm something else. I'm not even entirely sure what I am, but I know I'm not naturally occurring. Alright then. So, why are you opening up to me with all this like it's no big deal? It was weird that he went from being so conservative with the details the day before to suddenly telling me everything.
As I said, man, I don't want you getting hurt trying to find answers that will inevitably lead to your death. Many of the stories told about me are true, but I'm not just going to let you die because I wasn't open enough with you. Also, seems like the only thing you could really consider friends right now are paranormal. Not like anyone's gonna believe you about any of this. He finished, sounding exasperated. I replied with, "Touché." He opened up Netflix, but before we could settle on a show, there was a knock on the door. Terry threw on his mask and sunglasses, got up and opened it. It was Jeff. He was also wearing a mask as he burst into the apartment, clearly distraught. After the door was slammed shut, Terry and Jeff removed their masks. That's when I noticed something. There was more blood than usual coming from Jeff's, well, everywhere. I was panicking more than either of them. "Holy shit, Jeff, what happened?" He replied with a cough. "I honestly have no idea. I was walking by some convenience store and this guy came running at me and tried to stab me. I managed to avoid his first attack, but on the second, he cut me up a bit. I figured he was human and I wouldn't have a problem, but apparently..." He coughed again. "He wasn't." Terry then spoke up. "Do you know who it was? I didn't think you could lose your edge so easily." "No idea. I didn't get much of a chance to see what it was, aside from out of the corner of my eye when I noticed him beginning to charge me. After his second attack, I just ran. I didn't feel like trying to take him on barehanded," he responded. Terry gave him what I assumed to be a solemn look and said, "Well, I hate to see a friend in pain like this. Head to the bathroom and get bandaged up. You can rest here tonight." Something was gnawing at the back of my mind. Why was Jeff out here to begin with? I had assumed he didn't live nearby, since Terry always took his car when meeting up with him. So why was he out here? Did he just get finished with a job or something? I wasn't going to hold these thoughts in, so I blurted out. "Why were you out here anyway?" He hesitated. "I think you already know why." Then, he continued to the bathroom. Shortly after that exchange, I got a call from the manager of my job saying the guy that was working weekends night shifts had yet to come in, and that I needed to get there right away. I told him I could since I had nothing else going on. In reality, I just wanted a break from all the crazy shit going on. That's when I realized something, though. It was Friday night. I'd been out for almost a full day. I told the guys good luck and left the apartment, still feeling the aches in my arm. The shift was just about as boring as ever, and 8 hours later, I was finished.
When I came home, I passed the couch that seated two people I suppose I would call my closest friends, and went into my room to sleep everything off. The characters on those posters will remain a mystery for the foreseeable future, since all the chaos caused me to forget what was on them. Part 4. Well, I keep thinking I'm done writing about my life, but it seems I just can't escape the paranormal life. I wonder why. But seriously, things just keep coming up, and not having human friends who understand what I'm dealing with makes it kind of difficult for people to sympathize with me. Sure, it sounds like I'm being a pussy about being around amazing things on a daily basis, but that's not exactly it. When I came into work for my Monday night shift, I saw the ghostly manager guy again. Except the knife he had jutting out of his chest before was now in his hand. He was standing right at the entrance like he was expecting something to show up. Since the guy I was taking over for was at the register, I tried to act as normal as possible. The ghost guy just stood there as I passed him. He didn't even pay me a second glance. After taking over for the other employee, he left without mentioning anything unusual. Unfortunately, this night just didn't go as smoothly as I was expecting. For the first couple of hours, it was normal, but that's when my average night of boring routine ended. Remember when I said nothing paranormal ever happens at my job? Well, at around 2 a.m., the man who had been standing at the entrance since I came in moved for the first time. He adjusted his stance as if to prepare for battle using the chef's knife. I just shrugged it off and figured he was re-experiencing what he did before he died or something like that. I mean, ghosts probably do that, right? About 5 minutes later, however, I learned that I was completely wrong in my assumption as something suddenly bashed against the door with the might of Zeus. I only nearly pissed myself as I turned to the glass door that somehow hadn't shattered. Something I had never seen before was bashed against the side of the building. It was like a 30-foot-long worm, about the width of your average car, and teeth only comparable to that of a megalodon's. Like some kind of oversized dildo with teeth. It was repeatedly bashing the length of its body against the store, yet somehow not damaging it in the slightest. Then, I noticed the ghost with a knife in his hand. There appeared to be some kind of blue energy coming from his knife. After about 5 minutes of this, the giant worm-like thing slithered surprisingly fast into the distance. Then, the man opens the door and left. My shift ended around 8, and I was only slightly traumatized from the whole ordeal. As I came home, all I wanted was a normal rest of my day. Unfortunately, fate had different plans. It seems to like to mess with me like that. When I opened the door, it appeared that my good pal Slendy had had another party that night and was passed out drunk yet again. Except no one else was home. I went to the bathroom not expecting to see anyone since the door was wide open, but there was yet another thing I had never seen before, like some kind of abyss creature thing. Pitch black, with no discernible features aside from a sort of humanoid shape. Yeah, no. I don't know why everyone is always in this bathroom, and I definitely don't want to deal with you right now.
Wait.
Its voice was strange, sort of throaty.
Are you the human that Terry spoke of?
Most likely. Why? I asked with slight irritation.
Well, it seems you are a rather intriguing species. Would you like to come with me? I would love to.
I cut him off. Look, man, I'm pretty sure I just looked death in the face not even yesterday, and then I had to go through a full shift at work with the thing in my head. If you want to take me somewhere, you're gonna have to use force. I'm out, I said, turning around. He started again.
Wait. I know things that you would find too valuable to pass up on.
I bit. I really didn't want to, but my curiosity was piqued. Well, what do you know about me, all-seeing man? I mocked. His tone became what I assumed to be sinister, but it was only a slight difference.
I know of your true love. I know of Jane.
The mention of her name from this thing sent chills down my spine.
What do you know of her? Huh? I don't want to talk about her with a therapist. Do you think I want to talk about her with you? Some guy in all black that I just met a minute ago? I said, tears beginning to well up in my eyes. He continued.
I understand your suffering.
I stopped him again, anger catching in my throat and tears falling down my face. What do you know of having someone you love with all your heart being ripped away from you? You probably just want to kill me. Why else would you call me a specimen? Why else would you want me to come with you? I have no idea who you even are. This guy was really starting to piss me off. Just then, Terry came over. Damn it, Chateau. I told you to leave before 8. The thing, apparently named Chateau, replied. Hold on. I have an explanation. Seriously. Terry listed. After you explained your roommate sounded as though he was upset, saddened by something. I just wanted to... Terry cut him off. Yeah, no shit. But that doesn't give you the right to see what was going on in his mind. Now get out before you regret staying. Chateau then solemnly left the bathroom and exited the apartment. Then, Terry spoke up. Look, man, I heard him bring up a name, heard you started getting emotional, and decided to step in. I know you probably don't want to talk about it, but I'm not just a child murderer. I care about those I know. I suspect you moving in here had something to do with whatever got you so worked up. Whatever it was, you can talk to me when you feel ready. I nodded and headed to my room. I woke up hours later with my arm feeling like 1,000 fire ants were biting into it. I saw Terry sitting on the couch watching High School DxD. Of course he would be into that of all things. I thought, hey, T-Man, you mind if I spill my guts to you about what was bugging me earlier? Terry responded with, what do you mean? You know, the guy in the bathroom started talking to me and I started crying. Terry seemed surprised and paused his show. I have no idea what you're talking about, man. When you got home, you just had a glazed look in your eyes and headed straight to your room. You didn't even pay me any mind, which I thought was a bit strange. About an hour later, I heard you crying in your room, so I turned my show up. I responded, a little confused. What about Chateau and the mind reading thing? I don't know anyone named Chateau, and I only know one thing that can read people's minds. He remarked, a little concerned. Hey, how does your arm feel? What, this one? I raised my bandaged arm. I mean, it feels like it's perpetually in the flames of hell, but aside from that, he cut me off. Oh boy, that's not a good sign. You likely hallucinated a scenario after you came home while you were deep in your subconscious. Then, when you fell asleep, it must have continued to fill in the gaps. I'll explain more after I get you some help. After saying that, he threw me over his shoulder and took me to my car, pulling my keys from my pocket and starting the car. Even after pushing the seat back all the way, his knees nearly touched the steering wheel. Where are we going? I asked, beginning to feel weird all over my body. You're slurring your words. I'm assuming you're wondering where we're going, he asked with a tinge of worry. We're going to get some guy I know. He can fix what happened. Hopefully. I didn't understand what he meant. I didn't think I was slurring my words. It sounded normal to me.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I definitely heard it that time. Look, just focus on your breathing. You'll probably start hallucinating again shortly. Just remember, breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. As if on cue, I began to think I was at work. I started remembering, or maybe hallucinating, what I experienced at work that day in exact replay. It felt like I was there just like before. I won't go into it again since I already explained what happened, but after the experience, I remembered. Breathe in, breathe out. And I did just that. Afterward, I flooded back to consciousness. I was laying on my bed. Wait, what? Where am I? It felt like a fever dream. Terry responded in a calm voice.
There's no need to worry. Everything's okay. I think you just had a nightmare, man. You're still at the apartment. Where else would you be? I replied in a panicked daze. What about going to fix my arm? What? Is something wrong with your arm? I thought about it and looked at my bandaged arm. It felt like it was on fire. Then you took me to the car. I trailed off. Well, that must have been one hell of a lucid dream you had. I haven't heard you say anything about your arm lately. I contemplated what he said. So, my arm is fine, then? I don't see why it wouldn't be. Want to play something before you go to work? I'm kind of bored. Yeah, sure. I responded, still feeling the effects of whatever dream I'd just had. What time is it? It's... he said without hesitating. What? I said it's 10 p.m. He didn't even wait for me to finish my question, like he knew I was going to ask the question. Yeah, sure. Let's play something. You got a game in mind? I was thinking either some Halo or COD. Oh, come on. You always whoop my ass at those. Just after saying that, there was a muffled voice seemingly coming from the ceiling. Are you still in there? It asked. Terry? Is that you? I questioned, both the Terry next to me along with ceiling Terry. How are you doing that with your voice? Ceiling Terry responded. Remember, breathe in, breathe out. As he said that, I realized something important. I had yet to take a single breath since I woke up. How was that possible? I had been talking to apartment Terry, but I hadn't taken a single breath. Unless I took a breath and awoke again. This time, however, everything felt normal. It felt right. I sat up, feeling a slightly less aggressive burning in my left arm. I looked around. It looked like a hospital room that hadn't seen a patient in ages. Then, to my right, I saw Terry. And to my left, the same guy I had seen in the bathroom in the hallucination after work. That's the guy. That's Shato from my hallucination. I blurted out, with no control over my voice. Shato laughed. Is that the name your subconscious gave me? The human brain truly is a curiosity to behold. Terry spoke up. His name isn't Shato. It's Jacob. I nearly pissed myself hearing that name. The skinwalker, Jacob. Suddenly, shadows dropped from around him, and I immediately recognized him. Why, hello there, Jacob. Good to see you again. He laughed again. Hello there. Don't worry, Terry brought me here to help. Like, you're gonna eat me now, so I no longer have to suffer kind of help? Sadly, no. He wanted me to tell you something. Well, what did he want you to tell me? Remember, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Just then, I remembered to breathe. But, wait, did I really need to? I mean, this felt real, so what if this is just the hallucination trying to get me to fall victim to it again? Do you know why Terry chose me for this job? I responded. No. Why? Simply put, you fear me more than anything else. More than Terry, more than Jeff, more than any other paranormal thing you have to run into. Because of this fear, he was sure I would do what was necessary when you began to question reality itself. So I will give you two options. You stay here, and I rip the skin from your flesh, as us skinwalkers do. Or you can just breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, and everything will be solved. I'll give you a little push towards one of those options. If you choose to stay, I won't kill you before taking your skin. I made my decision almost immediately and took a breath.
Afterward, I hesitated as I woke up in the same room as before. I took a breath in again to test the waters. Nothing changed. My arm had a normal pain in it now. To my right, again, Terry. To my left, I saw Void Jacob. At this point, though, I wasn't sure if that was just my subconscious doing it again or not. Then, I heard a voice behind me.
Would you look at that? It appears the presence of Jacob was enough to do it.
Some guy with a British accent said, but the voice wasn't quite normal. It sounded like it was played multiple times over itself and out of sync, like he wasn't quite sure how to sound like a normal person.
And who exactly are you?
I asked, tired of introductions from the last few weeks. He trailed off.
You're going with Terry now, right?
Terry nodded.
Okay, I'll let Terry explain since he was worried about you.
Terry did a motion with his head like he was rolling his eyes at the suggestion. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, I was going to explain this to you before, but you just went delirious saying a bunch of weird stuff I didn't understand. As this explanation began, Jacob decided none of this was worth his time and left the room. I had removed all of the rake's teeth and figured it couldn't injure even a human with its bite. When I saw all that blood when I got home, I figured it had just scratched up your left arm pretty bad. I mean, hell, I wasn't expecting its gums to be sharp enough to pierce human skin. A rake's saliva has venomous properties that slowly lure its prey back to it if it manages to escape. The venom directly attacks the brain and causes hallucinations. It only slowly kills humans and gives them strange... well, you get the idea. The only way to completely save someone from a rake bite is to use the antivenom. Then comes in the mental stabilization. After the antivenom has begun to neutralize the venom, it begins to eat away faster. The only way to survive after that is to mentally stabilize the person so their immune system can work with the antivenom. He apparently finished. I responded in a state of exhaustion.
Man, you're such a nerd. So, how do I know this isn't a hallucination?
Do you really think your brain could have come up with a solution like that?
Touché. So, can we leave now?
The voice from behind me spoke up again.
As your doctor, I can't yet allow you to leave. You must get some rest. The venom has yet to be fully neutralized and may still have some residual effects.
Alright, Doc, what should I call you? My good sir? I asked sarcastically. Apparently, he didn't catch the obvious rhetorical question.
You may call me Doctor. Nothing else.
Well then, Doc, how... He cut me off.
It's a doctor, not Doc.
Well then, Doctor, how long will I have to stay here? I asked, with enough sass to probably get me killed on the spot had Terry not been there.
If you keep giving me attitude, I could just kick you out right now.
I considered it. Then I looked to Terry, who just shook his head, no.
Alright, sorry.
How long will I have to stay here, Doctor? I asked with sincerity this time.
Just a few hours should do it.
Wait, what day is it? Also, what's the time? Terry responded this time. It's Wednesday, my dude. And 10 p.m. I already called your boss and told him you were sick and needed a couple of days off. We talked back and forth for the next few hours while Doc was doing other things. Probably other projects or something. It wouldn't be surprising for a paranormal doctor. Something was bugging me for those few hours, though. His appearance. He looked so familiar, but I couldn't tell where from. He was wearing a bird-like mask, an all-black cloak, and a leather-like black skin suit. But not quite a skin suit. I still can't quite place where I recognized the attire from. He looked like a medieval plague doctor, of course, but that's not what it was. He looked like an entity I couldn't place my finger on. Anyway, after I was finally sent home, we got into my car and Terry drove us home. I thanked him as we pulled into a parking lot, then I headed straight to my room. His door was wide open, but at the time I didn't even think to look into it. I was too tired and just wanted to sleep. I will try to keep you guys updated whenever something happens.
Part 5.
I want to start this off with a quick thank you to all of you. I appreciate the comments from you guys reminding me of where I recognized him from. I'm not sure if it was the doctor that's allegedly being held in a certain foundation, or if it was just a coincidence, but it still terrifies me to think about what he can do. Anyway, you guys seem to enjoy my torments. Lucky for you, I have more to tell. After a couple days of practically nothing interesting happening, I thought things would go back to relative normalcy. Unfortunately, as is so common when living with paranormal beings, shit hit the fan faster than you could say Mississippi. And it splattered all over the room like some kind of New Age art. Needless to say, I much prefer older art. After a few days, Terry began to ask me some questions.
Hey, I hope you don't mind my asking, but who's Jane?
A shiver went down my spine, just like any other time someone brought her up. Regardless, I kept my composure. "What do you mean?" he continued.
Well, while you were out, you would shout Jane from time to time. Was she your sister or something?
I gave a nervous laugh, trying to hide my ever-growing anxiety. She wasn't all that special, if that's what you're asking. Just an old childhood friend. Must have slipped deeper into my subconscious than I thought. I forced a short laugh. He sounded almost disappointed.
If you don't want to tell me the truth, just say it. No point in lying. I just figured you might want someone to talk to.
Anyway, I was planning to head to Jeff's later. Might as well head over now. The way he was acting wasn't normal for him, at least not to my knowledge. "Wait, Terry." I stopped him before he shut the door. "Why do you want to know so bad?" He gave a short answer.
Everyone has lost someone. Bottling it up just isn't healthy.
Then, he was gone. What had I said while I was out cold? What did he mean by everyone? Why was he being so cryptic? If he knew I was lying, he must have been holding something back from me, right? I basically sat on the couch thinking about all of this until I realized I was late for work. Look, I know you guys tend to prefer the generally comical tone of me spending time with Terry, but I promise this is all important. After an uneventful day at work, thank the Lord, I came home to see Terry was still gone. But there was a note, presumably from the man himself, sitting on the kitchen table. Here goes. "I'm at Jeff's place. If you feel like talking about what's on your mind, you can drop by. I'm going to be there for a while so you can mull it over. I'll see you when I see you." He put the address, but I left it out for obvious reasons, but the implication behind what he wrote was unusual. I've known him to be less emotional than practically anyone. He cracked a joke or two from time to time, but aside from that, I've never seen him get worked up. I don't know what possessed me to do this, but after thinking it over for all of about 20 seconds, I knew what I was going to do. I was going to tell him and Jeff what happened. I will also tell you so you understand what happened next. It took about 30 minutes to get to his house, and I was mulling over how to explain everything that had happened the entire drive. When I finally arrived, I was practically shaking as I knocked on the door. Jeff opened it, looking as though he expected me to be standing there.
Come on in. He's on the couch,
Jeff said, sounding exhausted. I thanked him and walked in, only noticing not just how big his house was. It was like a mansion, but for some reason the outside was unassuming. As I looked to my right, I saw Terry's head on the couch.
"So, you decided to come after all,"
he said, not even turning to me like some kind of Bond villain. I half expected him to somehow turn the entire couch.
"I figured you'd pussy out when you saw the note. Are you here to tell us what's going on with you?"
Yeah, I've got no idea why. I guess being alone isn't my thing. Whatever the reason, I don't really have money for a therapist right now, I responded.
"Well, sit down, the both of you. This one's probably going to be a real tearjerker,"
Terry said, presumably trying to lighten the mood. Shortly after I sat down, Jeff came over with a few glasses of what looks to be whiskey. He downed his practically right away, and Terry just held his in his hand. I guess this is as good a time to start as any. As I can imagine you two already know, it's Jane. I first saw her in college. She was one of the most beautiful women I had ever seen. Her flowing brunette hair, her hazel eyes that only complemented it. But as time progressed, I came to realize she wasn't just a pretty face. As it turned out, she was actually into a lot of things I was. Card games, video games, anime, so on and so forth. Basically, she was a total dork, but it only made my feelings grow stronger. We started out as friends when, in our chemistry class, we ended up being lab partners. I waited a while before asking her out, but the first time, I got rejected. She said she just wasn't ready for a relationship yet, but I was persistent. I felt she was the perfect girl for me. I didn't creep on her or anything like that, but about once a month I would ask her again if she would go out with me. After about a year of getting rejected once a month, she finally caved and agreed to go on one date with me. We both had an amazing time, and we ended up deciding on weekly dates. It wasn't even anything fancy since we were college students. Eventually the day came, and I asked her to marry me, and she said yes. About 10 years later, we were still happily married. We rarely fought. We had pretty much no money problems between my office job and her job at a local bookstore, but the day I feared would happen eventually came. We had a fight about having kids. She wanted them, but I wasn't ready yet. It wasn't a commitment thing, I just never really liked kids. I felt they would be too much of a hassle. Had I caved, maybe she would still be alive. Or at least, maybe we could have died together. After the fight, I decided to go to a nearby game store to repress some of my anger through card games. After a few hours, it was long past dark and the store was closing. I decided to go home and realized I couldn't figure out why I was even angry. Sure, I didn't want kids, but why did I get so worked up? I figured I should get her something to make it up to her. Walmart was practically the only nearby place open, so I dropped by and picked up a game for old time's sake. Halo 5. I had heard it was possibly the worst one, but it was the only Halo they carried. It was a thought that counted, anyway. When I finally came home, all the lights were off, and I assumed she had gone to bed. But as I turned on the living room light, I saw her. Or rather, her body. Her head was gone, and there was a pool of blood surrounding where it would have been. After I took time to throw up, I called the police. After heavy questioning and a search of the place, there was no sign anyone had been there but her. They ruled it as a suicide, and I was no longer considered a suspect. I got a new, slightly cheaper place to live. I continued to work the same job and even started going to therapy. After a month or so, though, I broke. I couldn't keep going on. I quit my job, I stopped going to therapy, I sold any belongings I considered unnecessary at the time to stay afloat, but it wasn't enough. Eventually, I had to get a new job, a new place to live, too. And now, here we are. I finished. Neither of them said anything for a few minutes. Eventually, though, Jeff spoke up.
Hey, do you happen to, have a picture of your wife by any chance?
Why? I asked.
Do you, or do you not?
I pulled out my phone. Shuffling through my gallery, I opened a picture of her from when we visited the redwood forest. After showing it to him, his face seemed to somehow go even more pale. He stood up and backed away a few feet like he was nervous.
Okay. Before you do anything, remember, I didn't know you at the time. It was just a job I was hired for. I'm much stronger than you, and I don't want to kill you too.
When he said, "too," I put it together. I couldn't control the unadulterated rage bubbling up. I couldn't stop the tears from rolling down my face.
It was you? Terry, grab him,
Jeff said, as he noticed me standing up. Terry grabbed me and began speaking to me in a relaxed voice. "Hey, listen to me. You will only hurt yourself if you're planning on going out on Jeff. If you aren't willing to calm down, we won't have much of a choice in the matter. Are you listening to me? Obviously, I was listening, but the rage was overwhelming any sense of logic and reason that could have allowed me to act on his words. After I didn't calm down, everything went black. I awoke several hours later on Jeff's couch. I began to sit up, but Terry shoved me down with the tip of one of his tentacles. At the very least, hear Jeff out before you die. I didn't like how sinister his tone was, so to save my own ass, I relaxed a little bit. Jeff walked around and sat on a chair set up across from me, seemingly for this exact reason. He had a somewhat solemn look on his face. It was hard to tell on the account of his permanent smile and lack of eyelids.
I know, you hate me right now. I understand if you never want to see me again after this. I bet my left nut you don't want to see me right now for that matter. But allow me to at least explain what happened. Years ago, I just murdered for sport. Sort of like a morbid hobby. I wasn't the best, but as time passed, I learned new tricks to improve my performance and reduce the chance of me getting caught. High-class clients started taking notice. They were persistent, and whether I liked it or not, if I didn't work for them, I was sure to get found out. So, I started taking contracts. It wasn't bad. I got to do what I loved, and it turned into an actual job. After a while, I pretty much perfected my style. That was right about the time I started taking on contracts for more money. I didn't realize I worked for entities at first. Only found that out about a year ago. But that's all your wife was. A poor casualty from some crazy guy that wanted her head.
I noticed he held back a chuckle. Well, do you have any idea why they wanted her?
In this line of work, people who ask questions die first. Sure, I'm strong, but I'm not dumb enough to take on. Never mind, he replied, shuddering.
So how does Terry fit into all this then? This time, Terry responded. I noticed something was off. I just figured you'd want, well, the two closest friends you had to talk to. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't expect any of this. I couldn't take much more of this. Well then, Jeff, why wait till now to tell me about all of this?
You see, I've killed a lot of people. I don't remember most of them, but when you described her appearance, I was pretty sure I knew who you were talking about. I just needed a picture for confirmation. You never forget a face like hers. I'd apologize, but I don't think saying sorry for murdering your wife will really do much for you.
You damn right apologizing won't help. I was getting increasingly more aggressive. Who put you up to it? Everyone loved her, so I have no fucking clue why anyone would want her dead.
Calm down. I understand you're angry at me, but you're not thinking straight right now.
He looked towards Terry.
Just take him home. Bring him by in a week and we can talk. Whatever you say.
Terry threw me over his shoulder and took me out to my car. I know you're pissed at Jeff, but he was just doing his job. You two didn't know each other at the time. It's not like he was trying to spite you or anything. I shrugged, and he continued. Just think about it, okay? I nodded as he set me down in the passenger side. Then, we left for home. I honestly don't know how I should feel right now. On one hand, Terry is right. Jeff was just doing his job and had no ill will towards me since he had no idea who I was at the time. I knew he was a murderer, and sure, I was uncomfortable around him. On the other, I didn't really process what he did to people as a job. I knew he killed people, but it didn't really click that he murdered actual people living real lives with those they cared about. Something about him killing the one I loved with all my heart, though. It finally hit home to me, what he actually does. What Terry does. The next couple of days, anytime I was home, I would just lay in bed, contemplating everything. Then, a few days later, I decided to talk to Terry. I walked into the living room, but he wasn't there. I knocked on his bedroom door, and shortly after, he opened it. I suppose now is a good time to tell you my name before I type out the conversation that went down. I'm Joseph. I didn't feel it was important because I didn't think so much would happen. After this, though, it's unlikely to stop soon. So it's nice to meet you guys. Let's get into this. Hey, Joseph. Are you feeling any better? Terry asked with slight enthusiasm. Well, I'm not exactly great, but I'm ready to talk to Jeff now. If you want to sit down on the couch, we can discuss it. Screw it. If you feel ready to talk to Jeff, let's just head over there. You can drive this time. I said all right, got my keys and wallet, and we were off. When we arrived, Terry knocked on the door. Jeff opened it, looked at Terry, and smiled. Then he looked at me and tried not to frown. Jeff, he says he's ready to talk.
And I said give it a week.
Jeff retorted. Terry's voice raised a level. Well, I don't give a damn. He said that he's ready to talk, and I don't want him overthinking everything and hating you even more than before. He said he's ready now, so let him talk. I joined in. Who's your boss? They both looked at me with concern. Jeff spoke up. What? I'm not pissed at you anymore. I'm pissed at whoever you work for, whoever made the decision that my Jane needed to die. So who's your boss? I'm either going to find and kill him or die trying. I'll either stop all this madness going on, or I get to be with Jane again. A win-win. I had a hard time getting that last part out.
Hold on. You remember how I said I work for entities? These guys, they're much stronger than me. They could likely even give Terry a hard time.
Look, I don't care if I die. I just want to give an attempt at bringing them down. I know you two wouldn't understand, but people are losing family members because of that group. Ones they care about, like my wife. I couldn't continue. Terry joined back in. We've all lost people, Joseph. What makes you think you're so special, huh? Why should you suddenly put your life on the line just to die to an organization that will have no problem killing you and ruling it as a suicide? That comment hit me like a boulder. Does that mean they have people inside the police force, too?
Of course they do,
Jeff responded.
That's why employees like myself are never caught. Anyone who works for them can't get arrested for murder. It's always called suicide, or they frame some murderer that doesn't work for them. You can't take them on alone.
By now, we were sitting on his couch, discussing everything. Then why don't we just get a group of paranormal things together and bring them down? I'm sure you guys have plenty of paranormal friends you could call on. Terry replied this time. What? You think I could just call up some friends and see if they want to raid a murder organization's base? Like it's Area 51. This is serious. There are very few actual humans amongst their ranks. Just then, I heard a familiar voice behind me.
Wow, I think it sounds like quite the good time.
An immediate chill went down my spine. Jacob. Oh, great. What do you want this time? I asked, Jeff looking perplexed. Are you here to mess with me again? He responded.
I was bored when I saw your car pass by not too long ago. I thought I would just listen in, but you three have captured my interest.
Well, I mean, if Jacob really does want to join us, that would already be 3 things to fight the man. Terry let out a short chuckle. Get some rest. We can talk about it in the morning. You seem exhausted right now. He was right. I was exhausted, but I was damn happy they would consider it, even if it did involve Jacob. Jeff showed me to a guest bedroom, then I passed out shortly after laying down. Part 6. After I woke up the next day, I left the guest room feeling awful. I got a hint of a strange odor I couldn't quite place. Until I left the guest bedroom, that is. I could hear some commotion, and it sounded like more than just the few that were there when I went to sleep. I didn't think they'd actually do this. I figured I would end up going it alone and dying the moment I tried something. But there were a good 8 entities or so, including Jeff, Terry, Jacob, and one I recognized as the doctor. So that's 4 down that I knew for certain. The other 4, though, well, I didn't recognize any of them. One looked like a 7-foot-tall, buff white dude with blonde surfer hair.
The only clothing he had on was a bright red Speedo that I tried to avoid looking at. Another looked like a pretty average skinwalker. One thing was kind of just standing around. I couldn't give you a physical description of it. The only reason why is because anytime I looked away from him, my memory just came up with a blur. Like when you turn a camera right as you take a picture. But it wouldn't affect anything else in my memory. Just the figure. Lastly, the last thing, I don't even know how to describe her. It's not like with the other thing. She was just so beautiful. I don't think I could capture her beauty with words. But I'm going to try regardless. Think of the most beautiful woman you can imagine. Not sexy. Beautiful. Then just keep trying to make her more beautiful until you can't anymore. Once you reach the peak of imaginable beauty, just go one above that, and you've got it. I think it was natural beauty, but I couldn't tell you if it's a perception thing or not. As I got lost in the supernatural beauty of the woman, a voice whispered into my ear. "What are you looking at?" It was Jeff. I jumped a little, stammering out. Nothing. What are you looking at? Why is it so hot in here?" He chuckled.
Look, I was talking to Terry last night. He convinced me to help you get your revenge arc going.
"Where, though?" Jeff cut me off.
Those were his exact words. Fucking weeb.
Jeff responded with a raspy disappointment in his voice. "Well, what about your job? Murder may be a messed up profession and hobby, but won't it be hard for you?"
I asked. I've killed a lot of people, completed a lot of contracts, and made a lot of money. I gotta be honest, I don't even have a whole lot of incentive to do it anymore. For a while there, it was exhilarating, not knowing how the contract would end, with me on a pike or their head in my bag. But people can only get so strong. I hit a limit, and eventually I was just doing the same old contracts day in and day out. Murder just isn't a sufficient high anymore. Honestly, I've been considering quitting for a while now. You and Terry are reason enough to put an end to all of this, even if it is only temporary.
Terry and I asked under my breath.
What was that?
I was just gonna ask who all these people are since you brought up killing.
I responded. These guys and girls are my friends, except the doctor and an unmentionable still on his way. The man in the Speedo's name's Chad. He isn't some normal human. He's one of the strongest guys I know. Hell, he'd even have Chuck Norris on the ropes. The guy you can't remember? His name's Smudge, for obvious reasons. He's pretty great at illusion stuff. That skinwalker over there, her name is Rachel.
I cut him off. Wait, there are female skinwalkers?
Yeah, why wouldn't there be?
It just doesn't sound quite right, I guess. He continued.
Well, men tend to have more aggressive personalities by nature, which is why male skinwalkers are the most common. They're the most likely to fall prey to darkness. But as I was saying, she may appear to you to be a normal skinwalker, but she's what you may call an alchemist. She's great with poisons and all that. Finally, I saved the best for last. I'm sure you've noticed that amazingly beautiful woman by now.
He made a facial expression like he was trying to wink at me. I guess it's hard to wink without eyelids.
Her name is Megami. She's practically a siren with some terrifying abilities. Also, take it from me. He hushed into a whisper. Don't go trying anything with her. It won't go well.
Is that all? I asked, kind of surprised that this was all we had. Even if one more guy was showing up, it wouldn't make that much of a difference. By the sound of it, this was going to be a job for an army of paranormal shit. Then there would be some huge fight scene where I would end up finding out I had some kind of special ability hidden within me the whole time. Then everyone would cheer, going hooray for Joseph, or something like that.
I swear, whenever I talk to you or Terry about a battle, you guys get all giddy like a couple of geeks who just met Stan Lee at Comic-Con.
Terry came around the corner out of the kitchen.
I heard my name. What were you saying about me this time?
Jeff answered before I could get anything out.
I was talking about you, Joseph. Anytime fighting is brought up, you two geek the fuck out.
Speaking of fighting, I said, causing Jeff to sigh. You said something about an unmentionable still on his way? Terry answered for him.
Yeah, he's likely the strongest one out of everyone here, too.
What, is he going to be some ancient king clad in shining armor? I was cut off by the door swinging in and slamming against the wall. The only issue with that was the hinges were only supposed to open the door halfway, and were supposed to open the other way. What stood in the doorway, I shit you not, was the Headless Horseman. From all those old tales of a man with no head riding a horse into the night. Yeah, the Headless Horseman. He was carrying what I assumed to be his own head in his left arm. I assumed this for two reasons. The main one being it was wearing a black helmet that matched the exact color of his armor. Secondly, there was no blood anywhere on his armor, and the head wasn't leaking any fluids. I was the only one to say anything at first. What the actual fuck? Okay, I can handle all this paranormal shit from relatively recent years being real. Even Chad I can handle. But the headless motherfucking... The man himself responded in an unexpectedly deep, inhuman, old British accent that could have been coming from the head or the bit of neck still attached to his body. Who's to say?
If you call me the Headless Horseman,
He mocked.
I will kill you. My name is Abraham.
But wait, Abraham, why are you wearing armor? You died in the Revolutionary War, didn't you? I inquired. He started cackling.
Oh, no. I'm not some poor boy who lost his head in a war. I'm one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
I could feel my bladder fill up practically instantaneously, but Terry interjected before it was too late. He's just insecure about losing his head in the war. He's fucking with you. He's the normal Headless Horseman. Then, out of nowhere, Abraham's voice changed to a much more normal, old-timey British accent. Oh, come on, Terry. Why wouldn't you just allow me to mess with the kid for a little while longer? It sounded more like a rhetorical question than a legitimate one. Anyway, to answer your question, I have a range of attire, from commoner clothing to that of a royal knight of the highest order. When Terry informed me that he required assistance in taking down a corrupt order, I knew I must do it. For the United States of America. He was definitely cocky, that's for sure. Alright then, we ready to rock and roll or what? But I barely got my question out before Megami gave me a condescending look.
Oh, the little mortal wants to play with the grown-ups. How precious.
Chad spoke up in a rather expected surfer bro voice. Dude, I know that your wife was, killed by these guys, but I think you're totally just gonna hold us back. Then the doctor joined in with his own jab. I mean, his skin was pierced by a rake's gum. He's far too fragile for a mission like this. Everyone but Smudge, Terry, and Jeff were laughing. Even Abraham was practically rolling on the ground. After about a minute had passed, they were still tossing insults around, and their laughter just kept growing. But soon after, I began to hear static in my ears as the lights began flickering. I looked over at Terry and saw he had grown exponentially. He was about 10 feet tall now. It looked like he had gotten much skinnier, and what I assumed to be all of his tentacles were sticking out of his back. Then he shouted in a much less human voice. Silence! Everyone calmed down to the sight and sound. After a few moments, and a chill going down my spine, everything went back to normal, though Terry was still taller than before. He cleared his, I guess his throat. His voice was relatively normal now. Well, now that I have your attention, I would like to explain to all of you why exactly Joseph is coming with. Hold all questions until the end, he added, once he saw Chad raise his hand like he was the teacher's pet or something. I know, he's mortal. Why would we let him go in there with no protection? The answer is quite simple, really. We aren't. He will be protected with some spare armor Abraham brought. Right. He turns to Abraham, who proceeded to run outside to get what I assume was armor for me. I also requested Jeff get him some weapons. As he said that, Jeff handed me a box containing a few items. Now, I'm not a gun guy by any stretch of the imagination. I know how guns work. I've shot one a few times before. I've played first-person shooters, but I have no idea what kind of pistol it was. It might have been a Glock. It might have been something completely different. Who's to say? There were an additional 2 mags and a box of 30 rounds. Then, the pride and joy, old reliable, if you will. A wide, 8-inch-long, silvery-looking dagger. It was one of the most beautifully crafted weapons I'd seen. I used to have a buddy who was really into swordsmithing, and I thought he was pretty good. But whoever made this must have been a master. In the box was some sort of certification card, too, but I didn't read it. Terry continued. The weapons themselves are made of a silver alloy, made to repel paranormal creatures and entities. Abraham came back in with a chainmail vest. Just a chainmail vest. No shield, no armor to protect my forearms. Just a vest. Terry looked at him with a blank glare that could have only meant, really, that's it. Then started again. While this may not look like much, it should get him through everything. Now would be a good time to ask questions if you still want to know anything. Chad immediately raised his hand again.
I don't mean to be, like, that guy, but why is he getting this stuff to help us? So his wife died. Big deal. Why should we have to hold his hand through all of this? It totally blows.
Smudge answered him in a deep, surreal, spine-chilling voice. Do you think that your dumb remarks are useful in this current situation? He lost his wife due to a contract placed on her by a corrupt organization. He chose not to blame the killer, but the organization. In my eyes, that is all the reason the boy should need to fight alongside us. Chad backed off after that. Now, are there any more questions, or can we get ready now? No one else spoke up. All right then, I think it's about time we get started. Terry finished. I pulled him aside shortly after. Hey, so, how exactly am I going to manage to keep up with all you guys? This isn't exactly adding up for me. I get a chainmail vest and some silver weapons, and you expect me to actually be able to help? He just looked at me and said, If worst comes to worst, just use those karate lessons. Then he turned away, giving a nod like he was winking or something. Has he been reading my posts? I mean, I could ask how he could even look at a screen, but he watches TV and plays games, so I guess it makes sense. But when did Slendy become a Reddit user? Whatever. I have bigger issues than Terry reading my posts all the time. Like a giant paranormal battle that was about to go down like some kind of paranormal turf war. Part 7. How are you feeling back there? Terry asked, glancing at me through the rearview mirror. I mean, technically I feel fine. I'm just having the panic attack of a lifetime. You know how it goes. I said as sarcastically as I could through my anxiety. Oh, what's that? Terry asked, sounding completely serious. Oh, gee, well, let's see here. Maybe it's because I'm about to help a bunch of paranormal entities take down a murder organization that's run by some high order. Maybe it's because I only have a chainmail fucking vest to protect me. Or maybe, just maybe, it's because all I have to fight whatever's waiting for us in that paranormal sex dungeon is an oversized steak knife and a Glock tucked in my waistband. I was getting progressively more agitated as I continued. I took a few breaths when Abraham interjected. If I may, I'd like to mention that the chainmail is in fact made of mithril, an extremely durable lightweight metal imbued with magic. It was incredibly difficult to get my hands on, so do be careful with it. Jeff joined in after that lecture. Besides, those weapons, do you remember what Terry said they were made out of? I nodded and answered him, a lot more relaxed. You said some kind of silver alloy or something. Exactly. Do you know what the other part of that alloy is? The now confused look on my face gave him his answer. Have you ever heard of adamantine? I tried to hide my excitement, figuring I knew where he was going with it. I take it you have. It's not as strong as how Hollywood and video games represent it,
but it's far stronger than titanium. Those bullets and the blade are made mostly of adamantine, with trace amounts of silver mixed into it. Just enough for it to injure paranormal creatures, but not enough to compromise durability.
That sounds expensive. Terry joined back in.
It doesn't matter. You can pay us back later. Abraham spoke up. As for the armor, you'll be returning it to me as the battle ends.
Understandable. Magic metal is probably a little bit out of my price range.
We should probably actually discuss our plan before we get up to Tillamook. Jeff, how does security look usually? Terry asked. Well, it's Sunday and dark out, so they'll probably have a couple of human-looking guys with dog heads. They aren't as strong as me, so we should be fine there. They're pretty fast, though, and practically have night vision. So the way I see it, we got 3 options. We can just go in swinging, sound the alarms right off the bat, and have them expect us. We could sneak around the back elevator and see if Abraham can hack it. Or we could have Smudge make us look like we aren't there while we beat the shit out of him.
I interjected. What about the inside? Won't they just immediately realize we don't belong there and sound the alarm anyway?
Jeff chuckled. Are you deaf? Smudge can make us look like we don't exist. The only thing that would see us are the security cameras, but at this hour, there's no one watching them.
How about the things that can see through whatever Smudge does? There's gotta be things he can't hide us from.
Abraham joined in.
When it comes down to that, we have plenty of brute force to get us through. I say between all of us, Chad and I have the brute strength. Terry and I have the agility. Smudge and I have the intellect.
I cut him off.
I get it. Stop stroking your own dick. You're stronger than anyone we'll find in there. That about sum it up?
Abraham looked like he was going to respond when the SUV following us suddenly flipped end over end.
Holy shit! I screamed. Are they gonna be alright?
I asked Terry as he began pulling over casually.
What are you doing? We aren't gonna fight whatever just did that, are we? They just flipped an SUV across the freeway.
Terry responded, a little too calm in my opinion. Well, they just attacked the rest of our group. Of course, we're gonna kill it. I didn't need clarification based on how he worded what he said. But when I saw it, I could tell I remembered it from somewhere. It was big, bigger than any other entity I had seen. No, that wasn't quite right. I know I had seen something that big. Where from, though? I shuffled through my memories, trying to remember where I had seen it from. Suddenly, it came to me.
Giants, still.
Before I could finish the thought, Abraham pulled me out of the car and was carrying me over his shoulder. Man, it's one thing having a friend carry you like that, but having the Headless Horseman do it made me somehow feel even more useless. Given this particular circumstance, though, I was very grateful he pulled me out when he did, because we didn't even get 10 feet away before the SUV was crushed by this giant. Wait, I thought that giant worm was from my hallucination. Wait, does that mean the manager guy has those powers? Am I going insane? Joseph, get your head in the game. This thing is a lot more tedious than it looks. We gotta lure it into the forest before anyone sees it, Terry said, getting progressively larger as static filled the relatively still air around us. I pulled out the pistol, aimed for its face, and fired. The kick was harder than expected, and the gun flew back and hit me in the face while I was still holding it. But I knew I'd hit from the cries of agony. Terry started going beast mode on the creature, using his tentacles as both whips and knives. Just when it seemed like Terry was winning, the worm bit down on one of his whip tentacles, completely severing it. He let out a yell and began growing bigger, in turn becoming lankier. He was practically an elongated skeleton at this point. That was when I noticed Chad. He was running over from the flipped SUV. Next thing I knew, he was lunging at the worm, punching it in the face. The worm looked at Chad, seemingly unfazed. I saw him mouth the words, "Oh shit," before it bit down on him, leaving only his hips down to become smaller worm food. I just stood there, mouth agape in shock and horror. "Terry, step back. I can handle this," Abraham said, slowly walking towards the worm.
Chad may have been a meathead, but at least he died doing what he loved, punching stuff. However, you will not be able to take me down so easily. Just then, the worm bit down on him as well, something shattering in the process. Is he gone too? I asked, already shaken from seeing Chad getting bitten in half. Hysterical laughter started emanating from somewhere, and I noticed the worm still had its mouth around Abraham. He began to yell at the worm. It sounded like he was overflowing with joy. Oh, I'm quite sorry. Is my shell too hard for you to crack? The worm finally released itself from Abraham, and I noticed the teeth I thought had penetrated Abraham's armor were what had shattered. Now, you can play in the void where you belong. Shortly after, he unsheathed a beautiful sword and began slicing the creature over and over again, until eventually it fell down with a bone-rattling thud. That was when I noticed Smudge. He looked like he was sleeping, standing up. Hey, I began, but was shortly hushed by Terry. Now, back to normal, he whispered to me. Be quiet. There's a car about to pass. There was a whoosh of wind, then silence as Smudge opened his eyes. Such big illusions take quite a bit of concentration. We must move the corpse of this creature. That's when Rachel walked over, wearing the skin of an accountant or something.
Oh, we don't need to move it at all. If you hadn't forgotten, I'm an alchemist. Cleaning up a mess like this is no problem at all.
She then proceeded to test a few bottled mixtures on the worm, seemingly trying to find something. Eventually, she came across one that apparently worked because she put a few more drops of the mixture on it, and the corpse began slowly melting away, increasing speed as it melted more of the body. It was gone in a matter of minutes, leaving only a giant puddle of what looked like water on the ground, with vapor coming off it, along with the top half of Chad. Rachel made her way over to the puddle, and everyone else eventually made their way over. Smudge closed his eyes from time to time, hiding us from any passerbys. Megami was the last to join us. She must have been doing her hair or something, because she came over about 10 minutes after the doctor and Jacob.
Well then,
Megami said, sounding rather irritated.
how are we going to get there now, huh?
How about we talk about why no one else has said anything about Chad being ripped in half, huh?
I asked, trying to stare down Megami. Her beauty made it hard to not start blushing after a few seconds. Then I just looked down awkwardly. Then, I heard it. That damn surfer bro voice.
What was that about me being, like, ripped in half? Dude, this isn't my first death rodeo. There's a reason I try to stick with Rachel. The way she puts it, I'm prone to stupidity, and she's surprised I haven't choked on my tongue yet.
He did air quotes and all, too. Rachel glared at Chad before speaking.
Megami is right, though. How are we supposed to get there without something to take us there?
Smudge responded, apparently done with guard duty. There's a large vehicle approaching. It will not be long before we have transport. Shortly after he said that, we all saw a semi driving up and pulling off to the emergency lane. Hop in, everybody. He will take us to where we need to go. He opened up the back of the loaded semi, and we all found somewhere to squeeze in. With nothing to do but talk, I decided to strike up a conversation with Smudge.
Hey, so, how do you do that illusion stuff anyway, Smudge?
He remained silent.
Can someone else explain it by any chance?
The doctor chimed in with his hypothesis in his bone-chilling voice. Well, I assume that has something to do with controlling electricity. I mean, think about it. The brain transfers information through tiny electric signals. If you can control electricity, you can control the way someone sees something. That's just my guess, though. Smudge just nodded in response. Well, I managed to shave off about 30 whole seconds of boredom with that. I asked questions about the paranormal practically the whole ride there. The first one being,
How did you make sure the passing cars didn't hit us?
this one was directed at Smudge. He then proceeded to whisper, "Car wreck," before going mute again. The doctor explained how his ability works a bit more in depth. While he can't cause people to picture things from his own mind, he can sort of put a green-screened memory on top of their vision if they have a mind's eye. So if someone has seen a car wreck, he can basically crop out the surroundings from the memory and put it in their vision. It's pretty complicated, so that's about as much in depth as I will go into it. Shortly after letting the answers sink into my brain, I turned to Abraham to ask a completely unrelated question.
Jeff mentioned something about you being able to hack the elevator door, so, you know, programming.
Again, I got a long answer that I'm going to condense so you guys can get into the meat and potatoes of this story. Essentially, Abraham has tried to keep up with any advancements in technology ever since he got his head cut off, and it was revived through some means I really don't feel like explaining right now. But any time humanity has discovered something new or made advancements, Abraham basically jumps on it to become an expert on the subject as quickly as possible. Anyway, those were a couple of the bigger questions I didn't cover in my initial posting.
We have arrived,
Smudge said, as we came to a stop. I will ensure that we are not yet seen by the guards. We all exited the back of the semi and barely closed it before it took off. So, which of the options from before are we going with? I asked in a hushed tone. As I finished, I noticed Jacob had made his way behind the guards to the shadows. I guess at night, anything could be considered a shadow. He sliced one of the guards in half with one fell swoop of his arm, then sliced the other straight down the middle. A few seconds later, he was back where we were.
Well, that was rather disappointing,
Jacob said, sounding bored.
They're just guards. They're mostly there to alert the stronger guys when there are intruders. If they wasted their strong guys for guarding, they wouldn't make as much money.
Jeff responded. Well, how do we get in then? Just some badge or something? Just as I said that, Jeff held up his badge for entry. And if there are things on the other side of the door? It looked like Jeff was trying to glare at me until I remembered what he said earlier. Why does this feel too easy? Terry joined in. Well, that's probably because we haven't actually gotten in yet. Just wait and see. This is just the top part of the bunker. Speaking of... Terry took an excessively long pause, causing everyone else to let out a groan. Jeff, how many stories are there exactly?
Well, I only have access to the first 6 floors down, but I know a couple guys who have access down to the 13th. So maybe that's where it stops. Who knows?
Everyone just turns to face him as if he had pissed in all of our Cheerios.
What? Access is based on how strong you are. I'm only considered a level 6 threat by their standards. Not much I can really do about it.
Megami rolled her eyes, and we headed in. Not much interesting happened on the first 4 floors. Practically everyone was obliterated with ease just at the sheer power of the group. I didn't do anything but stand there and watch like an idiot. On floor 5, though, it seems that Smudge's powers were being pushed to their limits. Every so often, you would miss someone and get an awful migraine.
Smudge, you rest here and Chad will watch over you, okay?
Jeff gestured for Chad to stand guard.
Bro, why do I need to do this? Why can't we have Rachel or Jacob look after him, huh?
It seemed like he was going to suggest the doctor, too, but apparently decided against it. Abraham responded soon after. Look, boy, Jacob is far more useful to us than you due to him being able to transfer through shadows. Rachel has knowledge we need as well as her alchemy. You help with nothing but brute strength, which I beat you in when I came out of my mother's womb. Chad backed off, seemingly rather agitated. The 7 of us continued through floor 5 when we ran into a massive guy, like he was some kind of 10-foot-tall bodybuilder on steroids.
Jeff, I never thought I'd see you again. How long has it been now?
The massive man said.
Smalls. I'd say a couple of years now. I thought you died on that contract.
Only almost. The higher-ups have asked me to put an end to your shenanigans. Nice knowing.
Before he could finish his statement, his gaze turned to Megami. She looked as though she was singing, but I couldn't hear it. I turned to look at Smalls, but just as I did, I saw blood begin to pour from his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears, like his brain had melted or something. Had you told me a week ago that I would be completely unfazed by something's brain completely melting in front of me, I probably wouldn't have believed you. But now I'm witnessing it, and I am unfazed. So there's that at least. Eventually, we made it to the 6th floor with very few problems. This is where things began to get a bit more interesting, though. I can only really go in depth into a couple of fights, but apparently there were some high threat level entities on this floor. The first fight was me and Jeff. The others had their hands full, and when they were finished, they just wanted to watch. It was some sort of shapeshifter type entity. Jeff charged after the shapeshifter, attempting to snap its neck, but it just twisted itself back. I was just standing around, so I decided to join in with my dagger. I attempted to stab at it, but it shifted into the form of Jeff and narrowly dodged the blade. Next, Jeff swung an elbow into the back of the thing's neck, quite possibly snapping it again. Next, he shifted into the form of Rachel.
Oh, come on, boys. You wouldn't hit a lady, now would you?
I attempted to stab the thing again. This time it dodged with ease, right into Jeff's knife. I walked over to the thing and said, "The hammer of justice is unisex," and I plunged the dagger into its chest.
Really? Of all the one-liners out there, that's what you chose?
Jeff asked, sounding mildly disappointed in me. Terry, on the other hand, had 2 thumbs up. We continued on, heading to the next set of stairs down. "How deep do you guys actually think this place is?" I asked, to no one in particular. Terry responded, "Well, I've got a level 15 access card off one of the guys I killed." He showed it to us, and I noticed something. The card had 3 stars on the bottom of the card, filling up the remaining space, whereas Jeff had a card with only 1 star and a fraction of another lining the bottom. But his wasn't centered, starting on the left, but the fraction didn't even make it to the middle. "Hey guys, I think the card might be for the final floor. Look at the stars and the difference between Jeff's and the level 15 access." Megami responded in her typical condescending tone.
What? You think they would make it so simple a human could figure it out? You're dumber than I thought. This is actually quite funny.
She burst into giggling hysteria before being smacked against the metal wall, slightly denting it. I readied my dagger again, not wanting to waste ammo. I couldn't see anything.
Well, would you look at that, Tucker? I guess we had the same idea as some paranormal shitheads.
I could hear the voice of someone. He sounded human, but it also sounded like it was coming through a radio. I couldn't see anyone. What sounded like a Texan responded.
Well, sir, we probably should have expected entities to get tired of this organization as much as the higher-ups.
Jeff was smacked into the wall next, coughing up blood in the process. The first guy responded to who I assumed was Tucker.
Well, I didn't expect a human to be in here.
They dropped whatever cloaking devices they were using, and I saw what could only be described as 4 people decked out in full body armor, like they were Spartans from Halo or something. A more timid but still masculine voice seemed to join in their conversation.
Hey, sir, is that Subject 873?
He turns to the doctor.
Well, I'll be damned. Guess we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. But he's not our target. Only Subject 319.
Presumably the CO responded. The doctor verbally retaliated. "What, you don't think I'm good enough for you, Jacob? The armored guy," he added when he saw Jacob's head turn. This may be a bit confusing with the 2 Jacobs present, but for most of this interaction, when I say Jacob, I will be referring to the CO and not Skinwalker Jacob. If I'm not your mission, why knock Jeff out cold like that? I know for a fact he isn't your mission. The U.S. Special Forces wouldn't be sent on such a simple task. Jacob responded.
Just thought you looked fun to throw against the wall.
I began to hear the notorious static of Terry getting taller. The 4th guy that had yet to say anything up to that point joined in.
Whoa, is that guy the Slenderman thing from all those stories? That's sick.
I wonder how long it would take for us to beat him down.
He began approaching Terry, and before their CO could get out a full warning to the guy, Terry had all his tentacles stuck straight through the poor sucker. He tore through the body armor like wet tissue paper. Terry began looking disturbed as he pulled his tentacles out. They were blistering horribly. Jacob spoke up again.
Well, I tried to warn him. Guess he'd had it too easy lately. I hate to see him go, especially to someone we had agreed to be neutral with. Guess you had a bit of instant karma, eh, Kent?
He was cut off by Terry yelling at him.
Do not speak that name to me. I told all of you to take it off the files to begin with. I'm not the same as back then, and you know that just as well as I do.
By now, the other two soldiers had sat down, apparently absorbing what had just happened to their friend. He calmed down a bit and continued.
Besides, he got what he deserved. Maybe you should keep this team a little better informed, huh?
I joined back into the conversation. If you don't mind me asking, what in the ever-living fuck is going on here? Some military guys burst into a paranormal organization, and it just so happens to be the same day we do it.
I have a counter question. Why are you and these shitheads even here? Especially you.
Jacob said in a state of bewilderment. At this point, I was pretty sure I would die before the end of the night. So, I answered in complete honesty. My wife died to this group. I needed some backup, and here we are. Now you answer my questions.
You, boy, don't have high enough clearance to know that. All I can say is the head of this organization is coming with us, but that's already more than you need to know. So what are we gonna do here, huh? Bloodbath? Or will you let us go through and take the leader with us?
Jacob retorted. Terry, now slightly smaller and looking exhausted, responded. You three aren't going to be able to make it down there. You're too weak. You think you can put on some armor, give yourselves some cybernetic enhancements, and you can take on anything? You're truly dumber than I thought, if that's the case. If I may. Abraham apparently decided to join in. Terry, you should probably let Rachel take care of your injuries. I can handle this. Terry nodded, and Abraham turns to Jacob. Now, I believe the best course of action on your part will be for your little squad to turn around and leave the way you came. You three alone would not be able to bring me to the ground, and yet you believe you can take out what awaits you. You're all out of your league. They sent you on a suicide mission. You do realize that, don't you? Jacob's demeanor began to waver. He didn't respond. Go ahead. Hit me with one of those beams you're so proud of if you can believe you can do anything to me. Or better yet, I'll give you one free punch to see if you can manage to dent or crack my armor. Any more than one, and you'll suffer. Jacob lifted his right fist and prepared to punch. He swung with so much force I actually thought he might be able to hurt Abraham. There was a chorus of sounds that all played out in that moment, but I'll never forget it. The cracking of bones, shattering of metal, and an arm being violently torn out of its socket all seemed to play out at once. There were bits of metal littering the floor. Not from Abraham, but from Jacob's suit. His left arm was completely torn off, and his right arm seemed to be broken. Yeah, the full arm, not just his hand. Had you listened to me, you still have an arm. Now I suggest you leave and tell your boss that the Headless Horseman did this to you. The CO was working with some syringes while Abraham talked. Eventually, he managed to ready one and stick it right above where his arm had been detached, quickly slowing the blood flow and eventually scabbing it over. The soldiers left with no further limb detachment. Hey guys, do you think they ran into Chad and Smudge? I asked, my mind immediately shooting to the worst-case scenario. I could handle Chad dying, but Smudge stood up for me back at Jeff's place. Smudge most likely just hid himself and Chad from their vision. I'm sure they're fine. Terry responded, now looking and sounding normal again. Let's continue before anything happens. The doctor gave Jeff and Megami some sort of shot, and they both opened their eyes. Jeff let out a groan, while Megami just let out a pissed-off huff. Shortly after, we headed down the hall to continue our pursuit.
Part 8. Look, guys, I know you hate it when I leave you on all these cliffhangers, but the doctor gave me some painkillers. They work wonders, but one of the side effects is severe drowsiness. There are a few others, but that's not what I'm here for. I just wanted to get that out of the way so you know why I've been taking so long to get all of this out. Guys, I'm not feeling too well. Are you sure it was only silver, Rachel? Terry was sounding rather worse for wear.
That's all I found while extracting it. Unless the government found some new chemical compound that injures entities that I'm not aware of. But that's pretty unlikely.
Rachel responded nonchalantly.
Have you ever been injured by silver before?
No, never. I tend to be too fast to give anyone a chance to cut me with silver. I just wasn't expecting them to line their armor with the stuff. Last I saw them, all they had were exosuits. Maybe they realized they needed more to defend themselves. I thought now would be an amazing time to interject. Well, what if they did come up with some new thing? Those guys seemed pretty high-tech. Is it really that out of the question that they couldn't come up with something else to put the odds against someone like you, Rachel? She seems to actually consider it. Then, I could practically see the light bulb go off before her face became somber.
Well, maybe not entirely out of the question. There is... Never mind. Hey, Terry, let me see one of your tentacles again.
He released one with a gushing of black blood and pus. I nearly vomited right then and there from the rancid odor.
Oh no, that isn't good. Abraham, watch our backs while we search for a medical center. I didn't bring enough tools for this.
Terry said one word before passing out entirely. Behind. Next thing I knew, a giant beast-like creature was on top of Abraham. He was wrangling it and fending off its bites until he finally plunged his immaculate sword into the beast's head. Well, that was rather bothersome. Rachel, Jacob, grab Terry and take him to a medical bay. Jeff, you guide him. Joseph, you and the doctor must protect Megami and the rest until Terry is safe. I must do my duty to defend against this sad excuse for a beast tamer. The last thing I saw was a familiar blur before we all started running. Just around this corner we should find what we're looking for, Jeff said, still a little exhausted from the beating he took earlier. We need to have our guards up, though. She may be in there. Who is she? Why so cryptic? I got no response, but as we entered the room, I did get my answer.
Well. If it isn't my good buddy Jeff. Looks like you've made a few friends, huh? You know, the boss is quite angry with you.
She was quite beautiful. Her flowing brunette hair, her hazel eyes, her perfect body. She almost reminded me of Jane, the only difference being that she looked Asian.
What have you come for this time,
Hey, you still owe me. Don't forget that. Jeff seems desperate.
Well, the boss's orders are more important than you helping me out last year. Sure, you helped me once, but now your little group is killing plenty of good workers.
She retaliated. Oh, come on. You know as well as I. She cut him off.
But...
There was an unnecessary pause floating in the air.
I can't stop you if I never saw anything.
She winked at Jeff and walked out the door. We immediately got Terry situated on one of the cleaner beds in the room. Rachel grabbed a scalpel and some bottles and vials from a nearby table and started experimenting with both the liquids as well as Terry. That's when we heard and felt thuds coming our way.
Watch my back while I do my work, alright?
Rachel said in a panic. Jacob began absorbing shadows from the surrounding area as he slowly changed into his void form. I had never witnessed the process before, but it felt like I was watching something that no human should ever lay their eyes on. Like a visible black hole absorbing itself. The stomping was vibrating my brain at this point. Then, I saw him, donned in full body armor, which meant there was one of the two others that had yet to suffer any bodily harm. He was running past until he must have noticed us, because he stopped at the doorway almost immediately. It was Tucker, and he was panicked.
Alright, I know we got off on the wrong foot earlier, but I need your help. There's some things on the upper level. I just can't handle it with only...
He paused and turned to look the way he came from, then sighed in relief as he saw something. Shortly after, we saw the other guy along with their CO strolling up much more carefully than Tucker had.
Alright, what I was saying was, we can't handle them, and we need your help to get out of here.
Oh yeah? Why should we help you? You guys are the reason Terry's on the verge of death, I said, for some reason a tear welling up in my eye.
Wait, is that from the armor that he got cut up on?
Tucker asked. I nodded in response.
Who's that working on him?
I'll tell you, if you tell me that top-secret information Jacob was hiding from us. All the cards were in my hands, and I would be damned if I couldn't get the information I wanted.
You know I can't tell you that.
Tucker responded.
Even if I wanted to, I can't tell you why we're here. But if you allow me to help that lady out, I can guarantee that our Terry can give you more information than I have. So will you let me help or not? We only have so much time.
Megami gave the trio a once-over and nodded dejectedly.
If the Three Stooges can help bring him back, I suppose we've got no other choice,
she said, with a voice that perfectly matched her face. Jeff and Jacob didn't seem to mind too much, but they still had their guards up. The final obstacle was Rachel, who was still trying different techniques and appeared to have made quite the collection of elixirs with multiple vial trays to fill up. The math made absolutely no sense, considering she had only grabbed a few small bottles, but she was an alchemist, so I guess there's no need to question the math on it. Tucker made his way over to Rachel, like a hunter trying not to spook a deer.
Hey, girl, I know how to cure him if...
Stay away from him, you son of a bitch.
Rachel was not having any of Tucker's shit.
I can do this on my own, okay? There has never been an ailment I cannot make or cure.
She sounded like she was on the verge of tears at this point.
I can do this on my own. Besides,
she glared at him.
You're complete scum.
What are you... never mind. Miss, just listen. I made the chemical that caused this myself. I can help him, but only if you let me.
And how do I know you won't inject him with more? If I were to let you do this, I can't guarantee his safety.
Rachel actually was crying at this point.
You're an alchemist, right? Inspect this syringe. It'll cure him, and make sure all of us get out of here.
Why do you have the cure to something you use to kill entities?
Rachel asked through her tears. Apparently, she couldn't find a solution on her own. Tucker slouched his arms a little.
It's for negotiation purposes. But we need to get information out of one of your paranormal types. We inject him with some of my special compound, so they go through a slow and agonizing death. We tell them we'll give them the cure if they give us the information we need. Some we do actually need to keep alive, but others, we just do it to give them a bit of hope, and let them let the guards down.
That was the tipping point. Rachel turns to him to inspect the syringe. She seems to fill with hope, then glared at him.
How? How did you get your hands on this?
He seemed confused.
I told you, it's my special compound. A small team and I were assigned to come up with a chemical that could kill just about any paranormal entity. They wanted to just infuse it into our armor. But since I was on the team, I have the formula for it, so I made some extra, as well as the chemical to break it down.
Still suspicious, she took the syringe and proceeded to squirt a small amount into her mouth, immediately getting completely red in the face.
Oh, I see. Yes, this will work. Thank you very much.
All worry seemed to leave her as she injected the chemical into Terry. He began coughing up black ooze, presumably blood. Again, I have no clue how he coughed up blood with no mouth, but I saw it happen. His voice was weak. What happened? Tucker answered him.
It was a poison I cooked up for beings like yourself, but I had the antidote that saved your sorry ass.
Rachel glared at him, but Terry stood between them. I would say I'm in your debt, but I'm pretty sure you saving me is the least you could do for knocking me out cold like that.
He fell back down onto the bed. Never has something hit me so hard that wasn't on a weekend. He let out a short chuckle. Just then, Abraham burst to the door. The bit was starting to get old fast, and I just hoped people would stop showing up without me expecting it. Glad to see Terry's well, but I need Jacob's help right away. Come with me. Jacob let out a manic laugh before joining him and leaving. So, why exactly do you need our help? You guys seem pretty tough, I said. Tucker let out a short laugh before responding condescendingly.
Nah, I don't think you understand. I don't need your help. I need help from these guys.
He gestured to everyone else in the room.
If I needed the help of some average guy, I would have brought one off the street.
Terry cut him off before he could tear into me anymore. I think you're the one who's misunderstanding. He comes with us. There's a reason we brought him, and you don't get to tell him he can't come. Megami joined in.
So, are you just gonna walk in here, request our help, and then not let the human join in? Sure, I may not like him, but he was already with us. If you won't allow him to accompany us if we help you, then we won't.
Tucker looked me over before seemingly noticing something.
Hold on. Is that Mithril?
He gestured to my vest.
On second thought, sure, why not? Can't let him die down here on his own. I'll allow it.
I sighed a breath of relief, thankful that not even Megami was considering leaving me behind. Terry, stay still for me for a moment, won't you? The doctor finally spoke up. I have something you may need if you'll be accompanying us. If that's for easing the pain, don't use the strong stuff. I still need to fight. The doctor put away the syringe he had and pulled out a new one. After a short process of the injection for Terry and a back and forth between the CO and the doctor, we continued our mission. But we'd barely stepped out of the doorway when we saw an alien. He was short, similar to the ones in pop culture, and had enormous eyes. But aside from that, he, or it, didn't look like your average alien. Tucker jumped back after seeing it, readying a knife.
Guys, be careful. This thing is a high-level threat, even if it looks weak.
I mean, to a degree, I trusted this guy, but there was no way this tiny thing was stronger than even Jeff. We had to have missed him on floor 1 or something. When it attempted to speak, I could almost hear words, though most of it just sounded like screaming.
Kill, survival, nothing.
Was about all I could make out. Tucker shouted.
Dexter, what the hell are you doing standing there?
The other soldier, apparently named Dexter, seemed to come back to life.
Sorry, on it.
He pulled out his knife as well, and they both charged at it, moving much more eloquently than expected considering their full body armor. I lost track of which one was which, but one of them kicked the thing into the air with incredible force. The thing dented the ceiling as its entire body was slammed into it. As it fell, the other guy kicked it into the wall. However, it looked completely unfazed as it pulled itself off the wall. Both of them swung their knives at its head, but it caught the blades in both of its hands.
Die!
It screamed before throwing both of the guys back about 10 feet. Terry swung a couple of his tentacles at it. They were still in rough shape, but it seemed he managed to do something to the alien-like thing with the one he stabbed into it.
Hate!
It grabbed the tentacle that had stabbed into it and pulled it out with relative ease. By now, I finally picked my jaw off the floor and readied my pistol. Man, I sure hope this works, I said under my breath, just before firing. It caught the fucking bullet. I fired another 2 rounds, and one of them managed to make its way into the thing's shoulder. It let out a yelp of agony as Rachel dropped her human form and charged after it. Jeff followed suit, and soon enough, everyone but the CO, Megami, and the doctor were trying to beat it down. Jeff suffered a blow to his face, knocking him to the ground about 15 feet away. The doctor almost immediately began tending to him, Terry managed to plant a few more tentacles into the thing, pinning it to the wall. Rachel then smashed a bottle over its head, and the fluid began eating away at its flesh. Terry pulled out his tentacles, and the thing fell to the floor. Finally, Dexter and Tucker pulled out their own secret weapons. They looked like futuristic rifles. Then I heard what sounded like two transformers blowing up in sync, and the little beast was gone. After the fight was done, I looked to the doctor and Jeff to see how he was holding up. The doctor was just sitting there, cross-legged. I didn't understand why he wasn't trying to resuscitate Jeff, why he was just standing there. Rachel walked over to the bottom of them. She shed a tear before walking back to the rest of us. Well, is he all right? I asked nervously. I think I knew deep down what she was going to say. I think it was more than I was just hoping someone would tell me I was wrong. I was hoping Jeff would hop up and say, "Gotcha." But the look in Rachel's eyes, her sad demeanor, it told me I was right.
Can't you bring him back somehow? Can't the doctor help you or something?
Tears were welling up in my eyes. It didn't make sense. He murdered my wife. Sure, he was hired for it, but he still was the one to fulfill the order. But even still, I cared about him. Logically, it made no sense for me to have any positive feelings for him.
You brought Chad back, so why not Jeff? Please, just give me an answer.
My emotions were overflowing and spraying out. Rachel answered. It was similar to her previous voice, but a bit more rough.
His soul was already dwindling. The hit to the face caved his skull in, breaking into his brain tissue and fragmented. It severed the last string his soul had to his physical body. Chad's soul is extremely malleable. Even if it gets severed in half, it's still able to be sewn, in a sense, back together. I'm sorry, Joseph.
By the end of the explanation, tears were rolling down my cheeks. Why was I crying? Why is it that after all of this, and everything I know, I'm crying? I couldn't stand the thought of losing my friends, maybe. Terry put a hand on my shoulder, causing me to flinch. Look, Joseph, I know that mourning is important for the grieving process, but look at where we are. We don't have time to stand around. But he cut me off. Look, Joseph, we don't have the time to do this. He was my friend too. Don't make his death mean nothing by dying here.
You're right. Please, just tell me we could come back to get him so he gets a proper burial.
Terry nodded. Let's leave then. I can't see him like this right now. The soldiers activated their cloaking devices, and we headed out to find Jacob and Abraham. Part 9.
Alright, I'm gonna need you to take this and this.
I heard Tucker say as a futuristic-looking pistol and a magazine appeared seemingly out of thin air. He still had his cloaking device on. So, what's this for, exactly? I asked, perplexed.
It's for the things on the lower floors. Silver's great and all, but some entities aren't all that affected by it. You got lucky with that little guy, but guaranteed injury is far better than chance.
Why do people keep trusting me with their expensive shit?
Can't have a civilian dying on my watch, so stop asking questions and take it.
I nodded and accepted the gift. But before we could continue our pursuit, Terry spoke up. I managed to snag that thing's card before it was vaporized. He lifted it up for everyone to see. It read, "High priority access, floor 20," and it showed a black star in the bottom center of the card. With that, Megami decided to take another dig at me.
See? I told you they wouldn't have made it so simple. This one must go to the final floor.
The doctor spoke up. You do realize what that means, don't you? They've begun sending their elites for us. There's something that they don't want us to get to. The ever-present feeling of anxiety and dread I'd felt up to this point rose. Tucker joined back in.
The top floors have powerful entities on them. They must be trying to corner us.
The CO interjected.
Then that just means we gotta go to the bottom floor before it's too late. You have orders, men.
He clearly wasn't used to being one of the weakest guys in the room.
No. First we find Abraham and Jacob, then we head to the lower floors to finish off this bastard.
Terry was clearly still emotionally distraught. It was understandable, but I didn't think he could legitimately care about someone. Up to that point, I'd never heard worry or fear in his voice. It was terrifying. Fine, then that's what we'll do, Your Royal Highness. Jacob mocked. We started again, but just as we did, I began to hear a rapid pitter-patter approaching. Motherfucker, I said under my breath. It came into view as it turned the corner and suddenly stopped.
Well. Seems I don't have to look for long. How convenient.
He was about 6.5 feet tall and built like a bodybuilding soccer player, covered head to toe in black clothing. On his back was a sheathed nodachi, and on his hip he held a katana. He began to unsheath the nodachi right off his back, slowly pulling out his katana as well. With both swords drawn, he assumed a provocative fighting stance, wielding the katana like a dagger in his left hand, pointing out the back of it. The ironic part was he was holding the nodachi like a katana.
It's been a while since I've had a good sparring match. Perhaps you can help me.
He gestured to all of us with the nodachi.
Perhaps I will try the human first.
In the blink of an eye, the ninja was only a few feet away from me, bringing his nodachi down on me. I thought I was dead, until the sword bounced off the chainmail, dislocating my arm. He let out a maniacal laugh.
Oh, so it's Mithril. How intriguing. I can't wait to put an end to your poor life.
With my right hand, I attempted to fire the future pistol at him. Then I heard him behind me.
Too slow.
He slams the blunt end of the nodachi into my side. The armor absorbed a lot of the shock, but it felt like one of my ribs were cracked, and I slid possibly 4 feet. I coughed, tasting copper in my mouth. It all happened in about 5 seconds, and by the time I coughed, everyone else was at the ready. The doctor and Rachel headed over to me.
Oh, you three can remove those cloaking devices, by the way. I can see you, whether or not you have them active.
The soldiers remained hidden.
If you want, I can just point at each of you.
When they didn't do anything, he pointed his nodachi to the right. Just before he could point somewhere else, Terry attempted to stab him. The ninja dodged with ease and sliced off a tentacle in the process. He pointed somewhere else while looking at Terry.
Well, Kenneth, I see you've gotten weaker since we last met.
By the time he pointed to a third location, all the soldiers had uncloaked. The static was ear-splitting, and his inhuman voice spoke over it.
No one will ever call me by that name again. You deserve worse than the death I will put you through.
Though I could barely hear it over the static, the ninja let out a scream of complete euphoria.
He finally brings out his true form, after all this time.
His voice turned sinister along with his grin.
I can't wait to beat the absolute shit out of you.
With a sudden dash and strike from the ninja, their fight had begun. Terry attempted to block a slash from the katana, but it cut straight through the 3 tentacles he used.
Stand back, everyone. You can't help me with this one.
Terry ordered, causing everyone to take a few steps back. As the doctor finished tending to me, Rachel pulled out a couple earbud-looking objects.
These will dampen the sound from Terry. I'm sure it must be killing your ears,
she said, just loud enough to hear her. As I put the first one in, a strange feeling came over me. Putting the second in, I couldn't hear the static anymore. This is weird. Rachel nodded in agreement as the doctor poked me with a syringe and pulled me up. A steroid should help with any muscle and bone reproduction you may need, though you may feel weak after it's run its course. Looking up, I saw Terry swinging 6 tentacles at the ninja in rapid succession. It looked like he was getting the upper hand. That was when I noticed. No one of the tentacles was hitting the ninja. He was deflecting each one as it was about to make contact with his skin. Hell, the tentacles weren't even managing to touch his clothes. The man continued to provoke Terry.
Oh, come on, Kenneth. I'm getting bored over here. Whatever happened to all that strength you had during our last sparring match? It's only been 50 years.
Your insufferable cockiness will only last so long. His strikes became fast and even more fierce against Takeo. When one of the tentacles hit his face, Takeo's grin grew, and he began whittling down at each tentacle as it struck.
I must say I'm rather disappointed.
But just as Takeo got his words out of his mouth, Terry slammed a new tentacle into Takeo's side, slamming him into one of the walls, severely denting it. He was bursting at the seams now. Takeo coughed, spitting a mouthful of blood.
There it is. He's finally getting serious. I suppose his gratitude will grace you with my full power then.
I wasn't sure if souls were real. Even when Rachel described how they worked, I was skeptical. But when Takeo's eyes shifted from boredom to that of pure bloodlust, I swear I could see his soul emanating from him for a split second. It was pure malice, hatred, yet a mix of excitement. It was then that his eyes began to glow red.
I'll make the first move.
I could barely see him anymore, except when he stopped to take advantage of Terry's blind spots. I looked to everyone else to see what they made of the dire situation unfolding in front of us, but then I had to do a double take. Tucker was gone. I looked around to see if he'd run off when I heard everything stop.
I suppose I let my guard down a little. It won't happen again.
I looked back to the fight to see Takeo punching, uncloaking Tucker as he was planted into the steel ground. "Stay back!" Terry shouted before Takeo swung the katana up on Terry's left arm. Unexpectedly, the blade was shattered. Takeo didn't hesitate and immediately began two-handing the Dadachi, bringing it down onto Terry's left arm, but just as the last had, it shattered in two on impact. Terry's proportions were so inhuman, he had to arch his neck just to prevent his head from touching the ceiling.
You should know better than anyone, Kenneth. My weapons are what hold me back.
After that, I couldn't see Takeo anymore, but I gathered the rough idea of what happened based on Terry's movements. An uppercut to his chin, causing Terry's head to hit the ceiling only slightly. He tried to react, but Takeo hit him in the back of his leg, causing it to give out under Terry. Just as it seemed Takeo would get another attack off, Terry shot one very thin tentacle out in front of him. He had pinned Takeo to the ground through his torso. Looking over to him, I noticed the ninja frame was far less bulky, as if half his muscle mass had simply vanished. Terry stood, walking over to him, slowly stabbing him with more and more tentacles. We all end up dead. For you, though, no one will question why or when. Terry finished off Takeo with a tentacle to his face. Well. Fancy seeing you here, my dear friend. We heard the ruckus and decided we'd join you, but I see that you've already finished that bugger off, Abraham said, walking down the corridor Takeo had come down. As he turned the corner, I saw he looked like he'd been put through the gauntlet. Right after, I heard Jacob speak up as he turned the corner. Why do you always feel the need to project your location everywhere you go? We could have avoided so much bullshit. He looked rather worse for wear in his own right. After glancing around, he asked, Where's Jeff? He ran back to the surface. He chuckled ominously. I responded, He didn't make it. Well then, let's keep going then, Jacob said, without the slightest bit of hesitation. I whispered to the doctor, I know he's a skinwalker, but that was pretty heartless. He chuckled before shoving my arm back into its socket. Fuck you, I said through gritted teeth. Forgot to do that earlier, he said with another chortle.
This may be a solemn occasion, but we must proceed. We mustn't allow them to corner us. We ran into a security room and noticed that there was a stronger-looking entity on the upper floors. We've deduced that they are attempting to back us between a rock and a hard place. Abraham was rushing through his words. That was when we heard a familiar voice.
Hey, I know you're all catching up and everything, but I could use a little help down here.
It was Tucker, still firmly planted in the metal floor. Terry reached an arm down, pulling him up with relative ease. Tucker's breastplate had been cracked to the point of nearly shattering. He pulled a small can of stuff out of a small compartment on his inner thigh, sprayed over the cracks, then wiped away the excess with a small piece of plastic, leaving only faint hints of where cracks used to be. Anyway, Terry coughed as he slowly began to go back to normal. We kind of figured that out already, Abraham. He turns to the doctor. Hey, Doc, pass me the pills. The doctor threw him a small metal canister that made a small rattling as it traveled through the air. After taking them, Terry shrunk back down to his normal height rapidly, and it seems to heal most of his smaller injuries. Megami spoke up.
Well, we need to head down right away then. We can't take a chance of getting caught like this, especially if they have anyone else like him.
She nodded to the corpse of the recently deceased ninja. The CO looked like he was about to say something, but stopped when Terry began. I haven't seen anything higher than the level 20 access so far. Even Takeo was still limited to floor 20. I think we'd safely assume that this is the final floor. If not, maybe something like a mini-boss floor. No one but Terry and I seems to get it. Basically, the floor with the strongest guy before you get to the leader. That is, if he isn't in another castle. I put my thumb up, but aside from that, crickets. What I'm saying is there are 3 likely possibilities for the leader. First, he's on the 20th floor with his strongest goons. Second, he could have his very own floor that goes deeper that only he has access to. The third and final option is that he's already gone, or that he was never here to begin with. Everyone understands now. Nods were exchanged before Dexter spoke up.
How could he see us through our cloaking devices?
Before Terry could answer, he shot one of his tentacles at me, causing my very boring, depressing life to flash before my eyes. But it didn't make contact with me. Instead, I felt a warm ooze trailing down my neck and into my shirt. I turned to see a lizard person dead as a doormat. I felt the urge to vomit come up, but I tried to suppress it like all my emotions from my night so far. Terry responded after bringing his tentacle back. It's because his eyes could process every form of light. Your suits only allow light visible to humans to pass through it, maybe UV as well. That may be why most entities can't see you, since most can see UV as well. But when something can process all forms of light, it's pretty hard to hide from them. The CO took the lead from there.
Alright then, let's head out before any more fuckers show up.
With that, we continued rushing to the next floor, and for the next 3 down, we didn't have too many problems. My right shoulder got dislocated twice, and I cracked another rib, but the steroids the doctor gave me seems to have an additional painkiller effect, so it wasn't too bad. But on floor 8, we ran into a couple more high-threat entities. Before the fight, I would have had to have assumed 18 at least. They appeared to be a couple, and they both looked like demons. Not in the traditional sense, though. They weren't red all over, and they each only had 1 horn. But somehow, I had the feeling of a demonic presence. The pure, unadulterated bloodlust seeping from their glowing amber eyes. The black scales covering their forearms and shins. I could tell just by looking at them. They were beings of pure evil. Jacob and Abraham stood against them. I hadn't seen them fight yet, and I figured I would be useless, so I just stood and watched in pure awe. You two reek of death and malice. We shall put your poor souls to rest in the hellscape they belong to. Abraham may have looked pretty messed up, but he spoke with that same air of confidence he had always had. The woman spoke up. She may have looked young, but she sounded the way Deadpool looks.
You will be the one burning in hell, you bastard.
With that, she charged Abraham, swinging her fist. But Abraham caught it and threw her across the room. The man decided to go for the smaller target, not realizing what a bad idea it was. Just before he punched Jacob in the face, Jacob disappeared into the shadow of the demon. He looked confused until he faced down to see his own shadow, smiling back at him. Jacob leapt from the shadow, attempting to slice off its arm with his. The demon blocked it with his forearm, and I heard a crack.
Well, that was unexpected. It appears your scales make for pretty good defense,
Jacob said. The demon responded in a similar voice to the woman's, just a little deeper.
And you are weaker than expected. So much for Jacob, killer of voids. Jacob, devourer of souls. Or my personal favorite, Jacob, eater of black holes. How disappointing.
He punched Jacob in the gut, causing him to collapse to the floor as the demon headed towards Abraham.
Well, that wasn't very kind of you now, was it?
Abraham said, quickly pulling his blade from its sheath.
Well, boy, I suppose it's the end of the line for you.
The demon began laughing, which switched to cackling. Apparently, he thought Abraham was too weak to fight him. As the lights flickered, Abraham's arrogance only seemed to grow.
Do you know what resides within the human body, boy?
The demon laughed.
What? Organs?
Abraham let out a laugh.
Why, yes, but do you know what it contains within those organs?
Complete darkness,
which could also be considered,
well, I think you get the idea.
Just like the difference between night and day, there's a big difference between inside and outside somebody's body.
As he finished, blood and viscera splattered everywhere. Standing in the demon's place was Jacob. Jacob stretched, and I noticed he wasn't as injured as before.
I would have loved to have kept his skin, but I suppose it can't be helped.
The demon girl tried to speed limp away, but Abraham caught her by the throat.
Is there an elevator here?
She managed to wheeze out.
410.
Before Abraham crushed her throat.
You heard the lady. Onward to floor 10.
Abraham's confidence was sickening by now, unless that was seeing someone get completely ripped open. As that thought popped into my head, my mouth began watering profusely.
Yeah, it was definitely the...
I couldn't even finish my statement before the contents of my stomach were spewed out of my mouth and all over the blood-soaked floor. Once I finally finished gagging, false alarming, and spitting, I continued, not talking to anyone in particular.
Oh, so that's what tips me over, huh? Someone getting split open is the worst thing I've seen all night.
Apparently I was getting a little too into it with my brain out loud because Terry cut me off.
Hey,
calm down, Joseph. If you want to get to the lowest floor as soon as possible, we need to attract as little attention as possible. I fake laughed.
Okay, Abraham yelling at the top of his lungs every time he opens his mouth isn't attracting attention, but if I get worked up over something splattering all over the walls, I'm jeopardizing the mission. All right.
Abraham proceeded to gently smack me over the head.
Hey, watch it. If you do that again, I'm going to get a concussion.
Well, if you do, the doctor can always just fix you right up, Abraham retorted. We didn't have to travel much longer before reaching the 10th floor. There were some more fights, but nothing too crucial happened. After arriving at the 10th floor, we asked Jacob to search around, since he could travel undetected for the most part. After about 20 minutes and some quick duels that couldn't even be considered fights, Jacob returned.
Follow me. It's nearby.
After a short jog, we all got there with relative ease. The hard part was fitting us all in. The elevator was big, but not big enough. We had it so the widest entities were in the back, and the most petite ones were in the front. I say ones in the front, mostly because I had to fit in there with Megami, the doctor, and Rachel, who had apparently found some new skin to use. Terry was just behind me, so he could still scan the badge while also standing relatively comfortably. While there may have been a petite row, I couldn't say that anyone but me was actually small, muscle mass-wise anyway. with Abraham crammed in the back with the soldiers and Jacob hiding in the shadows to save room. Terry scans the level 20 access card, and we headed down to what awaited us. Part 10.
This access card has been denied due to the recipients being deceased. Exit the elevator now.
We had only gotten to the 16th floor before the panel made the announcement and the elevator stopped. The elevator door then opens to an empty hallway. Well, I think we'd be borderline horror movie protagonist levels of stupid if we actually leave the elevator right now, I said, staring into what was almost certainly our immediate doom. Dexter spoke up.
I should be able to break into the system and have it finish taking us all the way down. Give me 10 minutes, and I'll give us a way down to the bottom floor.
All right then, everybody out. The boy needs his space, and if we all get out, we'll have plenty of room to defend him. Abraham instructed. Everyone exited the elevator, starting with the doctor and ending with Abraham, leaving Dexter inside to do his work. I stole a glance before focusing on the room we had just entered. He had pulled out a futuristic-looking laptop and was typing inhumanly fast. Tucker noticed my wide-eyed expression.
We got enhancements to boost our reaction time. Combine that with his skills and, well, let's just say he'll be able to get us down there no problem.
I tried to say something, but by now it was one of the least impressive things I'd seen all night. So I simply pulled out the gun Tucker had given me and tried to prepare myself for anything that might show up. After a minute or so of everyone waiting in silent anticipation, I decided to say what was on my mind. Doesn't it seem a little quiet for a break-in? The doctor responded shortly after.
It might be quiet, but look at the walls. Something is definitely coming.
The CO joined in.
I highly doubt he's gonna notice the vibrations. He's just a human. Hell, even I can barely notice him.
I strained my eyes, staring at the wall closest to me, but I felt the vibrations before I even began to see them. They were consistent and unrelenting, but I couldn't feel any footsteps, as if a literal ton of bricks were being pulled by an ant. While the feeling was unnerving, the lack of sound was even more so. However, the trio of super soldiers all began to get irritable before voicing a command.
Deafen.
Then they went back to what they were doing. Aside from them, everyone else seems to be doing fine for the most part. What's going on exactly? I asked, entirely ignorant to the sound they were hearing. Terry responded a little louder than his normal speaking voice. It's most likely another floor 20 asshole just trying to scare us. Why are you talking so loud? Abraham answered for him with his usual cocky demeanor. Well, it seems they're hearing a sound you and I cannot. I still merely have the ears of a human, as do you. And what about them? They're humans too, aren't they? I said, gesturing to the soldiers. What don't you get about cybernetically enhanced superhumans? Abraham said, matter-of-factly. By this point, I would assume this is how a deaf person would feel going into a concert. The vibrations flowed throughout my body, making my toes numb, but my eardrums still weren't picking up any sound. Then, rather suddenly, it all stopped. No more vibrations, like an orchestra finishing their final performance. Nothing. I tried to say something, but I didn't feel anything in my throat, so instead, I mouthed, "What the fuck?" to Terry. He looked like he was trying to say something, but I couldn't hear anything. I was somehow able to feel the thing's voice in my head. It was like information that was being forcibly shoved and translated into my brain. Imagine if you could feel the process of your eardrums taking in the vibrations from the air when someone is talking, then your brain translating those sound waves into words we understand. It's something seemingly simple that our brains do on their own, and we can't feel it. But imagine if you could. That's what this felt like some kind of off-brand telepathy.
Don't bother screaming. No one will hear you. You are in my vacuum, where the laws of physics are mine.
Megami smirked.
Oh, you must think you're pretty slick being able to control sound waves, huh? You must think you're pretty strong.
I finally saw the woman when I turned my head. She was flawless, not like Megami, more like a porcelain doll. Her hair looked almost fake, and her face had no sign of pores. She was even wearing a gothic Lolita outfit to go with it. The only part wrong with her face was the pissed-off look plastered across it.
Oh, you thought you were the only one who could do such things. Oh, that's just precious.
Her voice turns maniacal, and her eyes had a look of insanity in them.
I don't think you realize that you will be the dead one at the end of all of this.
She began singing, but I couldn't hear it. At first it seemed as though the flawless woman was stopping her from using her vocal cords. But when I looked down at her feet, I could see 2 blades being carved out of the metal floor. After only a few seconds, she had fashioned a couple rough but sharp-looking daggers. That vibrating started again, and I saw that the porcelain woman wasn't moving her mouth.
Such barbaric tools. What are you going to do with those?
Who knows? Maybe I'll take a page from the Skinwalker's book. Peel your skin off inch by inch. Or maybe
Suddenly, Megami was right in front of the woman.
I can slit your throat right here and now.
The lady made a tiny movement with her finger. Just as she did so, Megami jumped back in an attempt to dodge what was to come, opening her mouth as she did so. But she wasn't fast enough. Whatever the woman had done cut Megami's right shoulder. The battle was on a level that I couldn't see or hear, so I just left to watch an invisible clash. Megami flung both of the blades like throwing knives at the immaculate woman. As she sang a deafening song, the blades sped up before one of them collided with the woman's right eye. The second was thrown off course with a wave of a finger. That was when I heard a whisper in my ear.
Let's head out. We're ready.
It was Tucker, and I could actually hear him. He was pointing at the elevator, which already had everyone in it.
Wait, Dexter said it would take longer, didn't he?
Plans change.
He gestured to a tag that was held up by the dagger that I thought had missed. It was lodged into a wall, and Jacob was sneaking his way over to it.
Enough.
I felt the woman's voice in my head again. With yet another flick of her finger, one of the lights went haywire, shooting light in directions it shouldn't be able to, causing Jacob to have come up from the ground.
Found you.
She swung her entire arm, but nothing happened. Turning her head, she glared at Megami. Megami chuckled cynically.
What's the matter? Do you have performance anxiety or something?
The woman's look turned cold.
Oh well, that's a look I didn't think you could make. You're starting to get me all excited.
By now, Jacob had finally managed to snag the card and make his way back over.
We're leaving,
he said, before Terry pulled me the rest of the way into the elevator. Megami waved as she approached the woman.
So long, little ones. I'll meet you down there. Save a couple of them for me if you don't mind.
Then, the elevator door shut, leaving only Megami behind, along with her screams of excitement. Dexter's voice cut through the air.
Oh, come on, guys. I almost had it cracked, too. The programming is just so unique.
The CO's voice cut in.
Had we left you to it, you would have stopped with a few lines left to go, just to admire their work. I know you.
I cut him off.
Why are we leaving Megami? Sure, she's a bit of a bitch, but wouldn't she be useful for the boss?
She was reaching her limit. Both of them were, actually. Controlling that many vibrations at that power, and for that long, is severely mentally straining. If that doll woman has more stamina than Megami, we all would have been fucked. This was the best course of action. Terry stated nonchalantly.
Yeah, but why was Megami screaming like a lunatic then, if she was almost out of commission?
Just before Terry could answer my question, the elevator doors opened.
Well, look what the cat dragged in. And by drag in, I mean coughed up like a hairball.
I could feel the color drain from my face. It looked just like him, but his voice was different. The familiar blur was more intoxicating than I remembered. Abraham stepped in front of the rest of us.
Run is the only chance for survival.
Then, faster than I could register, Abraham punched the thing in the face, smashing it into what appeared to be a cafeteria. The last place I expected our final stop to be. I booked it the moment after, taking any opportunity I had to get away.
Where do you think you're going?
It was right in my ear. That was when I saw a Terry tentacle whiz right over my head. I kept running until I made it right back to the cafeteria. What the fuck is going on here? I questions to no response. I knew it was the same place we had entered. The same tables were knocked over, and it was the exact same elevator, but no one was there. Hello? I asked the terrifyingly still air. This time, though, there was a response. It was him, echoing in my head.
So you're trying to play hero now?
It sounded like it was behind me. I pulled out and swung my dagger behind me.
Has it been fun trying to be stoic?
I swung my dagger around again. He tackled me to the ground.
How many more must suffer for your vengeance to mean something?
I was trying to fight him, but I couldn't move a muscle.
I don't want anyone to suffer, okay? Tears welled up in my eyes as I remembered that day. I don't want anyone else to go through what I did. Do you truly think you fooled anyone? You are selfish by nature. You know as well as I do that that's not the reason you're here right now. You want to get revenge by killing me. That's all this has been. Rage-induced justification. Did you really cry when Jeff died? Could you actually bring yourself to befriend the one who killed your wife? Or was that all a front? Something you put up to block everything out? Do you actually care anymore? It was then that I looked around. They were all dead. Terry, Abraham, Jacob, Rachel, the Marines, and Jane. You asshole! What, did you take Smudge's powers or something? No response. Answer me, damn it! In the blink of an eye, it was all gone.
Terry had 4 tentacles out, pinning me to the ground. That was definitely their leader. He didn't even actually show up. It was a mass illusion, far more powerful than anything Smudge could do. We need to get going and find him. Everything I'd seen still permeated my thoughts, as his words echoed in my mind. Rage-induced justification? Joseph, are you with us? It was Terry again. Yeah, how are we gonna do that exactly? My mind was in a fog.
Baby steps, Joseph. Baby steps.
Terry said, before letting go of me.
Now, we need to head out before any more show up. We can't afford to waste any more time. Not with the entities on this floor.
We managed to find a path that seems to lead the right way. Based on Jacob's scouting, we managed to make it pretty deep into floor 20. It was way too quiet for how big the floor was. It had to be the largest in the entire place, but we hadn't run into a single entity. Well, this is quite the precarious situation we found ourselves in, Abraham said, while I caught my breath.
What do you mean by that?
Tucker answered. Look around. No sign of life whatsoever. No sign anyone's ever been down here aside from how clean it is. It's suspicious to say the least.
Well, maybe they didn't expect us to make it this far. You said they were sending higher threat entities to the upper floors, right?
Rachel asked. Dexter answered her.
There's a problem with your hypothesis. The first card we used, it cuts us off at floor 15 and said the person who was supposed to have it was dead. Had they been keeping track of vitals, it wouldn't have let us on the elevator to begin with, which means someone must have found the body and reported it to whoever controls access. In turn, they would have known we had the means to kill threat level 20s before we got down here. Ultimately, there should be things down here, but for one reason or another, there aren't. Hey, Subject 873, you got...
The CO was cut off.
I'll tell you what I tell everyone else. It's the doctor. Call me anything else and I will cleanse you. Yeah, sorry about that. Doctor, you got any clue what's going on here?
He managed to get his question out without too much hesitation.
Why would I know anything like that?
Jeff was the only one who worked here.
So why would I know anything about the layout of this building? The doctor asked.
Well, I mean, with how long you've been around, figured you'd know a thing or two, since you've probably seen a thing or two.
The CO trailed off.
Do you guys hear that?
Everyone nodded, and after a bit, I was able to hear it too. It was akin to how burning propane sounded. Get ready, everyone. This is definitely going to be a level 20 threat, Terry said, preparing as best he could. I pulled out my pistol, holding it up with 2 hands. Everyone else was readying for what was about to come.
Yay, more things to burn to a crisp. I can't wait to see how your charred flesh tastes.
That was definitely the sound of a preteen. By all accounts, he looked like one. He was even wearing clothing to match it.
Oh, wait, you're the intruders, right? I was told to be careful of you.
He looked at me.
I need you to not die, okay? Can you do that for me by any chance?
I was confused. What do you mean? I'm just some guy. Why wouldn't your boss want one of them alive? I gestured to everyone else. He snickered.
It's not the boss that wants you alive. I just love the sound of a human who's lost all hope scream. And meat's not too shabby either.
You're disgusting, but someone I can handle.
Tucker said, walking over to the child.
Get your ass over here, Poindexter.
Dexter caught up to him immediately. They each readied a rifle, looking to use the same technology as the pistol Tucker had given me. They each fired a few rounds, but the kid waved its hand in a strange way before fire erupted in front of him. As the fire dissipated, we saw he was uninjured. Don't be stupid. We can handle a score like this, the doctor said. Terry agreed. He's right. Just let Abraham handle it or something. I've seen your organization fight weaker and lose. Terry, let him do this. Sure, they may be weak when it comes to physical strength, but when they fight something as strong or weaker than Chad, they put up quite the fight. Abraham verbally retaliated. I can't say I have faith in them. This kid is a pyromancer. He's not exactly the weakest one in the world, either. Terry had just finished his sentence when Tucker started talking again.
You know, I beat the shit out of a lot of things that look like people, too. You ain't human, and you ain't gotta make me think otherwise.
Tucker finished loading a new mag into his rifle, as did Dexter.
There's a lot of different metals in the world, you know that?
The kid actually answered him, though it was with a sarcastic tone.
97 is a big number. You think you could count that high?
You know, out of all those metals, we discovered one that no pyromancer has managed to melt. No matter how much time they put into melting it, they just can never quite burn that fire hard enough. You think you know what that metal is?
Tucker was on the verge of monologue, it seemed, until the kid answered yet again.
What? Why would I know that? It seems kind of pointless, don't you think?
All you pyromancers are the same. Never think with your head because your fire's so hot.
Before Tucker could finish his rambling, the kid made some hand gestures. Next thing I knew, Tucker was lit ablaze.
Man, humans are so lame. What about you, other robot man? Do you want to play with me?
Tucker walked out of the fire like it was nothing,
Tungsten.
was all he said.
What?
The kid asked, confused.
What do you mean tungsten?
Tucker responded.
Tungsten's the only metal that pyromancers like yourself can't melt. You think it'd be mithril because of the magical properties and whatnot. But out of all the pyromancers I've seen, tungsten is the one metal none of y'all can melt.
What's your point? The kid spat, like what Tucker said had left a bad taste in his mouth.
Well, I'm not melting. Neither's my gun. And neither...
He shot 3 bullets in rapid succession. The kid tried to block, but the fire quickly dissipated.
are my bullets.
He attempted to blow off the barrel of his gun. Either he forgot he still had a helmet on, or it was just to try and look cool.
Sorry, Dexy. Thought that one would be more like, well, you know.
Dexter nodded.
Never call me Dexy, ever, please.
Tucker nodded back.
Sure thing. Tasted gross coming out of my mouth anyway. When I looked over, the body had a single bullet in the head, and there were 2 bullet holes in the wall to his right.
Dude, we finally caught up to you guys. It was like a total pain getting down here.
A familiar surfer bro voice caught in through the silence.
Hold up, who are these guys? They look like total douchebags.
Smudge was behind him, and from what I could see, Chad was unharmed. I couldn't tell if Smudge was, though.
Oh shit, you're finally back. I was getting worried about you two,
I said, a bit more excited than I meant to sound. Joseph, it's not them, Terry said.
Bro, what are you talking about? We're like totally us. Who else would we be, dumbass?
Strike 2, Terry said under his breath. What's your relation to Rachel? Chad hesitated.
Like, isn't it obvious?
Terry quickly replied. I wouldn't be asking if it were, now would I? Chad paused before bursting into laughter. Smudge disappeared shortly after.
Man, I gotta be honest. I tried rooting through this guy's memories, but it's like I can't figure out what to respond with. Like, am I supposed to say how he views it or how other people view it? You really got me with that one, I must say.
He laughed a bit longer.
But for realsies, I'm impressed you could see through my minor illusion. I thought it was pretty well done. Though, I guess you can't get anything by the man, the myth, the legend, can it?
Terry was managing to hold his anger back.
Oh, what's the matter, bro? You're starting to look a little mad. Tell you what, if you can find me, the real me, I'll totally fight you, for realsies.
With that, the Chad poster disappeared. I walked over to Terry and patted him around the general lower back area. Don't worry, man. He'll pay for calling you by that shit. It sounded like he somehow had gritted teeth.
Oh, I know. I'll make sure his death is slow and painful.
That bastard's gonna get what's coming to him. We continued traversing the halls for what felt like a half hour before we finally came to what we thought was it. Is this guy trying to look like a stereotypical villain? I asked.
There's definitely a hint of villainy to it, if my years of hunting down paranormal shit's anything to go by.
Tucker said.
It's like he wants us to find him, honestly. Sure, it took us a while, but seriously.
Rachel added. Well, I mean, if you're gonna be a bad guy, might as well showcase it. The doctor retorted. The door was a deep crimson painted over mahogany, with a stone black skull in the center spewing out flames. I don't care. Let's just take this guy out so I can get back to normalcy. He seems more irritable than usual. I mean, even after fighting Takeo, he wasn't like this. Hey, Doc, I whispered, but all he did was sigh. What's up with Terry, man? I'm not entirely sure, in all honesty. If you couldn't tell, Terry isn't exactly the type of person to share his feelings. Fair point. With that at an end, I readied my pistol. Tucker handed me an extra mag.
These are hollow point rounds. When they peel open on impact, they'll release even more of my chemical than them FMJ rounds.
Whatever it is on the other side of this door, don't hold back. Especially you, Terry. We need your strength and rage as much as possible, Jacob said. Just before, Abraham charged the door, yelling, Venania! The rest of us followed in after him, seeing a chair at the end of a long villainy table.
Oh, come on, dude. You aren't even trying at this point. Just turn around.
I blurted out, right as I saw the most villainous of chairs. After slight hesitation, it did, in fact, turn around. What sat there looked familiar. That blur that Abraham chased after. The one we saw as we got off the elevator. The blur that looked just like Smudge. I suppose it was only a matter of time before you all showed up. Would you like me to say, the jig is up? The thing asked as though this were all some prank. You know damn well why we're here. Don't act like this was just some harmless internet scam. We're here to make you answer for the murders of innocent people, Terry said, getting taller as static filled the room. He answered rather quickly.
Oh, really? You are all going to make me answer for what I've done? Says the one who quite literally murders children if they wander too far from home.
Tucker was about to interject, but the thing only spoke louder, gesturing toward the soldiers. They're with a group that murders innocent entities because they were given orders to. He projectile vomited the words as he spoke. Then he turns to Abraham. A zombie who saps the energy from surrounding souls to keep living, just to get one more day of life. The doctor was his next target. A plague doctor who turns to darker arts because he can't keep a single patient from dying. Then to Jacob. A skinwalker who murdered his family just to sacrifice them to a being that didn't exist, only to later be confronted with the power he so desperately craved. Then, Rachel. A woman who just wanted to bring her little sister back to life after accidentally killing her, only to find out that no matter how many people she killed, you can't bring a soul back from the abyss. Finally, the inevitable. The 9-to-5 office worker who could have prevented his wife's death, had he only listened. Now, he walks through life hollow and alongside murderers. He paused. Guess that was pretty spot on if none of you are coming after me right now. How close to home could I come if I really wanted to? Poor old Tucker never managed to please his father, you know, he said, looking in my general vicinity. Never could get his dad to believe in him. Then one day he comes home and his dad is dead. But the real twist is, that's what got him into what he told his good old dad he'd never do for him. Tragic. I cut him off by firing 4 rounds from my pistol at him. You bastard! Shut the hell up! He was gone as soon as they left the barrel. Don't you remember how this works, filthy thin skin? Sorry, I meant Joseph. Right as he said that, I felt wind as powerful as a hurricane fly past my face. I saw everything like normal now. Apparently, Tucker had never pulverized my head, his fist millimeters away from my head. The bullets that I'd fired were firmly planted in Dexter's chest plate. Thankfully, he wasn't dead. Great value smudge wasn't anywhere obvious, though. That was when it finally hit me. The illusion wore off, right as Tucker was about to punch me in the face. Hey, dickhead, I was an orange belt. I elbowed right behind me. Surprisingly, it actually made contact. When I turned around, I saw a leaned-over dollar menu smudge. He sputtered out a, "Fuck you," before everything seemingly went back to reality. Oh, come on. I'm tired of all this introspection bullshit. Just come out and fight us like a man. I looked behind me again, and he was there again. Wait, what the hell is going on? The doctor answered me. Well, I did give you at least 2 different steroids to speed up how fast your muscle tissue repaired, but even that shouldn't have been enough. As I continued to look down at the man, the smudgy texture began to dissipate, revealing a frail old man. Just take me then. You're with the USMP, right? The old man said, now with the voice that matched his appearance to a T. He was looking at the soldiers as he said it, and I'd never heard the acronym before. I looked it up, but I doubt they're from the one that shows up. Special Ops is my guess. Hey, hold on. We came to talk to you before anyone else. Why was there a contract placed on my wife? I couldn't manage a tear this time. My emotions were probably shot from everything that had gone down in a matter of hours. Why would anyone have placed a contract on her? I can tell you one thing, but I swore an oath not to disclose information on clients. I will leave you with this, and that's all. You've already met them. It was between 2 odds. After a short pause, he finished. All right, boys. Take me away. With pleasure, was all the CO said, before injecting a clear liquid into one of the old man's fading veins. We left the same way we came in, though it seemed one thing the old man did before being sedated was put everyone but us to sleep. Thankfully, He had a MasterCard we were able to use, because that porcelain woman's card wasn't working. We stopped at floor 16 with the elevator to pick up Megami, who was out cold but still breathing. Next stop was floor 10, since it wouldn't go any higher. I was amazed by the sheer number of entities this thing was able to force into unconsciousness. Smudge had a hard enough time blocking us from the other entity's vision. That was when I realized that the old man likely could have had us kill ourselves if he really wanted to, but for whatever reason, he didn't. Hell, he even put everyone to sleep for us when he had absolutely nothing to gain from it. It's possible he wasn't the bad guy in all of this, but if that's the case, there must be a whole shadow government or something. Eventually, we came across the floor I was terrified to step foot on again. He was laying there, no more alive than when we left him there. Terry picked him up with his tentacles to carry Jeff, the not-so-bad killer, out of this wreck of a bunker. One final stop came before us. I had no idea if they would be alive, but when we got to where we left them, they were both there. Smudge was surprisingly still conscious. Chad, on the other hand, was out like a light. Nods were exchanged, and we exited the bunker at long last.
Hey, Johnny, we need an extraction. Busting on, but we captured our target. I also need you to relay what I'm about to tell you to Sergeant Major Whitney. We have the required subject and are currently waiting on extraction. We need to keep an eye on Jay.
Jacob finished his report over his radio. Shortly after, there was a pitch-black helicopter overhead that had a few ropes dangling from it.
Well, boys, you gave me an entirely new outlook on things. It was nice working with you.
I could have sworn I heard him say something else under his breath, but it was inaudible. And just like that, they were gone.
Well, what are we gonna do now, then? The person who put the contract on Jane is still out there. We don't even know where they are, for fuck's sake.
Joseph, leave that to tomorrow's you. It may have only been 5 hours, but I guarantee that was the most physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual strain you've ever put on yourself. I'm surprised you aren't out cold right now, in all honesty. Terry had a knack for speaking things into existence, but there were any number of things that could have knocked me out at the time. Rachel using supernatural chloroform, Terry strangling me, Abraham smacking me over the head. Hell, it could have been Smudge making me fall asleep. Whatever it was, I remember looking out at the ocean as the sun rose and thinking, what a strange place to put a lighthouse. Before my world went black. The next day, or maybe the day after next, who the hell knows? Anyway, when I woke up after however long had passed, I immediately stood up. However, the simultaneous head rush and numbness in my body knocked me back down to my bed. I let out a groan before calling out.
Terry? Terry?
He burst into my room after the second Terry, yelling, "What is it?" He seemed rather annoyed. I felt way better than I had in so long, and I couldn't figure out why.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Oh, shit. Was I high? I know Doc gave you some pills, and he said there'd be side effects, but this is ridiculous. I began whispering for some reason, acting as though what I had to say was a secret.
Psst. T-Man. Psst. What do you got on them posters, huh?
He let out a sigh before turning around and shutting the door behind him. Part 11. Hey guys, it's Joseph. Due to Terry revising my previous series of posts, I figured I should do the same for the rest. Just a few things to mention before we get back into this. I am doing well. I was MIA for a little while, and I will still be sharing everything that happened. However, with my returned memories and extended understanding, I feel the need to go over the next 6 posts first. Some aspects were altered due to the haze my memory was in at the time, so I'll be clearing up some of those mistakes, as well as fixing everything up to sound better for my sake as much as yours. If we never read any of the prior posts to them being edited, then I apologize for interrupting.
That was all I had to say. Time to get into this.
Ha! Suck it, Slendy.
This was the third game in a row I had beaten Terry. Oh, come on. I still don't even get how this game works. He wasn't amused in the slightest.
Oh, don't be a sore loser. Just pay up.
It's not even fair. That deck is clearly better.
Come on, you made me a promise. And I even gave you the best deck I have. Reveal your secrets to me, demon.
Ever since we had the whole encounter with the shadow government, I've been trying to get a new job. When I'm not doing that, I've been playing games with Terry and generally just hanging out with whatever friends he has over. Today, though, we did something a little different. I was showing him a tabletop card game that I've been playing for years. I don't understand why you want to look at the posters on my wall so bad.
Look, man, I just want to know what kind of shit you're into when you aren't watching shows in the living room.
Terry could always beat me at pretty much any video game, so I had to make a bet I knew I could win. Well, between you and me, I just find your infatuation with my posters odd.
Wait.
Silence filled the air as we approached his door. Something about what he'd said sparked a memory in me.
You remember what dollar store smudge said about the person I've met?
Terry paused for a moment before asking. You mean the whole between two odds thing?
Yeah.
I stood there, staring at the wall.
You think he meant where I worked?
If that is what he meant, he'd play a terrible Riddler. We both just stood there.
Was that supposed to be a joke or something?
I stared bluntly. Yeah, I'm not too proud of that one myself, he responded, rubbing the back of his neck. Suddenly, there was a series of 4 knocks on the front door.
You expect Doc to drop by?
No. I was about to ask you if you were expecting someone. I guess it wouldn't make much sense, though, unless you've been making friends with a local witch doctor. I gave him a confused glance before he prepped his usual answering the door attire. A tentacle unfurled itself from his back as he approached the source of the knocking. He answered the door to someone saying,
Oh, holy shit, sorry, you're a lot taller than I expected. Well,
he paused.
Pizza delivery for,
He took a moment to read the receipt, then read the name with a defeated sigh.
Leroy Jenkins?
Terry let out his own sigh before taking the pizza.
How much do I owe you? It's already been paid for, tip and everything. Have a good night.
As the door closed, I couldn't help but ask.
Did someone you know send that or something?
Yeah, something like that.
What's that supposed to mean?
Terry went serious. Well, it's either Abraham or an unwelcome third party. I let out a short chuckle.
In this situation, wouldn't it be more like a fifth party or something?
He wasn't amused. I don't care how many parties it is. The problem is that if it isn't Abraham, he won't exactly be the safest person in the world. Just then, Terry's phone began to ring.
Are you clairvoyant or something? I swear it's like you know the perfect time to say things.
Terry answered the phone but didn't say anything. Then I heard. Oh, thank God. It was Abraham's voice.
Terry, so good to talk to you.
Terry had set the phone to speaker. As he spoke, I could swear I heard a hint of relief in his voice. Hey, how are you holding up?
Never better. How's the pizza?
He sounded genuinely interested, a stark contrast from his usual cocky tone. Oh, good. It was just you. I'm not sure, we haven't opened it yet.
Oh, I'm not just calling to ask you about food for the living. I've been working with that Dexter character and a few others to try and get any and all information I can in the organization.
And? Terry clearly didn't want a long explanation.
Well, it's been difficult to get into the database, but thanks to Dexter breaking into the security before, we do know how that programming works. Do you happen to know anyone by the name of Mayroyd Grover?
Abraham seemed to be struggling with something as he spoke.
They appear to be linked to you in some way, so if you know of them, then that means we are making progress.
Terry responded through a gritted teeth sound.
I know of her.
Excellent. That's all the information I need. I'll speak with you at a later day. But for now, I must get back to work. Enjoy the pizza and the rest of your night.
With that, he ended the call.
Terry, you're looking a little tall. You want to watch something and relax?
He nodded, and we sat down on the couch to go on one of our binging sprees. After about 2 episodes of our show, my phone began to ring. As I checked the caller ID, I groaned. "It's them again." Terry paused the show. "You mean those FBI-type guys? Just block the number." I let out a sigh. I may be stupid. Cue dramatic effect. But I already tried that. My guess is they have programmers or something, because they call back every time from the same number. Well, if they're with the FBI, of course they have programmers. Did you try asking Abraham for help? It didn't really cross my mind. I mean, I vaguely remember you guys mentioning it once, but I guess I figured he wasn't that good. I mean, we let Dexter handle everything at the bunker. I paused. He's so old, I just figured he couldn't learn new things all that well. Can you just shut that off already? I realized my phone was still ringing and closed it. Brains are adaptable, especially for paranormal beings like him. Human brains are particularly malleable, especially when they don't deteriorate over time. He paused, but I nodded him along. Think about it like upgrading your computer. Suddenly it has higher processing power, higher graphical output. The human brain can adapt for the most part without having to go through multiple generations, given it lives long enough. Computer's overall limiting factor is the motherboard. If you have high-end parts but none of them will fit your motherboard, you will have to buy a new one. The brain is similar in that regard. It has high potential for growth, but at a certain point, it can't grow anymore. You done? I asked, exasperated. Hey, I consider myself an educator. Could have fooled me. Don't bitch at me because... There was a firm knock at the door, like he was from the FBI or something. That's when I heard a muffled voice through the door.
FBI, open up.
I verbally retaliated. Of fucking course. The voice spoke again.
We know you're in there, Joseph.
I stood up and began approaching the door. I opened it, expecting to see the usual uniforms from TV shows, but instead, it was 3 guys wearing what could only be described as clearance sale FBI uniforms. Well, if it ain't the 3 Musketeers, how goes it? They shoved me aside, entering the apartment without my permission, immediately closing the door behind them. The same gruff voice as before asked me something, but I wasn't really listening since my eyes were fixed on the familiar-looking pistols on their hips. Are you listening to me? No, I wasn't. Those pistols just look... He cut me off. I asked why you've been so stubborn. The higher-ups are starting to get pissy because you've been annoyingly difficult to track down. I responded a little confused. I don't get out much? I turned to Terry, desperate for some help. Thankfully, he turned his head and replied. That was probably, The 2 who hadn't said anything yet readied their pistols. Stand down, men. The one who had been talking to me commanded. He's neutral, so there's no need to start conflict. If you were about to say Abraham, I'd have to disagree with you. I interrupted before I could get another word out. Seriously, does everyone just casually know about the Headless Horseman or something? It's getting ridiculous just how much I don't know about the paranormal. Well, he does work for the paranormal branch of the government, and there ain't nothing they know that we don't. Back to the topic at hand, though. The name was redacted, so most likely it wasn't him. I think it might have been a member of the USPM. There was that acronym again. What exactly is the USPM, anyway? The gruff-voiced man gave me quite possibly the most underwhelming response. Yeah, I can't tell you that. If you come with us, though, some of your questions may get answered. I turned to Terry. Screw it. I'm just gonna go with him. I really don't feel like arguing with government officials right now. Hold down the fort for me while I'm gone. Terry simply responded. Okay, see you in a few days. Wait, a few days? I asked in complete bewilderment. Why so long? The gruff man answered me. We have plenty of questions lined up for you, so it'll take some time to get all the information we need out of you.
All I could do was sigh as I followed them out of our apartment. Unfortunately, I can't disclose any details regarding what I have come to know as the PFBI because of security jargon. Things along the lines of, it will compromise us to entities and other governments, blah blah blah. The last guy to interview me was all sorts of messed up, and I'm about 90% sure he had beef with me. When I finally got back home 3 days later, Terry was nowhere to be seen. All the lights in the house were off. T-Man, you alive in here? After getting no response, I figured he was just out with a friend or doing something more nefarious. Either way, I needed a shower worse than I had in a while. You'd think an organization specializing in getting information out of paranormal entities could afford a shower, but apparently that isn't exactly priority numero uno on their list. Just as I started the water, I could have sworn I had heard the sound of the front door unlocking, but I knew for a fact that I hadn't locked it, so that couldn't be right. At the same time, why would someone lock the door? If it were from the outside, it would mean that it's Terry, and he doesn't lock the door unless he's leaving. If it were from the outside, that would mean it must have been one lousy burglar. I turned off the water and headed to my room as quietly as I could. On our way out of the bunker, I had picked up the broken Nodachi and got someone to craft the broken blade into more of a ninjato-type sword. It's a lot more practical for me compared to something as long as the original. Conveniently, it was already laced with silver, so it was entirely repellent to begin with. All that to say, I grabbed my ninjato off the wall I have it mounted on. I unsheathed it as I approached the door. By now, the person had figured out that they turned the lock the wrong way. When I opened the door, a 6.5-foot tall, bulky man met my gaze. He had a blonde buzz cut, stretched black t-shirt, torn jeans, combat boots, all paired with scars riddling his body. "Who in the ever-living fuck are you?" I stuttered out, holding the sword out. A familiar Texan voice responded. "Calm down, man. It's me, Tucker. From the bunker, remember?" I let out a sigh of relief and let my arms fall to my sides. "Alright, cool. Is Terry around?" I sighed yet again. "Probably not, unless he's down in his man cave. Why are you here, exactly? Aren't special forces supposed to always be at the ready or something? Also, why were you trying to pick the lock instead of just knocking?" He ignored my last two questions like he hadn't even processed them.
"I thought it was obvious. I need to discuss some things with him."
I spoke over him before he could get out another sentence. "But look, I just got back from an interrogation from that undercover FBI group. All I want to do is take a nice, long, hot shower. You're kind of fucking with my flow, man."
"Alright. Well, do you at least know when he'll be back?"
he asked, sounding slightly desperate. "Hell, I don't know. He didn't message me and he didn't leave a note."
"In that case, I'm going to leave you with my private number. Get back to me when he's available. It's more important than you know."
He handed me a card with his number on it, like he was some kind of businessman.
"I need to head out now. Don't forget to notify me."
Tucker was about to leave when the door flung open. Terry was on guard the moment he saw the two of us right next to the door. When he realized it was us, he relaxed.
"Shit, don't scare me like that."
He paused, giving the soldier what I assumed to be a once-over.
"Tucker, I presume?" "Yeah, I need to discuss a few things with you. Dexter told me you recognize the name, Mayroy. At Mayroy Grover, I mean. Go on."
Terry sounded a bit tense.
"Not with him around?"
He gestured to me with his head.
"Look," Terry was agitated. "Whatever you tell me, I can easily tell him. Just get out with it, or I'm throwing you out."
He shut the door with a tentacle and readied it.
Okay."
Tucker clearly didn't like the prospect of being thrown through a closed door.
"Well, as far as the programming team has seen, there isn't a list of any of their abilities. The military has no information on anything other than humans with that name. Here's the thing, though. That organization, as far as we can tell, has an ever larger database on entities like us. It even has detailed descriptions on all their weaknesses, strengths, bonds, so on and so forth. But Mayroy only has one thing in her description. That's her ties to you. It's like she's trying to confuse us. Do you have any information on her at all? Appearance, abilities, anything that could lead us to finding her.
Terry put his tentacle away uncomfortably.
She's a difficult case. She's a shapeshifter, but
Not a normal one. I met her through one of my side gigs. If I had to explain it, she perfectly imitates whoever she's copying. Personality, fashion sense, even posture. Down to the genetic level, she is a perfect copy of that person. But she still has her own mind at the same time. Tucker sounded kind of nervous.
we dealt with shapeshifters before. But if she's able to copy the person perfectly, how do you know who she really is?
Terry let out a nervous chuckle. I don't. I just know who she put on whenever we used to talk. We fell out of contact about 30 years ago, though.
Well, can she do anything else?
Tucker was starting to sound a little desperate. Anyone she mimics, she has the abilities of, so she is rather unpredictable. That's about all I know, though.
Well, this information's gonna help quite a lot. Even though you ain't working for the USPM anymore, I do appreciate you helping us out. That's all I need to know. So if you don't mind me, I'ma head out.
As Tucker closed the door, questions started bursting out of my mouth like a broken dam, colliding with each other, providing nothing but incoherent gibberish.
Who in the... What was... How can it be in the same or other...
I gained my composure and tried again.
Sorry. What I meant to say was, who are you guys talking about? What do you mean by has the abilities of? Finally, why did you decide you wanted to help the government all of a sudden?
Terry responded after my momentary outburst. If you were paying any attention whatsoever, you should know who we are talking about. And what I meant by that is what I said. She gains the abilities of anyone she mimics, but is only capable of using those abilities while in that form. It isn't that hard to grasp, really. As for why I am helping them, it's because they are helping me. I let out a confused,
How?
His voice went from baritone to bass. Because that bitch backstabbed me. I'm going to my room. Him saying that hit me with a realization. As he shut the door, I managed to get out a nearly inaudible, "Son of a bitch." Part 12. Before we get into this whole debacle, I do want to address a few things. First off, Jeff didn't exactly have a funeral. Rachel said that he had talked to her about his inevitable demise. Apparently, they had first met when he was on a contract. They were after the same person, just for different reasons. I'm going to cut some details, so this doesn't take forever to explain, but basically, they became friends eventually. When she noticed his soul was dissipating at a faster rate than normal, she told him about it. According to her, it was around the time of my wife's murder. After we had decided to raid the bunker, he said that if he died there, he wanted her to use his body for any science she needed. So there was no official funeral or anything. Secondly, as far as I can tell, Abraham, as well as other entities, have been working for the government for a long time. So I think, for whatever reason, Jacob, the CO, just had a special loathing for them for some reason. Lastly, I have no idea what kind of drugs the doc gave me. I'm sure most of you who asked were joking, but I think they were probably just some kind of homebrew. Back to the topic at hand, though. Things seem to have picked back up, and have gone from normal to crazy. With that said, please take into consideration that me getting interrogated by a paramilitary group is essentially my normal at this point. Spending every day with Terry and friends, TM, has just caused a shift. Not much phases me anymore. Someone new will be over, steadily dripping fluids or causing perpetual torment, and I'll just greet them and sit on the couch. I just don't notice it. Kind of like how you hear TV static while doing something, and eventually it makes its way to the back of your mind and you stop hearing it. Sure, it's still there, but your brain tunes it out because it's not important. All that to say, when I saw Terry spending a lot more time on the phone than usual, I did take notice.
Yo, T-Man, who are you talking to?
I asked half sarcastically, but the other half of me was serious about getting the answer.
Why do you insist on calling me that?
He sighed. Why not? Makes you sound badass, like... I trailed off, jogging loose in old memory. Right, like Mr. T.
Alright, man, whatever.
He finished, heading to the couch, promptly flopping on it face first. A muffled groan followed.
Sitting on the foot of the couch, I pressed. Something to do with that phone call?
It's just...
He sighed, turning his head so his voice isn't muffled anymore. Never mind. It was Rachel. She made a new discovery while examining Jeff's body. Is that really all? I asked hesitantly. Another groan. No, not exactly. There have been some problems with the USPM. They're trying to get me to tell them what happened. That's what they're saying, anyway. I know they just want me back on their side. Abraham is trying to keep them off me as best he can, but he only has so much power, and so much time. He took a pause, and I opened my mouth to talk, but he continued. They've also got Mayroyd to look into. Don't even get me started on Sepratine. I don't mean to interrupt this part, but Sepratine is an entity I only recently talked to. She's another one of Terry's friends, and based on the stories and the one time I met her, I can basically deduce that she's, well, I was going to say psychopathic, but based on most of the entities I know, she's actually on the tamer side of things. Kind of in between Doc and Jacob on the alignment chart. Doc being chaotic good, Jacob being chaotic evil. So I guess she lies more on the chaotic neutral part of the spectrum. So she's a chaotic neutral humanoid type girl, basically like a dryad or something like that. I think Terry said she lost her home and hasn't been the same ever since. Anyway, there's a quick rundown so you weren't confused. Wait, what's she been doing? Well, I introduced her to Rachel because I figured they could help each other out. Since Rachel's an alchemist and Sepratine is basically a biochemist, I figured they could learn from each other. But that was a few days ago, and from what I've heard, they're basically at each other's throats. Oh? How'd you find that out? Well, about an hour after I introduced them, they started calling me. They both gave their sides of the story, which were completely opposing each other. I offered to pick Sepratine up, but they both refused. I'm telling you, after thousands of years on Earth, I still don't understand women. Yeah, but I don't think either of them could really be considered just women. I mean, you've seen what they can do. As far as I'm concerned, they're as far from human women as you can get. We both laughed a little. Besides, it's not like you'd know what human women are like anyway. I laughed, but didn't hear anything from Terry. Then he chuckled. Yeah, not at all. Just before I could respond, Terry lifted his head, giving me a once-over. So, are you off to an interview or something? We seriously need to have a talk about your abilities when I get back. I don't even understand how you're seeing what I'm wearing. But yeah, there's a desk job that I was offered, and I have an interview. Might I ask why you aren't wearing pants? Terry cocked his head slightly. If you must know, the interview's online. Business on top, party on bottom. I gotta stay professional, after all. Then what do you mean when you say when you get back? His confusion was beginning to turn into an interrogation. Chad offered to help me out. Build muscle and all that jazz, in his words. I put on my best Chad impression. If you can kill a rake, you can kill a human. I dropped it and continued. Anyway, he offered to help me get into tip-top shape in case I have any other people I need to avenge or something. Do you know anyone who can teach me some martial arts? What about those karate lessons? Terry asked mockingly. Okay, it isn't even funny anymore. I'm being serious. If I get in the middle of a throwdown, I need to at least be able to pull a Sakura and call you for help. I mean, I know a guy, but you'll want to train with Chad for a bit before even considering it. He'll run you dry in seconds in your physical condition. All right, then. Well, I gotta get to the interview. See you in a bit. He waved me off as I headed to my room and sat down on my computer. I loaded up Skype a few minutes early just to make sure everything was working fine. Then, my screen cut to black, and a grizzled, brown-haired man's face appeared on my screen. His voice was gruff and Irish. He sounded like he would prefer to be doing anything else aside from this.
Hello there, Joseph. I'm with them. I cut him off. It's Joseph. Also, who are you? He looked down for a moment, presumably double-checking a paper. Right, Joseph. Anyway, I'm with the organization that contacted you the other day. Right. Which one? I asked, perplexed. Wait, how many organizations are you in contact with? He asked, matching my tone. No, I mean, which organization are you from? But I guess it would be 2 if you really want to know. I trailed off. The people who took you out for a little interrogation the other day. Oh, you mean the PFBI or the FBPI, whatever you're going by. Yeah, I thought we'd settled everything. Keep your voice down and just let me talk, you piece of shit. He was talking like this was below his pay grade. To my understanding, you didn't want to work with us, but then you turned around and got a job. He flipped to a new page, like everything that had been said up to this point had been scripted. I understand why you may not want to join us, but would you really rather have a boring desk job than work for us? Hey, it's either a normal desk job and I get to keep posting, or a paranormal desk job and I have to stay silent. As far as I'm concerned, I'd have far more fun flipping you guys the bird than I ever would working the paranormal equivalent of retail. Cockiness had been a rather unbecoming trait of mine lately. It always seems to show up when it shouldn't. Listen here, you little shite. His voice raised and he flipped the page again. These, quote, stories, unquote. Yeah, he said it. Didn't even have to use the hand gestures. Are beginning to make our job a whole hell of a lot harder. We can't take them down for some reason, and it's starting to raise suspicion that what you're saying might be true. If people find out about us, or what we do, blissful unawareness will be non-existent. I cut him off. Look, man, there's no way enough people are actually going to think it's real. When it comes down to it, you contacting me is the only thing that's going to raise suspicion. Wanna know why? Because I don't give a fuck about keeping PFBI or FBPI, or whatever you want to fucking call it, a secret anymore. Besides, I'm pretty sure one of you guys already popped the cherry on that stuff. With that, I shut off my computer. Then I realized I was late to the meeting and turned it right back on. Thankfully, he was gone. But I got an email right as my computer started up, telling me if I couldn't make it to an interview, there was no way I could handle the job. I left my room feeling defeated, but at the same time in a state of euphoria, because I basically just flipped the government the bird. Really? Still no pants? I heard Terry say as I entered the hallway. Why do you care? I stopped talking as I observed my surroundings.
Whoa there, Joseph. Did you get a little excited when you heard I was coming? Or is this just a coincidence?
It was Megami. Immediately after making the joke, it was like she remembered she was supposed to hate me.
Go put some pants on, you filthy thin skin.
I immediately ran to my room to do exactly that. I came out shortly after the blush on my face had gone away. No heads up or anything? Really, Terry?
You should really know better than to walk out of your room with your pants off.
Megami lectured. What was it you said, Joseph? Business on top, party on bottom. I figured you wouldn't get flustered so easily. Terry laughed a little too hard at his own joke, and the room fell into an uncomfortable silence. Well, why is she here, anyway? I gestured to the only possible person I could have been referring to. Doesn't matter. What happens to your interview? It seems like it should have taken longer, Terry said, with a hint of disappointment. Okay, don't look at me like that. It wasn't my fault. It was those FBI jagoffs. They hacked into my computer and interrupted the whole thing. The guy emailed me saying, if you can't even make it to the interview, you can't handle the job. By now, I just felt normal defeat. Well, had to chat. Maybe getting smashed in the gauntlet will make you feel better. Whatever. I headed back to my room and got changed, grabbed a water bottle from the kitchen, filled it up, and headed to chat. On the drive over, I had a lot of thoughts running through my mind. The most pressing one being, why was Megami at our place? Of all the time I've lived with Terry, she had never actually come over. The only time I've seen her in person was when we went to the bunker. Even then, we left from Jeff's place, so it was weird to see her at our apartment. I mean, there must have been a reason for it, right? She doesn't seem like much of a small talk type person. In all honesty, pretty much every entity I know isn't much for small talk. That thought led me thinking about small talk, which brought me to how Rachel and Sepratine weren't getting along. Which made me question why Terry introduced Sepratine to Rachel. I mean, sure, they both could learn from each other, but it seems a little out of the blue. There were plenty of other small thoughts popping up randomly, but I would probably end up writing a book if I typed them all out. I had almost gotten to Chad's when some jackass decided to run out in front of my car. I slammed on the brakes the moment I noticed, but I still clipped them at about 10 miles per hour. I rolled my window down.
Are you trying to get run over, you fucking trog?
I mostly hoped they hadn't dented my front bumper. Then I realized how messed up that was.
You okay over there?
There were no other cars around, so I put her in park and got out.
Hello?
I said as I approached the front of my bumper. There was a voice behind me.
Well, that wasn't very nice.
The voice was familiar.
I just saw you passing by and thought I could say hello.
Why are you always just passing by? Seriously, Jacob, are you following me or something? I turned around to meet the shadowy figure behind me. Why are you just out and about in broad daylight anyway? As I finished turning around, I realized he was wearing some guy's body. Okay, that actually makes a lot more sense. Why isn't your voice different?
Can we just talk in the car?
You make a compelling argument, I stated sarcastically. But sure, hop in. I put my car in drive and continued to Chad's.
Do you know what's been going on with Terry?
Jacob cut the silence after about 10 seconds. What do you mean?
Hasn't he seemed off lately?
You spend the most time with him out of any other person, creature, or entity. Haven't you noticed a change in his behavior? He seemed genuinely curious, not like he knew something I didn't. I mean, between Sepratine, Rachel, and now Megami, I guess he seems a bit different. Why?
What does Megami have to do with anything?
He seemed irritated now. Why are you so concerned about him? Based on your reaction when Jeff died, I didn't think you had any positive feelings towards, well, anyone.
I would say that it's more along the lines of fear. No one knows the extent of Terry's power. Not you, the Dark, the government, not even I. We must ensure he stays strong and gets through whatever he is dealing with. Consider it a warning.
With that, he vanished into the little shadow in my car and left, leaving a pile of skin in his wake.
Why can't they just be less cryptic?
I yelled to the open air as I slammed my hands onto the steering wheel.
Seriously, I just need some more details. Is that so much to ask for?
I pulled into the driveway about a minute later. Why is Terry the only one without a big house? I asked myself under my breath. Getting out of the car, I began making my way up his driveway.
Dude, welcome to my castle. Come on in.
Chad was already at the door, waving me over. When I got over to him, he continued.
I have a meal prep for you and everything. Plus, I got the weight set up for about how much I thought a human could lift.
I just followed him in. Thankfully, he was actually wearing clothes this time. Great, thanks for having me. A few moments of silence passed. So, how long do you think this'll take? I asked, a little skeptical.
I don't know, like 30 minutes, an hour tops, probably.
So, 3 hours later, I was barely managing to walk out of his personalized gym. I continued coughing.
Yeah, I think I just worked out muscles I didn't even know I had.
He started his very Chad-like laughter.
Dude, I don't think you're gonna be walking straight tomorrow, or for the next week. Holy shit, I think I'm going to die. Which arm goes numb when you're about to have a heart attack?
I took a breath in.
Never mind, they're both numb. I think this is it.
Calm down, dude, you aren't gonna die. I mean, probably not.
A worried look came across his face.
Wait, you might.
This really isn't helping. Can I just, I don't know, lay down or something?
Next thing I know, I'm waking up on my bed.
Hello?
I asked my empty room.
Anyone there?
Wait, why was I talking to my room? Why am I not sore? I turned to my right to see the dock.
You're finally awake.
I started laughing hysterically.
What is it?
He sounded annoyed now, but I had absolutely no cares in the world.
You remind me of that guy. I did my best impression, trying not to laugh. Hey, you're finally awake. You were trying to cross. He cut me off. Now I see why Terry asked me not to give you any more medication. Suppose it wasn't made for humans, though. If Terry were here, I wouldn't have to deal with you right now. That sobered me up just enough to put a serious face on. Wait, where is he? Oh, that's not good. I figured you would have known. When I brought you here, I realized we were alone. No Terry in sight. He sighed deeply. I need to go make a few phone calls. You stay here. You're too high to be of any assistance. That was the last thing I remember before suddenly realizing I was watching a show. I had no idea what it was, but apparently I had sat there for 30 episodes and didn't remember a second of it. I paused it and got up to look around. I was definitely sore again, so I must have been sober. I knocked on Terry's door. T-Man, you in there? I could hear a groan from the other side of the door, and then a cough. It sounded like Terry, but Doc was the one to open the door. Come in. He's sort of all right. Megami was passed out on the bed, laying next to Terry. They both looked like they had gone through a cheese grater. Wait, what happened here? Rachel spoke up, and I just now noticed her and Sepratine standing next to each other in front of the closet. We don't exactly know. We heard a knock on my door, and when we checked who it was, we found them laying there. Neither of them have woken up yet, so we don't even know what happened. Sepratine voiced her concerns next. I've never seen him torn up so bad. Whatever did this was extremely powerful, perhaps reaching up to god levels. Hold on, what do you mean by god levels? Are you telling me there are gods or something? My voice was periodically squeaking like I had become a teenager again. Well, that's what they call themselves. They're all just very powerful entities. No one is quite sure how or why they became so strong, but they are the only ones I could think of that could have done something like this. She sounded almost scared. That's going to take a bit of processing, so I'm just going to say, neato. So, why haven't you guys fixed them up yet? The doc answered me this time. We've done what we can. All that's left to do is wait for them to heal up. Well, this is all fine and dandy. I'm going to my room to question life. Would any of you fine ladies like to join me? I asked the question in my fanciest fancy voice. They just shook their heads in disapproval as I went to my room alone. Neither of them have woken up yet, and it's been a couple of days now. Thankfully, that dickwad didn't hack into my computer with my latest interview, so I managed to get a job, which I will be starting tomorrow. I will update you all again when something new comes up. Part 13. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, how you feeling, man? I asked Terry, as I saw him slowly make his way out of his room. Megami awake yet? I feel like shit. Can't you tell by looking at me? I gave him a once-over and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Don't tell me, you got some new concealer to hide your blemishes. I didn't know they made any that pale. Guess I feel worse than I look. As for Megami, she's still out cold, but breathing. He paused, then shook his head. Why was she in my bed? Doc said it'd be easier for him. He rubbed his temples. No, I get that. What I want to know is, why was I on the ground? Alright, now that I don't have an answer for. Maybe the doc has the hots for Megami or something. Or maybe he's some creep who fantasizes about dissecting people. Fuck if I know, man. I threw my hands in the air as we made our way to the couch. Speaking of dissections, you two were pretty fucked up when you got here. What the hell happened? All Sepratine and Rachel knew is they found you at Rachel's doorstep. Anything before that is completely... Terry's phone started ringing. He hesitated until I made a gesture that could have only meant, come on, just pick it up so we can continue what we were talking about. I think he understood for the most part. Terry's residence. This is Terry speaking. I silently willed him to put his phone on speaker as he continued. Yeah, I've been a bit busy. Personal stuff, you know how it gets.
Wait. What? There's no fucking way.
I could tell his rage was legitimate when static began sounding in the back of my mind.
I am calm.
He definitely was not. The static had begun to pick up in volume.
Listen. Yeah, I know. Just hear me out. I know where she was. I saw her hideout. We don't have much time before she changes location. Can I count on you for some assistance this time around? I appreciate it. I need to make some phone calls, so I'll see you tonight.
Clicking the hang up button, he tossed his phone onto the coffee table.
Who was that?
No one will know, but they'll be here tonight. Now if you'll excuse me.
No, we aren't doing this bit. Tell me what happened right now. I don't care what happens. I'm going to help. I can actually moderately handle Chad's workout now, so I guarantee I can be of some use. You helped me, so now it's time for me to repay the favor.
I literally stood from the couch to hold my ground, but Terry simply let out a sigh.
Man, you can be a real child sometimes. It's Mayroyd. She, or they, whatever you want to call her, them, did this to us. She caught us off guard somehow. It's just one of her abilities. She can sap someone's soul from them, and it doesn't exactly leak out of pores when it's being forcefully sucked out of you. One moment, we were trying to figure out if it was her. The next, I'm waking up in my bed 3 weeks later. But overall, this isn't something you can help me with. You saw what she did to Megami and I. What do you think you could possibly do to help? I want to say you can help, but if you did, you would just be another in a long list of her murders. Sitting back down, I didn't have anything to say. He was completely right. If she was able to mess up Terry like she did, how was I supposed to do anything? Just because I had a little bit of training. The best case scenario would be her taking my soul. The worst case would be suffering an agonizing death. Neither option was what you would consider ideal. But I couldn't let him almost die on his own. Why did he care about taking her out so much anyway?
I'm still confused as to why you hate Mayroyd so much. Does that have something to do with your falling out? Why are you putting yourself and your friends through all this?
I just wanted answers. And he told me all those months ago he would give me them if I asked. Joseph, I know you want the truth, but I can only tell you so much. The main thing being that she's the reason I stopped working for other entities. The cause for it, well, I don't know if I'm ready to share that with anyone yet. The last thing I told ended up dying, and I'm worried it's gonna happen again. Call me superstitious, but it seems anything I've told dies.
Given who you are, I think it's fair to be a little studious.
Realizing I'd interrupted him, I gestured for him to continue. She's the one who's been pulling the strings. She put together the shadow government, and even has people inside the real government. I know what I've said in the past, but this is just one of those things I never thought would come up. I can't give you all the answers you want this time.
I'll stop pressing. I understand. Do you have anywhere to be?
Before Terry could respond, a groaning could be heard coming from Terry's room. We turned our heads to see Megami stumbling out of the bed, hair everywhere as she headed to the bathroom.
Yeah, Terry. Have you called anyone to pick us up yet?
Yeah, I talked to David. He'll be here later. I joined back into the conversation.
Why do all the male entities have such normal names, but then the others are like Megami, Sepratine, and Mayroyd? Seriously, whatever happened to all those cool-ass Latin names?
Is that really what you're asking right now? Why does Terry even keep you around?
It was clearly a rhetorical question, but it didn't sound as insulting as I expected. Well, I'm going to make some calls. Megami, I need you to stay here until David arrives. You'll be coming with me. Terry headed to his room and closed the door behind him. Megami shut the bathroom door behind her, starting the shower, and I just sat there on the couch to absorb everything while I put on a show.
So many things were swimming in my mind, fighting for first place. There must have been some deeper reason as to why he couldn't tell me much about Mayroyd. Some alternative reasoning. But what was it? Sure, Terry and I are friends, but was it really just that he didn't want me getting hurt? Could it be that simple? What does Megami have to do with all of this? Why were they dropped at Rachel's door? How could Mayroyd have known where she even lived? What ended up winning was, why was Terry so hell-bent on taking her down? There were so many questions, but it was unlikely I would get any of them answered. Not by Terry, anyway. Megami came out of the shower, and I realized I'd been sitting and staring at the black screen of the TV for nearly an hour, thinking everything over. I had the controller in hand, but I forgot to actually press the button.
Well, do you have any food here? I haven't really eaten in a little while.
She sounded almost like she was contemptuous with my existence. It was terrifying, to say the least. Yeah, we have some stuff in the fridge. I can make something if you like. Kind of hungry myself. Thanks to the meal prepping I had been doing with Chad, I had actually learned far more than I expected to about cooking. He was the last person I expected to be taking culinary classes from. Don't sirens eat humans or something? That's why you would lure men to their deaths, right? I asked as I headed to the kitchen.
No, not at all. We tend to eat seafood. We'd only eat the sailors if we hadn't eaten anything in days. That in itself was rare, but did happen from time to time. We never intended to lure anyone in with our songs, but once we had learned that we could, it began a practice in the arts of mind and matter manipulation through sound waves. I finished pulling out the chicken breasts from the fridge and began getting the pan ready. Though the matter manipulation hasn't worked as planned. Not yet, anyway. Back at the bunker, all I did was concentrate the sound waves just enough to cut the metal. It's exhausting, but useful when you don't want to waste all of your spiritual power fighting a single being. Throwing the chicken on an oiled pan, I began prepping the asparagus. How does all that spiritual power stuff even work? I mean, it seems like scientists would have discovered what energy it is by now. Is it all hush-hush or something? I was ecstatic to finally be getting some answers. She began picking at her nails. I don't quite know. I guess some just have the potential from when they're born or made. Rachel or Seppertine may have the answers to that, but that isn't my area of expertise.
She trailed off like she was getting bored of the topic.
Is that food almost done? I'm starving over here.
I just got started on it. Calm your tits and just give me some time. You can't rush art. Throwing the asparagus in the oven, I got a larger pan for 2 more chicken breasts.
If that's what you call art, I can't imagine what you'd call real art.
Terry appeared from around the corner, entering the kitchen. Something smells good. Got any from me?
How can you even...
You know what? Never mind. Just gonna put a pin in that for later. Yeah, I've already got ears on the pan. Just sit down and wait patiently with bitch pants McCrabby over there.
Filthy thin skin?
Megami retorted. Excuse me? Terry elaborated. It's a derogatory term for humans. I flipped off Megami and began prepping the rice. Once I had finally finished making everything, Megami let out a groan.
It's about time. I was thinking our ride would get here before you finished.
Yeah, dig in and all that. I turned around to get the salt and pepper shakers for them, but as I turned back around, Terry's food was already gone.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to accept that I will never see anything go into you now. I only now realize how weird that sounds.
Despite my embarrassment, they were ignoring me, apparently deep into a conversation. In such a short amount of time, too.
You're welcome?
Yeah, thanks. They said in unison, before going back to their conversation. It seemed like they were discussing something about their plans to take on Mayroyd, or something like that anyway. I wasn't paying too much attention since I still had to sit to eat my own meal. When I finally sat down to eat, I decided to listen in more on their conversation. Terry had just started talking. So, I'm thinking the best course of action will be to let the Marines lead us in, since the government refuses to let us take her down on our own, and if they lead, they can take the brunt of the attack, while alerting us to anything that's there. Megami responded.
It'll be nice to have some cannon fodder this time,
Does that mean we'll be bringing the doctor along with us?
She asked with mild disgust. Yeah, we'll need him to make sure no one dies this time. Though he can't really revitalize a soul, so I think it would be best to bring Rachel with us too.
Speaking of Rachel, does that mean we'll be bringing Sepratine as well?
No. Considering who we're going with, it wouldn't be the best idea to bring her along. Also, Abraham won't be accompanying us either. He's been held up with a side project for the government, so he said he can't make it. He said it so casually. Had someone been listening to the conversation out of context, it could have been mistaken for a normal exchange between friends.
And the brute?
He'll be looking after Joseph. When we get there, there's no guarantee he's going to be safe. Hell, I'm not certain he's safe here. But since you and I are here, not to mention everyone that lives in the complex, whatever she's planning will have to wait.
If I may, I interjected. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm just curious about a couple things. Megami let out an agitated sigh. Hey, I made you food. Calm down. If Mayroyd's planning something, and she has her eyes on killing me, why are you talking about all this out in the open?
Well, it's more like she has eyes on killing anyone and everyone connected to me. Why she chose now to do it, I'm not sure, but I knew it was coming eventually, so I already had plans for this. Adding one more piece to my plan doesn't mess anything up, though. I had already planned on leaving Chad at his place, so you weren't messing anything up. Terry finished.
I think I might know why. Maybe, now, stop me if I'm wrong, but just maybe, hear me out now, 'cause I think this may be a possibility. Maybe it's because you and Megami were scouting her out.
Neither of them said anything for a moment.
You didn't tell him why we were scoping her out, did you?
Megami asked rhetorically. Call it a... He paused briefly. Slip of the mind.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Terry. Listen, Joseph, ever since the raid on that bunker, she's had scouts looking over everyone Terry has ties to. Anyone she's able to, anyway. It's like being able to track someone through their body heat, but she's able to see their exact location and movements. That's our guess, anyway. Rachel is able to see souls as well as the energy produced by abilities of other entities. She's also able to manipulate this energy. She tried cutting the spiritual ties that each of us have, but it's no use. She told us that they appeared after meeting certain people, following the raid on the bunker. Apparently, you had one before anyone, even before the bunker. But you just figured your spirit was stronger than the average human. But then the same energy began appearing on everyone else. After we were attacked by Mayroyd while trying to spy on her, Rachel had determined there was some sort of tracker.
Terry stopped her. The only reason we figured out it was her to begin with was Rachel's description of the energy. That, paired with the information I got from Tucker, basically confirmed my suspicions.
Man, that's a lot more than I expected to get.
There was a knock on the door.
That for you two?
I asked. That one must be Chad. That's for you, Terry said, seemingly thankful. Come on in, the door's open, he yelled towards the door. I headed to my room to grab a few safety precautions before I could see if it really was him or not. Ninjato, check. Future pistol, check. Emergency paranormal drugs, check. Also, the bare necessities like phone, wallet, Terry-resisting earplugs. You get the gist. I got some clothes ready since I didn't know how long the whole thing would last. And finally, the mithril vest Abraham put on my tab. As his message put it, I'm likely going to need it again soon. So he's letting me keep it, and I can pay him back once I can actually manage a job.
Chad, you ready to go?
Where is he? I asked, not really noticing anything out of the ordinary. A new voice answered me, but I couldn't quite place the accent. No, that meathead isn't here yet. I'm David. You're Joseph, I presume.
That's great and all, but I don't see you. Are you invisible?
Terry answered. He's a Hulde folk, so technically yes, he is invisible. But also no, it's similar to the military's camouflage. He's just invisible to human perceived light. There was another knock at the door. Now, that must be Chad. Before he could open the door, Chad bushed through it.
The man of the hour has arrived. Joseph, you ready to dip or what, man? I'm gonna kill you with this workout I have planned for us.
He paused for a moment.
Cinematically, of course.
You mean metaphorically? I asked.
Hey, don't argue semantics with me, bro.
That's not how you... You know what? Never mind. Yeah, let's head out.
Terry, if you come back dead, I'm gonna kill you. Just try to come back in one piece.
I waved as I headed out the door, and he gave me a thumbs up. We got into Chad's car and left. It felt strange, just leaving Terry and everyone else to quite possibly die trying to protect everyone. I know he understands he can't take on Mayrod by himself, but it seems like backwards thinking to take his friends to what may be their deaths to try and prevent their deaths. But I guess if they would die regardless, might as well go down fighting, right? Chad interrupted my train of thought.
You alright, dude? You look like you're about to put down the puppy you just got.
I suppose it wasn't the only thing that felt strange. Chad actually sounded concerned. Yeah, guess I'm just lost in my head. Worried about all of them, you know?
You know, we aren't letting them go it alone, right? I said I'd just go along with it, but you and I both know they may die there. We still need to drop by my place for a few things. But dude, I'm not gonna let them take that chance alone. If you're in, then come with me. Otherwise, I can leave you at the house. I know you're human. That's why I'm, giving you this choice.
I mean, I'm not letting you go without some backup. I picked up a few things as safety measures, so I'm good to go.
Sounds good, bro. Let's do this.
Part 14. So, is this even street legal? I asked Chad as we merged onto the freeway. I'm only asking because I don't think it's supposed to take up a lane and a half.
Don't worry, bro. As long as the police don't see, we'll be Gucci.
Whatever. I wanted to say more, but I hadn't been able to escape thought bombardment lately. It was like my intrusive inner monologue going on about what was happening and what could happen. It terrified me to my core, and I didn't know how to stop it. Like having 3 different voices going over different scenarios in my head all at the same time. I just didn't really feel like talking.
Listen, I know I may not seem great with, emotions and stuff, but bro, everything will work out in the end, okay? Look at it like this. If we survive, then we did it, and everything's gonna be fine. If we all die an agonizing death, well, we won't have to deal with any of this stuff anymore. One way or another, we'll all put an end to this.
It was strange hearing Chad give legitimate emotional support, and surprisingly, it was working. I know we didn't exactly get off on the right foot, Chad, and we've had our fair share of disagreements, but thanks. You're right. He frowned.
I bet it's rough, being a human in a world designed for higher powers. I get it, bro. Nothing I'm gonna say is gonna help you fully. You're an ant in a world of anteaters right now, dude. But the fact is, you aren't standing down. I guarantee you, if pretty much any entity or human were in your shoes right now, they wouldn't even put them on. They wouldn't be here, dude. Maybe it makes you stupid. Maybe it makes you brave. Maybe it's a middle ground, who knows? But I'll tell you something. If I were human, I wouldn't be in this car right now. I'd be at home just chilling. I'd just be waiting for everything to blow over. You aren't like that, Joe, bro. You got an iron will. And that right there is why I know you'll survive.
You know what? It makes me really happy to hear you think so highly of me, Chad.
Don't confuse facts with admiration, Joe.
He paused.
I didn't mean it
I got what you were saying. While you're proud of me for making it this far, you also see me as a complete and utter buffoon. I get it. You give me a weird look.
Yeah, I guess.
I paused for a moment, thinking about how to articulate what I was thinking. You must be pretty terrified right now yourself, huh? Not to be insensitive or anything, but I saw you get bitten in half after doing nothing to that giant dildo. Then just a little bit after, Abraham killed it with no troubles. That must have made you realize how small you are, too. He responded with sincerity.
Well, I faced my own shortcomings a while back. I wasn't joking when I said I like to stick with Rachel. She saved my life more times than I can count.
What, like 6? I immediately reconsidered what I was saying. Sorry, I don't really know how to deal with anxiety any other way. Continue.
It's all good, bro. I get it.
He was surprisingly relaxed.
What I was saying was, when you've been face to face with your own mortality as many times as I have, it becomes something you expect. Like respawning in a video game, dude. You begin to think that every time you'll come back. But eventually that life counter runs out, or the game crashes. You don't even realize it though. It's gonna happen to me eventually, bro. And I'm gonna be honest. I don't, fear it anymore. It's kind of the reason I decided I'd help Terry no matter what he said. If I don't come back this time, oh well. I've had way more time on this shitty rock than I deserve, so when that death finally comes, I'll embrace it, bro. But you, that's not how you look at it, is it?
Can't say it is, big guy. I mean, I guess in a way it is. My wife died, for fuck's sake. I had no friends because some thought that I'd murdered her. The rest didn't want to be associated with someone getting called a murderer. My family never responds to me or anything. I legitimately had nothing after Jane died, aside from a shitty office job, a shitty apartment, and a shitty therapist. Tears slowly began trickling down my face. Back when it happened, I wouldn't have given a shit if I died. Hell, I would have embraced it. Even back when I found out it was Jeff, I was willing to try to kill him. Not because I thought I could win, but because I knew he would kill me if I tried anything. But now, he's dead, so we can live. My wife's murderer gave his life to protect those he cared about. I'm holding up my end of that unspoken bargain. All of you are the reason why I'm a little less dead inside, and why I actually had something to look forward to in the morning. This amazing world I used to think could only exist in books and movies. I'm not gonna let you all die. Not alone, at least.
Shit, bro.
Chad responded.
I didn't really expect that. Don't worry though, my guy. We're all gonna make it out of this alive. Remember, we got Doc and Rach. We'll put the fuckers in the hole they deserve.
I didn't respond, choosing to nod and look out at the green smudges on the side of the freeway. I wondered how everyone was holding up. We still had another hour before we got there. Considering Terry said the USPM members were coming with, they must have had some high speed, something to get them there as fast as possible. As we passed the taped-off bunker, another thought occurred to me. Why was all of this happening in my state, of all the places in the world? Does it happen everywhere, and I just happen to be the only one writing about it? I mean, sure, we have Bigfoot sightings and stuff, but what makes this state in particular so paranormal? I guess I'm just the only one writing about it, out of fear or something. I guess since I have so many powerful entities and friends and acquaintances, I'm just sort of immune to the government's taking me away. They do like to keep their fair share of secrets with all these secret organizations. USPM, PFBI, what else is there? I mean, it's gotta be more than just that, right? What else? PNSF? Alien NASA? My mind eventually wandered to the inevitable. So, how do you think they're doing up there? Think any of them might be dead? Or is it like the bunker, and they're just getting started? I asked, hesitantly.
Not sure, bro. All we can do until we get there is hope everything's going alright. Keep your mind on the positive. Otherwise, when we get there, you might not be ready for what you see.
It seemed like backwards thinking, but I gave it a shot. They're all pretty strong, even the USPM guys. It seems like they should be able to handle just about anything that comes at them. Then again, if they have anyone comparable to threat level 20s, they could be in deep shit. How did you meet them, anyway? I feel like even though I've known all of you for a while, I don't actually know you. How y'all met, your history, all of that.
Well, dude, the reason why is 'cause it ain't all that in a bag of chips. Honestly, for the most part, it's kind of boring. Rachel and I met about 20 years ago or so. Back then I was still mostly human,"
he stated nonchalantly.
Mostly? I don't think we got time to open that can of worms right now, bro. But back when I was still mostly human, I was in the army. Just a normal one, if you're confused at all. Well, actually, I was part of a small group of experimental soldiers, so I guess I wasn't exactly the normal army. What happened was, I was just kind of out and about, walking around this base down in South Africa. Some really low-key stuff. Looking for some sort of material or something, I think. There was something about there being like an old meteor that crashed there, I think. Anyway, I was walking around this base, having absolutely nothing to do, when I saw this woman off in the distance, just sort of slowly walking over. Now, this entire area had been like closed off and shit, but she was on the inside, which was really weird, because the barricades were like really high up. So I ran over to the nearest high-ranked officer and stuff and told him, "There's this girl inside the barricade." And he was like, "That's preposterous. There's no way someone could get through it." Then I was like, "No, there's definitely someone inside." I was more articulate back then. Anyway, this guy calls it in when he sees her. But by now, she was way closer, and I heard him whisper into the radio something like "skin wearer" or something. Next thing I knew, every soldier was at the ready, aiming their guns at her and shit. So he yells for her to turn back and run, but she doesn't listen. It was crazy, but also kind of hot. Anyway, so this girl ends up throwing around all this crazy shit, and I end up being the only one left standing. She gave me a once-over and said, "Stand up before I kill you." By now, I had a hard-on out to...
Before he could gesture, I cut him off. "Nope, skip this bit. Just get to it already."
Jeez, buzzkill. Basically, she wanted me to show her the spot where we were trying to find this mineral. So I took her there and everything, and she just pours some liquid on the ground, and it immediately starts melting until it gets like really far down. Then she drops a rope down, asking me to hold it. So I do, because of the whole...
I glared at him.
So I did. Anyway, she came back up a bit later and said she got what she came for. Gave me another once-over and asked, "You aren't normal, are you?" So I said, "Define normal." Then she let out a sigh and asked me to come with her. And that's basically how I met Rachel. The government thinks I'm dead, though, so it's all good.
"I gotta be honest, Chad, you're a terrible storyteller," I said, exasperated.
"Oh, like you're one to talk,"
he retorted. We drove for another 20 minutes or so before Chad said anything else.
"We're almost there, bro. Get your game face on."
I checked the mag in my future pistol, the sheath on my hip, and made sure I was actually wearing the vest. "Yeah, I'm good to go." I set the gun down, immediately realizing something. Shit. Where is it? I patted myself down, then checked the mag in my pistol. "So, I got some good news and bad news, Chad." I turned to him, and he did a go-on gesture. "The bad news is I only have 13 rounds. And the good news is these are the hollow point rounds."
"Well, no turning back now."
"Why?" I asked with a facetious undertone.
"Because, we're here, bro."
I only then realized we're already stopped. I guess I was too busy panicking to realize. "You ready?" He nodded, getting out of the vehicle and going around the back. I looked around as I slowly got out of the tank of a Humvee, triple-checking I had everything. "Yeah, this definitely looks like the right place," I said, gazing vacantly at the massacre before me. I almost forgot how fuzzy the brain gets after seeing dead bodies. There were maybe 30 of them laying just outside of the house. Some were torn to such small pieces they looked like bloody sand. Others with holes large and small throughout their bodies. A few I recognized as Jacob's innards to outards ability. "I'm gonna be honest, I figured the place was gonna be bigger, but this is either the biggest house I've seen or the smallest mansion," I joked, trying to hold back the urge to vomit from the sight and smell.
I don't see anyone we know out here. Let's head in,
Chad said, wearing what looked like some sort of leather armor. He noticed me looking up and down, trying to figure out if it was from a cow or something else.
Jano Squaw leather. It's not like great against bullets and stuff, but it's a good buffer.
As we reached the door, he kicked it down without hesitation. All the lights were on, and yet the place was as dark as the night sky on a new moon. The only things I could see were dead bodies scattered everywhere, with bodily fluids streaking the floor, reminiscent of oil in a puddle of water. I heard a cough and looked around.
Joseph, why are you here?
There was an unmistakable Icelandic accent.
David?
I asked, looking around the area his voice came from.
Ingo.
He let out another cough.
Fucking fuck. I don't have time to ask you all this shit. They're upstairs. Some of the Favitara are strong as hell. So just make sure and stand behind the meathead.
Why didn't the doc patch you up? I asked, hesitating.
He had more pressing matters to tend to. Not to mention, well, I guess you couldn't see the gesture.
A little confused, I rifled through my bag. Here, take these. It's one of his steroids. I handed him a small plastic bottle. All right, Chad, let's go. Only then remembering I couldn't see where anything really was. Hey, can you see where the stairs are?
Just over this way. It's hard to see him. Just follow behind me, bro.
I did as he asked, rippling multiple pools of blood in the process. It didn't take long before I noticed some blood coming down at an angle. As we made our way up the stairs, I suddenly remembered I had a sense of smell as I began ferociously gagging. Halfway up the stairs, I managed to spray out.
How can you stand this? I get you have experience and all that, but this is rancid. I feel like I'm breathing in a dumpster fire of gasoline, shit, and cat piss while using it to cook a stir-fry of skunk vomit and seaweed noodles.
That's pretty specific, bro.
Was all Chad responded with.
Well, it's the only way I can properly convey just how bad it smells. The stir-fry might also have a splash of pus, too.
With no response, we reached the top in silence. Thankfully, the walls and floor were actually visible now.
Psst, Chad, I said in a hushed tone. Do you think it should be louder?
What do you mean?
He asked, his unwavering macho-ness radiating off of him.
Dude, quiet down. Just think about it. There's a paranormal showdown going on right now, and all we could hear were the sounds of our footsteps. Right now, even. Just listen.
There was a short pause until I finally saw a look of understanding come over his face.
Shit, bro. You're right.
Still talking like normal.
Maybe we should, stealthily sneak our way down the hall.
I sighed and nodded before mumbling. We're fucked. As we traversed the hall, I began to realize something Chad, unsurprisingly, hadn't. The halls had been slowly but surely getting more narrow. Turning around, I saw that we had barely even walked 5 feet from the staircase. Hey, Chad, can you turn around real quick? I don't think hallways are supposed to do this. I waited for a response, but when I didn't get one, I turned back around. He was gone, and the hallway was even more narrow than before. Is that another illusion or something? I'm done with all this you can't see me if I can't see you bullshit. It's pretty one-sided. I began pulling out the ninjato, knowing that if they were close, I wouldn't be able to land a shot. Seriously, I'm just some guy. If you want to kill me, what's the point in all this? When I got no response, I decided the best course of action would be to continue down the hall. The walls finally stopped getting closer when they were nearly touching my shoulders. The slightest angle in my walking would cause me to touch them. It was strange. The walls were warm, as if they themselves were heating the house, rather than a ventilation system. As I tried to turn around, the walls grew closer, so I decided I would just stick with keeping my eyes forward. After 30 minutes or so, I finally screamed.
What do you even get out of this? What's the point of wasting your powers on fucking with some human?
As I expected, though, there was no response. I decided it wasn't worth the effort and turned around. Seeing the staircase only about 15 feet behind me, I began to feel the walls crush me.
So this is how I go. Getting crushed in a dump that smells worse than a skunk's asshole. Well, if it's my time, I'm going out screaming, bitches.
Just as I finished, I felt myself being shaken, my eyes jolting open in response.
Dude, what happened to you? You kind of just, passed out a couple minutes ago. I've been trying to wake you up. Did you, not sleep last night or something?
The behemoth hardly seemed concerned.
And I'm actually awake this time. I feel like this has happened before.
I took a deep breath through my nose, held it for a few seconds, then blew out.
I think we're good. Let's just head down the hall and get ready for this shit show.
Agreed. I think that's gonna be the best option, bro.
He was surprisingly willing to actually listen to me. Maybe I'm just used to everyone constantly talking down to me. Guess I'm not quite as used to all this as I thought. As he headed through the hall, I finally began to hear some sounds, though not what I was expecting to hear. It was agonized moaning, someone in incomprehensible pain.
Look, I know we shouldn't check it out, but it might actually be one of our guys.
Yeah, he might be right. Sounds familiar. I think it's just down this way.
Chad responded, with some recognition in his voice. We began running until I heard where the screams of agony were coming from. I stopped at a door on my left, but Chad kept running.
Hey, it's coming from this one.
He stopped almost immediately. Turning around, he almost looked concerned.
So, you mean to tell me that it's coming from that door for you?
He sounded scared. Yeah, what do you mean, for me? Did he figure something out before me?
Bro, I'm hearing it from down the hall more. I think they're trying to separate us. I don't hear anything coming from that door.
He sounded like he was about to piss himself, which nearly caused a drop or two to come out of me. So, you mean it's some type of auditory illusion or something? I asked. He only responded with a nod. In that case, we can't have them sneaking up behind us, so let's check this room first. I reached for my ninjato, realizing I already had it in my hand. That's weird, I thought out loud. I don't remember actually grabbing this while I was awake. I shook it off as Chad approached. I switched the ninjato to my left hand as I pulled out the pistol, all while Chad was reaching for the door handle.
Get ready.
He began counting down.
3, 2, 1.
He flung the door open, and I immediately aimed my pistol inside. He winced, I presume from the scream that resonated with our very souls the moment the door opened. I felt temporarily stunned. Regaining my composure, I searched the room for the source of the scream.
Is someone there?
I couldn't quite identify the gender, or even age for that matter, of the voice.
Can you help me? I'm over here, tied to the wall.
Turning towards the direction of the voice, I saw nothing.
I don't see you. Where?
I cut myself off. This is a trap, isn't it?
Why would you think that?
I still couldn't identify the voice to any degree. I took another step inside before a pain in my stomach sent me flying, crashing me into the wall.
Holy fuck!
I choked out.
What was that?
Despite my lack of experience with getting punched, the blow felt familiar somehow. Looking up was distorted vision. I saw why.
It's Takeo?
His voice sent a chill down my spine.
Sure, we can go with that, I guess.
What's that supposed to mean?
It'll be too much of a pain to bother.
Wait. I thought back to how Takeo's body was gone from the bunker when we left.
No, Mayroyd. You were there that night.
Oh, fast thinker are you? But you're only half right. I'm only a part.
Chad punched him in the face. Takeo slid back a few feet, countering with a lunge punch Chad caught in his right hand.
Wow, bro, you got some good muscles on you. But you're gonna need a few more to hurt this guy.
He used his spare hands to point a thumb at himself, crushing Takeo's hand with his right. Jumping back, Takeo couldn't hold it in.
What on earth?
Not nearly in as much pain as it seemed like he should have been.
I realize I can only use so much power, but this body should still be nearly at its prior limit.
Look, bro, you throw magic stuff at me and I die pretty easily, but when you challenge me to a muscle competition,
He grinned.
you aren't gonna win.
Takeo began running around the room, Chad following suit, apparently not expecting Takeo's incomprehensible speed.
Well, shit, bro, I can't argue with that.
Finishing, he was knocked across the room into the wall, catching his breath for a moment. He got up seemingly uninjured, and the wall undamaged.
Look, bro, you're fast and all, but I don't know if you're gonna be able to kill me.
We'll see about that.
Finally beginning to feel my nerve endings again, I realized I somehow kept hold of my weapons. Hiding the pistol under my leg, I waited for an opening. The moment Takeo was no longer visible, Chad put up his arms, which I only then noticed had bracers the same color as his chest plate. I saw the impacts Takeo made on the bracers. They were absorbing the blows incredibly, to the point that Chad showed little evidence he was even being hit. A few seconds later, I saw Takeo again.
What is it with you? It was my understanding that you were a threat level 8 at most.
I don't know what any of that threat level crap is, but your no squad leather's pretty durable if I do say so myself.
Takeo froze in his tracks.
What did you say?
I saw him begin to let his guard down, causing me to slide the gun out from under my leg.
No squad leather. There's no way you managed to acquire something so valuable.
Chad kept him going.
Well, I killed it with my bare hands a while back.
He chuckled to himself.
Bare hands. Anyway, yeah, bro. I killed one a while back when I was training and stuff.
Takeo let his guard down almost entirely.
You must be level 14 minimum in that case. How could our calculations be this off?
I cut him off by firing a round at him. He dodged it and was on top of me in no time.
Don't you know it's rude to interrupt someone while they're talking?
I stabbed the ninjato from my left hand into his stomach.
Ride or die, bitch.
I followed up with 2 rounds to where a human heart would be.
What, you think some silver? Wait, what is this feeling? It's like my cells are melting.
He toppled to his side, and I pulled out my ninjato out of his stomach. Immediately after, he puffed into a cloud of smoke that quickly settled on the ground. Didn't Tucker say it was supposed to be a slow and agonizing death? I asked Chad.
Bro, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, right. Forgot about that. Never mind. I checked the mag to see how much ammo I had left. 10 rounds. Let's get going before anything else shows up. Part 15. Chad opened the door to the hallway.
Ladies first.
What are you, 12? I replied, walking into the hallway. Besides, we really don't have time for this right now. We need to find everyone. He nodded and followed me, taking the lead shortly after. We ran to the door Chad had been hearing something from. This could be another trap. On second thought, I'm 90% sure this is a trap. You still want to go in?
I should be asking you that. Let's do it.
He slowly opened the door, a strong metallic smell somehow piercing the already overwhelming stench of the house. Blood, I stated, matter-of-factly. Chad, unfazed by the aroma, continued to push the door open. The woman who was tied to the wall at the far end of the room had gashes and scrapes all over her body. Hey, are you alive? Something about her seemed familiar, but it was hard to tell given her physical state. She forced out a raspy sentence.
Yes, please help me.
I couldn't quite place it, but it sounded so familiar.
All right, I'm coming over. I have a knife. I can cut you down.
Chad grabbed my shoulder and put his mouth right next to my ear.
Be careful,
he whispered before letting go. Nodding, I cautiously walked towards the woman. I couldn't make out her face with her head slouched, but her brown hair, the parts without blood in it, made me think I knew her from somewhere. I finally reached her.
I'm going to need to grab your arm now so I can cut these ropes.
Thank you.
She managed to squeeze out before falling into a coughing fit. I started with her right arm, cutting the rope with ease. Next was the left arm.
I'm going to do your legs now, okay?
She let out a short whimper, which I took as an okay. Starting this time with her left leg, the rope seemed a bit harder to cut.
We're almost done. You're doing great.
The right leg rope was even harder to cut.
Wait. Joseph.
She finally looked up as I stood. Her face rooted me to the ground and fried my frontal lobes. I couldn't do anything but stare, eyes seeming to reboot as I tried to process who was in front of me. Just as I began to respond, she fell back into a bloody cough.
Jane? Is it really you? How? Was everything at our house a setup or something?
All logic and reason flew out of my brain as my love for her flooded back. I went to hug her, bawling my eyes out like a toddler. I held her in my arms.
Don't answer that. I don't care. I
felt something like a pinprick in my arm. As I began looking around, my brain finally processed the pain shooting up my left bicep. Looking down, I saw Jane biting down on my arm.
Ah.
Her voice was just as I remembered.
So refreshing. Thanks, sweetie.
I felt lightheaded. I didn't even have the strength to scream as my muscles were peeling from the bone.
Here, I'll help you down. You've been feeling that for a while.
She sat me down against the bloody wall, and I noticed her wounds healing themselves. My brain was fogged. Danger signals fired off from my left arm as she slurped up the last few nerves hanging from her mouth.
What the fuck?
Chad's voice rippled, as if his voice was coming in and out of focus. She sounded the same.
Hey, I gotta fix myself up somehow. Or did you mean my healing itself? Whatever. It doesn't really matter. The only thing that does is you being in the way here. Call me a sadist, but I think I'll enjoy killing you.
It was definitely her voice, but those words coming from her completely twisted it into a completely separate frequency. As I sat there, watching the two get ready to fight, I remembered a special concoction Doc had made for me. It was similar to the things Jacob, the CO, used to stop his arm from bleeding, just a little more fast-acting. With shaky hands, I pulled the syringe out, cringing at what I was about to do. Pulling the caps off, I readied them just above where my bicep would be. I stabbed and squeezed, feeling the fast-acting painkillers kick in as I watched my arm rapidly scab over and become normal skin again. It was going to be hard to get that muscle back, but the painkillers kept me from concentrating on anything for too long. I looked up, remembering the fight that was about to go down. Just in time to see Jane get punched in the face, flying back so far she nearly hit the wall. She grinned with pleasure like a sadomasochist.
Oh, the root's a little stronger than expected. But you aren't going to kill me with those weak blows.
It seemed Chad couldn't draw anything but the short end of the straw, no matter what. I felt bad for him until...
Shit!
I screamed as lava pumped my arm and into my heart. Chad gave me a downcast gaze.
Bro, we gotta get you to the doctor, like, ASAP.
He said, punching the carnivorous imposter in the face, smashing her head into the wall. He scooped me up and booked it.
What? Why? What's going on?
His worried expression didn't do anything but make me anxious.
What happened this time?
His voice returns to normal.
Bro, what do you know that eats flesh and heals?
I don't fucking know, man. Courier 6?
I replied in panicked sarcasm.
Vampire. She was a vampire, dude. I don't know if that was really your wife or not, but whatever it was a vampire. I mean, probably, anyway.
He sounded pretty sure of himself.
But you'll probably die if you don't get treated. I mean, like, if you aren't already something with powers, it'll just kill you. I think it has something to do with the human soul not being able to handle it or something like that.
Let me guess. That's complete speculation, isn't it?
No, I heard something about it a while back, I think. Memory's a bit foggy, but, I mean, like, it couldn't hurt to get to the doctor.
Just then, I heard something quickly approaching from behind.
No need for you to slow down. I'll be there shortly.
Her voice was right behind us, and before I knew it, she was in front of us, swinging her hand, nails cutting off one of Chad's bracers as he stopped. Attempting to block, he followed up with his own left hook, slamming her into the wall yet again before he continued running. But this time, we only got a few feet before Chad and I were getting flung through a wall. I braced for impact, but he just let it happen. The moment we landed on the other side of it, we saw Rachel lying on the ground. With no time to help her, Chad dropped me to the ground, preparing for combat yet again. I made my way to Rachel. I know it was a dumb move, considering everything, but my head still wasn't on straight. "Hey, Rachel, you awake?" I asked, nudging her shoulder. She shot up, eyes flinging open.
Where did they go? Why are you here? Joseph, if you don't answer right this second...
I cut her off.
Calm down. We haven't found them yet, but we're kind of in deep shit right now. Long story short, we came to help and ran into some shit. Can you move?
Struggling to stand, she fell down, proceeding to pull out a small bag of something and inhale it, throwing it to the ground. She rose without a problem.
She doesn't look familiar. Neither does her soul.
Tearing her human form apart, she charged after whoever was wearing my wife.
Oh, you want to join the party as well? Sorry, but we're at full occupancy, you sentient compost.
Jane swung her fist, but before it could connect, Chad's fist plowed into her face, throwing her against the wall.
Bro, maybe you should pay attention to your surroundings if you're gonna get all cocky like that,
Chad said with a smug grin. Throwing a bottle at the woman, Rachel responded.
I don't need beauty advice from a soul as old as yours.
Her voice was gravelly. Whatever was inside of the bottle began eating away at her skin and through her skull. As it reached her brain, Jane vanished into a cloud of smoke, just as Takeo had.
Now then,
Rachel turns to me.
your soul is looking off today. What happened?
Pulling up my left sleeve, I showed her what happened.
She kinda tore a chunk out of my bicep with her mouth.
Here, smell this.
As a rule of thumb, I try to stay away from huffing anything I don't know, but considering it was Rachel, I didn't think she was trying to get me hooked on some kind of paranormal cocaine. I did what she asked and felt an instant shiver devour me. Now, I want to convey just how intense this shiver was. Not like an "I think someone is following me" shiver. Not even a "holy fuck, what just touched me" shiver. No, more like a butt naked in a sauna to suddenly stand in the middle of Antarctica midwinter shiver. It took everything I had to keep myself from toppling over.
What in the hell? What was that for?
Slowing the process is all. I can't cure you, so we have to prevent it from getting to your heart until we reach the doctor. Which means you have to keep your heart rate as low as possible.
Just as she finished talking, I began to feel immensely relaxed. I could barely move a muscle, but I couldn't bother caring about it.
Rach, do you know where they are and, like, why they left you here?
Chad asked.
As far as I know, they left me here to keep me safe after...
She hesitated.
I'm not sure what happened. I can't quite remember.
She shook her head like an Etch-a-Sketch. Laughter exploded out of my mouth.
Hey, maybe the house ate them or something.
My laughter got a little louder, but I tried to calm myself down.
I mean, this house is pretty jank. What if it just, swallowed them or something? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Almost immediately, I fell face first onto the hardwood floor, cutting my upper lip.
Maybe the basement's filled with crocodiles. I want to pet a crocodile so bad right now for some reason.
A sigh escaped Rachel's mouth.
I see what the doctor was talking about now. Absolutely no drug tolerance. Though he may have a point, the building seems to shift itself around from time to time. Hallways we were walking down suddenly disappeared as we reached the end of them. I don't remember where they went exactly, but if I remember correctly, they said something about a stairway.
Stairways are so much fun. I mean, you can go up and down them. What's not to love?
All right. Chad lifted me up with one hand, throwing me over his shoulder.
I think we should probably, get started on looking for them and all that. Chad, have I ever told you how crazy your muscles are? They're like whoosh,
I said, making a flying hand motion. I began hauling ass down hallway after hallway, whilst I made random remarks that were all over the place. While dangling over Chad's shoulder, I began to realize what Rachel had been talking about. Certain hallways would close up after getting to the end, but it wasn't like a wall would shoot up. It was more along the lines of a wound being closed, as though the hole was never meant to be there, and I couldn't heal until everything had left it.
I think we're going into the belly of the beast,
I remarked, after seeing one of the halls close, still high out of my mind. After another 10 minutes or so, it felt like we were going in circles, though it may have just been me. That was until we came across an unfamiliar staircase.
This must be it,
Rachel said.
At least, I hope.
Chad proceeded to throw me at the wall as gently as he could, before getting rammed by a huge, I'm not even sure, just a huge thing.
Wow, finally something has a bit of fight in it here.
Suddenly, a horn that hadn't been there before tore straight through Chad and his armor. Coughing up blood, he remarked,
"Shit, bro, I didn't see that coming,"
before throwing it against the wall with the force of a bulldozer. But the wall was unharmed. The bulky creature struggled to stand. Just as it staggered to a standing position, Rachel simply stated in a monotone voice,
"I don't have time for this,"
before sticking her right hand into the wall and pulling out a massive spear made of what looks to be sanded and polished bone. Slicing the creature in half, she said in a worried tone,
"I wasn't expecting it to be made of this."
"Whatever, we need to hurry down there now."
Chad reached down to pick me up again, but I refused.
I think I'm about sober enough to drive a semi now. I can do this, I stated,
wiping some of the creature's blood from my face.
"I need to patch you up before we can continue anyway, Chad. Now get over here."
He let out a sigh and walked over to her. After an awkward silence of Rachel repairing Chad's general stomach area,
"Get off my tits. I'm not an anatomologist or whatever people who study anatomy are called."
We started down the stairs and finally began to hear the sounds of fighting. As we ran down the hallway, the worst static I'd ever heard sounded through the corridor. It was literally empty. Just a warm, humid hallway that seemed to have light emanating from every direction. We'd almost reached the door at the end of the hallway when I remembered the Terry-resistant earplugs I'd brought with me. Once we were all ready, Chad kicked the door open, and we walked through. Terry was in the center of the room, practically standing still, getting beat to all hell by multiple entities. The 3 USPM members were scattered across the room with practically no armor left, all bloodied and quite possibly dead. Megami was facing off with another entity that was seemingly preventing her from getting to Terry. The doctor had nothing but torn-up pants and his plague doctor mask on, fighting 4 different entities barehanded. He was way more jacked than his clothes implied. Jacob seemed to be splattered against a wall on the right side of the room, but he was twitching, so I took that as a sign he was probably alive. The door slammed shut behind us, and I heard Terry yelling at me in his inhuman voice, more horrifying than it ever had sounded.
Joseph, leave now. You will not survive.
He hadn't even turned to see us. Before I could get a response out, I saw a familiar face sitting on a throne at the far end of the room. Seated there was a man, dressed in much more formal attire than last I saw him, but the chef's knife in his hand and the blue light emanating from it was all the proof I needed to know. It was him. Part 16.
Who the hell are you?
I screamed at the man sitting on the throne.
Don't you think you should be assisting your fellow murderers, Joseph?
He was calm, yet I could hear him over the sounds of fighting. Terry was in the center of the room, not moving a muscle, letting his tentacles do all the work. It was a 5-on-1 battle, and I couldn't tell how much more he could handle. While I was aiming at one of the 3 sword-wielders attacking Terry, Chad sprinted to help Doc, and Rachel ran to Jacob, who was still twitching against the undamaged wall. In spite of everything unraveling, I fired. I'd aimed for center mass, but when I tried to dodge, it dissipated as the bullets made contact. 9. I said under my breath, trying to remember if that was the right number. With the absence of one of the entities attacking Terry, he managed to get the upper hand and stabbed another in the stomach, which turned out to be far more lethal than I expected as the thing puffed into a cloud of smoke. I turned to Rachel, who was sewing something back together on Doc, but she wasn't holding anything. I turned to Chad, who was mid-right hook, connecting with a thing that looked like a human-sized rag doll, movements like a poorly made puppet. But it rebounded, striking Chad right where he'd been stabbed, knocking him back a few feet, blood spewing from his mouth. Next came the other 3 things that had been going to Pound Town on Doc. They all seemed to be martial artists in one sense of the word or another. So when they all charged Chad, Doc finally had a moment to pull out his secret weapon. He shot the 3 of them with darts from a gun I'm not even sure could fit in his pocket. The 3 of them stopped what they were doing and turned on the ragdoll creature, quickly beating it to death. With that, all 4 evaporated into a cloud of smoke that seems to flow toward the ghost manager from 7-Eleven. As they died, I noticed something. Terry and Megami were exerting themselves far more than before.
Your ignorance is laughable.
He held up his knife, energy erupting out of it like a hurricane, causing what little advantage Terry and Megami had left to waver.
As much as I'd like to fight you myself, it would be a waste of my efforts. Especially on,
He hesitated.
Well, I'll just go with thin skin.
Doc ran to help Terry while Chad went to Megami. I could hear Rachel yell, "No, you aren't ready." Then Jacob leapt from the shadows onto the creature attacking Megami.
I got this one, Chadwick. Go help the doctor and Terry, won't you?
Chad might as well have made skid marks with how fast he swerved. Rachel suddenly yelled as she bolted for Jacob.
Doctor, Joseph needs help. A leech got him.
He jumped back, loading something into his gun, took aim, and shot me in the left bicep with flawless precision.
He'll be good to go in a few minutes.
He continued his barrage of punches, finally taking down some sort of tall, bulky-haired man, which puffed into a cloud of smoke, just as the others had. By now, the cocky grin plastered across the manager's face had morphed into bloodlust.
All right, this is annoying.
The man morphed into another figure, and the rest of the entities disappeared into a cloud of hazy black mist. As the fog cleared, I saw what the thing had turned into. It was a woman, but I can't for the life of me think of any of her details. She may have had brunette, blonde, or red hair. She might have been beautiful or ugly. I have no clue. I can't even remember how she sounded. But she spoke with an air of confidence akin to Abraham.
I need you all to shut up about now.
With a wave of her hand, I could barely breathe. The air was thinner than a sheet of paper. All I could do was fall to the ground to conserve whatever air I could manage. Everyone but Terry and Jacob collapsed to the floor, suffocating.
You dumb bitch. I don't need air to kill you.
Jacob lunged at the woman.
Silly me. I forgot how you can manipulate quantum physics. I have something else for you then.
With another quick wave of her hand, the floor sprouted a hand, catching Jacob, the floor rapidly forming a dome over him.
I can't believe you. Even with our history, Kenneth. I'm hurt.
Her tone flat as that sheet of paper from earlier. He stretched his tentacles to their limit, but she stood just out of range. Slowly turning his head side to side, he responded.
Die.
He grabbed a USPM soldier in range with a tentacle, throwing them at Mayroyd. Flying back a few feet,
She walked over to the suffering commander with a broken visor, picking him up by his arm, the one he lost in the bunker. A metal bending sounded as she compressed his metal prosthetic, flinging the man at Terry. The last of the commander's breath was lost to him as he landed back first on the floor.
Are you just here to protect her replacement?
Terry ripped the metal arm from his socket, creaking forward. He hit her in the face with the now scrap metal. She caught it in her hand, ripping it from him along with the tentacle holding it before throwing it at his face so hard it shattered in two.
Give me something. You could have had Charles deal with me, you stubborn fuck.
Terry swung another tentacle at her. It looked like it was going to connect until it hit an invisible wall. Tucker's voice rang out.
Close your eyes.
Just before I slammed them shut, I saw the commander struggling to get out of the way. A burst of light flashed through my eyelids. When I opened them again, I saw Mayroyd missing an arm.
Oh shit, I really thought that'd do it. Matter manipulation, right? Joke's on you. Protons aren't matter.
Gods, you fuck.
Mayroyd screamed. The commander forced out.
Reload.
Looking around, I saw bits and pieces of Dexter and Tucker where their armor was missing. 2 canisters popped out of thin air, then the sound of frag rounds being loaded into a grenade launcher. Before they could aim, Mayroyd changed form into Takeo, swords and all. I felt a burst of wind hit me in the face, and I could breathe normally again. Jacob's chamber collapsed, and I saw his shadow burst from the ground.
Man, that was a close one. I was watching our vitals, and we were all nearly out of air. I may need to talk to the team about a more efficient vacuum for our helmets.
Dexter said.
No time to talk. Just aim and fire.
I was dizzy. No, he's too quick. It's the waste of ammo. My voice felt far away, and I couldn't even shout. I closed my eyes for the flash. When I opened them again, everyone was in a different spot except Terry. But the Takeo impersonator was gone, and now there was a new figure standing on top of Megami.
Doc.
I could barely get out a whisper.
Doc, something's wrong.
My breaths were shallow, and my lungs were heavy. Fire ran up my left arm, and it looked like there was a blood infection making its way to my heart. I took as deep of a breath in as I could, and did my best to shout.
Doc.
It was only slightly louder, but loud enough for him to turn toward me. Everything was the audible equivalent of tunnel vision. Tunnel hearing. Take this thing off my back. I need to help Joseph. He threw down some kind of revolver and charged toward me. He felt my forehead. 41 degrees. Gods, I need to get you something. When he looked down to grab something from his bag, he noticed my arm. So you know, this will likely be extremely painful.
I think I know why you failed medical school.
I stammered in a daze. Medical school. He paused as he pulled out a small canister. I'm joking. Seriously, I need you to take these. Chase it with this. He threw a few pills in my mouth, then forced me to choke down a drink. It slid down my throat like a boot in a bog.
That didn't hurt too bad,
I said, after the drink finally made it to my stomach. That wasn't the painful part, he retorted, before stabbing me in the arm with his syringe and sucking the blood out of my arm. Now, I've gotten my blood drawn a few different times. They tend to sanitize the area before sticking the needle in and letting the blood slowly push itself out. But this, it felt like he had put the sanitation into the needle, then in one fluid motion stuck the needle into my arm, sucked my blood, and pulled the needle out.
Yep, I said through gritted teeth. That was pretty fucking painful.
I maintained my composure. After all, I had broken multiple ribs on multiple occasions, so relatively speaking, I had felt worse pains. You're not going to be the same after today, Joseph. I'll tell you that right now. However, I can stabilize you right now to prevent you from combusting.
What was that?
My heart rate picked up. He turned his head.
Rachel, I require your assistance. No, what the fuck was that part about me combusting?
Launching her bone spear into the currently unidentifiable entity, Rachel made her way to us.
What do you need? His soul looks wary.
You say he was bitten by a vampire, correct? I do not have the tools to make an antidote. I require your alchemy.
Fool. There's no such thing as an antidote for vampirism. We can stop it before he combusts, though.
Seriously, guys, what the fuck? Rachel continued without missing a beat.
I take it you drew his blood.
Rachel raised an eyebrow. Doc handed the blood sample to her.
This should be plenty. I just need you to help hold that thing back. The conjuration process for some of the chemicals will take a bit of time.
Understood. Doc turned to run back into the fight, but before he could, I grabbed his arm. I could see the sneer in his posture. If you do that again, I might accidentally kill you. What is it? This is the gun Tucker gave me. I think he said they're hollow point rounds with that chemical he made inside of them. You've got faster reaction time than me, and I'm pretty much out for the count right now. Whatever he had given me seems to put some moisture in my mouth. I'm really hoping it'll put her down. He nodded and took the pistol. As he ran, I noticed the familiar appearance of a demonic-type creature fighting everyone, but it had more black scales than the two in the bunker. Rachel sat next to me with multiple vials, bottles, and bowls scattered around.
As I said, this isn't a short process, so you can relax a little.
Entities must have fewer nerves than humans or something. Her voice could almost be considered relaxed. I'd be a whole lot more relaxed if you told me what that whole combustion deal is. She sighed as she continued mixing.
Listen, Joseph, I'm not going to let that happen to you. But I'll be honest, your soul is growing at an exponential rate alongside rapid DNA modification. Your soul was so weak before. If it's left to expand, it'll be too big for your body to handle, and you'll, well, spontaneously combust. If you didn't have as much paranormal contact as you have, you'd already be gone. But your soul has become malleable, akin to Chad's.
I was utterly speechless, and ultimately decided to just watch the fight before my brain could go into full panic mode. Terry was finally able to move by this point. He seemed a little smaller, but I couldn't quite tell. He attempted to stab Mayroyd multiple times with his tentacles. She managed to dodge every single one, while also blocking a bullet one of the soldiers fired. Jacob couldn't seem to get an opening, so he jumped down at her from the ceiling in an attempt to surprise her. Instead, she caught him by the throat. All that could be heard for a short moment was a cracking of bones. With that, Jacob fell limp in her hand. Just before she threw him to the side, Jacob grinned widely. Having finally found his opening, he morphed into a shadow state and went under Mayroyd's outstretched arm. This only caused her to grin as she lit herself on fire. Jacob shifted back into his material state, using Mayroyd as a wall. He kicked off of her to get some distance. That was when I noticed one of Terry's tentacles headed straight for her. The angle was perfect, and she couldn't even lunge now that she was airborne. I thought they'd finally won until she shuffled into a bulk of a man and caught both the tentacle and Jacob. The reach on the creature was insane. She smashed Jacob and Terry together before changing back into her manager facade. She held up her knife and then coughed, spitting out some blood. "What the?" she said, before the capable soldiers fired at her with their beams. Narrowly dodging them, she jumped into the path of Doc's line of sight. He fired, and she managed to only get scraped by the bullet.
Just sit down and die already.
Agami wheezed. Then, nearly a dozen daggers came flying at Mayroyd. She dodged, which prompted the soldiers and Doc to take aim and fire. The room went still as a cloud of smoke erupted. White noise was all I could hear. As my ears adjusted, I heard coughing from where I last saw Mayroyd.
What in the...
She succumbs to another coughing fit.
What is this? I don't understand.
Tucker spoke next.
Someone hit Mayroyd? They shouldn't be acting this fast.
What are you talking about?
She choked, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I could finally see her as the smoke passed. She was covered in pockets of what looked like the pus that covered Terry's tentacles back in the bunker.
Well, you're some sad excuse for a god, aren't you? Still injured by man-made weapons. It's a chemical I'd cooked up a while back. Guess it can hurt gods too, huh?
Tucker said with a cocky chuckle.
That hit you way harder and faster than it did Kenneth. Guess you're weaker than him.
Preposterous.
She could barely talk anymore.
A man-made chemical hurt me. What's really going on?
I'm being serious, miss. I might specifically target whatever makes you paranormal things, well, paranormal. Just because we don't understand something doesn't mean we can't fight it.
Tucker let out a short chuckle. Terry spoke up.
Let's leave her to suffer. You're the only one who knows a cure, right?
Well, me and that skinwalker over there.
Tucker pointed to Rachel, who was still deep in her work. There shouldn't be a problem, then. She deserves to suffer. The commander spoke up.
Hold on, now. We need to bring her with us so we have proof she's really dead. I hope that won't be too much trouble for you.
He tried to maintain his professional tone. Probably didn't help that Terry and Mayroyd were playing catch with him not 5 minutes before. Yeah, whatever. As long as she can suffer some more, I don't care. Terry looked to Mayroyd. Well, I guess we've finally seen what you really look like, huh? She lay on the ground, taking shallow breaths.
That's what I thought.
Is the last thing he got out before collapsing to the floor. The doctor rushed to his side to help him.
No need to fear, he's still alive.
Hearing that caused an involuntary sigh.
I still need 5 more minutes.
Rachel was deep in concentration and likely didn't even hear what was said.
Well, it's not like anyone else is here, so ensure you do it right,
Doc said. She nodded in response.
I just don't understand how it affected her so quickly. She was clearly strong. I figured one hit wouldn't be enough to stop her. So, 5 kicking in this soon. Something ain't right.
Tucker sounded worried.
Those copies were all connected to the same soul. Joseph hit one before we got here.
Rachel said, waiting for a couple of chemicals to properly combine.
He also kinda hit another copy before we met up with Rach. I don't understand how this stuff works, but I remember that.
Chad added.
Maybe the chemical followed the souls or something back to her. I'm gonna be honest, the government still doesn't even have scientific proof to back up souls. I'm just taking a shot in the dark here.
A couple of minutes passed, and Terry was standing again.
There we are. Take it easy, Terry.
You're still in rough shape, so I need to take you to my shop before I can fix you up properly.
All right, Joseph, you can take out those earplugs now.
I did, and she readied me.
I'm not going to lie. This is going to hurt like a bitch and a half, but it's better than you dying.
She pulled out a rag and handed it to me.
Put this in your mouth. You're going to feel a burning sensation as it goes in, then you'll go cold. It should be able to deactivate the virus. But any mutations it's already given your body and soul are permanent. Get ready.
She downplayed the pain. Out of all the ribs I've broken, the number of times I've broken my arms, and the one time a huge chunk of meat was ripped from my body, this had to be the worst pain of my life. Like a group of fire ants crawled into my veins and started eating from the inside out. As the liquid finished entering my body, it felt as though all those ants turned into liquid nitrogen, freezing my arm. Within a few minutes, the pain dissipated enough to the point I could focus on other things, like the conversation going on.
Yeah, that was definitely the entrance. I heard Dexter say. My helmet's analysis is coming back clean, as if there's nothing beyond this wall that I can detect. No hallway, nothing.
Rachel spoke to me, dragging my attention away from the discussion.
You should be able to stand now. Just take it easy since you won't get used to your muscle density.
I stood up slowly, realizing that I felt far better than before. My muscles didn't ache, and the amount of force I had to use to stand up was minimal.
So, what's going on?
Tucker gave me a once-over, now much more visible.
In basic terms, the door you 3 came through is now walled off. Even Dexter's helmet's saying there ain't shit beyond the wall. There's no windows in here, so it ain't like we can just hop out one to safety.
Why not try using your lasers to shoot us out? I suggested.
This time the commander responded.
Oh yeah, why didn't I think of that?
He was trying to hide the sarcasm, and I appreciated that.
Keep your dumbass suggestions to yourself, ignorant civvy.
I tried again.
Alright, well, in video games, there's typically a hidden exit with a bunch of monsters in it. Maybe we can look for one. Who knows?
Oh yeah, that makes a whole lot of...
Just before he could finish his sarcastic retort, Dexter interrupted.
Sir, there appears to be a hidden exit underground leading back to the throne.
He almost sounded terrified of cutting him off.
Well, guess you're useful for something after all.
What happened to that "you're just a dumb citizen" shit you were talking about? I asked. He grunted, turning to walk toward the throne with everyone else. Chad deadlifted the throne and tossed it aside. Terry reached a tentacle over to pick up Mayroyd.
Hold up,
Said Tucker.
unless you're trying to die, I wouldn't recommend doing that. Those push pockets are filled with my chemical now. If one of them pops, just let us handle her. By us, of course, I mean you, Dexter.
He let out a sigh.
No, I carried the last one, remember? It's your turn.
Tucker groaned before flipping Dexter the bird and throwing Mayroyd over his shoulder. You know, given everything I've smelled so far today, this isn't too bad, I said after about 10 minutes of walking. Seriously, the entrance was putrid. Compared to that, this just smells like one of Terry's parties.
I don't have much of a sense of smell myself,
Said Megami.
but holy shit, I just want out of here.
Yeah, I bet you're used to the scent of bath salts and candles, huh? I said. Her glare was reason enough for me to look straight ahead. Tucker chortled.
I guess this ain't the story where you get the girl. Maybe in your next arc.
Everyone just shut up, please. I can't stand all this noise.
Megami groaned, rubbing her temples. With that, all that could be heard was the sloshing of water at our feet, along with the occasional groan from Mayroyd. After another 5 minutes, the sound of running greeted us from ahead. Thankfully, since the soldiers took the lead, they all fired at once, and the creatures splashed to the ground. All that could be heard was the sound of echoing gunfire. Hey, Joseph, here's your gun back, Doc whispered to me, handing the pistol over. Thanks, I appreciate it, I responded, putting it in my gun holster. Wait, when did I get a gun holster? Have I been putting it on my belt this whole time for no reason? Whatever. As we walked, I realized I could see far better than I should have. The only lights were weak ones coming off the 2 functioning visors of the soldiers, but I was able to see the moon was out. I looked up, but we were still underground. Must be a bonus from that infection. Hey, should I be seeing better? I asked Rachel.
That's likely from the mild regeneration you got. It's enhancing your entire body for whatever extra calories you have. You're gonna be wanting to eat more protein, especially red meat. Just make sure you eat more of everything and you shouldn't have too many problems. Unless you get to the point of starving,
She said. Cool beans, I said, with the least chalance I could manage.
I tell you that you have regeneration abilities, and that's your response. Now I see what Tucker meant.
She responded. We finally came across a ladder after about an hour and a half of walking. The soldiers went up first, then Terry, so on and so forth, until I was the last one. As I approached the top, I could see the stars. I was hungry as hell, and happy to finally be out.
We're lighting this bitch up.
I heard the commander say as I got to the top. We still need to get David out of there, Terry responded.
That thing is a living maze. If you go in, you won't be coming back out. That means you'll be dying along with him.
The commander countered. Yeah, I'm just gonna start up the car. You guys can kind of talk it out and stuff, Chad said, heading the short distance to his tank of a car. Hey guys, there's no need to go in. I'm right here. I could make out the faintest outline from where the voice came. Alright, light this bitch up then, Terry said. Jacob started talking to his helmet.
Johnny, this is Staff Sergeant Jay. We need that white phosphorus drop right about now. Our suits are pretty torn up, so we lost ours somewhere in the building. Yeah, you're clear. No friendlies inside. Don't forget to tell Sergeant Major Whitney about our success. Yeah, we have Mayroyd here.
She's barely alive, so we need the special cuffs ready when we get up there. Alright, over and out.
With that, a blazing fire landed on top of the building. The soldiers were off on ropes up to their plane or jet or helicopter, whatever they were using right after.
Hop in, guys. There's enough room if Jacob just shadows the car,
Chad said, revving the engine. I'm gonna take a nap, so keep it down, I said after everyone piled into the oversized Jeep. Though, while I remember everyone else hopping in, I can't say I remember Megami joining. Regardless, that nap turned into a 2-day R&R where I just slept. After waking up, everything seems to go back to whatever passed for normal. Terry had a party while I was passed out, and there was a new piece of equipment that Tucker had left with Terry. It was addressed to me. Some more ammo and a special cleaning kit to maintain the pistol he left me. I decided then would be a good time as any to clean it up. Part 17. Hey guys. To start this final series of entries off, I want you all to know I'm not who you might think I am. Joseph asked me to relay my side of the story since he thought you guys might, well, I'll just say find it fun. While I would generally say no, I, owe him a bit, I suppose you could say. It'll make sense later. To preface, while this series won't just be me, we're going to try and keep it in chronological order. Since he still only has fragmented memories of the first month or two, I'll be telling my side for a little while before he comes along. I can't guarantee the frequencies of these updates, but I'll try to keep them consistent for Joseph's sake. So, without any more delay, I hope to keep everything fun and interesting for you all. It was sometime after Mayroyd was captured by the squad of USPM soldiers. I came home after helping Rachel with a small project. Calling for Joseph left me with no response. Knowing his car was parked outside, I went to knock on his door. When no answer came, I called out, "I'm coming in. Put some pants on." I waited a few seconds before opening the door to an empty room. His computer was running with the monitor on, open to part 16 of, well, this series of events. I glanced around. His mithril dagger was still on its wall mount. Gun still on his desk. Nothing was out of the ordinary. I headed to my room, calling Chad. He picked up right as I closed the door behind me.
Hey, bro. What's going on?
I could hear him hammering something in the background. Joseph's not with you, is he?
Nah, I dropped by earlier to see if he wanted to get some training in and all that, but he didn't answer or anything. Door was locked, so I let him be.
Shit. Alright. Good luck with whatever you're working on. I gotta go. Generally, I would have called Joseph first to see where he was, but nothing in his room added up. Ultimately, I decided to make one more call before trying Joseph's number. The phone rang for a good 5 minutes before the other end was picked up.
Abraham speaking. How are things going, Terry? Well, I hope.
You've got a tracker on Joseph's phone, right? I asked, pacing around my room.
It's tad abrupt, but yes, I have trackers on the phones of everyone I know.
He responded, cocky as ever. Alright, send me his location. I've got a feeling something's wrong.
Have you tried calling him?
I could hear clicking in the background. No. If he's been captured, they might just track my phone down. It could have been the USPM or PFBI, as far as I know, and I really don't feel like dealing with either if I can avoid it.
That sounds like rather circular logic.
The line went silent for a moment.
Well, it seems your suspicions may be justified. I can't seem to get an exact location, merely an approximation. I knew I should have just given him an implant.
Well, what does it look like he is?
It's somewhere in Idaho.
That's it. My voice rose along with my legs.
Hey, calm down, Terry. I can hear the static over the phone. Listen, I may be able to get some more information with a bit of digging.
He paused for a few moments.
Or perhaps not. They must have fried the tracker the moment they entered the state. The last location I'm seeing was on the western border.
How about you do some searching on your end? When you're finished, come on over and we can discuss everything. I don't want to lose another. I cut myself off.
Never mind. Don't worry about it.
If this is about...
Thank you, Abraham. I answered the call before anything else came through. Sitting in my ergo chair, I called another number. Putting the phone between my head and shoulder, I turned on a custom VPN and hopped on Tor.
Fetch Quest support, this is Gary. How may I help you today?
The Boston accent from the other line was palpable. Yeah, this is T1867. Please put me through to Melinda. I've got something important to discuss with her.
I'm sorry, sir. She's currently in a meeting.
I can assure you, sir, it is of the utmost urgency.
I really would like to help you, sir, but this is a highly classified meeting. I can't just call her.
Then put me on the phone with someone who can. She will want to hear this. Not in an hour, not tomorrow. Right now.
Right, all right, sir, of course. Give me a moment and I'll have her on the line right away.
As the hold music began to sound, I continued to the Fetch Quest website. A few clicks later, I was ready to set my account to inactive, just waiting for the cue. A few more minutes of the elevator music passed before I heard the Tennessee accent sound of the phone.
Terry, never interrupt me in a meeting again. It's hard enough handling all these businesses without you calling me while discussing legalities.
I really do apologize, ma'am. I know how busy you are, but I thought you may want to hear it from me. I'll need to take a break from sales for a little while. I know I'm your largest source for smaller atypicals on the West Coast, but something came up. I'm not sure how long I'll be MIA. It was a long pause.
Oh, I see. That's quite unfortunate. I'll be sure to inform the managers I have over there. Nothing is currently in processing.
No, ma'am. I sold out last week and haven't had a chance to pick up any new assets.
Understood. Hey, don't be gone too long, you hear? Gotta keep the customers on the West Coast happy.
Of course. I'll be sure to inform one of your managers when I'm available again.
Thank you kindly.
She chirped before hanging up. Setting the phone on my lap, I took a breath, then clicked the active button, temporarily disabling my account. Closing Tor, I headed to my basement, leaving the door open. Glancing around, I ensured the cages were all empty. They ranged in size from rat to wolf. Clients want all sorts of atypicals. As you've heard, rakes are rather common, but sometimes I'll get an order for something called a kala. Their hide is tough as hell. Chad ordered some a while back so he could tan the hides for a car someone wanted modifying. Of course, that isn't all, but I don't feel like giving a cryptology lesson right now. Suffice it to say, there's a lot of shit out there, and most of it hasn't been discovered by humans. There was one jar that had a pixie in it, and looked like it was on its dying breath. Dialing another number, I headed back up the stairs to get ready. After a couple of rings, he answered. There were some muffled screams in the background.
Yes, Terry, what do you need? I'm rather busy today. I'm doing some cybernet.
Look, Doc, I've got a pixie. It's got a couple of days left in it, so if you want it, it'll only be 500. The other end was almost silent for a short while.
Terry, what's going?
Look, Doc. I cleared my throat. Sorry, I'm just trying to clear my inventory right now, and it's all I have left. I don't want a perfectly good pixie going to waste. Do you want it or not? A new scream sounded.
Yes, I can be by later tonight.
Shit. Okay. Just send me the right amount in Hornet. Spare keys in the usual spot. I might not be around for a little while. I hung up. Zipping up my hoodie, I folded a pair of sunglasses and hung them by the top of the zipper. I headed to the bathroom, opened the mirror panel, and pulled out my weekly meds. After getting them all in a cup, I dry swallowed them and brought the bottles to my room. I needed to prep a bag, and whatever was going on, it wasn't going to be solved in a week. Next was a portable charger, laptop, and car adapter for charging, along with a few other miscellanea. I finished putting the laptop in my backpack when a ringing sounded from my pocket. Checking my phone, I saw the caller ID. Joseph, where the fuck are you? A terrified voice came over the speaker.
Is this the legendary being known as Terry?
This is Terry, yes. Who might this be? I know you aren't Joseph. I tried to relax, but I was only growing more agitated.
An employee of the PFBI. One who would consider Joseph a friend, which is why I called you.
I took a deep breath before continuing. I don't recall him talking about any human friends. What happened? If you give the wrong answer, I am prepared to kill you. I swore I could already hear the piss trail down his leg.
You're focusing your aid to the right person, but the wrong organization. By request to the USPM, Joseph was to be interrogated afterward.
Always with the fucking USPM. One moment they want to help take down a murderer. The next, they're trying to take care of a liability. The thought of their commander shipped some new rage to my hand, nearly causing me to crush my phone. I hope you don't mind telling me where you are right now.
That wouldn't help at this point. After the interrogation,
The kid gulped.
Shit. How do I say this? His memory was wiped. Joseph, as you know him, is gone.
It wasn't as bad as I'd expected. No, you don't understand. That group was using you to handle their dirty work, along with any paperwork. They're probably waiting for the right time to show back up. There was a pause on the other end. We don't have the manpower to fight them off, nor to refuse their request. They'll likely destroy his phone if I give it to him to track his location. Any ideas? Just then, I heard the bash of the front door slamming into the wall. Hold on. Abraham just showed up from his search. Throwing the phone to my bed, Abraham threw open my door. No luck, unfortunately. How are things here? Good news is, we'll be able to make our way to him. The bad news is, he's gonna be gone by the time we get there. It's the USPM. God damn it. I have someone I need to call then. If Dexter's behind this, I swear to God. He'd pulled out a laptop from a bag hanging from his daunting purple armor. He'd gone out prepared for something, but for the life of me, I couldn't figure out what. As he sat on my bed, he plopped his head on his lap, setting the laptop right in front of it. He typed with one hand, holding the phone against some ear holes in the helm, one on the keyboard. You think you can track the location with the phone connection? You bet your sweet ass. Right. Dexter, one moment. We need to have a chat. I tuned out of the conversation, picking my phone back up. All right. I just need you to stay on the line a little bit longer. Abraham is getting your location. Fuck! Abraham screamed, the sound reverberating from both where his head should have been and where it actually was. Then I heard the person on the other end yell.
Just use the damn doorbell, asshats.
Abraham spoke. 10 more seconds. Just stay on the line for 10 more seconds, and we'll head there right away. Just so you know, if you're lying to us, there are fates worse than death. A banging sounded in the background.
Hey, Terry, you might want to teleport, like, now.
What? I don't have government funding for that kind of shit. I live in an apartment, for fuck's sake. I'm heading over in Abraham's car, though we have a shortcut. Try not to die. The line went dead. Turning to Abraham, he stared at me. It's gonna be an 8-hour drive, easily. Are you sure he'll make it till then? I stared. This is our only shot. Silence met my ears, then. All this work for a human. You're closer to a human than he is now. Standing, he met my gaze. You put your life on the line for him at the bunker. You know, before the buy. Yeah, like I knew there'd be anything remotely dangerous in there. You called in favors, not only from me, but Doc. He's not an easy man to get favor. We're dropping it. Got it? Picking up his laptop and head, he left the room. Come on then. No time like the present. I have a sword in my car. I took a breath. Of course. I grabbed my bag. I hadn't seen his car since the night of the bunker, aside from a few new carvings in the black paint of his tinted Model S. They were deep, wide, and left some scorch marks. Pyro. More like a ventriloquist who had an enchanted wooden door. That's the worst of the damage, though. No matter. We have to be on our way. I nodded, throwing the bag in the back and hopping in the passenger side. A couple of hours passed in silence, when Abraham broke me out of my daze. Terry, we seriously need to talk about your attachment. I'm all for saving Joseph, don't get me wrong. That's funny. I was under the impression we'd drop. No.
I am talking. You will hear me out. Do I make myself clear?
I wanted to jump out of the car right there. But really, I knew this was coming. I'd been delaying the conversation for months behind closed doors, but this was the most persistent he'd ever been. I sighed. Yes. You never got over her death, and that fact's never been more apparent than when Joseph moved in. You said you were fine, and I trusted that. But every other fucking month it's something else. And with Mayroyd return, watch it. The car stuttered. I'm inclined to believe she reopens what you thought was healed. I suggest you let Joseph go once we've captured him. I get that you think I'm using her as a substitute, but you are. I don't think. The writing couldn't be any clearer if you wrote it in base 10. The car stuttered again. If you can't keep your emotions in check, I will pull over. We're in the mountains already. We might as well pull over now. Punching you in the face sounds therapeutic as hell right now. Jesus, Terry. You weren't like this before. Threatening me with intent. Don't think I didn't notice the dip in power with that one. I think it's important you take some time, Terry. You're letting a human get to you. As I said before, you're more human than him at this point. That's it. You want a fight? We're having one. Just know, out of respect, I don't intend to use my sword, but I fully intend to go all out. He swerved into a nearby turn, skidding in the light snow. As he pulled to a stop, the light flakes, slowly dropping, began picking up speed. I scoffed. Oh, so we're actually doing this then? Don't pussy out if I beat the shit out of you too hard. Don't forget what I'm capable of. You better take me out quick then. He exited the car, leaving both his head and his sword behind. I nearly shuddered, but I contained myself as I followed suit. I could hear his heavy footsteps crunching the snow into paper-thin sheets as I followed him. The snowflakes seemed to pick up in both speed and size as we made our way into the forest. With each passing minute, I could feel the energy radiating from Abraham. I had my concerns about him leaving his head behind, and it seemed I was right for that. A few minutes later, he stopped, turning to me. Then I spoke. If you want to turn back, now is the time. We can hop back in the car and head on our way. I really don't want to hurt you. Please, you'll be the one hurting after this. Before I knew it, his fist was right in front of me. Part 18. His fist met my face, rocketing me into a nearby tree. It splintered as I coughed out a mouthful of black blood. Before I could catch my breath, his fist slammed into my head again. His fist a piston, repeatedly smashing my face with each word. Snap the hell out of it! As my vision flickered, I sprung the tentacles from my back, lunging me forward, and tackled him to the ground. He was already starting to look shorter as I jerked backward to get some distance, the fluidity of my tentacles making up for my stiffening limbs. Abraham shot back up, dashing at me for a punch that met the tree behind me as I slung toward another using the base of the tree. As it fell, snow was kicked up, creating a cloud in the snowstorm. I held my tentacles around me as the cloud of powder surrounded me. I was airborne, no air entering or leaving me. The pain in the center of my back suddenly and aggressively assaulted my senses. Dazed, I didn't notice when my face crashed into the frozen dirt beneath the snow. It was around the third punch when I could process my surroundings again. Then I threw him off using two of my limbs. Abraham shot back up, dashing at me for a punch that met the tree behind me as I slung toward another using the base of the tree. As it fell, snow was kicked up, creating a cloud in the snowstorm. I held my tentacles around me as the cloud of powder surrounded me. I was airborne, no air entering or leaving me. The pain in the center of my back suddenly and aggressively assaulted my senses. Dazed, I didn't notice when my face crashed into the frozen dirt beneath the snow. It was around the third punch when I could process my surroundings again. Then I threw him off using two of my limbs. Taking a full-bodied breath, I used my tentacles like a spring, shooting up to grab a tree branch. Reaching higher limbs, I managed to find a stable branch to perch on. Then I focused. My hands began to merge with the branch, allowing my limbs to loosen as they shrank. But before I could do much more, the tree was falling.
Diffusing my hands, I jumped down, landing directly on Abraham, and wrapped 2 tentacles around each of his limbs. I punched his chest repeatedly, eventually cracking the purple armor when he suddenly broke free, tearing each tentacle from my back. Fire shot from my back, scorching my nerves and making my vision blur. In that split second, Abraham punched me in the gut hard enough to send me 2 feet in the air, followed by grabbing my face directly. I felt my soul being sucked from me as he knocked over tree after tree with nothing but my head. When he finally flung me against one of the towering pines, nearly cracking my spine, nothing but white met my gaze. Grabbing the stump I was leaning against, I tried semi-fusing with the tree, but Abraham had already caught up, punching me in the guts repeatedly, then picking me up and slamming me back onto the splintered trunk over and over again. But the more he slammed me, the less I felt it. Only about 30 seconds later, my vision cleared to see him ready to throw me into the air. My tentacles shot back out, much thinner than before, and I grabbed his right arm with all 8 tentacles, inverting our positions and slamming him between 2 pines on a loop until my knees nearly started shaking. Soon enough, I didn't even have the strength to hold him. The armor on his left arm and right leg were buried, but I still couldn't muster the strength. My tentacles receded, and I would have dropped to one knee had I not been so tall. As Abraham stood, removing one of his heavily plated boots, he slowly stepped toward me, a newfound power oozing from him. I really didn't want to have to do this, Terry. What can I say? You're stronger than me. Always have been. Are you willing to listen to reason yet? As he stepped closer, I began shrinking, regaining the ability to move. Fucking hell. You're really gonna drain your best friend over a disagreement? Maybe you are as insane as knockoff Smudge said you were. He let out a contemptuous hiss. Like you're much better. When was the last time you fed on a child? Abraham. I growled back, my body limp enough that I finally collapsed to my knees. And now, if you're gonna bring mortality into the discussion, I would like to hear your excuse. He finally reached me, kicking me back into the tree from before, and pressing his bare foot against my face. Children, the most innocent of all humans, and you eat them. We're both just trying to survive. He flexed his leg, and I felt the weight of the tree give out. Given everything he'd sucked out of me, he could have taken May right on at that moment. I knew he was going to win our fight. Sorry. Why don't you tell me how I'm such a bad person trying to beat some sense into my friend, Kenneth? A newfound strength surged through me, and I collapsed into the fallen tree, sucking out every last drop of energy from the interconnected root system. The now rotten tree spat me out as it crumbled to the ground like a tower of Lincoln logs, along with countless others. Throwing all of my body weight at him, I heard a crack. I flung him into the air, using a branch to slingshot me into him with a tentacle. Around halfway up, I caught 2 more branches, using my limbs like rubber bands to shoot myself down onto Abraham, splintering the plate mail. With him struggling to stand back up, I flung back at him, using him like a pole. I spun him around a couple of times before stopping, using the built momentum to fling him into one of the now dead trees, sending it collapsing onto him. I took a moment, my body aching, tentacles bleeding, and feeling like an overstretched silly putty. I fell to one knee, surprised at how much I'd shrunk. My face was down, the pores in my skin trying to suck in air from the surrounding area. Then, the rotting tree was pushed to the side, and I could see Abraham's armor seemingly fusing back together. He'd even managed to find his missing pieces. I'd only had a few seconds to wonder how long I'd been there, before everything went dark. I awoke sometime later in the back of the car. My muscles were shredded, back numb, and I had a throbbing in my head. Abraham tossed a water bottle at my stomach, followed by my bag. I'm sure you brought some of the doc's meds with you. I hope you know I didn't intend for things to get so out of hand. I just need you to get that what you're doing isn't healthy. I hope Joseph is safe, same as you, but don't think I didn't notice those posters. It's obvious you're still not over her. Not to mention your prior slip-up. I downed a few pills. I hear you, and it's clear you're serious. I mean, I've never been cold. Well, you know.
by a friend before. Right. He reached for where his neck should have been, then put his head back on the steering wheel. I apologize for that. Slush squeezing out from under the tires filled the vacant air. You never have exactly explained that. It was, well, you know, I've gone by a lot of names. Der Grossman was the first I can remember. And then, as I gained sentience, I started taking up local names. When I'd move, I'd try and change things up. I guess you could say I killed a lot of people in the days of that one. But I moved on since then. And not to mention, I trailed off. He shifted in his seat uncomfortably. How long has it been since that name? I shifted. Decades. Maybe 50 years. I said, thinking back to the exact date, but refusing to let my mind wander further. I see. Everything went silent again. Nothing but the sound of tires on pavement. It started that way until we pulled up to a dilapidated structure in the middle of butt-fuck nowhere a couple hours later. The entrance had been caved in. Clearly the USPM wasn't taking no for an answer, and that became crystal clear when we entered the building. The entire place was a crumbling mess. There wasn't a single thing that seems to be in the right place, including the lack of dead bodies. You think he's dead? My words reverberated off the metal walls. It didn't even look like anyone was here when they made their way through. I presume they must have evacuated. Come to think of it, I don't actually remember hearing any other voices over the phone. You don't think the USPM has been planning for this, have you? Abraham scoffed. Doubtful. All for one human. They wouldn't put that much money into capturing you, let alone a partial vampire. His nutrient condenser's hardly even developed. Jesus, did you take cryptology lessons from Chad? It's a stem. Oh yes, how intuitive. Everyone knows the biology of a vampire. The stomach, the heart, and the kidney. Oh, and don't forget the stem, Jeremy. He mocked, grabbing his head with both hands to shake it side to side. Look, it makes sense if you know what it does. Maybe go hit up Rachel if you want to get the name of an organ changed. I'm sure she could help with that. I was about to give him a jack-off gesture when I realized he'd lost interest. Is that him? And laying next to him? I'll be damned. A neural segmenter. You'd have more of an idea than me. As we finished walking over to the unconscious man, his eyes fluttered open. Well, it appears the boy's not yet dead, wouldn't you say? I rolled my head. I guess not. He did get pretty fucked up, though. Are you the one I spoke with over the phone? Oh, you must be terribly sorry about Joseph. Sweat quickly beaded on his forehead as he sat up, quickly grabbing his forehead in apparent pain. Don't worry, we saw how demolished the entrance was. No way a human like you could deal with something like that. Odd that the government would send itself after itself, though. You got oil here or something? Probably in the fridge, he replied. It was I sighed. Never mind. Did they leave anything behind that can help us track them down? He paused, his hand making its way down to his stubble. The head memory thing? Though it's probably broken. The phone, assuming it's somehow survived everything. Maybe they left the typewriter. I can't think of anything else. Abraham took a step forward. The headpiece should do fine, boy. Thank you for your assurance. If I may take the broken device, I can fix it. I helped design it myself, after all. The kid looked around, clearing debris until, eventually, he found the neural segmenter on the ground beside him. He also picked up a set of papers. Here, take this scripting, too. I hope it helps him remember something. After I gathered everything under one arm, Abraham took his hand. Thank you. The kid's pain was evident from the handshake. The name's Abraham. I wish you luck with whatever finds you in the future. As Abraham readied to leave, I took the boy's hand as well, taking care to go easy on him. I really do appreciate this. Should any information come up, I'm sure you'll let us know. I spiked my heart rate, hoping the static would send the message.
We waved back as we walked ahead, wondering just where the headpiece would take us. I slumped back in the passenger seat. So, are you gonna pull a bunny out of your hat for this one or what? Abraham stared ahead as snow blotted out anything more than 3 feet ahead of us. Now, these devices were built with microphones very few people are aware of. If I had a hand in something, I'd like to know anything going on with it. We'll see if any component survived, then extract any data. And if everything's fucked. If that comes to be, we can always visit the remnants. One of them aided me in the designs, and so long as where the information was stored in there, they'll be able to extract it, no matter the state. So long as it's only physical breaks. If they decomposed or oxidized it with anything, though, well, I suppose no need to worry about it unless it happens. The remnants. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. They're still around. The numbers are few these days. However, their wisdom remains strong. Right. You're sure they're willing to talk to us, though? I mean, we're basically demons as far as pacifists are concerned. They're not a fan of me, given our history, but as I said, I do have allies within. I tilted my head to look out at the passing flurries. At least one of us has a plan. I sighed, thinking over everything that's gone down previously. With Mayroyd, I'd been meticulous, ensuring we had every possible advantage. But now, I suppose you could call it a plan, but it's more like a segment. Even if we get any data, there's no telling it'll be useful. Quite frankly, I doubt we'll be able to find him either way. Dexter didn't have any information, and apparently the USPM has been dealing with a lot of internal stress. The true question is why they're so hell-bent on taking care of a single human if they have so many problems going on inside. I maintained my gaze, rolling my head. This is the government. No matter how bad they're crumbling, they're going to control what they can. They saw an opportunity to have control and took it. What's more to look into? Well, yes, but the fact remains that Joseph is hardly a liability. You saw how wrecked the PFBI headquarters was. They may not have actually been part of the government, but they're nothing to scoff at. I tossed his words around, trying to think of an explanation, when I realized something. What do you mean? They aren't affiliated with any government organizations? No. You seriously didn't know that? I turned to him. Why would they dump Joseph on them then? They couldn't just wipe his memory and be done with it. Why the extra steps? I rolled the question around for a moment. Wait, what exactly did you ask Dexter? And what did he tell you? Well, I asked if he had any information on Joseph. He told me he didn't have anything new. Then asked why I was calling. I explained that Joseph had been taken and the USPM was involved. He said he didn't have any information for me and that I'd have to talk to his commanding officer. Is that what he said verbatim? That he didn't have any details for you? He didn't respond at first, mulling the implication over. That sly bastard. He pulled out his phone, putting it on speaker as he rang Dexter, fluctuating between 1 and 2 bars. D speaking. Please take me off speaker before continuing. It's just Abraham and Sari. I will not take you off speaker. He let out an agitated sigh. How can I help you two? You know I'm busy, and seriously, 2 calls in 1 day? Dexter, that's quite enough for the formalities. You know how I feel about misleading information, and I'm inclined to believe that you're withholding information from me. Did you have a part in Joseph's disappearance or not? I didn't hold a direct part in his... Give it to me straight, Dexter. All I'm saying... Dexter! Yes, fucking hell, you whiny bitch. I've got it under control. I'm trying to help Joseph get off the radar, get him out of the government's line of sight. So I might have subtly suggested that they leave a bit of a paper trail. Clearly, you guys are already figuring it out. Unfortunately, I can't help you guys. I set everything up so it'll all work out. If I get involved, Joseph will end up on a pike with his stem in a black market. So, just play your roles right, don't overthink, and Joseph will make it out alive, if a little damaged. A familiar Texan accent sounded in the background. Anyway, I got shit to do. Keep your eyes out for the apex. The line went dead, the top of Abraham's phone showing no service. That boy, I never know what side he's on. He's brilliant, but quite the wild card. So that's it. We're just letting him dangle some hints in front of us until we figure it out. God damn it. The car stuttered. Well, he's got a mind of his own and enough connections to put anyone he wants behind bars, whether they're guilty or not. I sighed, looking back out the window. Fucking bullshit. That's all this ever is. Let's just head to the remnants. I'll figure something out to avoid being recognized. Wait. What the hell did you do to them? Part 19. As we came to the end of a trail, Abraham stopped the car, grabbed his head, and opened his door. Should only be another mile or so. I presume you've had plenty of time to prepare. Something like that. Guess we'll see for sure when we get there, I replied, grabbing the headpiece from the back. The hike didn't take long, and soon enough, the guards at the entrance were in sight.
What business have you with the remnants of the Crystal Age?
The lizard-like man on the right spoke, wearing black robes and a clear power looming over him despite his small stature. The silent one on the left was built more akin to Chad, despite being covered in brown robes. He didn't quite radiate the same way the lizard man did. We've come to speak with Jedediah. Jedediah had died. Tell him Abraham's come to make good on his promise. They whispered back and forth until we were within earshot. Then the bulky guy shouted over the log wall. Go tell Jedediah. Let him decide. The man's voice rumbled the ground like an earthquake, causing my muscles to loosen. I chuckled. Quite the tone you got there. You trying to pacify us? We aren't gonna try anything. He sneered, like I'd trust the child of the hammer. My tone went wild.
You don't know how he was. How can you judge me?
Because I know how he is. That's what counts.
It was 10 last month. How many more remnants do you think he'll shatter this month? You think I condone it?
The lizard man spoke in a hushed tone that seemed to exist on its own wavelength. I think you're both ill-informed and should shut up before you make yourselves look as arrogant as you are. The hammer was a different person when he raised the tall one, and the tall one hasn't seen him since. You're each operating with half a deck, so I advise you just stand silent and wait. A few moments passed of wind and chirping birds when the door opened, revealing an old Western-style town. Buildings lined up, compact and extending both sides of the initial path, which led down to a meeting area in the center of the town, with an all-too-familiar statue in the center. It painted him in quite the hideous light, holding organs from bodies that lay at his feet as he laughed eternally. There was a warhammer in his hand, and as we reached it, I saw the sign at his feet. The hammer below that lay a description. Never forget the enemy of the remnants, the man who has and will continue to destroy us until every fragment of the Crystal Age is destroyed from existence. Let us keep that from happening. Despite everything he'd done, I couldn't simply turn my back on Charles, even if he killed 10,000 remnants. I still owed the man, God, or whatever the hell he was in life. We all keep moving. People are staring, Terry. I started realizing just how long we'd been standing there. Right. Let's keep going. Where's his place? Straight down and to the right, though be wary. He's quite fond of the remnants and has lost a fair few confidants over the years. I sighed. Great. Sure we can't back out? I mumbled sarcastically, to which he didn't respond. Shortly thereafter, we stopped at a hardwood door with a brass knocker and handle. Abraham ignored the first, instead choosing to crinkle the handle, opening the door without hesitation. A gunshot resounded, causing a metal clink. So much for pacifism, I thought to myself. Always a pleasure, Jedediah, truly. A thick but jovial Hebrew accent responded. Abraham, my dear friend, it's been far too long. The man raised the gun he'd begun to lower, aiming it at me this time. Why do you bring the son of the hammer to me? His voice was disturbingly calm. You must have a prime reason for doing so. As I took another step, I put his appearance together. He had thick but short black hair that stood on his head in a stylish manner. His eyebrows were finely plucked, clearly broadcasting his every emotion. He had a crooked but clean grin that could barely mask his fury, and he wore a clean plumber outfit, along with a gold watch on his right hand and a static-absorbing wristband on his left. Please, put the gun down.
No, I really don't think I want to do that, unless you give me a stellar fucking reason.
I spoke next. Jedediah, was it?
You say another word, and this bullet goes through your head. It's silver.
I prepared to make my move, but Abraham held out his arm. You really want to do that? Who do you think will come if Terry's killed? We've come to discuss a matter involving the neural segmenter. Need help extracting some data from our private modifications. The man cautiously lowered the rifle.
Is that all?
Well, it's in pretty bad shape. He gestured for me to come forward. Setting it on the table, I continued for him. It got pretty beat up from the USPM.
Buddy, I'll decide whether or not it's beaten up.
Jedediah picked the device up, inspecting it as though he were a prospector inspecting the land for gold. About 5 minutes later, he dropped it on the table.
Might have a memory bank or two still alive in there somewhere. So what's the information worth to you?
Abraham spoke up. Now hold on. The man raised his hand to him, facing me as he stated.
You can make good on your promise when you don't have the son of the hammer here.
He raised his eyebrows.
So, what is it worth to you?
I thought for a moment. Then it came to me. I pulled out the bag I'd brought with me, grabbed the doc's meds, and dropped them on the table. Antipsychotics, an SSRI, an antidepressant, and a stimulant, all made by the West Coast plague doctor himself. A flicker of surprise came and went. An enticing offer to be sure, but that wasn't quite what I meant.
Who is it you've been trying to get a hold of?
Why would you need some? This time I cut Abraham off, my legs feeling tight.
Now, this is between him and me. Back off for a minute.
He stepped back. Is that the information you're wanting in exchange, or a separate question entirely? The man smirked, folded his arms onto the counter.
Oh, how perceptive you are. I can see how you're able to get away with murdering children now.
I slammed my fist onto the table, the tightness in my legs growing even stronger.
You better watch your tone.
Standing upright, he chuckled and folded his arms.
You sure I need to?
He raised an eyebrow and smirked. I took a moment to relax, managing to force out a tight.
My apologies. I feel like you aren't really trying. Can I hear it just one more time? Your father had killed hundreds of us after all.
Loathing the arrogant cocksucker, I obliged in a softer tone.
That's better. I think I'll just take all of this person's personal information as payment. Not a bad deal, is it?
I can give you some. I don't know everything about him. He sighed.
I suppose that'll have to do. Also, I need to know whatever he is.
Holding back my frustration, I let out a defeated,
"Fine,"
before letting him know the minimum of what he wanted. When I finished, Jedediah turned to Abraham.
"Is all the information he gave me accurate?"
But of course, Terry may be one creepy fella, but he's an honest man." The man scoffed.
"Anyway, I suppose it's time to get started on this. However, it'll be a little while. Extracting data from the chips isn't simple. Feel free to roam about, grab a bite, and do whatever else it is you do. Don't snack on any children and we should be fine."
He raised an eyebrow at me.
"The one true ruler is always watching, and I advise against disturbing the peace he's formed here."
He waved us off, keeping an eye on me until we had fully left the building.
"What an asshole."
I shook my head as I crossed my arms. You do know why he's so wary?
Yeah, but still, I'm not judging him based on who his adopted father became after leaving.
Abraham stopped us. You also have a tendency to eat children, Terry.
Something tells me if he had to eat a baby dolphin once a month to survive, he'd do it without hesitation.
I suppose you could be right. He seems to lose himself in contemplation. We stopped by a couple of small food places selling stuff from stir-fries to rice balls to salads. Suffice to say, we didn't end up getting anything. I'm not against veggies or anything, they just didn't have any meat, so we ended up leaving the town for a little while for a bit of hunting. When we came back a good while later, we were stuffed, and I could feel my cells rejuvenating by the minute. Entering the room, Jedediah was clipping his nails at the counter.
Seems there wasn't much of any use on it. There was mention of taking him to a town, but not even Cutthroat would know where to start. There are hundreds across the US, not to mention all the ones outside.
You mean the ones that keep humanoid atypicals in, don't you?
Abraham said grimly.
Correct you are.
How do we know you're being honest? How about you give us a flash drive with the data on it? Then we can decide how honest you're being.
I can only read the information stored on the chips. I can't transfer data to a new device. I'm sorry, but you are going to have to take my word for it. He was taken to one, but then the specificity was lost to some corrosion through a few blown pieces of circuitry. A lot of what's in them is hardly legible, and only a fraction of what is of any use.
God damn it! I slammed my fist into the doorframe, causing a few splinters to fly off. What the hell was Dexter thinking? If he's so smart, why didn't he see this coming? I stomped out of the building as lightly as I could manage, kicking up a few dust clouds from stray rocks as we left. Well, what the fuck are we gonna do now? Terry, you're far too stressed. We're not gonna find him overnight. I spun to meet him. I am well aware of that. Doesn't mean I can't be a little frustrated when we come to a dead end. A little frustrated? You're pissed. You won't even fit in the car like that. I took a moment, analyzing my surroundings, only just realizing how far down I'd had to look at Abraham. I took a deep breath, pulling the meds from my bag. I swallowed them dry, and we made our way back to the car in silence. We had to wait a little longer before we could leave, though. He set his head on the car, turning it to me. He let it consume the silence. I glanced at him. It's not that easy, but it could be easier. I think it's smart you take it easy for a little while. I shook my head. No, he's out there. No memory, and a vampire. And that's not exactly a secret. What kind of plan could you possibly form with the complete lack of information we have? Maybe we just need to wait around for some information to come to us. Dexter has an adaptive IQ, a truly rare ability. Whatever we choose to do, he's likely already anticipated. He's rarely so confident to tell people what he told us. I shook my head again. I fucking hate that. I don't trust him. I get that you do, but this guy, he knows too much, has too many fingers and too many pockets. I'm not comfortable simply waiting around just because he may have seen it coming. Is that so? He let the word drag out for a moment too long. Well, let me hear it then. Hear what? Don't do that. Just spit it out. He paused. Well then, I'm not sure I can aid your obsession. You're just too stubborn. Feel free to go on a wild goose chase, but you don't even have a starting line. You're an astronomer looking for barley in a wheat field. You're not a fucking farmer, Terry. Doesn't mean I'm going to give up. No, I'm telling you to have a little faith in those around you. I opened the car door and sat down, folding my arms as I closed it. He followed suit. Look, if we don't hear anything in the next month, we can go looking around. I trust Dexter with the most classified information I have, and I have on a few occasions. He's never given me a reason to regret that. So if he's telling us we need to just do our thing, let's just wait around for a little while. Help you get your shit sorted. If nothing comes up, we can go hire all the detectives we need. I turned to him, and he set his head in his lap, sighing. Fine. Then I looked ahead. But if nothing comes up in 1 month, we're doing our own digging. There we are. Joseph's a capable lad anyway.
even without memories, I'm sure he can handle himself. Part 20. Cases continue to rise unexpectedly. Cause has yet to be identified. Slits of light clouded my vision as my eyes creaked open. Looking to my right, I saw the clock. 5:28 a.m. I dragged the remote off my nightstand, shutting off the TV across from the bed. The sound reverberated through my aching mind. Setting the remote down, I reached for my phone. Wait, it's charging in the kitchen, I thought to myself, hesitating for a moment before the knocking came again. I got up, grabbed a robe from my closet, and headed to the door. As I tied the knot around my waist, I opened the door, revealing two people exuding the definition of dapper. A man and a woman, both dressed in fancy suits with their sleek black hair tied back. Both of them had red irises and filled the air with confidence and relaxation. Isn't it a bit early to be soliciting? I asked, glancing down both sides of the street. The man began with a chuckle. Oh no, we're not here to sell you anything. The woman continued his statement. We are remnants, and we were instructed to give you this. She handed me a business card, which I took reluctantly. So, are you from a cult or something? I was going to continue, but the man stopped me with a hand. No, sir, we're not with any religions. We're simply cogs designed to achieve a greater understanding of reality. We don't expect you to call anytime soon. However, the elders feel it is important for you to have this before the change begins. However, if you choose never to contact us, we understand. The woman smiled. We hope you have a wonderful day. Both bowed to me before heading down the street and off into the distance. Okay. Shutting the door, I flicked the card to my left. It disappeared somewhere beyond the couch in the living room. Turning right, I made my way through the kitchen, grabbing my phone off the counter beside the stove. A few notifications grabbed my attention. 2 emails from vaguely familiar addresses alongside a message from someone named Darren. I know how you like drinking, so don't forget, we need you in at 7 a.m. Then it hit me. I'd gotten a job at a local computer shop. I was still in training while they figured out how well I could program, but it was a full-time job. I shook off a sort of deja vu feeling before reheating some day-old coffee. Was it only a day old? I asked myself. When did I make it? Before I could fall further into my head, the microwave assaulted my eardrums, shaking me out of my train of thought. Grabbing the mug, I took a sip from the lukewarm black coffee and smiled. At least one thing feels familiar. A few gulps later, a harsh beeping sounded from my room, disturbing the brief period of peace. I sat on the couch about 30 minutes before I had to leave. Hey, Ted. I cut myself off. What the hell was that? My thoughts came out verbalized. I took it as my cue to gather another cup of coffee. Heating some, I poured it into a travel mug and decided to head to work a little early.
Hey, how's it going, Joseph?
A chipper man with glasses shouted to me over the sound of a computer-grade air compressor from behind the counter. There was a slight haze and mustiness to the room from the dust making its way out of the case in front of him. Computer parts lay strewn about on a towel beside him. I waited for him to shut the compressor off before sighing. Still alive. Making my way over to him, I set my mug on the counter. What have we got going on today?
Some jackass was trying to modify his Linux without knowing what he was doing, so I'm gonna want you to show me if you can handle the repair. Aside from that, we just have some old work systems to clean out for some business around. Overheating issues and all, so mostly just blowing them out, replacing the thermal paste. You get the gist? The balding man stood, revealing his lanky frame as he began putting each part back in its place on the motherboard. Alright, I get you. Did they say what they were trying to do with it when they fucked their system? Nah, I just said once they were done messing with some coding, the thing was just always at max processing output. I've got a good idea what it might be, but I want you to figure it out. Alright, I'll take care of it if you don't mind me starting a bit early. Go for it. It turned out to be an infinite loop the guy accidentally added in, so the computer was just using all of its output to try and solve an unsolvable problem.
It took me about 30 minutes to figure out and fix it because of how slow the thing was. After that, I joined Darren in cleaning out the computers we had. It wasn't long before a customer came in. An oddly familiar guy with a glowing crystal necklace, dark brown hair, almost unnaturally brown eyes, and a 5 o'clock shadow. He was holding a laptop under his right arm and wore a similar expression of distant familiarity, before suddenly remembering why he was there.
Hey, welcome to Dungeons and Computers. Name's Darren. How can I help you?
Oh, thanks. Approaching, he shook Darren's hand. Scott, I'm just looking to speed this thing up, he said, gently placing the ancient laptop alongside its charger. It's a bit old, but I need all the stuff on it. Darren picked up the 3-inch thick brick.
You sure you don't want us to transfer everything to a newer system? I'm not sure we can even order the parts to upgrade this thing. I mean, what's it even running? 98?
Scott rubbed the back of his head and glanced away. Yeah, I'm just not sure if I have enough for something newer.
Well, here's what I can tell you. Even if I find the parts to upgrade it, the difference will hardly be noticeable. Tell you what, how much were we planning on dropping on this thing?
$200, maybe? Darren's scoff laughed.
Look, buddy, I got an old laptop in the back. I don't use it anymore. What do you say I wipe it, transfer your data, and I'll give you the laptop for that $200?
Scott rubbed the back of his head again. I mean, sure, you won't see anything I'm moving on to it, will you? This set off some alarm bells for me. The way he said it hinted at something more incriminating than personal data.
Not at all. It'll just be moving straight from this dinosaur to the Neanderthal I have in the bag.
Scott let out a small sigh and dropped his hand. You mind if I hold on to the laptop still? It's got some sentimental value to it.
Sure thing, man. Come back tomorrow. I'll have the new one ready for you along with this dictionary underneath.
The man's face reddened, and he began fidgeting. Can't you do it today?
Buddy, I don't mean to be rude or anything, but the fact this thing's still running is a miracle considering I've never seen you around here. It's gonna take a while for the data transfer, so unless you feel like spending the night here, I advise you go home and come back tomorrow.
Scott sighed. Okay, here's the 200 then. Please, just be careful. Darren's face morphed, displaying utter assurance.
Believe me, I treat all computers with absolute care. You can bet on it.
He sighed again. Thank you. I'll be back. As the doors closed behind Scott, I couldn't help but run my mouth. We're checking his computer, right? You saw how he was acting.
I pride myself in never looking into my clients' personal lives. I advise you do the same. If you end up not coming across anything, then you just violated your client's privacy. How are they supposed to rely on you after that?
Turning back to the computer I was working on, I gave him the side-eye. Okay. Arriving at home, I looked at the couch, about to say something, but I lost it like a sneeze. The idea of what I might say sitting there, just noticeable enough to annoy me. I tried to shake it off as I headed to my office, sitting down to work on a project for an online client. But I struggled to even start. Throughout the day, I've been almost doing certain things. Like that morning, I reached for my phone despite never leaving it beside my bed, stopping like I was going to think of something. And now the couch situation. I sat there, staring at my screensaver, as if it held the secrets I craved to understand. Did I always have the standard Windows 10 background? I asked myself. Don't I normally go to the bar tool? The thought was fleeting, but I latched onto it. I could really go for a cheap glass of whiskey. The idea felt both comforting and disconcerting, but ultimately, I relented. Hell, it wasn't like I was getting any work done. Shutting off my computer, I grabbed a jacket and headed out the door, leaving on foot. A few flakes passed my face before I noticed the fog seeping out of my nose. I glanced up to see the gray clouds overhead, shivering at what could come. Despite the cold, I felt an odd warmth that seemed to seep into the rest of my body from my gut. Shouting sounded in from the direction of the lone apartment complex. Looking around, I found some people were already shambling back home from the bar. Reorienting myself, I finished my walk in mostly silent peace. A dull hum of music and voices combined, forming a dark cloud over the building. Opening the door caused a couple of people to turn from the bar counter. Both vaguely familiar people waved me over. The man in plain undershirt, flannel, and jeans spoke first, his baby face masked by his thick black beard and seemingly bulletproof glasses. "Boss keep you late again?" I sighed as I sat next to the guy with an especially tight black V-neck and cargo pants. I looked past his weathered appearance to Babyface. "You could say that. How long have you guys been waiting around?" V-neck replied. Despite his seemingly hairless face, he had an astronomical amount of chest hair poking out.
Well, construction ended early for me today, but Jared here just made his way in a few minutes before you did, so I ain't had a drinking partner for the past few hours.
Damn, well, sorry about that. I'll try and get here sooner next time, I guess.
Don't worry about it. Work is work. Can't be helped.
He turned to Babyface.
Hey, you wanna cash in on that drink you still owe Joey here? Or you wanting to lose another arm wrestling match?
His lens seemed to grow with suggestion, and he put his hands up defensively.
Hey now, I can't afford something like that right now. I just paid my bills. You think I can afford...
Phoenix smacked the table, laughing before breaking into a coughing fit.
That's fucking priceless. Every time.
Wait, do you owe me a drink? I don't remember.
Hey, if he doesn't remember, my debt is null. Those are the rules.
Babyface was beet red, pointing at me. Alright, I don't care either way, honestly. A grin slapped across my face. So, how about that arm wrestling match then? The relatively short bartender appeared on the other side of the counter.
If he won't, I will.
He set his right elbow on the counter and gestured. Oh, what are the terms then?
Drink for a drink. Winner's choice. Even one of those $2,000 bottles on the top shelf. Half a glass. Loser has to pay.
I gave him a once-over. Alright, let's go. Extending my right arm, I gripped his hand. Phoenix stood as our ref. As he verbalized, 1, I had the man's hand pinned.
That wasn't a very fair matchup. I'll go with my usual.
Saying that, I paused, wondering what my usual even was. It turned out to be a mid-shelf brandy.
Well, now, how about one more match? My left's my dominant hand.
He asked, setting the glass down in front of me. I took it like a shot. You, sure about that?
Come on. My left hand is seriously stronger.
He already had an elbow on the counter, so I entertained him. V-neck again counted down.
3, 2, 1.
I plunged force into my left arm, but I didn't make any progress. I looked at him as I exerted as much force as possible. He seemed to be doing the same. My bicep muscle bulged, with every vein pointing out like a texture book. It was then that I realized the odd-looking scar down the center of it, as if a chunk had been ripped out and reattached. I lost my focus, trying to remember how I'd gotten it, when I suddenly felt a bludgeoning pain in my hand. Tuning back into my surroundings, I looked at the man who was already stepping up a ladder to grab one of the $2,000 tequila bottles.
That'll be $150, please.
The white, koi-shaped bottle almost seemed to glow in the dim, incandescent light. I stared in confusion before I realized I had put the money on the counter. I wanted to argue with him about how I lost focus, but I couldn't help the nagging feeling that something was legitimately wrong with my arm.
I don't know why you let me off that easy there, kid, but you shouldn't have.
I mumbled something before heading to the exit.
Hey, Joey, you good?
Babyface and V-neck had turned me around.
If you need that for rent or something, we don't mind pitching you some money. Might even be able to ask him if you can pay.
No, just forget it. I need to take care of some stuff. Yeah, I turned back around. See you guys tomorrow. They said some other stuff, but I was too focused on heading to the liquor store. I got home an hour later, slumped on the couch, and drank cheap whiskey by the bottle. It took me 2 or so before I felt a buzz. I knew there was something wrong. I just didn't want to. By bottle 4, I finally felt drunk. And by 5, I'd passed out on the couch. Part 21. A shadowy figure sat beside me on a couch, controller in each of our hands. Warzone was playing on the screen. The person behind me and I were on the same squad, fighting multiple teams. Don't peek, there's a sniper. We were both squatting behind a wall when gunfire erupted from behind us. Fuck it, I'm out of here. My teammates stood, running for a nearby bus before getting domed. What the fuck were you doing? I berated as I ran in the opposite direction, managing to get behind some cover. He tossed his controller on the table in front of us. I thought I could make it. Get off my tits. Just get over and res me. The fuck? You're dead. You went the wrong way. Don't try and get me killed because you fucked up. I booked it out of the town we were in before I also got shot in the head, causing 20th place to appear on the screen. See? You died anyway. Might as well have tried to save me. Yeah, okay. Like I knew that was gonna happen. The figure beside me got up before my eyes groggily opened, seeing Darren aggressively shaking me awake.
What are you doing in the shop?
I glanced around, noticing I was leaning up against the counter. I looked at the one window in the building, seeing it still open, before a blurred memory made its way back to me, along with a dull ache in the general right side area. He snapped at me, and I noticed he'd been yelling.
I don't give a shit how much you drink at home, but if I ever find you passed out here again, holy shit, you have no idea. I'd fire you if anyone else in this town understood computers. Go home, get all your shit bundled up, fold it, put it away, then come back.
I stood, a bit ashamed of myself for losing control like that. Sorry,
I do not want to hear it. Now, go.
I nodded, glancing over at Darren's old laptop, noticing that there was no notification to signal the files had been transferred. I paused for a moment, turning to Darren. I couldn't help but notice a pen in his flannel pocket, but seeing his face, I turned back to head out the door. In the shower, I did what I could to remember what happened, but no matter how many times I'd retraced my steps, my night always ended with me closing my eyes on the couch. I vowed right then and there to give up drinking, which is a promise I'd expected to keep. As I got dressed to head back in, my phone rang out, grabbing my attention. One leg in my jeans, I held the other side up and grabbed my phone. Darren, what's up? He sounded frustrated.
Don't bother coming back in. I don't have anything for you to do.
He hung up before I could respond. I reconsidered my stance on alcohol. The thought of it made my mouth drool. Just this last time, then I'll give it up, I told myself, sincerely believing it. I finished getting dressed and headed out the door. When I made it in, Babyface and V-Neck were sitting at the counter. I hesitated before heading to them. Isn't it a bit early for you two to be here? They turned to me, and I sat beside V-Neck, who responded.
Shouldn't you be at work?
Not enough work for me to help out. Babyface joined.
What about your work from home stuff? What have you been working on lately?
Online work's been slow, too. Don't got anything better to do. I turned to the bartender. Cheapest glass of whiskey you got?
You sure?
V-Neck raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I'm gonna have a smaller paycheck this time around.
Nah, I mean, you sure you don't got anything waiting for you at home?
I stared ahead. Yeah, man, don't worry about me. I got shit under control. A glass was dropped in front of me. Thanks. The barkeep from the previous day glared down at me.
You gotta keep yourself on a tighter leash.
I glanced at all three of them, not one smiling. Look, guys, I've got everything under control. If you're all worried, I'll keep it to this one glass. I looked around, their intimidating gazes making me uncomfortable, until suddenly they all burst out laughing, unable to hold their stern looks any longer. V-Neck was smacking the table, Babyface had to take off his glasses to wipe down his eyes, and the bartender was squatting beneath the counter, holding onto it with both hands. With a "Ooh," Babyface chuckled out.
Jesus, why so serious?
It took me a minute to process the situation. It would have been easier had I not had that damn ache in my right side.
Hardy har har, give me a fucking aneurysm, assholes.
I forced the entire glass down, wiping a stray tear away as the heat plopped into my stomach. The bartender pulled himself back up.
Come on, don't be a bitch. We know you'd talk to us if you really needed it. Just don't get up and dip like you did last night.
Yeah, just pour me another fucking glass. V-neck patted me on the back.
You were fine though, right?
I looked him in his oak brown eyes. Yeah, man. It's like he said. If I really need any help, I'll come talk to you guys. I couldn't believe how much I'd lied to them, but I couldn't shake the feeling I didn't know these people as well as my brain seemed to want me to believe. We seemed close on the surface, and it felt like we were friends-ish, but no distinct memory of us all hanging out surfaced. Had I just been drinking too much? I shook my head like an Etch-a-Sketch. What about you guys? What are you doing here? It's morning. Babyface leaned over the counter, looked over at me.
We got the day off.
And you have nothing better to do than hang out at the bar? I chuckled, causing the ache in my side to turn into a vacuum-like pressure. Hey, barkeep, could you give me a couple burgers with a side of fries? I'm feeling the hunger coming on.
Sure thing.
He headed to the back.
Are you really just gonna skip over that, you kettle-ass bitch? Damn, someone needs to up their insult dictionary. That was just sad.
V-neck jutted in.
Besides, how could he be kettle? He's paler than a sun-bleached ghost.
Says the guy that's so sun-bleached he could be used for a leather car interior. V-neck's face dropped.
Hey, shit breath. I'd die before letting someone use my skin for a car interior.
He couldn't hold it. He smacked the table again. I chuckled, trying not to oversell it.
You got me there, man.
At that moment, I felt weird about the situation. Like the banter was forced, somehow. The thought blindsided me so hard I didn't realize I'd zoned out.
Joey, you still with us, you lightweight?
I looked at the three of them, trying to figure out who said it. Yeah, sorry. Just got lost in thought. Then I looked down, seeing my food already sitting in front of me.
Yeah,
The bartender said.
you seem to do that quite a lot these days.
I chuckled, reaching the glass to my mouth. What can I say? Just got a lot on my mind, I guess. Nothing hit my mouth. Glancing down, I realized there wasn't any whiskey. Can I get a refill? I got home that night, tipsy and dazed. As I pulled my shoes off, I shouted, "I'm home," before catching myself and suddenly noticing a tiny package. Absent-mindedly, I threw it on the couch before my mind pulled a lever, and I was on a new railroad. What's going on? Should I call the doctor? I sat down on the couch. Is my memory going? I turned on the TV, opened up a sitcom about a small local government and the people who run it. The show brought me some much-needed distraction, but at the same time caused a sense of loneliness and longing. After a few episodes, I had to shut it off and put something else on. But no matter what I rewatched, there seemed to be a small piece of me trying to latch onto something no longer there. As if there were a chasm between ideas and concepts, only being able to faintly shout to one another. I eventually just shut off the TV, intending to work on the project I needed to get done, hoping beyond hope that it would distract me from the cavity inside. As I stood there, I heard a crinkle of paper. Looking where I'd been sitting, I noticed the package I'd thrown earlier. I tore it open, hoping to get it out of the way so I could get to work. But when I examined the contents, water dressed along my eyebrows, I glanced around, wondering if I was being set up. I ran to the kitchen, opened my junk drawer, and threw the small bag of mushrooms inside before slamming it shut and making my way to the office. For hours, I sat there, busting through each step of my project, the EDM around me preventing me from thinking about anything else. Once I was finally caught up, I turned the music down, rolled back in my chair, and stared at the ceiling. The dull ache from earlier coming back to haunt me. My emotions finally reached the finish line, the faintest bit of water squeezing itself from my tear ducts. It sat there, glazed over my left eye for a minute, before finally pooling into a single point and rolling down my cheek. What the hell am I gonna do? I leaned forward, letting out a hollow sigh. I stumbled to my feet, shambling to the bedroom. As I passed each painting on my walls, the urge to simply let the void take me grew stronger. Once I reached the painting beside my room, I gazed into it. It was Van Gogh-esque. The sulking figure remained in a chair in the corner, not even enough light in the room to give it any specific identifiers. Then I looked at the man sipping coffee at a computer, the bags under his eyes as dark as the black substance, and an ashtray sat beside him, overflowing. Then, at another desk, a different man, seemingly shouting something while his feet set on the desk, despite his jovial appearance. He looked malnourished. Once I finally tore my eyes from it, I wondered when I'd gotten the painting. Then, I heard a creak from behind me. Just as I turned around, everything went black. There was a faint mustiness, as if someone had left some vegetables out in a dusty wine cellar with a pool of rusty water. Despite looking around, I couldn't see anything. I blinked a few times, realizing I was blindfolded. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath, exhaling through my nose. I could feel my hands duct taped together, my legs strapped tightly to whatever I was sitting on. What's going on? I rolled my head.
Well, shitbag's awake. This is gonna be fun.
Look, you can let us go. We didn't do shit. This is all...
Both of you can shut up. You don't get to go back out there. Not after what you've seen. If you just stayed off his laptop like I said, it wouldn't have gotten to this point. I just would have had to take care of Scott here.
I tried talking again, but before I could say much of anything, my overbite became an underbite, and something hard rammed up my jaw, causing my teeth to chatter.
And now, as fun as it'd be to sit here and talk about our hobbies and passions, I'd really rather not bother. Joseph, Scott, you two are gonna die. While it would be a pleasure to do it myself, I have to wait for the proper authorities to arrive and do it for me.
I mouthed a statement to him, and he backhanded me.
Well, eat a whole dick, Darren. Wow, is that any way to treat your captor?
The man beside me, Scott, it seemed, began freaking out.
You really don't have to do this, man. We're just two guys.
Pour all you want. You ain't getting my leg. I saw you were trying to move over, so there's no need to be coy.
Scott's tone grew grim.
The demons you've brought to this world will only serve to haunt you once everything else is gone. I've known demons. I've fought demons. I've killed demons. You don't know their strength. I am not asking. Let us go.
All right, Pastor Scott, I'll get right on that. Let me just log that first, and you'll be out of here.
He paused.
I'm gonna make a sandwich. Now, don't you two go anywhere.
The sound of shoes on wood made its way from behind me, and when all noise had finally ceased, only the sound of water slowly dripping into a bucket could be heard. With the mostly silence, my brain seems to process more of my surroundings. A rusty smell coming from the ever-ticking bucket about 10 feet to my right. The abnormally humid air despite the cold, just the slightest decline in the floor, like the ground was uneven when laying the foundation. Focusing on my ears, I could hear footsteps above. The harder I focused, the clearer they became. Soon enough, my ears began to ring, and I brought myself back to now.
That was weird. What was... Jesus, I forgot you were down here. How could you possibly forgot that?
It's... you wouldn't get it. I sat in silence, trying to figure out how I could tell how far the bucket was.
Well, you got any ideas?
Listen,
Scott, right? I'm sure you want to get out of here just as bad as I do, but in order to think of a way out, I need to be able to think. So if you could, in the kindest way possible, please just shut the fuck up for a few minutes. I thought for a moment. Wait, why aren't you freaking out?
Why aren't you?
Touché. I could hear his breathing grow more rapid and sporadic, so I tried to ignore him. If my arms are taped directly to the chair, there isn't much opportunity to break them free. Same for my legs. Is there any way that I could cut a sliver of tape? The bucket? No. How the hell would I cut some tape with a bucket? In the middle of my thoughts, I felt the ache in my side begin to build again, and that cut me out of my thoughts. I could hear Scott seemingly hyperventilating. Hey man, you doing good over there? He wheezed out his response between breaths.
Really? Hey, one of your captives are gonna die down here if you don't bring a bag or something.
The man must have stumbled down the stairs with the sound he made.
What the hell? Ah, shit, god damn it.
I'm not entirely sure what ensued, but eventually Scott's breathing slowed, and I couldn't hear it unless I focused.
With all that shit talking you were doing before, I didn't expect you to have a panic attack. You got DID or something? Oh, you piece of shit.
The gnarliest backhand I'd ever heard promptly ensued, and I felt something land in my lap.
I'll be sure and let them know they can take their sweet time with you.
Darren stomped back upstairs. What the hell was that about? Scott laughed.
Did you get it?
I mean, I got something.
It's the pen he had in his shirt pocket. Got lucky he still had it.
Yeah, but the thing landed in my lap. How the hell's it gonna help?
Here, scoot over to me. Try and get your thighs near my head.
I swung my body weight back and forth a few times, waiting. Hearing nothing, I continued.
Pretty sure I fucked his nose up, so hurry up. No time to wait.
I swung my body weight left, trying to lift up a bit with each push. I pushed and pushed until my knee bumped something.
Hell yeah, just turn a bit more to your left. That was my knee. Now where's the pen?
Right around the middle of my thigh.
Can you try to push it to your knee?
With what? My dick?
I don't know, flex or lean forward, anything.
Oh, right. Leaning forward in the chair, the pen slid, speeding up more and more, making it to my knees. I caught it sticking straight up. Holy fuck, that was a close one. Can you feel it?
No, not quite. Wiggle it around a bit. My hands are taped at the wrist.
I did as he said. It slipped ever so slightly. Hurry up, it's making its way to my kneecaps.
Just keep wiggling it. I think you brushed my palm a second ago.
Like this? And just like that, the pen was gone. I think we might have just lost our only way out.
I didn't hear it hit the ground. Did you?
He chuckled.
Hell yeah. Fuck. Get back over. Get back over.
I scooted for my life, hoping I was at least in a similar position to before, when I heard a clicking sound followed by rushing footsteps.
What the hell's going on down here?
Whatever do you mean? I'm certain I don't know what you're insinuating. I chuckled, which turned into pained grunting as the inflammation in my side grew ever more painful. I dry heaved before the pain in my stomach made itself known. A hint of copper made its way onto my tonsils, and I couldn't catch my breath.
Jesus, maybe you ought to join the local children's karate. I hear it's half off for adults.
Another fist made its way to my stomach, then my liver and a kidney.
Goddamn bitch ass.
I wheezed, coughing for air.
If you do make any more noise, I'll just kill you myself.
For good measure, he must have punched Scott in the stomach too. A few minutes passed, and I whispered, "All right, I think it's showtime." I heard the pen click, and over the next minute, I heard him whisper cursing to himself between the sounds of metal puncturing tape. Then, a quiet tick as he slowly tore the tape from his wrist. After a few minutes, I could hear his light footsteps pacing around the room until suddenly he pulled the bandana down from my eyes. Then he took a box cutter to each strip of tape, holding me down. Jesus, it's bright as hell down here. What are you talking about? Is a single tungsten bulb really that bright? I looked around. It felt like the room had been lit with fluorescent strip bulbs. But sure enough, there was just a single incandescent bulb overhead. Oh, never mind. Let's take care of this guy and head out. No, we need to find my necklace too. Scott was impatient. Is it really worth the trouble?
Yes, it's worth more than you would understand. We'll take care of him, then find my necklace.
I glanced around. All right, fine. Besides, I have some people you might want to meet. I promise it'll be worth your time. Well, I'm pretty sure I'm out of the job, so I've got all the time in the world right now. So when we make it out alive, sure, why not? The pain took over completely, and I dropped to the ground.
Keep it down. What's wrong?
Why not just eat him now? The thought caused drool to spill from my mouth, and I grinned.
My brain is going haywire. I think I'm going through kidney failure or something.
I writhed on the ground, mouth salivating at the idea of ripping each muscle fiber and tendon from his bones and sucking the marrow out of them like a Dairy Queen milkshake. I wanted to gag at the thought, but I was too hungry. Just so hungry. Every last cell in my body ached for something nutritious.
Slit his throat and bring him down. I'll take care of the rest.
What the hell?
Do it. Jesus, please. I'd rather eat the captive than the captive. Holy fuck.
What the hell did I tell? I convulsed on the ground, gripping my aching side as if I were bleeding out. I couldn't help the thoughts of having his eyes pop in my mouth like human boba. When a body dropped beside me, I didn't think twice before going for his biceps. I'd eaten the man's entire right arm before I processed what I was doing. I stumbled back, pushing myself as far away from the body as possible, looking around to see Scott standing at the bottom of the stairs, horrified.
You are...
He took a few breaths.
You good?
I looked myself over. I was covered in blood, some still dripping down my mouth. I licked my lips. The metallic taste gave me shivers.
I was wondering what kind of thing you were. Guess that mystery's solved, huh?
Excuse me.
How is the mystery solved? I'm not quite sure how, but I think you're part vampire. Your side hurting, suddenly crave for human meat. I mean, in the day of vitamin pills, you could have avoided that, but no one in this town's really told anyone, I guess, so it's not really your fault. Go shower up. I gotta find my necklace.
I sat there, staring at Darren's body, neck open like a Pez dispenser.
Look, I get you're in shock right now. I'm pretty surprised here myself, but we just committed murder and cannibalism. Sort of. We need to leave, soon.
I stumbled to my feet, appearing in the bathroom after some time. Then I was in front of the door, fresh clothes on and a garbage bag in my hand.
Sure you don't want to take his other arm for the road?
It was tempting, which made me want to puke, but my stomach refused.
Where are we going? Yeah, just stick with me. It's towards the back end of the hall where the wall is.
As soon as I reached for the door, I slammed into the wall, the brass handle stabbing my liver.
Get on the ground.
There were two men, both pointing rifles at Scott. He put his hands on the back of his head, kneeling in front of me as the door slowly pushed away from me. Looking down, the small hole in my side from the lever on the handle was already clotting. I saw in real time as it went from a loose clot to a full scab. Despite my shock, I was dropping the bag I was holding, kneeing the guy to my right in his tailbone. I felt a crack, and he dropped to the ground, screaming. I kicked the door shut and went to tackle the second guy, but he whipped around, hitting me in the side of the head with his stock. It was 10 seconds later, and I was barely holding myself up. Scott was pinned under the second guy as he handcuffed him. The first man was still in agony on the ground. Before he could get the second cuff around Scott's wrist, I lunged at him, throwing him off Scott. Out of reach of his gun, he wrapped his legs around my torso, punching me in each side of my head repeatedly. I jabbed his sides, trying to knee my way out of his chain-like hold, but I'd never been in a fight before. He coiled around me like a snake, and I felt his arm wrap around my throat so hard my Adam's apple cracked. I choked, pixels of my vision flashing white. He loosened, and I managed to slip out and wrap my leg around his neck. His immediately lit up bright red as he struggled, an oozing dent in his head from where Scott had bashed him with a fire extinguisher. I held it until the man stopped moving. "Take care of Piddles over there. I'll take care of this guy." I couldn't help but laugh when I looked over to see the stunned man had actually pissed himself. I proceeded to ensure the guy I sedated wouldn't be coming to again. Once we'd taken care of our mess, We took their keys and their guns and headed out. When I finally sat down in the car and my adrenaline began to die down, I entered a state colloquially known as subdued panic. Essentially, I was having a mental breakdown in the passenger seat as Scott made our way to the local at 50 in a residential area. Why was I having fun? What the hell is going on? We just killed 3 people. I ate a man. I'm a vampire. What's going to happen to us? How are we going to avoid getting arrested? Why did we bring the guns? Our DNA is all over. Why is Scott so calm? We're going to be arrested. Why did we steal their car? You okay? Do I look fucking okay? I just ate human meat, killed a guy, stole their guns and car, and now we're driving to who the fuck knows where. The only thing that could make this day any better would be if we committed triple homicide. Oh wait, that's not a fucking issue, is it? Tears streamed down my face as I forced my hands through my hair, ripping some of it out. He sat in silence. And why the hell are you so calm? How often do you do this? I whimpered out as my heart rate smoothed. I mean, not this exact scenario, but every so often, shit hits the fan, you know? As he just experienced. So I take it you hadn't regained your memories. My what? Well, you see, he didn't actually move here after a divorce. You just got to town recently, but, well, you'll figure it out with time, I'm sure. I guarantee you won't want to hear it from me. I shook my head. And this place you're taking me? Well, there's some people who also know about the conspiracy going on in this town. You'll see. You might even know someone there. Fortunately, or unfortunately, I think I may have wrapped you up in my business when I came by to transfer the data on my laptop. I chuckled, sniffing. You're a dumbass. You have private data on your computer allegedly revealing a grand conspiracy, and you take it to a computer shop. Our sources showed Darren wasn't aligned with anyone. That being said, I think there are more organizations in this town than the state government. I'm starting to think we're underprepared for what's going on here. Unfortunately, the number of people who regain memory is minuscule and random, and the number of people born here is even smaller. He pulled to a stop, and I looked up, seeing a concrete wall with barbed wire fencing at the top. Let's head in. There's a lot more we need to update you on, assuming you're with us. He looked at me, holding out his hand. Part 22. I raised an unsteady hand, then pulled it down. Sorry, I'm still not sure what it is I'd even be agreeing to. What's going on in there? About half of everyone who knows what's going on in Tenyard Lane is in there. So, government conspiracy theories. I think I'd like to go home. You have to know what's going on. He kidnapped you too. You must have seen what I had on that computer. No, My mind flashed back to that morning. I had woken up, seen the laptop open. No file transfer notification. I mean, maybe, but I was too drunk to remember anything I read. Darren wouldn't have to know that, though. Just come in. We have evidence. I'm not bullshitting. I mean, look at you. 30 minutes ago, you ate that asshole's arm. You killed a man. And look at you. So just give it a chance. Maybe I'm right. Maybe shit around here's off. Maybe, just maybe, the government's keeping a close eye on all of us for some crazy reason. He pulled a necklace from under his shirt. See how this crystal glows? Okay, I'll grant you your other points, but if you're trying to tell me something that could have an LED in it is magic, buddy, you're not preaching to the right choir. Here. He pulled it off his neck, unwrapped the twine, and handed me the bare crystal. Look at it closely, as it's sitting in your hand. Just look at it. Rolling my eyes, I humored him. But there was nothing there. Looking into the glowing blue crystal was akin to looking at scuffed glass. I could see my hand straight through the entire gem. Weird. Now, close your eyes and focus on your hand. I turned to face him, chin down, eyebrow raised. You did not just ask me to do that. No, seriously. Just do it. If nothing happens, I'll take you home. But if you do feel it, you have to agree to join us. I gazed out in front of us, staring at the 10-foot concrete wall. Okay. I faced him. If I feel anything, I'll come in. He looked excited for a moment before catching on, sighing. All right, that'll have to do. We have to stay and talk with a couple people at least. I took my turn to sigh. Fine. Closing my eyes, I focused on my hand. Only a few seconds passed before I noticed it. It felt like something was taking up the empty space inside the atoms that made up who I was. Like the emptiness between the electrons and nuclei was being filled. But as I focused more, a new sensation came through, like a magnet. The energy was being pushed away from something inside of me. Like an immune system fighting off a disease, the energy was halted, and whatever was inside me grew more aggressive. I dropped it. My eyes sprung open, and I threw the door off its hinges, wanting, needing to get away from it. I shook my body, rubbed my face, and silently cursed to myself as I stamped in circles, trying as hard as I could to forget the maddening sensation. I heard something from Scott's direction. What? I finally stopped, stared at him as he spoke. Just come inside with me. It'll all make sense. It must have rejected you or something. Or something? Oh, that's rich. You think I'm gonna follow you in after... I took a breath, trying to think. Whatever the fuck that was? His face lost all emotion. Yes, god damn it. You said you would. Now you're going to follow me inside, and we're going to discuss everything. Do I need to make myself clear? The fuck we are? He made his way over to me. Jesus Christ, despite everything, we couldn't be more different. He calmed, putting his hands on my shoulders. Now, we're gonna go in there, have a talk with the others, and you'll understand everything. Do you hear me? He stared uncomfortably into my eyes. Despite his serious expression, his eyes were flat, like a dead fish. Yet, there was something relaxing in them. Yeah, sure. Let's have a talk. I agreed to it, after all. Following behind him, we made our way into a house, then down a set of stairs to the basement, which is where he pushed a tool cabinet aside, and we made our way down a set of stairs. How long? Let's just make it down, then you can ask. About 10 steps down, I could hear the sound of laughter before we eventually made it to an underground man cave. It had to be a good 20 to 30 feet below the road. A couple of people went quiet as we reached the bottom, where 10 or so people were gathered. An older woman made her way to us, the second person being a younger man, a mid-20s artistic type. He probably listens to the Beatles and turned on Beethoven when his friends got in the car for the sake of it. Welcome, Joseph. Seems you're new to town, already sticking your nose in all sorts of government secrets. You sure have been slacking. What the hell was on Scott's laptop? A couple of seats scooted, and a few more voices went low. Scott, you had unencrypted data on your computer? He brought it to Darren's computer shop when he was, still alive. The 20-something was about to say something when the woman's tone quieted, approaching a whisper. Allow me to get this straight, Scott. You not only had freely accessible data on your computer, highly incriminating data that could rat all of us out, you also took it to a computer shop. It would be greatly appreciated if you could explain every little detail involving that. She gripped one of his shoulders, and I could see the pain grow on his face. Then she turns to me, smiling. As for you, I need you to tell Brandon here everything that happened at wherever you two came from. Don't miss any details. We haven't seen Scott in a couple of days, and everything around here goes by word of mouth. She waved me off, Scott following behind. All right, let's hit the bar. You can tell me everything there. His voice sauntered as he pointed his thumb to an indent in the concrete wall to the right. God, that sounds amazing.
Really? That's everything that brought you to here?
Yeah, I said, finishing off my second pint of whiskey. Guess it kind of explains why I can't drink so much, but I'm still iffy. What do you think? Without hesitation, he grabbed my arm and sliced a bit of skin off my forearm. I shot it back. Hey, what the fuck?
Pull your arm back out. Let's have a look.
I eyed him, putting my arm out in front of me. So, what? As I stared at my arm, I hesitated. It was already clotted and scabbed over, which reminded me of the hole that had been stabbed into me. I pulled my shirt up, seeing there was only a tiny scab left, and there was already extensive scarring around it. I need to sit down.
You already are.
Then I need to lay down. I stood, hyperventilating. He slowly helped me to a couch, asking a little too politely for everyone to get out of the way, then leaning me down. As my head hit the armrest, my brain pounded like I stood up too fast with a caffeine headache after a bender. My vision blurred, and the room was too bright. All of the day's events played on a loop, running through my mind at the speed of sound, only stopping momentarily to focus on the most dramatic events. Eventually, my breathing slowed, my vision cleared, and my mind became more tolerable. I need to leave. I don't belong here. I need to go back to my life. I have to.
Didn't you just eat or kill? Isn't your boss dead now?
I need to get back home. This isn't where I should be. I need to get back to Ted. My mind was struggling to latch onto something familiar, yet completely foreign, like a language you've heard of but never learned. I need to leave this place. Hey, is he all right? I heard Scott ask. I rolled to my left side as much as I could to look at him. What do you think? Right as he went to open his mouth. I want you to take me home, right now. I came in like I said I would, but this place, I can't. I'm sure I might help in some capacity, but honestly, I don't want any part of what you guys are doing. There's nothing for me here. He glanced at Brendan, who took him aside. A couple minutes later, he came back.
Look, we can't have you leave just yet.
There's too much we'd be risking. So, you need to ensure you won't tell anyone. So, what? You're gonna bug my phone and shit? Actually, we're going to rewrite your memories of getting here, as well as my name. Everyone else here uses an alias, but, well, you're gonna forget my real name, so it doesn't matter too much. Is it safe? Well, you've already been through a similar process a few times. You should be fine. What's that supposed to mean? His eyes flatlined. Just follow me. My memories around that point in time get distorted. I remember someone sitting me in a chair, then them holding my head between their hands, and in the moment I forgot Scott's name, as well as a few other details. Then I was blindfolded and ended up at my house. At the time, it felt like I'd just been on a long drive after the whole Darren situation. I wanted to drink. I wanted to simply stop existing. I wanted everything to end. The next couple hours are still a haze, though I presume it was mainly due to the alcohol consumption as opposed to anything else. However, one aspect of that day and night has stuck with me. Parts of it haunt my dreams. Other parts relieve me to this day, and honestly can't say whether or not I'm glad I made the decision. But no matter how much I think on it, I can't take it back. It was something about sitting on the couch. Then I set the bottles on the coffee table. Then I was in the kitchen holding the business card with a D on it. I think it was shortly after that when I grabbed the bag from my junk drawer and downed the whole bag of mushrooms. I remember after 20 minutes or so, a strange sense of anxiety washed over me, and my stomach twisted. I stumbled my way to the bathroom, convinced the shitty whiskey was finally getting to me. I laid in front of the toilet for a good while, waiting for something to come up, when my vision grew wavy. Then a crash of euphoria hit me, and I started giggling. Feeling better, I headed to the couch to throw something on. A short while later, A new wave slammed into me, and I couldn't see anything I was looking at anymore. Tears streamed down my face as kaleidoscopes twisted in my eyes. The swirling color took on a life of its own, as it no longer had regard for space-time. I could suddenly feel each eternity between the seconds of reality. My brain was working at the pace of a supercomputer, causing me to age a millennia a minute. My mind was malleable, reforming lost neural connections, and I could feel each fiber reconnecting, causing lost memories to surge their way through my mind's eye. My body was fused with the couch. All I could do was sit and experience. My mind was suddenly just that, floating consciousness in a vibrant void, and even my brain was simply along for the ride, running calculation after calculation with no regard for my conscious self. I was no longer crying, but the universe was. Even the universe was simply another piece of a much grander design, simply an electron in the atom that was our multiverse. For a few minutes, my eyes were able to focus again. I could process my surroundings with minimal distortion. Patting my face, I felt water still pouring from my eyes. I wiped it away with my shirt, then grabbed a blanket and pillow from my room, laid on the couch, and went back to the show. But before I could focus on the screen, my brain leapt forward, crashing hard into a tidal wave of emotion and colors. Once again, I was no longer me, but simply a bundle of chemistry and experiences. While no definitive memories resurfaced, I recalled clumps, as if I'd dropped too much flour into my soup at once. Terry, Jane, a murderer, Mayroyd, 7-Eleven, seemingly random details broke surface tension, revealing a broad variety of emotions: anger, hope, loss, rage. I could only feel my vocal cords giving way, but no sounds made it to my ears, because they no longer existed in that moment. I had no control over it, and in that moment, that truth dropped out of the sky, splashing my sense of self. I was simply a construct that no longer held weight to my brain. It was going to do its thing. The mind has already made its decision before the conscious self has allowed it to surface. The subconscious influences the conscious. While the conscious can choose to focus on something, the subconscious is what's really pulling the strings. Which... Before I could finish the thought, the water gave out from under me, and I was suddenly drowning. All coherent thought had left me. Nothing but pure emotions left. I think I screamed as I cried, but I still couldn't hear anything. Despite that, an added shakiness came to my twisting vision periodically. I'm not sure when I resurfaced. The coming hangover, coupled with how mentally checked out I was by the end of the trip, made it hard to tell. But I did eventually wake up. Suffice it to say, my pillow was drenched, and I had to get a new couch. I threw my pillow, blankets, and clothes in the wash after coming to. I felt hollow. Not quite empty, as emptiness implies a feeling of something that's supposed to be there being gone. But that wasn't it. Hollow, as if that's how it was supposed to be. I sat in the shower as it rained over me. I scrubbed slowly, trying to get the smell of piss out of my skin. I couldn't believe myself. After my shower of shame, I got dressed. As I left the bathroom, I did it again. "Hey, Terry," which jogged loose a compilation of memories. My mindset was flooded with experiences in a shabby apartment, watching anime with a distorted fragment of a person, cooking as two familiar voices discussed something. Then, the big one came, the first time he revealed himself to me. The memory was blurred, like a moving analog camera, but the emotions were strong. I stumbled my way to the living room, sitting on the floor beside the coffee table. As the memories faded back into being just that, I glanced to my left, noticing that strange card with the D on it. I grabbed it, flipping the card in my hand several times, then bit my lip, glancing to my right at the office door. I wanted to gain access to whatever private data the town had on me, but I knew they wouldn't keep it online. Too easy for the wrong person to snag it. They might keep it on paper, but I can't just ask for something like that. Clearly, I'm not supposed to have any memories. So where can I go that'll have the data I need? I dwelled on the thought for a moment, then. It might be a long shot, but if Darren... I shivered. If Darren left the laptop at the shop, I might have a chance. Whatever was on there was bad enough. He was willing to kill me. Which means I sighed in disdain. I have to see him after I'm done. I didn't know where he lived, but if I was lucky, there was a chance I could find some residual GPS data when I got a hold of one of the laptops. Grabbing a hoodie, I made my way out the door, heading out on foot due to the snow that had accumulated. When I got there a few minutes later, the door was locked. Then I remembered how I'd gotten in just a couple days prior. Grabbing the bottom of the single windowsill, I yanked up as hard as I could, hoping to break it free of the ice. Something definitely broke, but it was a more metallic sound than I expected. Quickly climbing through, I saw the lock had bent and tore the screws out of the window. The clanging had come from the lockpiece dropping to the ground. Shaking my head, I made my way to the desk the laptops had been. But unfortunately, they were already gone. I kicked a chair, wanting to get more pissed at the situation, but the emotional impact from the night before wouldn't allow it. I searched each cabinet, hoping to come across anything that could point me in the right direction. Unfortunately, he hadn't left a trace, so I hopped back out the window to try and think something else up. If the drive from his house to one of the walls was about 15 minutes or so, and the drive from there to my house was about 10, my thoughts trailed off. Weren't they supposed to warp my memory? Could it be the same thing as earlier? I shook it off, trying to focus. So, about 10 minutes from my house to a wall. Which means... I glanced back at the shop, taking in the large concrete construct behind it for seemingly the first time. Then, I glanced down my right side at the entrance to town only a few blocks away, right past the bar. Trying to focus my mind, I pieced together a mental list of houses that could fit the parameters I had. In doing so, I came up with a list of 4 different streets. Then I headed back home, threw some chains on my car, and left for the first street. By the 3rd street, I started to get nervous. I thought my short look at it while leaving wasn't enough to go off of, or that they might have warped my memories of the place. Or even if I found the place, the murders had already been reported. But by the time I got to the end of that street, I found the house I was looking for. It looked untouched. So, I parked and went up to the door. Opening the door caused a memory to overtake me. I saw Jane, her body just laying there, head missing, cold blood pooled into a murky puddle of depression. As it passed, despite the nausea that followed the memory, everything in the house was clean. The house smelled like pine and gingerbread. Whoever had cleaned the place didn't matter. I ran through the house searching for one of the laptops. It took some time, but I eventually found it in his locked dresser. Running downstairs, I bolted out the door, just for the ground to disappear. And suddenly, the gray sky was in front of me. The laptop skid from my fingers just before my head made contact with the doorframe, nearly knocking me out. I staggered to my feet, being cautious to not slip on the ice under the snow. Looking around, there was a small indent in the field of white. Walking over to it, I picked it back up, flipping the computer open, thankful to see it was still alive. Sliding it under the cushion of my back seat, I got in my car, and I was just about to turn the key when a sudden knocking at a window nearly gave me a heart attack. I turned the ignition, rolling the window down. Looking over at the man at the passenger side window, I couldn't help but feel my heart drop. He looked serious, like a businessman out on duty. In the snow. "Can I help you? The name's Donovan, and I believe that depends entirely on whether or not you could answer a few of my questions." I blew out my nose. No, not particularly. I've got somewhere to be. I'm sure you do, and so do I. May I? He gestured to the door handle. "I'm sure I don't want anything you're selling, so may I go?" He pulled out his phone, scrolling while he talked. Unless you'd like me showing this to the police, I think it'd be mutually beneficial if you allowed me into your vehicle while we had our discussion. Wouldn't you agree? He flips the phone, showing me a short video compilation of me eating Darren, as well as killing one of the other guys. Despite my desire to get as far away from the man as possible, I unlocked the door. Sure, get in, dick swab. Now then, might you be able to explain something that's been itching at the back of my mind?
Please, my good sir, there's no such need to display your extended understanding of the English lexicon in such a manner.
The least you could do is take me the slightest bit seriously.
Look, man, you blackmailed me into letting you into my car. I'm sorry if I'm not, so totally stoked to talk right now.
I turned right. He'd instructed me to go just around the same few blocks until we were done. All right, then. Who gave you this? I glanced over, seeing the card with the italicized D on it.
Oh, I see you broke into my house. Pretty sure that's a crime.
He looked down his nose at me. I could almost see his imaginary glasses slide down a bit. Just answer the question.
It came with a small package. I wasn't even home when it was dropped off.
Is this the one which you're referring? He held the small brown package with no label, along with the small bag that I'd so recently emptied the contents of. I think what's going on here is pretty obvious.
Do you?
I'm really not part of any one of those third parties this town seems to love hosting. I'm just trying to figure out why everyone seems to have it out for me. Remembering Scott, I glanced in the rearview mirror, waiting to get to whatever secrets that laptop held. He also glanced in the rearview mirror, but I got the sense it was for another reason. You know it's difficult to add something to a machine that's already running. You can't just cut a live wire when you need to add a new resistor. You can't throw a turbo in a car while it's on. You can't swap a normal trigger for a hair trigger while shooting the gun. You gotta set it down, make sure everything's stopped and cool. Then you can go in and meticulously add or replace a part to whatever needs it. But the thing about new parts is, you can't immediately leave them be. You gotta keep an eye on them, make sure they aren't faulty. Even if you have a manufacturer's guarantee, sometimes you get a bad part.
And?
Well, as it turns out, that's exactly what you have. But when a replaced part is internal and you don't have a check engine light, well, you have to rely on the effects of the engine as a whole. See, if anything has gone wrong since you added the new part, well, you know what happens when it's discovered. A part is faulty, I'm sure.
So,
that car you noticed a little while back, that's why it's following us. The effects are starting to show. I checked the rearview mirror again. Sure enough, there was a car following us. A black two-door with tinted windows and a glossy finish. Which brings me back to this card. I'm a reasonable man. If you tell me who gave you this card, I'm willing to help push this, side effect under the rug.
listen, I really don't know. I was telling you the truth.
I hesitated, thinking it over.
But if you push it under the rug, as you so delicately put it, I can help you find whoever sent me the package. Deal?
And what cards are you willing to show me to nudge me along?
He sent me a package once. Clearly he has contacts here, given the lack of any shipping details, which says he must also know the me from yestermonth. If he has personal ties to me, there must be a way for me to lure him out.
He smirked. You'd really screw over the person that resurfaced your memories.
Anyone who has people here but refuses to save me isn't really worth getting killed over.
He stared at me for the rest of the block, then glanced at the rearview mirror. Well, damn. I suppose I can't argue that logic.
He pulled out a pen and a small piece of paper, scribbled something down, then,
You can pull over here.
we'd reached the front of the house that we started our ride in front of.
Here, call me if you get any leads. We'll do our part to keep things under wraps.
He stopped halfway out the door.
And hey, if you do your part well enough, you might even be allowed deeper into the engine.
Then he was cut off, calling someone as he walked down the street. Yeah,
Whatever, metaphor man. I crumpled up the paper and tossed it in the back, driving home in silence to finally get into what the hell was going on. Part 23. I'm heading out now. I'll talk to you later.
No, Terry, wait a moment. I don't mean precisely 1 month. I just mean around.
Bye. I hung up on Abraham, slapping an eviction notice on an apartment door and heading across the lot to my car. It had been a tedious 30 days. I spent my spare time hunting atypicals to make as much money as possible, and quite frankly, FetchQuest couldn't have been happier about that fact. I had raked in more money than any prior month, while keeping the same nightly pickup times. When Joseph first moved in, I thought I'd have to change it, but when I found out he was working nights, it kinda just worked out. If I'm being honest with all of you, I never actually intended to reveal anything to Joseph. Funny how life throws shit at you like that. Getting back on topic, though, I still had to get a hold of Melina again, which went much smoother without her being in a meeting, though I'm sure all the revenue I'd brought in had been somewhat responsible. Hanging up and starting the car, my phone went off again. Looking down at the screen, I answered. Yes, Chad.
Hey, bro, I was looking into calling someone up for something when I passed by this guy in my contacts.
He paused, and I realized he was waiting for me to respond. And?
Well, I passed by this guy, and, he's one of those private detective guys now. When he worked for the cops, he was real good at it. I figured since you're looking for Joseph and all that, he might be able to help you and whatnot.
And you've been sitting on this for a month?
Hey, bro, look, I deal with a lot of commissions. I'm not gonna have every tiny thing on my mind all the time. I wouldn't have thought of it if Rachel hadn't asked me for help, so maybe, I don't know, show some gratitude or something?
Alright, I hear you. So?
So what?
Are you gonna send me this guy's number, or what?
Oh, right, yeah. He actually changes his number all the time.
If you don't have his current number, then what was the point of calling me? He grunted.
'Cause he sent me his new number a few days ago.
And you didn't tell me then?
Well, I forgot about it.
Chad, if you pause one more time, I swear to gods. Finally giving me the number, he said.
I don't really remember what the place is called, but... right. I guess you can talk to him about meeting up. I had to get going, though.
Thank you. I owe you. And you say this guy is reliable?
I mean, you met him once, I think. I'm pretty sure he solved whatever he was doing before. He's a smart guy, though.
Thank you, Chad. If you need help when this is all over, let me know. You know I'm good for it. I hung up. The phone rang 5 times before a groggy voice crackled over with a yawn.
Apex Investigators, this is Apprentice Corden. How may I help you today?
Yes, this is Terry. I'm calling to see if you have any availability for the day.
We should be clear for the most part. This isn't an emergency, is it?
Not one the police can solve. Call it a private emergency.
A missing person?
Yeah.
Suspected government involvement.
He yawned again. What's going on?
You need to talk to the lead investigator when you get here. If you're coming right over, you may have to wait a bit. But assuming you're atypical, well, you should be fine. I can send you the address if you'd like.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He yawned.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask them upon your arrival.
He hung up, leaving me to refocus my senses. Just what kind of people does Chad know? I asked myself, before getting a message from a new number. Albany is a relatively modern city. There aren't skyscrapers, but you can find most major companies in it. Has a couple malls, and overall fits in with more modern cities. It's just small. So when I pulled up to a mom-and-pop style building with no sign slapped between 2 other restaurants, I was a bit confused. Walking through the first door, a fogged panel wall met me, and I could go through either a right or left door. Walking through the right one, I took immediate notice of the generic walls. The first foot or so up was a faux wood paneling, everything above it being a white paste-like paint you only find in shitty houses and apartments.
Wow. Are you Terry?
Looking to the back left, I saw a dirty blonde-haired, tan man who'd looked up from his work. I nodded to him, turning back to the only other people in the room. One sat at a desk, smoking a cigarette behind a computer. He wore a white t-shirt, suspenders, and had an eye patch over his right eye. I could see a couple bad scars that made their way from the bottom of his jaw up through his eye, then curved just over his ear. The other person was a woman standing across from him. She stopped to turn to me.
Terry?
Her voice gave her away. Rachel, is this what you talked to Chad about? Then the guy stood from his chair, squishing his cigarette into an overflowing ashtray without looking. Terry, is that really you? He took a moment to compose himself. Apologies. Let me finish speaking with Miss Rachel here, then I can help you however you need. I nodded, confused at the entire situation. Rachel apparently needed a PI. This redhead investigator apparently knew who I was. He looked vaguely familiar, but in the same way someone you've seen on the streets looks familiar when you see them in the woods later that night. They talked for another 5 minutes while I stood there thinking. Eventually, Rachel finished and walked over to me.
Sorry, Terry. I'm sure this looks bad, but I swear, I just happened to be talking to Chad about one of Seppertine's plants that went missing.
It's fine. He called me. Said he thought of the guy after talking to you. She sighed.
That's good to hear.
But why are you here? It was Serpentine's plan. Seems like she can handle her own shit just fine.
You know how she is with humans. It was pretty serious.
I relaxed, trying to recompose myself. You're right. She patted my bicep.
I know. I hope you find him. I miss that little thin skin too. But I'd really better be off.
She slid past me, then stopped.
Oh, and if Joseph is still alive when you find him, please tell me. I've got a remedy that'll help him with any cravings he might get. I also have a little biology lesson for him.
Then she was gone. I stared at the door before hearing a faux cough. I turned back to the man. So, we've met. Approaching the table, I maintained a vague awareness of the man in the back. He stood, extending a hand. I clocked the talker of TT-33 on his hip as I shook it, noticing the missing thumb on his left hand. I guess it's not surprising you don't remember me. I'm Private Investigator Jones Simmons. I was the detective initially assigned to Joseph Fjodenstein's case way back when. His wife's murderer. I guess I've gone through a few changes. He chuckled, rubbing his right hand through his buzz cut and sitting back down. Everything suddenly crashed into place. Realization after realization compiling into one massive snowball of understanding. Holy fuck, was all I could say. I mean, I didn't play a huge role in your life. We knew each other for all of about 5 total minutes, so I get...
No, it's not that. It's just... Wow. This life does have some surprises after all.
Okay. So then, what can I help you with? He glanced to his left, where a large frame holding a sheet of paper sat on the wall.
You said something about Joseph.
He opened a new tab on his computer, holding his hands over the keyboard. Yeah, well, I didn't. But yeah, it is about him. He typed for a moment. Well then, what seems to be the issue? I went about explaining the whole situation, from me getting home to finding him missing, to getting the call from the PFBI, which he seems to take particular note of. Then how we'd heard about him being taken to some kind of town. You said Dexter. Does this individual happen to be associated with any government organizations? I'd intentionally been vague to speed everything along.
What's it to you?
Pardon me. Do you mind waiting? I'll have Xavier here ask you a few more questions. I need to make a phone call. The kid gestured for me to come and sit, which I obliged. Jones headed in the same direction and walked through a door in the middle of the back wall. As I sat across from him, I noticed his hair had been pulled back into a ponytail. His muscles bulged through his plain black tee, and I could see the one ear facing me held a hearing aid.
Sorry about that, sir. And I apologize for my outburst earlier. You're so tall.
It's fine. I took no offense. Though I do want to ask you something before we continue here. How much of the paranormal do you guys deal with?
Who's asking?
I pulled off the get-up I had over my face. He lost all train of thought as he took it in. My facelessness.
You can put that back on. If you want the truth, most of it is. We try to maintain a casual appearance so no one comes in asking questions. Every so often we get a normal person calling in from an info leak and they want us to find a dog or something. But really, we're too over-equipped to handle normal cases.
I sighed, putting my ski mask and sunglasses back on. I haven't told Jones just yet, but something happened to Joseph. He got turned.
What? You meant like a zombie?
No, a vampire. Once he finished typing, he looked at me with wonder, keeping his head tilted to the side, like his left ear was his best. Then his face morphed, squinting and smirking, then ever so slightly tilting his head down.
Wait, so vampires actually exist?
Sort of, but that's not really what I want to talk about. His face of bullshit disappeared.
Of course. Sorry. Continue.
Well, from the sound of it, these towns host large amounts of entities. So if you guys end up finding the right one, I want you to tell me. I will scout it out. I don't need you thin-skins getting all mucked up out there. I can appreciate what you guys are doing here, so I'd much rather handle the actual execution on my own. Xavier took another minute or so to finish typing. Then,
so, what you're saying is, you're worried about us?
He smirked. Don't play. Clearly you guys are experienced. Even without how Jones looks, I can tell. You must have lost most of your hearing from a siren or something. He winced. You've seen some shit. Experienced humans like yourself are able to help humanity from the sidelines. I don't want you dying for my desires.
I thought you were type 8 children. Sorry, that was uncalled for. I just got lost in the topic, and...
It's fine. If you must know, it's a biological necessity. Most humans are alright.
Even still, you're wrong.
The human thing. No. He turned his head, and for the first time I saw what the right side of his face looked like. There was a giant scar, as if someone had taken a chef's knife to his face and skinned him from the cheekbone to where his ear was missing. It was indented a good bit, as if he'd been carved to the bone.
This is from a couple months back. A law made its way into a hotel basement. That's what got Jones, too. As for my hearing, there was an explosion. C4 was involved. Lots of concrete and rebar.
I sighed. I'll keep that in mind. Just then, Jones pushed open the door.
Dexter's been dealing with some stuff. Seems you and I have a mutual friend high up in the government, though.
More like acquaintance. We're hardly on speaking terms.
Well, regardless of your relationship with him, it looks like I won't be getting any help just yet. Though, he told me to tell you to keep an eye out for her. That aside, though, are you two finished?
Just about. But I'd rather finish with you. As fun as this has been, Xavier, Jones and I need to have a bit of a chit-chat. Jones looked at me, gave Xavier a side eye, then nodded, to which he headed to the back without a word. Instead of sitting back down, he leaned against a vacant desk, a few feet behind his own. Pulling out a small metal box, he flicked out a cigarette, offering me one, which I declined. Taking a deep toke, he started. If you're comfortable with it, feel free to take off your mask. I generally require appointments. We don't have any humans coming in anytime soon. I left it on. Look, I sort of told Xavier, but I want you to let me know wherever you'll be going to get info. Whatever this trail leads to, I want to take care of it on my own. It's my business. He let a hit sit in his lungs for a moment, staring at my face. Look, I don't know what kind of operation you think we're running, but it's our job to take on risks. We solve the cases no one else can, because we've seen shit no one else has. Even if it'll kill us. I don't lose a thumb and 6 employees because I fancy sitting at a desk all day. Whatever information I need, I'm getting. Not to be petty, not to be cool, not for my reputation, but because that's how I fucking roll. And if I die doing that... He took a drag.
I better come with you then. I'm not willing to risk you guys getting injured for my personal gain.
He raised an eyebrow and smirked. I seem to recall you giving me a different reason before. Us being in danger was my reasoning. I was a bit shocked. I'd let my guard down, and he tripped me up. I meant, quite frankly, I don't really care about why you're doing this. That's not my field. The fact of the matter is, you're willing to help us out. If everything I've heard about you is true, you're one terrifying motherfucker. You're quite the talk in the atypical underground. Not to mention your connections being one of the main sources of animalistic atypicals on the West Coast. What I do care about is, why come to me? I'm sure you know people who could sniff him out from 20 miles away. Don't you got a werewolf buddy or something? I thought for a moment, the smoke from his cigarette building around me.
Actually, I don't. I've never needed to find anyone. Not since I gave up my last name.
Finishing the cigarette off, he rubbed his chin, the faintest bit of stubble sounding. All right. You get to come with us when we get leads. I'll reduce your cost. That'll be $500 as an upfront charge. Any additional payments will come after the fact, depending on how long this search takes. Granted, since you'll be aiding in the acquisition of any physical evidence to point to his location, I'll reduce hourly costs by about 10%. Then we can...
Cost isn't an issue. Like you said, I sell atypicals left and right. And I own an apartment complex. Whatever the charge ends up being, it's insignificant. He stared at me hard. Then cracked a smile, laughing, which turned into a coughing fit.
I'm messing with you, Terry. You forget about the favors you pulled out of your ass for me? You gave me a mithril pocket knife like it was nothing. Called up Smudge to save my ass when I got caught, and just generally are the only reason I'm not dead yet. This one's on the house. I'm repaying you. Hell, if it hadn't been for you. He trailed off, lighting another cigarette. I wanted to make back enough money to repay everyone that helped me. I'm doing the same thing for Rachel, with the whole plant situation. I'm not charging her, even if what she did seemed insignificant in the moment, but she wiped the smudges from my glasses and gave me one hell of a reality check. Of course, I do still plan to pay you some after this is all said and done. I owe you more, but what can I say? I'm a cheapskate. He smiled as he took a drag.
Are you sure?
I glanced around.
Looks like you could use the money.
Nah, don't worry about it. Like I said, I really should be paying you more. I'm glad I finally got to see you again.
Before I'm out, I do have one more question.
That is?
When we figure out where he is, I want to be the one to go there, alone. From what I hear, those towns really are dangerous.
Look, I'm not telling you to be honest with me, but you really shouldn't lie about your reasoning. We all have our secrets. I don't mind holding back once we find out where he's been held, but I do want you to give him something. He walked over to his desk, grabbed the frame I'd noticed earlier. He put both his cigarette butts in the ashtray, then handed me the frame. Looking over it, I saw what it was. A contract that had been placed on Joseph's wife, signed off by Mayroyd, the guy who ran the bunker operation, the murderer, and the man who had called for the contract. Seeing Mayroyd's name kicked me like a horse. Dexter had said her.
Mayroyd.
Oh.
Thank you, but I need to leave. I'll be sure she gets this when we see each other again.
As I headed out the door, I could vaguely hear Jones.
Yeah, good luck with that. But I think you meant him.
A pause and a click.
Wait, he's a what?
My brain thumped as a ringing sounded.
Rolling to my right, I fell off the couch, slamming into the coffee table, then reached up for my phone. Several cams falling on me. Terry's residence. This is Terry speaking.
Hello, this is Private Investigator Simmons. I'm calling about an update on your case.
I groaned as I sat up, knocking a few more cans off the table. You really don't have to be so formal.
I understand. However, while at work, I try to maintain a certain degree of formality. Last week was a bit of a fluke, you could say. That aside, though, I've got quite the lead, and it seems I'll need you to get here as soon as you're able.
I pulled the phone from my head, checking the time. It's 2:18.
Yes.
In the morning.
Yes.
I let out a deep sigh. Let me grab a cup of coffee. I'll be there in 40.
Sounds good. See you soon, Terry. Have a wonderful morning.
Have a wonderful morning. That's rich. I sat, walking in. Xavier was passed out in his chair, pillow under his neck. Jones was half asleep, squinting at his monitor, burnt-out cigarette in hand. Glancing at the ashtray, it seemed to be about as full as before. It took him a bit to process me, to which he let the butt slip from between his fingers. He rubbed his eyes and reached for some eye drops. As he tilted his head back, he spoke. Go ahead, sit down. I found some shit.
What happened to formality?
I haven't slept in 36 hours. I'm coasting on waves of formality, caffeine, and sleep deprivation right now. Sit your ass down, and let's get to brass tacks. As I sat down, Xavier screamed, bolting upright, wide-eyed. I shot a look his way.
Night terrors.
He stared at me for a moment, trying to figure out if I was real or not, which is when I realized I'd forgotten my mask. Still wide-eyed, he stuttered out.
Yeah, I get 'em sometimes.
He turned to Jones, opening his mouth, which caused Jones to nod his head, sending Xavier to the back.
Brass tacks.
Right. He put the cap on his eye drops. So, the main issue I had is they don't leave any lists of residents anywhere online. Which, I mean, no shit.
Hold on. Who is they?
Any of them. I stared at him. There are pretty much a minimum of 6 organizations overlooking each town at any given point in time. They all have data on everyone in those towns. The government has several branches dedicated to essentially the same thing, because classified, all that shit. The government isn't just good at hiding stuff from its citizens. You know how it goes. Then a couple are typically some kind of cooperation in the paranormal underground, like FetchQuest's parent company and what have you. Now, in certain states, there are private contractors like myself. Some of these guys aren't quite as proactive as I am. Some are. Some of these groups are smaller, some border corporate size.
Wait, so groups like the PFBI,
Guys that get outside funding, but aren't necessarily associated with any one group. Exactly. They get funded from companies like FetchQuest so they can do all their experiments and whatnot, and then those companies get any information and data they develop.
what, like Facebook?
Sorta. I think of it more like Google, since the company's outsourced to a bunch of these smaller organizations and stockpile information, selling it at their leisure. But essentially, there's several major paranormal contracting organizations, or PCOs. These are the guys funding all the smaller organizations. Well, anyone that needs the funding. I've had a few requests in the past, but we get by.
So, if there's only a few of these PCOs involved, that means the database from all the towns are probably located in some kind of data mass at an HQ, right?
You're close. These guys are very territorial. If someone from another PCO steps a pinky in another's turf, their heads get blown off. So there are 3 databases. We're 4, so the leader of the coast went missing, then the northern sector saw their chance, which reduces the number of locations, but
that still leaves 3 highly guarded locations, all possessing different information.
bingo. Fortunately for us, it seems like the eastern side has a monopoly on the towns. Most of the entity towns are in the Rockies, and since they have control over pretty much the entire mountainside, it's a pretty safe bet.
I'm guessing their data mass isn't sitting in the center of their territory.
Exactly. Last thing left to do is locate it and get the schematics on the place. Then we start planning. Problem is, we take too many people, we're targeted by every other PCO in the state. We take too few, we die. We need to find a way into their database without getting into the building.
What if we can't?
Xavier butted in, walking into frame from the back.
But what if they're not even connected to an external power grid? If everything's inside, that's the only way to get what we need.
I might have a way in. I know a guy. He can get us in. What about your contact situation? Jones chimed in. So we're just going to assume the worst case scenario here. We don't even have the schematics to make a game plan yet.
Look, if it makes you feel any better, I'll get a group together. Let them know it may or may not be happening. And then once I know everything, I'll call them back. How does that sound?
Jones sighed, lighting a cigarette, incessantly tapping his foot. Look, these guys are massive. They have a lot of influence. If they catch us, anyone involved is fucked.
We'll only get caught if they can see what we look like.
I don't think a ski mask is going to... He paused. No way. Really? I can't ask you to do that. You called on one of his favors back then to help me. I can't have you do that for me again.
No. This time it's for me. But he's not going to be enough. In case shit goes hurtling into a fan, we're going to need at least one more fighter. Tell you what, you message me the details of their security. I can get a group together. I'll keep it small, though. I pushed him too hard last time, so we can't have a group larger than 6.
He stared at me, slowly taking a drag from his cigarette. Jesus, this is going to be worse than the Kala incident. But I got you. I'll compile everything into a document and send it over when I can. How long do you think it'll take?
Give me about 8 hours. You work on getting the coordinates and schematics on their HQ.
I'm going to need a couple days. Progress is slow going.
In which case, see you then. Don't forget your hunting rifle.
I stood, heading to the door, when he responded. Don't worry, we've got an arsenal a couple blocks away. I waved back and pulled out my phone.
Hey, Smudge. I'm calling in my 3rd wish. Part 24.
Pushed off the left of my desk, I worked on the laptop. I'd gotten through the data Scott stored on the drive, and while it wasn't encrypted, it was definitely corrupted. Some of it was intact, but for the most part, the documents were filled with errors and random text. After scrolling through a few more useless documents, a familiar ache took over my side. I raised my fist, then hesitated. Taking a deep breath, I relaxed. Standing, I headed to the kitchen to make some food. I turned on the TV as I heated water for the rice, opting to just throw on cable, happening across a show about a guy that went by the name Earl. I turned back to my stove, throwing a couple pans on the available spots. I opened several cans of veggies, pulled out the mildly expired ground beef, sniffed it, and set to work with a canned stir-fry and rice, topped with some seasoned beef. 2 unknown wayfarers discovered just outside the city limits. A news station had caught my attention. The voice was distorted with an audio mixer, but something about it sounded familiar. 1 male, 1 female, both seemed to be wearing suits at the time of their deaths. I looked at the TV, 2 scorched corpses side by side. What the hell? It was staticky, and the quality wavered. For a brief moment, Earl made an appearance to the static, but the news footage overtook it. Their IDs are melted, along with their wallets and clothing. However, considering there are no missing person reports in the area, I've concluded they were from out of town. I stared as the amateur camera work scans the area, a small patch of forest within city limits. It's fair to say government officials likely weren't responsible, given the people's confinement within the walls. However, There was a brief period of static. Their intentions were unknown. As for why they'd come here is anyone's guess. The camera panned over the bodies again, their height giving me pause. Heading to the living room, I scanned the ground, eventually finding the card under the TV stand. I looked it over. The remnants of the Crystal Age. If you need help, give us a call. But remember, we expect the same help from you. Flipping it over revealed 3 phone numbers. Rayuka, Jericho, and Calthrul. Was it really them? I looked back up at the silent screen, static overwhelming the bodies. An actual news station taking over. We apologize for the interruption. It seems someone decided to play some kind of prank, and our signal was taken over.
To quell any worries, there were no unmarked deaths as of late. Why anyone would pull such a sick joke is anyone's guess.
The co-anchor laughed nervously.
Quite a mystery. Let's go on to the weather now, shall we?
A sizzle came from the kitchen, followed by burning starch and a wave of steam. I dropped the card, rushing to pull the rice off the stove. For a split second, it crossed my mind that the show I'd been watching never continued. Once I'd gotten back to the laptop, I did find traces of intact information. I made note of all of them, but unfortunately, there wasn't much in the way of useful data. I had an address, a few notes about other organizations in town, and my name completely out of context. That last one was in an over 100-page file of nonsense thanks to the corruption. Not having much else to go on, I took to checking out the address, have a look around, see if anyone was living there, assuming it was a house. Then, if the stars, planets, and moon aligned, I might actually learn something. As I zipped my hoodie, I looked to the liquor cabinet above the fridge, craving a bottle. But I turned away, promising myself I'd have one when I had answers. Having left the chains on my car, it wasn't much of a pain heading to as bumfuck nowhere as you could get in town. Next to the small amount of forest we had access to, only accompanied by a few other homes, there was a dingy, unkempt crack house. There was only one car, but having lived in Salem most of my life, I knew a crack den when I saw one. I parked a couple blocks away, sighing. I got out of my car and took to walking around the house. All the windows were intact. The backyard was a mess. Patches of random objects only obscured by the snowfall stood out in the otherwise flat foliage. Looking closer, it was less of a crack house, more of a farmhouse, just without the space. Sheet metal laid propped against the house, and other currently invisible objects, random patches where tools and other metal things lay, discarded, seemed to melt the snow in their wake. Strolling around the rest of the house told me nothing about who was actually living there. Despite my better judgments, I went up to the door and knocked and knocked and knocked. When I hit the doorbell, a shuffling sound from the other side. A familiar voice lifted the mail slot.
Who is it?
A whiff of stale weed smoke wiggled its way into my nose, making me cringe as I groaned. No fucking way.
Oh, God.
There was a metal clink as the slot fell into place. The door opened, leaving me to stagger for just a moment. The overwhelming power of days-old Mexican food and bong water caused my head to go light for a moment.
How the hell do you find me?
Once I regained my composure, I stared Scott right in the eyes. You really need to find a way to encrypt your drives.
Allow me to rephrase. The fuck do you want?
Information. He looked around behind me.
You might want to come in.
He stepped to his side, gesturing for me to enter. I hesitated, making sure he didn't have any weapons at the ready. When nothing immediately stood out to me, I took a deep breath, trying to focus on my ears like I had when we were kidnapped. A few seconds later, I crossed the door frame and braced myself. Scott took the lead, glancing back at me, then led me to the living room. A bong sat alongside an open grinder and airtight metal case at the center of a dusty coffee table. He flopped onto the pleather couch in front of us, a cloud of ash puffing up, thick enough to rain. I stood across from him as he packed a bowl. He gestured to me before lighting. After all that shit, you really are just some fucking asshole. He blew out a cloud, packing the bowl back down.
You got that right?
As he took another massive toke, I noticed the dark yellow water and gagged.
So?
You know who I am?
Yeah, we've met.
I rolled my eyes, ready to put my fist through his mouth. Really? That's what you're going with? He paused, setting the bong and lighter down. He twiddled his thumbs for a moment, testing a few facial expressions before resigning to a neutral, dead-eyed gaze. He stood with a groan.
Come on.
With a wave, he headed to a new room. It was an office desk against the back wall.
the laptop Darren gave him standing in the center of it.
You should be able to read him now.
He turned it on, clicking a few times before hopping out of the seat.
You're up.
I sat, keeping the bat in my right hand, one ear out for anything. This it? The door shut without a response. Looking around, he was gone. I sighed, swiveling to the screen. My vision seemed to collide in on itself. The image left behind was oversaturated. I dry heaved, clutching my stomach, desperately vacuuming in air. The air around me held a bloody mist as I struggled to face the screen again. A lengthy document. The first page listed every basic aspect of my life like a table of contents. Each word on the screen shocked a different neuron, starting it back up like a mini defibrillator. A migraine pulsed from the back of my head, amplified in the front, sending a wave of nausea straight to my stomach, making me lightheaded. When the door opened, I stood, hanging onto the chair, standing upright. Just behind my right eye sat a knife, stabbing me any time I moved too suddenly. Eventually balancing myself, I stared at Scott, who held a steaming mug.
Sit your ass down. I'm not gonna hurt you.
I collapsed to the chair, rolling back a few inches.
Here, man.
He put the mug on the desk.
It's ginger turmeric.
The smell of it brought me back a bit, the pain receding just that bit to let me set my hand down. I took a sip from the mug, my throat warmed, and I sat back in the chair. What the hell, man? I let out a sigh filled with stale, moist air.
I think old memories are coming back. Never had it happen, so I'm not sure.
I took another swig. Really?
Really?
He stood there for a moment, hesitating at the thought of turning around, then went through with it. Taking the hottest gulp of my life, I finished the mug off and turned back to the screen, finally able to read what it had. I drank in the summary of my life. It went down just as hot as the tea. A nail hammered into the back of my head, but I managed. Though as the pain waned, fresh memories made themselves known. Not new, but it was like they'd been vacuum sealed, saved for later, as if the information was compressed into a file and reading what was on the screen decompressed it. Tears streaked down my face as I remembered Jane, my Jane, and I suddenly placed the odd experience in Darren's doorway together. My mind had been fighting to remember ever since the mushroom incident. A mental exhaustion tried to take over as the pain left me entirely, so I scrolled to the first written page of my life. Everything dimmed, and suddenly my brain wasn't decompressing a gigabyte over 5 minutes, but 10 terabytes in seconds. My skull throbbed, fluid sloshed around my brain, my vision went black, and every single memory since I was a baby reformed more vividly than ever, even before the town. Like dropping a match into a puddle of nitroglycerin, my entire body was on fire. The air in my body sucked out until everything stopped. When I woke, the room was too bright to see anything. I squeezed my eyes shut. I screamed and could hardly move.
We still have one more. Hang in there, miss.
I tried to stop and ask what the hell was going on, but the atmosphere was oppressive. I was weak, and everything was hot and cold and wet. Someone moved me, but my skin was wrong. I couldn't tell what I was laying on.
1, 2, 3, push. 1, 2, 3, push.
Come on. Give me one more of those. We're almost there.
I heard a woman screaming over me, when suddenly everything stopped. All that could be heard was panting and concerned murmuring. He's not crying. Someone get a flashlight. I noticed then that the light wasn't torturing my eyes anymore. Slowly, I opened them. I was in a hospital, laying on a bassinet. Understanding filled me as I looked around. My mom and dad looked so young. And my twin brother. A sucker punch came at that moment, the shards of glass finally coming together. just needing the glue. Is Scott okay?
The flashlight flickered on.
And a nurse made her way out of the room. The doctor observed my brother. He's responsive, just not crying. I'm sorry. I'll have a nurse come to keep you all updated. The doctor left the room, baby in his arms. My mom cried, the darkness enveloping us before the emergency lights flicked on. It shouldn't have taken this long, should it? We stayed there for a good half hour. In that time, I'd been given to my mom. She held me, stroking my head, tears flowing down her cheeks. My dad had tried to get information out of the nurse several times, but in the end, simply paced around the room. That was when a man in a suit came in, nothing but emergency lights illuminating him.
His name is Joseph, right?
My mom nodded, and the suit nodded to the nurse.
Take care of Joseph for a moment, will you? Take him to the infirmary.
No, you can't have him.
Miss, please. Joseph is fine. He'll just be resting.
My dad sized the suit up, chest puffed up, his serious face on.
What authority do you have to make a call like that?
The man flashed a badge, one that looked almost, but not quite, like it said FBI.
We're inspecting the power outage. We suspect that it's coming from somewhere in this hospital. It's possible this is a terrorist threat. As such, we are securing all the children first. We're on top of the situation, sir. I assure you this will be the safest option for your child.
The nurse attempted to pull me from my mom a couple more times. By the third, she'd given me up, and I was taken. But as the door shut, a muffled voice made its way out.
Unfortunately, Scott didn't make it.
Before he was cut off by the diminishing sound of screaming. I woke up in high alert, thrashing, but I was handcuffed to a medical table. I looked down and saw some of the links were misshapen, almost stretched. I scanned the room, lifting my head as far as it would go before something around my neck tugged me back down. It was mostly barren, aside from a rolling table of medical supplies and a chair with a single person sitting in it.
You've got to be the biggest asshole I've ever met.
He feigned sadness, wiping a crocodile tear from his eye.
I can't believe you treat your own brother so harshly.
His face rose to neutral. I looked him in the eyes, a strange sense of calm washing me, pacifying me. You've got more faces than a D6, I swear. I tried to force a laugh, but it just made me cringe. God, how do you keep that shit up?
I do what's necessary.
I've got to think about myself here. I grimaced. What the hell, man? I mean, seriously, who the fuck are you, really? What's your game? He glanced at the door, then shrugged, turning back to me with a smile that never reached his eyes.
Well, had you joined in with the revolution, you might not be here. Heavy, maybe, though. Vampires are rare, and the humans that have turned, even partially, oh, well, that's a commodity. So whether or not you being with them would change the minds of the Axons, come to think of it. He trailed off. But yeah, everyone in this town wants a piece of you for a different reason, whether they know what you are or not. I remembered the guy who spoke in metaphors, my brain tagging something. What about that news interruption? The voice was distorted, but there was definitely you. He threw up a whoopsie gesture, then laughed to himself. Well, I guess the jig is up on that one. You can call it brushing the pond. Gotta bring the scum up every so often to keep things interesting. So what's that? Number 3? 4, if you count. His face went blank. Damn, guess I am a bit soft on you. What's 4? You wouldn't know them. I think they go by the mechanics or something, though. Metaphor, man. I mumbled to myself. Well, I'll be. He looked panicked for a moment before the door opened. The man held a clipboard and wore a white apron over scrubs. The lack of a mask showing the tip of his nose was missing and scarred over,
as well as 3 scars down his bottom lip, giving it separation lines when he smiled.
I am very excited to work with you, Joseph.
Scott walked to him, whispering in the man's ear.
Oh, I see. Feel free to check his belongings. If it's there, make sure it's taken care of.
My brother left in a hurry, leaving the doctor and I to ourselves. He sat in the rolling chair Scott had been in, rolling over to me and pulling a lamp from behind me over my face.
Hello. My name is Dr. Fraser.
He peeled my eyes open wide, observing them.
I am a crypto-anatomist, and I will be giving you a full checkup today. It is my understanding that you have been,
He let go of my eyelids, pulled down his glasses, and looked down at his clipboard.
genetically modified through a vampire bite by your wife.
He looked at me with feigned sadness.
I am so very sorry to hear that. Now, before we get started, do you have any unusual pains or discomforts you'd like to discuss with me?
I looked at him with as much what the fuck as I could manage, my emotions coming back to me.
Yeah, these fucking chains.
He looked down at his clipboard.
I would love to help you. However, it says right here that if I were to do that, you'd likely rip my throat out. That doesn't sound pleasant, so I'll have to leave you with them. I'm sure you can understand.
He stood, setting the clipboard on a metal table out of sight. Pulling a wooden stick out, he asked me to open my mouth. When I tried to say something, he grabbed my lower jaw, forcing it open with a grip on a couple pressure points.
Very good. Now, say ah. I bit down,
chopping the stick in half, then spit it in his face.
Let me go.
His face dropped for the slightest moment, revealing the dry ice behind his gaze. But there's just so much to learn. Now, if you follow me...
He walked to the foot end of the table, dragging me out the door to a few rooms down.
An X-ray welcomed me into the sterile white room. While we wait on your MRI results, let's say you and I have some fun in here. I've never gotten a good look at how vampires tick.
He set me up, the X-ray hovering over my right hand before snapping my thumb. I yelped, but the pain hadn't been as bad as I expected. I remembered all the broken bones I'd gotten during the bunker. A massive gap in my memory suddenly filled in, clearer than ever, as if the memories were just waiting their turn. I remembered Terry, the way he'd treated me. Somehow, it felt odd, the caring nature he had for my well-being. It didn't feel real. The doctor hurried behind a wall, and a few moments later let out a
fascinating. That came from somewhere on my left. I'll definitely need some blood samples too, so if you don't mind, once we're done here, we can get you a proper blood panel.
We spent another hour in the X-ray room, enough time to regrow a couple fingers and start on one of my thumbs. My body vibrated as Fraser shoved me through the door. How about some grub before we get some of that red nectar of yours? I hear vampires have quite the appetite. Sure. I dwelt on how everyone had treated me back then. Despite everything Fraser had put me through, it was like I had a shark on my line, but it was only meant for salmon fishing. The thread could snap any moment, and I'd lose whatever revelation was sitting there.
I must say, you've been one of my best patients to date. I'll be sure they supply you with plenty of nutritious food for your politeness.
As we entered another room, the smell of garlic and onions soothed my mind.
If you want the truth, I wasn't planning to feed you. I wanted to see what would happen, but we'll save that for later. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds great, Doc. He smiled. I was fed 2 full chicken breasts, a large helping of rice, and a side of grilled vegetables along with a fruit smoothie. Then, I was quickly carted into an empty room, the pain in my side already fading.
Now, before I leave you here, is there anything at all you need?
Yeah, a bathroom. He laughed.
Please,
like we're going to let a vampire walk around all willy-nilly. Once I'm done testing you, we will set up a room just for you. But for now, a catheter and a bedpan will have to be done. My sincerest apologies, we won't be able to accommodate you with a toilet. I didn't respond. All right, enjoy the next few days. I have someone coming in to take care of you in just a moment. When he opened the door to leave, I heard a familiar set of footsteps take the doctor's place. The unsettling relaxation taking me over yet again.
Hope you enjoyed your meal.
So, what are you, the babysitter?
Depends on how you look at it.
He grabbed my face, sticking things around it before moving down to my chest, and so on. By the end, my body was covered in sensors. At some point, someone had rolled in a machine that let out a continuous beeping, leaving nothing but a metronome-like ticking to fill in the gaps.
I'm tired of beating around the bush. What are you guys really doing?
It's a study. Figured that was obvious by now.
And you're fine knowing that I'm the one they're putting through all this?
You're still on that?
He blew a raspberry, chuckling to himself.
Yeah, okay. I'm real choked up about it.
He shook his head, rolling his eyes.
You can starve. I don't mind.
Fucking psychopath, I muttered, letting out a sigh.
I'm pretty sure they call it antisocial personality disorder these days.
I don't hear you denying it.
Who said I would? You're kind of an arrogant asshole, you know that? Almost excited to see what's going to happen.
He finished putting the last sensor on, heading to the door. I could hear him murmur to himself.
Doesn't kill this one.
Then, I was alone. The first day wasn't too bad, aside from the boredom, beeping, and having to piss and shit myself whenever the occasion arose. The lack of food did start getting to me after those first 24 hours, though. I was overly aware of every little thing. The beeping behind me that initially fell into my subconscious became the only thing I could focus on. Every little movement of my body sent a minuscule echo of sounds bouncing around my skull. It was around that time the throbbing in my side returned. What started as a mild ache eventually became the only physical sensation I noticed. It became a beacon of sensation that compiled with the beeping to piss me off. Everything was annoying. The way the ceiling looked, the faint buzz from the presumable monitor behind me, the way the ceiling was just barely lit, the fact my toes were just slightly cold. It was all so frustrating. A craving began to emerge then. The desire to rip someone's arm off, just cause that pain to someone, then eat it. Around 36 hours, my attention shifted. Every flicker of light caused me to jump. Everything just out of my line of sight was suddenly a person watching me. The tingle in my feet was someone dragging their fingers along them. I wanted to rip their throat out with my teeth. I tried to sleep, but my body was too alert. It wouldn't allow it. By day 2, I was wide awake. I could feel the difference in time between each beep. It was no longer a sound, but a measurement of time. I could tell it had been approximately 173,000 beeps since I was locked in. The pain in my side was fire. I could feel the magma churning in a tiny spot on my right side. It wasn't just a vague ache anymore. I could feel every nerve fiber that interacted with whatever the pain was coming from. A 3D model had formed in my head. It was like a worm wrapped around my intestine, as thick as a hose and about 6 inches long. With each pulse, I saw the worm grow just that much larger. By hour 60, my vision had tinted red. The pain wasn't a part of me anymore. I was pain. I couldn't think anymore. I just needed food. I felt the chains strain against me, slowly bending as I pulled at them. I screamed, and a metallic snap reverberated in the claustrophobic room. I screamed again, yanking the other chain off. I tore the chain from under my neck when someone rushed in. He shoved me down, trying to hold me in place, but my body ran on instinct. I sat up with enough force to shove him back, immediately grabbing his wrist, pulling him in, and ripping a chunk out of his forearm. The man screamed, stumbling back, giving me enough time to rip my legs free and yank out the catheter. a pain that somehow eclipsed all others in that moment. I jumped on the man, ripping chunk after chunk out of him. When he stopped moving, I took a moment to breathe, my vision clearing and my brain easing up on adrenaline. I was able to think again, but despite my desire to cry, my brain wouldn't allow it. I stumbled to my feet, wiping the blood from my chin. Then I was on the ground, my head pressed against the linoleum floor. I tried lifting my head, but it was to no avail. The person flipped me onto my stomach, one arm behind my back giving me a chicken wing. I chuckled, the pain throughout my body already subsiding. He had both legs on the backs of my knees, but it took both arms to keep my right in check. So, with the left, I grabbed his left arm at the elbow and he yanked. It took a few more tries, but when his arm was loose enough, I freed my right, pushing him as hard as I could, flipping him onto his back. His cheekbones were sharp, and as each of my fists made their mark, it sent a shrill pain through my knuckles. But as fist met face over and over again, he fell unconscious. With the pain still agitating my side, I took a few bites from the man, my human and vampiristic mind at odds. But with each taste of human flesh, my humanity was persuaded just that much more. My body didn't stop until my mind allowed it, and when I stood, the only sensation that didn't feel right was my sleep deprivation. I bolted out of the room, seeing a few doorways in a short hallway with an elevator at the end. I ran for it, but just as I got there to press the button, it opened, revealing two men with pistols waiting for me. The banging deafened me, forcing me into the elevator. The guy on the right lost his gun as I slammed my fist down on his wrist, snapping it. The guy on my left grabbed me by the back of my neck, shoving me into the metal wall. He put a bullet through my tailbone, sending molten tungsten through every nerve fiber in my body. My vision flashed, then flickered, then went black momentarily. When I came to, both the men were on the floor, throats ripped out, and I was laying between them, mostly unable to move. I twitched my finger and felt the metal fragments pushing out of my tailbone in slow motion. With each piece of metal, a new wave fried my nerves like thermite. Before I could stand, the elevator door dinged, opening. I pulled myself up with the railing when 5 prongs dug into my back, like they were trying to grab my spine. I was yanked from the railing and thrown into the short hallway, one that looked identical to mine. I looked over, staggering to my feet. It was a skinwalker. It looked like a more traditional one. God, you're weak. Jacob would mop the floor with you. The creature lunged at me.
I'm getting out of here.
I put up my forearm, unable to dodge. He scraped down to the bone, but couldn't break it. I grabbed him with my other arm, yanked him down, and kneed him in the face. He staggered, attempting to reorient. But I kicked him in the jaw, knocking him to the floor. Jumping on top of him, I punched, my fist clenched into his face like a scarecrow. I kept going until he stopped moving. I panted as I made my way back into the elevator, taking a few bites from one of the security guards for good measure, and hitting the ground floor button. I leaned against the railing, looking down at my arm, which is when I first noticed I was healing faster than usual. It wasn't quite scabbed over, but the wounds were already about half their initial size. The elevator dinged, and I was ready for a fight. After a few seconds, I took my first step out, then another. When I made it into the room, I looked around. Desks, computers, and monitors galore took up most of the room. The chairs were flung about, and nobody was around. Double-checking my surroundings, I took off through one of the doors, looking for anything to cover up. Eventually, I came across a personal belongings hall that was really just a bunch of lockers like one you'd find in a school. They all had padlocks, but when I found mine, I yanked, the metal snapping and bouncing around the hall. Everything I had on me when Scott knocked me out was in there, except my phone. Better hope you never see me again, shit stain, I muttered, before getting dressed and running to find an exit. After some searching, I made my way out, revealing I'd been in one of the few abandoned buildings in town. It was an old office complex that I remembered being open when I moved in, but I couldn't say for certain. The building looked about a month overdue for power washing. It was about a 5-minute jog to my house, and while the snow had melted some, there was still a few inches, and by the look of the clouds, that night it'd be coming down again. When I shut the door behind me, I hoped no one had seen the blood and called the cops, but it couldn't be helped, even if they did. I took the most satisfying shower of my life. It felt like I hadn't had one in a month. As I scrubbed myself down, I felt like I was the grill boy scraping gunk into the grease traps. When I slipped on a fresh set of clothes and had a minute to take a breath, the exhaustion took hold. Surprisingly, though, it only felt like I'd had a 14-hour shift after not sleeping for a couple of days. Either way, I knew I couldn't fall asleep in my bed. Everything about the town was fucked. I felt like if I fell asleep, I'd be waking up somewhere new, and I'd have to escape again. I needed to get somewhere safe, somewhere I knew I could sleep without being captured. That was when the realization struck me. The revolution.
Part 25. It had been a day or so since I'd gotten a response from Megami. There's spurts where we don't talk. She tends to be pretty accident-prone with electronics. Sometimes the frequency she's singing goes haywire and fries it. But it had been a good 5 months or so since we last spoke. Taking a shot in the dark, I called Rachel.
What is it, Terry?
She grunted.
We're a little busy.
I need to talk to Megami, but she's been MIA since the whole Mayroyd situation. My mind shot back to what Jones had told me, to watch out for her momentarily questioning whether or not Dexter's team had been dumb enough to keep her alive. There was a pause. The line went silent. Then a sigh.
Actually, I've had the same problem. I figured she just broke another phone or was pissed at me for... Well, I'll keep an ear out and let you know if I hear anything. What do you need her for?
She grunted again. Small mission.
Joseph.
Yeah. The line went silent again. Then an exasperated sigh.
Good luck. Be sure to bring the doctor with you. You know how you can get.
A flush of anger pulsed through me, but I took a deep breath. Sure, she shrieked.
Oh, shit.
The call ended. I thought over the list of everyone, wondering what I was going to do. I had actually intended to have Doc and Megami be the last two after Smudge, that no one else would really work. Chad wasn't right for the type of incognito mission we were doing. Abraham wasn't available. Rachel and Serpentine didn't quite mesh with what we were doing. Megami wasn't supposed to be the last one to fill out the party. I mulled it over, but I still owed David, the Holdefolk, a favor from the Mayroyd raid. I would have called Jacob, but he was in another country doing who knows what. My phone rang as I stood, leaning against the couch. Jones, something wrong? He chuckled.
None the least. You got your group together?
We're one short.
No problem. Bring everyone by tonight. We need to prepare on our end, and Dexter sent us a bit of backup.
He hung up. I called up Doc and Smudge, telling them to be at my place and ready by the time dusk rolled around. Heading to the bathroom, I downed my meds, trying to shake off a weird feeling that slowly crept up on me, as if something was going to happen when we got there. It was more than just a bad feeling, but a conviction. I knew something would happen, and it made me uncomfortable. One of the pills I took was supposed to ease it, but when it got that bad, it meant my brain had already determined some kind of outcome. It's not a superpower or anything, more like enhanced intuition. It only happens when my brain has the information to go off of. But there's a disconnect between my conscious and subconscious. So whenever something like that happens, I just have to wait for it to come to fruition. Stepping into the office, I looked around. Where's the new guy? Xavier looked up, baffled at the sight. Then Jones stood, walking over to greet us, the bags under his eyes less defined.
He's in the back getting himself something to eat. Smudge, nice to see you again. You haven't aged a day.
Smudge chuckled at that.
You must be the famous doctor. I want to thank you for coming. I'm sure you're a busy man. He outstretched his hand, but Doc just gestured between Jones and me. You see, that's how you should greet me. You really ought to get a notepad out. You might learn a thing or two about how to respect your elders.
If I remember correctly, I'm about 2,000 years your senior. When did you start your questionable medical practices again? 16th, 17th century? Doc ignored me, angrily shaking Jones's hand.
Nice to meet you, lad. Glad to hear somebody thinks highly of me, even if it's a meager thin skin. Me and my dislocated fingers, thank you for that. As he brought his hand back, Jones uncomfortably pushed his fingers back into their sockets one by one. So, who are you planning on bringing? You said there was going to be another.
Right. Had my sights set on a siren. She's pretty skilled and can be silenced when the occasion arises, but I can't get a hold of her. I paused. Actually, you've got your ear to the ground. You heard anything about someone named Megami? It's been a few months since we talked. I'm kind of worried. Jones was a mannequin. Despite trying to stay calm, his eyes flickered to Xavier before shooting back to us. He leaned against his desk, reaching for his coffee mug several times, not looking away from us, before finally grabbing it and raising it to his mouth. I stared hard at Xavier. A few moments later, he cracked.
Look, it was a life or death sit.
My legs tightened. I could feel the meds pushing to the side as I grew, stepping over to him in 2 long strides. He threw out his hearing aid, grasping his one intact ear as he held himself up with his free hand on the desk.
You killed Megami. Tell me why I shouldn't give you the same treatment.
Something grasped my waist, then each of my legs. They were trying to push me back. When I released a tentacle to shoot Xavier through the head, I felt a prick stab into it. I fell limp, shrinking back down instantaneously. Much calmer, I looked at my surroundings. Doc stood over me, making sure I was fine. Smudge looked between Xavier and me, wondering how he should react. Then I saw Xavier, Jones standing beside him, and on the other side of the desk, just across from us, stood the blonde buzzcut and scarred musculature of a Texan soldier. Fucking Tucker. I chuckled with disdain. Of course. Wish I had my hops, but unfortunately it was destroyed along with the USPM. You're one terrifying son of a bitch when I'm not in a full suit of armor, I'll tell you what. Looking close, I noticed he was wearing one of the older exosuits they used to wear. It was clean, but there were scuffs in the black paint job here and there. The USPM was just a bad fucking omen at this point. Hey, we didn't kill Jeff, and we didn't kill Megami, so why don't you chill the fuck out? Tucker crossed his arms, staring at me. Smudge let out a jittery sigh.
You know, Jane's death wasn't necessarily the fault of Jeff.
I looked at him. Are you really going to side with the thin skins on this one?
Terry, behave yourself. We're only here for Joseph's sake. After we're done, you can go wipe out the U.S. government. But we're here for a reason. Doctor, back me up here.
I'm neutral in this. I don't care much for anyone.
And yet you're here to help save Joseph.
He sighed.
Joseph's okay, I suppose. But I'm here because Terry gave me a deal on a pixie a month or so back.
Smudge and Doc continued their back and forth as I stared at Xavier. He stood upright again, fixing the aid back into his ear.
I don't blame you, Terry. I'd kill me too. I even did. But at least wait till this is over, yeah? I want to slip in one last good deed if I can.
He blinked tears back as he put on a ski mask. When we're done, I'll thank you. But you better hope we never cross paths again.
I could say the same to you. I could.
The air was still for a minute or so. Even Doc and Smudge had stopped their bickering.
Well then.
Tucker smacked his hands together, making a metal clink.
Y'all ready to kick some shit in?
How long is the drive? I'll need at least an hour to recover. Jones answered.
1.5 to 2 hours. You'll be fine. We've got guns in the van, all suppressed. I had a mutual acquaintance of ours send us a care package yesterday. Regardless, I say we should all keep our blood inside our bodies. Tucker joined in.
Speaking of, I managed to scrounge the materials to make up some of those SIOM rounds. I left them in the van, along with the last resort.
He winked at me. Jones nodded. We should be good to go then. You guys ought to join us in the van. Less conspicuous. I nodded.
Yeah, that'd make the most sense. I'll be taking the lead when we get there, though. Which reminds me, you never sent me the schematics.
Oh, yeah, I'll send them over. Are you going to have enough time to put a plan together?
Yeah, I already know how we'll follow into the building. I was thinking Tucker at first, but without his suit, he's basically just a liability.
He rolled his eyes.
Yeah, we'll see about that one.
As the van slowed, Tucker pulled on his combat gloves. He was decked out in full gear that I hadn't really noticed until we got in the van. A flexible vest that was essentially a skin-tight, long-sleeve shirt meeting his wrists. His pants were tights and were made of the same fabric as his shirt. We came to a complete stop as he slung his rifle around, clicking off the safety on his bison. Doc clapped his book shut, and Smudge stood. All right, everyone up. We need to get to the gun cases. Jones had come back through a door-sized hole connecting to the back of the van to the front. He'd already pulled his mask over his face. The only color that came from him was his remaining eye and parts of his lips, only revealed by small, cut strips in the fabric. We stood, sidestepping so we could get to the guns behind the seats. One by one, we filed out the back. Xavier hopped out the back, followed by Jones, who stared at Tucker for a moment. Did you put a new scope on this? He raised his PS-90, which held an ACOG and a suppressor.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of like a thermal scope, but instead of heat, it picks up. Well, I don't actually know. So you should be able to see anything invisible or not.
Xavier inspected his own gun.
Sorry, guys. I only had enough for Jones and me. You should be fine, but just 'cause you don't got a fancy scope don't mean you can go missing your shots. Them rounds are expensive as hell.
Well, let's get going. I've got the map down. I know how to get there. Second floor of their basement has the data. Unfortunately, we have no idea what security looks like, so we have to be cautious if we intend to stay hidden.
Tucker spoke.
Just to be clear, you're up front, Jones is behind you, then the doctor, then Xavier, with me covering our asses. Smudge is behind Doc, and while I'd like to have Xavier in the back...
Xavier rolled his eyes.
Well, I'd like to have you in the back.
Tucker sighed. Anyhow, guess it works. Maybe I'll get lucky, and they'll have a hold of folk I could put some rounds through. Release some of their tension. He shot his gaze between Xavier and me. Well, let's head out. Smudge, you'll be able to keep the cameras down, right?
Based on what you said about their layout, I should be able to, but I won't be able to keep us hidden from the perception of the guards once we're inside. There are far too many electronics I need to keep down, so if we run into anyone inside the building, we need to kill them and hide their bodies to avoid being caught. I can't keep the entire building down, so I can't stop them from setting off an alarm if we miss anyone.
That shouldn't be a problem.
Tucker lifted his gun.
Let's hope those sights are as powerful as you say.
Before long, we were on our way. We'd parked some distance out as to not draw any attention. Taking the lead, the only noise I could hear was the occasional snapping of twigs as we walked through a forested area. Despite having come in contact with the exoskeleton previously, it still surprised me how stealthy Tucker could be wearing it. Breaching the tree line, I held up my hand. Surrounded by a gravel driveway stood a 3-story tall, modern office-style building. Men patrolled around a lot, all wearing tactical gear. Focusing on the shadows, I could tell there were hidden guards as well. Those ones were wearing light, flexible clothing, and minimal, if any, weapons.
Smudge, I whispered, waving him up with 2 fingers.
Yes.
As he looked out, he seemed to understand.
This will be a tough one if they aren't all humans. Seems like there are about 30 guards that may see us. If even one of them is a round of 5, I won't be able to blind all of them from our presence. If Rachel were here, we'd be able to determine such a thing. Unfortunately, we don't have her spiritual sense.
I might be able to help with that.
Tucker whispered from behind us. What kind of bullshit caused you to break formation without my asking?
As I said, these scopes can sense alternative forms of energy. I have a few frames of reference. I know what civvies look like through this thing. Smudge, if you can point out all the hidden ones, I'll be able to tell you what we're dealing with.
Smudge looked at me, then shrugged.
All right, if you're certain.
We're good to go, then. That was the last one.
So it would seem. That scope of yours ought to be reliable.
If we don't get by, you have my full permission to do whatever you want to, Xavier.
Jones butted in. I believe that's up for me to decide. I still need him around. Smudge whispered at a frequency that had set dogs off.
Enough bickering. You're worse than when I had to babysit Chad and Rachel. Everyone get in formation. It's easiest on me if we go in single file.
Getting back into position, he spoke up.
Sorry, Terry. I know you're leading, but, well, you get it.
I nodded back to him. Everyone ready? No piss breaks past this point. If you have cold feet, just head back to the van. I looked back to Xavier, to which he flipped me off, signaling me to start. I wasn't worried about the situation until we got about 10 feet from the door. One of the two guards standing beside it looked over at us. I signaled everyone to stop, and the guy continued to stare. A few moments later, he shrugged, facing forward again, and we continued on through the door. There was no one in the immediate vicinity, though there were several cameras pointed towards us, blinking. Smudge said one word as he took a deep breath.
Break.
Nodding, I signaled for the three of us up front to take the right wall, and the other three to take the left. Once Smudge caught his breath, he stood back up, and we all got back into formation. Right as a guard turned the corner, I shot a tentacle out, grabbed him by the throat, and snapped his neck, all while bringing him closer so we could hide the body. That was when an alarm went off. Fuck! Keep the humans hidden. Doc and I can handle ourselves. My brain froze time, trying to figure out what happened. Eventually, it clicked. Heart monitors. A precaution not even Mayroyd took.
Leave me out of it, Smudge. I can handle myself, too. You need all the focus you can get.
Tucker stepped up, aiming down sights. The door bashed open before I could get my tentacles out. Turning, Tucker already faced the door, dropping people in 1 to 2 rounds apiece. Turning back toward the dead body, I headed on, alarms blaring overhead. Bodies came and went. Despite how badly we'd apparently messed up the plan, I knew where the database was, and I refused to let anyone stand between me and it. Each step I took was further than the last.
Keep yourself safe. I'm going further in. Not without me, you're not.
Metal clattering rang out.
Imbecile.
Doc caught up to me as I flung several bodies out of the way.
Watch where you're throwing them.
Tucker yelled out.
We shouldn't split up.
I was already at the staircase, making my way down when something smacked across my face. Turning to my right, I saw a lanky man with his hands in his pockets. He was slouched as if bored.
Fine, go down. I'll meet you there.
Swinging a tentacle at him, he made a popping motion with his mouth. The limb slammed into a wall, shooting them all at him. He blew air out in a circle, then at me directly, lunging at me as he threw me off balance. He kicked me in the chin, then down on my head, knocking me to a knee. A second later, I was thrown into the air, then to the ground.
Damn, man, you look like you could use a hand.
The strange man stood over me, offering me his right. I took it, spinning him around, snapping his arm, and flinging him against the wall, where he lay, motionless. I stabbed him in the head, then in the heart just to be safe. Scoffing at his arrogance, I headed down the stairs. When I got down to the second basement floor, there were already several dead bodies strewn about. Everyone was hiding behind metal tables. Tucker injected Doc with something. Sitting beside them was a heaving Smudge. I put my tentacles away, and a sudden burst of gunfire came from the back of the wide-open office room. A few bullets hit me, but I was already too tall. They crumpled on impact.
They get a hold of your formula? Fuck, that's loud. Yeah, there was a leak a few months back. Doc ain't doing so hot.
That's the doctor to you.
He spoke each word with individual breaths. Walking toward the guards, they panicked. With a thud hitting my chest, one of the men screamed, "We need you up here!" Looking down, I found a pinless grenade, which I kicked, knocking one of the men unconscious. Bodies tumbled over one another as it exploded, sending shrapnel everywhere. A few pieces stuck to my face, but I headed straight for the room. "You'll want to get back. Someone is coming from..." The ground gave out from under me, falling a few floors. I was kicked into a wall in a dark room, aside from the hole. Landing on my feet, I looked around, rubbing my side. I felt something wet where I'd been hit. Then, I saw who it was. A scaly humanoid, each scale tipped with a tinted blue, serrated prong. His shadow fluctuated, then its eyes sprung open, and a black mist shot me. I blocked with my tentacles, but they were cheese to a grater.
Kenneth himself breaking in here must think you're hot shit.
I grunted, springing off the wall, using a shredded tentacle to slam the scaly man with a table. Sure enough, the mist formed into a shadow walker, same as Jacob. I slammed my fist into his face before he could react. "I need some light down here!" But the scaled man already rebounded, swinging his pronged fist at my face. I managed to block with my arm, but it was getting stiff. "Doc, I need you!" I heard Tucker to my left. "He's still recovering. Close your eyes." Before I could tell him I couldn't close my face, a clinking sounded, and I saw a small metal canister roll into view. A blinding light took over, banging 9 times, each followed by a flash, then several gunshots. Accepting the pain to come, I grabbed the scaled man, flinging him into the ceiling, dazing him. The Shadow Walker was already dead on the ground, 3 bullet holes planted in his skull. "Nicely done."
On your weaknesses on the other one? Never seen anything like him.
"Skin transformation. We must wear him down."
Lovely.
The prongs tipping his scales had already shrunk considerably. Stumbling to his feet, he glanced down at the motionless skinwalker.
God damn it.
His scales evaporated, leaving behind a hollow man, standing still.
Just
Tucker put a bullet right between his eyes.
didn't have to ask, buddy.
As we turned to head back up the stairs, a thud reverberated from behind us. Turning back, Smudge lay, face first, and uncovered. He wore a full-body outfit, ensuring no skin was revealed, but my concern was on whatever had dropped him down. Aside from the alarms, it was eerily silent. They landed on Smudge, hopping off and kicking him into the wall. The black suit was almost fabric, but it was certainly mechanical. Parts and joints stuck out slightly, giving him mobility along with full-body protection. At his neck, the material fluctuated, phase shifting at the slightest movement. The entire front of his helmet was a velvet red visor, then changed to a light blue when the light reflected just right. He had several weapons littering his body, including 2 hooked swords, an unknown kind of pistol, a pump-action shotgun, and a few others, all of which were as black as his armor. I had to lean my head and chest down to avoid hitting the ceiling. I couldn't move anymore. And Tucker looked a little nervous.
Doc, you alive?
A German accent replied with a chuckle.
He was already dead.
"Yeah, right," Tucker said. "What are you waiting for, big guy?" Shooting out my back, I held the odd man at tentacle point. Tucker readied his carbine, and the man retrieved his hook blades.
Come, let's get this over with.
Tucker stammered. "Be careful." He swapped magazines. "This guy's radiating like a human." He fired a round. I felt it slide between 2 tentacles, and as it hit the man in the visor, an explosion erupted. I engaged, picking the man up by the leg, but before I could fling him, pain shot through it. The tip was sliced off. Tucker fired 2 more rounds, both exploding as they met their target, filling the room with a cloudy haze. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to move, but I felt like a turtle. Suddenly, my leg ripped up. I held in place, stabilizing with a few tentacles, then smashed where a crack had formed on his visor. But he swung his own blade down, cutting it in half. A rapid succession of explosions slowly knocked the man back, and for the first time, he looked at Tucker, throwing one of the hook blades at him. It was angled for his face, but he snatched it midair, then lunged at the man. He slammed the blade down on his shoulder, spinning it around and hooking the back of his arm, yanking him in. Tucker punched full force. In an instant, Tucker was against the wall, falling face first into the tile floor, leaving ceramic to crack the area around him. The man chopped the last of my tentacles down as he approached me. When they were practically useless, he put the remaining blade away, pulling out the pump-action shotgun. He shot me in the face 6 times before throwing the gun to his side. A small stream of black ooze dripped down my chin, and I had a hard time seeing anything in front of me.
Damn, you're one tough fucker, I'll give that much.
Pulling out his pistol, he proceeded to unload every round into my forehead. Despite being ordinary metal, something about them kicked like a mule. When the gun was out, he dropped it, looking to his right, seeing where Tucker had dropped his gun.
I wonder, how will you hold against explosive rounds? Not well.
As he picked it up, I felt something prick my back. A familiar sensation made its way toward my heart, like organic WD-40.
You're awfully quiet over there. Lost will to fight.
You're an asshole.
Please stop. I'll shit myself.
He let out an agonizing laugh.
You're strong, but you've too much of stiffy going on there.
He let off a round into my face, nearly knocking me down, but I staggered just enough to stay in place.
Wow, this has some nice kick to it. Perhaps I'll join the military after this.
He shot 3 more into my face. With each explosion, my skin peeled away just that much more. My brain rattled, but my limbs loosened. By the 4th round, I regained some mobility, walking towards him. He stepped back, switching the gun to burst fire. I maneuvered around 3 bursts, only getting hit 3 times, each one in my torso. Those explosions seemed to boost the doc's serum, and I was able to grab the man by the head, crushing his visor with the palm of my hand. You rely too much on your gadgets and luck. Neither will get you out of this. The helmet cracked, and blades shot out, slicing my fingers off. He pulled his remaining hook blade and slid under me. A sharp pain hit the back of my skull. Then a cracking reverberated through my head. A metal clattering followed, and when I turned, the man stood there, shocked. He lunged back, throwing several kunai at my face, but I ducked them. With my full range of motion returned, I slung one of the tables at him, flinging him into a wall front first. Walking over to where he'd dropped Tucker's rifle, I snagged it and walked over to the man. He staggered back to his feet, a broken nose and a shard of ceramic sticking out of his eye. I held the gun to his forehead and fired, his head bursting like a pipe bomb. I stumbled over to Tucker, dropping his gun beside him. Then dropping to one knee, I smacked him in the face a few times.
You still alive?
He rolled onto his side.
Kinda wish I wasn't.
His face was covered in small cuts from the ceramic tiles.
Wish I'd had my older suit. Could've kicked his ass. Fucking hell, what a dick.
I sat beside him. Hopefully he will be their last line of defense. I think your gun gave me a concussion or something. The room spun, my stomach on a Ferris wheel.
Wow, the doctor was right.
I turned to the stairway. Xavier held Jones's arm around his neck, helping him stand.
What happened? Is Doc really dead?
Tucker staggered his way to a standing position.
Nah, that stuff I gave him slows heart rate. It was too stupid to check for a full minute. He should still be alive, don't worry.
And you too. Jones cleared his throat. Smudge hit us, but he was worn down. Hearing that, I turned back to see Smudge, still laying flat. I stood, stumbling over to him, checking his pulse. It took a bit, but eventually, I felt a weak heartbeat.
Doc, you alive up there?
I suppose, he groaned.
We need you down here. Smudge is in bad shape.
A faint hint of a sigh made its way down the hole. I picked Smudge up, and moments later, Doc landed on the ground, a leg giving out from under him. Some time passed, and we patched ourselves up as best we could before heading back up the proper floor. Jones was able to walk on his own, but his right leg was in bad shape. I carried Smudge on my back, and despite Tucker's several broken bones, he was walking just fine, occasionally stumbling from a torn tendon. As far as Doc went, the only sign he showed he was injured was his panting,
Fortunately, he never ran into anyone else aside from the odd stranger, and we managed to grab the data we needed. With the sensors passed, we laughed and joked, trying to bring ourselves back down from the adrenaline high. Exiting the building, I spoke up.
Xavier, I'm not going to forgive you, but I will thank you.
He looked over at me.
To be fair, it was the doctor's idea.
That's why I'm not forgiving you. Anyone could have done it.
Fair enough. Guess you could have done it too, hey, Doc?
It's Doctor.
He let out an exhausted sigh.
In theory, but by the time I got around to it, who knows if Terry would still be alive. For thin skin, you did well.
That's when a limo pulled up through the gravel, headed right for us, stopping just in time to not hit us.
Doc, Rick's much. Have him get you guys out of here, now.
I set him on the ground behind me.
Well, I certainly hope he's feeling up to it.
If not, you guys need to run.
The back door opened, and a man in a suit stepped out. Pulling off his glasses, he tossed them in the back seat before closing the door and signaling the driver to leave. They couldn't get away fast enough.
Terry, son of Charles. I was under the impression you wouldn't get involved with us, but after the Mayroyd incident, we decided we should implement additional security measures. Seems we should have invested more heavily into that. What was your intent here? If you had just called on Charles and told him about us, I'm certain you could have turned the entire building to mist.
If you knew that, why did you come to see me for yourself? You can't kill him. Or are you really that arrogant?
The man laughed.
Because the alarm is still going off. If he had come, there'd be no signal sending the alarm. You're strong, sure, but even 3 assassins managed to do this to you. Hence the difference between you mortals and us gods.
Didn't realize living for 3,000 years classified me as mortal.
You know, it's interesting. Even after thousands of years, some still feel the need to attach themselves to this world. It's as if they're unaware of the insignificance of this world, this solar system, galaxy, supercluster, hell, this universe. If you will live to see it all end, then what's this part of it matter? They get animals to give themselves more meaning, call them pets. They feed the animal, water them, domesticate them, protect them, but they also prevent them from living in their natural habitat, pulling the animal from where it belongs to give themselves a sense of purpose. It's selfish, wouldn't you say?
Sure, I guess in a nihilistic sense.
So, why are you here? To retrieve your pet? As I've said, there's a transmitter in there. I saw what you pulled. Data on where your pet is. Why not just let him live in his terrarium?
He's one of us now.
Due to your interference.
What are you really doing here?
That's the question of the day, is it not? Quite frankly, I think Mayroyd was right to kill her. You're far too attached to this world, though I suppose you are still a mere child. You could be so much more wise, and yet you refuse to allow it. You latch on to what's been lost when you could focus on what you could have.
Sounds to me like you're not quite past your own insignificance. He sneered.
You certain that's your final answer?
I guess so.
Gods, the apple really does fall right to the roots.
The grass around him shriveled to dust when he charged me. Time stopped as the gleam in his eyes froze me, each fist pummeling me to the dirt, creating a deeper crater with each fist. Then, I was back in place. So was he. I'd never felt it so strong before, but I couldn't deny the reality. He would kill me. Unlike Mayroyd, that man had absolute control over his soul, a feat all my attempts couldn't achieve. All I could do was hold him off until I had an opportunity to slip out of his perception. The grass around him slowly disintegrated. Ready for his lunge, I leapt into the air, grabbing him midair with my tentacles and throwing him full force into the building. I sprung myself to the forest, latching onto a branch and engrossing myself in the tree, doing what I could to suck as much energy out. It wasn't long before I was forced out. The tree crumbled to dust, and I leapt from it, charging the man with what little extra energy I had. He stood still, taking 4 punches to his face. He kicked me back, nothing but a streak of blood running down his nose. I lunged back, searching for another tree. I found one a ways back, flinging myself at it. I fell into it and absorbed the tree's power.
I forced myself and found I could suck it out of other nearby trees until I was once again forced out, the trees crumbling in decayed mass.
You've gotten a bit stronger. Charles must be so proud.
What are you trying to achieve?
Is losing your HQ really that important? He stepped toward me casually. The same thing Mayroyd was trying to achieve, and really all the other gods in this disoriented country. However, no, killing you isn't a punishment for the damages. It's for the audacity it took for you to do it. Entering my domain and destroying my primary facilities. That takes balls. Unfortunately, the rest was only a few inches. I tried to leap back again to gain a foothold, but all nearby trees crumpled to dust. Seeing no other way, I charged him again. But just as I came face to face, I spun and sidestepped, launching a single tentacle for the back of his heart, but on impact, it turns to dust. Unfortunately, the rest of you won't be so easy to get rid of. He turned, jumping, and once again I met his bloodthirsty gaze. My skull cracked on impact, and when my head hit the dirt, a crater was left behind. He stood over me. I'm gonna be on his shit list for this one, but really, it'll be worth it. He pointed a finger gun at my head, and as the darkness closed in, 3 gunshots followed by a familiar light filled my senses. And when I could see again, his head was missing, the body still standing upright, 3 bullet holes oozing blood at different angles. I staggered to my feet, adrenaline keeping me awake. I looked around, seeing everyone but Smudge scattered around. Run! He's gonna blow! Just fucking run! I used my tentacles to move, sticking them in the ground and launching myself, then staggering to my feet. I headed in the direction the van was in, and a few seconds later, an intense blue light erupted from behind me, the shockwave hitting immediately after. Part 26. The slush sloshed under my feet with each step, giving the dead streets some much-needed sound. As I made my way to the house, a sense of regret took hold, along with a desire to have the last bit of my memories come back. Despite everything, the only set of memories I still lacked was where Scott had taken me on the day that started everything. Damn, Terry, why couldn't you have just been home? I grimaced, rubbing my arm at the statement. A quick flash of the USPM commander knocking me out shook my head. Why couldn't I have just... I sighed. No. I gazed up, snow clouds still looming overhead. I took in a deep breath, released it slowly, hearing nothing but the crunching of snow under my feet, reminding me of snapping bones. The thoughts made my mouth water. When I finally get out of here, I need to see Rachel. God, this asshole better be home. I knocked to no response. Twisting the knob, I pushed the door open. Taking a deep breath, I tried to ease my nerves. Focusing on my ears, it didn't take long for me to hear my heartbeat, then my nervous system. And just before I stepped in, there was a third thing, a writhing inside me. I pushed the door open. Keeping my eyes shut, I listened for any subtle change as I shut the door behind me. I could feel the vibration of the air in my ear canal bringing them to a ring. I took a breath, stepping further in. I sidestepped into the kitchen, flinging my eyelids open. A man stood, holding an extendable baton that made a clinking sound when he pressed a button. Next to him, on the counter, a knife block. Opening the drawer behind me, I pulled out the first thing I touched right as he lunged at me. I blocked with the rubber-gripped metal spatula I pulled out. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me! I backed into the living room as the man pulled out a second baton. Then I heard something behind me. I rolled over the couch, getting both men in my line of sight. The throbbing in my side returned. Not painful this time. It was invigorating. Come at me! The second man pulled out a short sword, and I couldn't help but notice they didn't have guns. They charged me from both sides. I held up my left arm to the guy with the short sword, hitting the second guy's baton to the side and kicking him back. The short sword guy was reeling back for another swing. I lunged back over the couch, running to the kitchen, dropping the spatula and ripping a bread and chef's knife from the knife block. The short sword plunged into my back, and I whipped around, slicing the guy with my chef's knife, slicing open his cheek. Then, a tasing in my left arm, and I swung, but he knocked the bread knife away with a baton. He reeled back for another shot at me when I swung the chef's knife as hard as I could down his left baton. It made a crackling sound, and he dropped it, hitting me in the neck with the good one. I fell to a knee, reaching and pulling the sword out of my back. The unarmed man tried to punch me in the face, but I swung the sword wildly, and he fell back, waiting for an opening. The baton guy staggered back just long enough for me to stand back up. I dropped the chef knife, the pain in my forearm growing too strong as it went through the healing process. I swung at the man with the baton. He jumped back, blocking the blade with his shock stick, which bent before frying just like the last one. He took a couple steps back before turning and running out the door. I turned back. The other man was trying to book it too. I chased him out of the kitchen and tackled him to the floor. Look, buddy, I've had to deal with assholes like you since I got here, so I hope it's not too much trouble for you to give me just a tad bit of information. He seized in response, flopping under me like a goldfish. Flipping him over, he was frothing from the mouth. Pupils dilated. God damn it. The man convulsed as I pulled his wallet and cell phone from his pockets, turning the phone on, revealing I needed a 4-digit PIN code. I hope you were an idiot when you were alive. I flipped open his wallet. Sure enough, his social security card was in there. I checked for the last 4 digits and dialed them into the phone, unlocking it. Wow, man. Wow. I dropped his wallet on him and staggered to my feet, feeling the hunger take hold again. But looking down at the dead man on the floor, I didn't want to take any chances, so I left him be, promising myself I'd get some food soon. I scrolled through notes, then texts, eventually finding myself at emails. One had stood out to me while scrolling, an exchange with a guy he called the Jack from a couple weeks before. They were talking about the revolution and that the men need to be ready in 3 weeks. There was an address that felt vaguely familiar, as well as a bunch of other details about everyone in the rebellion. Basically, a bunch of stuff to make sure there wouldn't be the issue of a revolution anymore. The wordplay and deceptive speech patterns were just way too familiar. Make that 5, asshole. I headed out the door, and as I walked, I couldn't help but notice the car that pulled around a corner a few blocks behind me. I never looked back, but my ears were too in tune to not notice the consistent crunching of snow and pistons firing. They were quiet, for sure, but my paranoia was quieter. I heard them inching ever closer. With each foot gained, I could sense where they were that slight bit better. Every second pumped me with more adrenaline, and when I could see the bumper out of the corner of my eye, I readied myself. That's when the window rolled down.
Ah, Joseph, care to take a ride?
The question flung me through a wall. Huh? I looked over. Metaphor Man held a gun at me.
It's been a long while. I think since you were in the neighborhood, you wouldn't mind riding around with me for a bit. You know, since you so graciously took me where I needed to go last time.
I swallowed. Those aren't normal bullets.
He smiled. Would you like to get in the car?
I opened the door, sitting patiently, biding my time, until a wide barrel pressed against my neck, angled up.
It's been a bit. How are you?
It's been a bit. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. How's my spark plug doing?
I've seen better days.
The suppressor shoved into my neck. Look, I was kidnapped by Scott.
Yes, I'm well aware. But that mess you made, that was far too close of a call. And you didn't even call us. While you staying alive is important, you aren't necessary. What about our mystery man?
How am I gonna... The barrel stabbed me. Sorry, I just wanted to know who I was. I haven't figured out who that guy is yet. I thought maybe my memories could give me some insight. I almost blew a raspberry out of surprise. I couldn't believe how quickly I came up with it.
I see. Well?
Sorry, nothing yet, but I'm sure.
How was Scott? Anything you feel like you should tell us?
It sounds like he's in with a bunch of other groups in town. Also, anytime he's around, I'm calm. Not intentionally or anything, though. I just can't get pissed at him.
We're aware of a couple of organizations he's a part of. How many can you be certain of?
He told me 4 when I was locked up, but there's also this phone. I pulled it out, typing in the password and pulling up the email. It sounds like...
Hand it back. He'll look it over.
Doing as he said, we sat in silence for a few minutes. Then the voice behind me sounded.
Yeah, big raid on the rebels.
He handed the phone back to me.
That'd be nice for us, if only so many of them weren't such big parts of this town.
Metaphor Man paused, then said,
You were headed there when we picked you up.
What of it?
I have a proposition. You find a way to end this for us, and you will gain access to the file on your friend, Terry.
That's one hell of a trust violation. How about I just follow through on what I already planned on doing?
Call it a hunch. It sounds like you want to get out of this town, whether it be stubbornness or knowing you'll die the moment you leave. You've decided to stay in town despite regaining your memories. How about we leave it at that? You get the revolution you want, as well as some information you need.
He pulled over. I can just not read it.
I never said you had to. It's a gift, is all.
Okay, fuck fate. The barrel hit me so hard, my vision faded for a moment.
Please, we're all friends here now. Let Joseph go.
I opened the door, stepping onto the slushy sidewalk.
Oh, right. Before you're off, be careful with Scott.
I turned to face him as he grabbed the door.
He can pacify people if their emotions aren't strong enough, so get pissed at him or something along those lines before going down there.
He drove off, leaving the door to slam shut with the speed. I watched as they turned a corner, nearly skidding out on the Slurpee-covered road. Then I looked around, trying to figure out where they'd dropped me off. Soon enough, I noticed the wall and the vaguely familiar building beside it. Everything cleared, and I stomped into the building, keeping everything Scott had done to me at the forefront.
Where's Scott?
Everyone stopped what they were doing, turning to me.
Who's asking?
The man behind the bar counter asked with a vague sense of familiarity.
Joseph, I was in here the other day. You guys have a snake down here, and I need to have a talk with it.
I don't know Joseph, but you ought to be out of here if you're going to claim something like that.
Some of the people nearby stood, approaching me.
I have evidence. Each one of you can look it over while I beat the shit out of Scott if you need.
Quiet down. It pierced through every other sound, like a dog whistle bypassing everyone's voices and silencing them. From the back of the room, I saw the older woman from before coming out from the back room.
Come with me. We should discuss this in private.
Her voice was so crisp, I almost followed her on instinct. Taking a breath, I made my way to her. The back room reeked of vodka and body odor. Heading through another door, I found the source of it. Scott sat chained to a table, and had apparently given him a bottle of cheap liquor to go to town on, which lay empty beside him. What the hell?
We can't get anything out of him. We thought some alcohol would loosen him up, make him more willing to talk. But not even a fifth was enough.
So you already know about the raid?
Excuse me?
I looked at Scott. He goes by the Jack. I saw Scott's giggly face falter ever so slightly as he rolled his head around the table.
Said their team needed to be ready in 3 weeks. That was 2 weeks ago. Any ideas on what?
No. We're all set to leave in 2.
She stared hard at Scott.
You will die for this.
Turning back to me, she asked,
How can you be sure it was Scott if they never used his name?
Here, just read some of these messages. Sounds like a certain fuckhead if you ask me.
Taking the phone, she scrolled a bit, backing out a few more times to scroll some more. I could see the moment she got to the email. Something behind her eyes cracked, along with the phone. She dropped the now broken phone on the table.
We need to speed up our plans. While we appreciate your help, Joseph, we can take it from here.
No.
She looked at me, indignant.
Oh? I didn't come to sit on the sidelines. I want out of this shit town, too.
I'm afraid you can't help us. Everyone you met the other day has already forgotten who you are, as per you not joining us.
Hold the fuck up. What?
I advise you to be on your way.
My muscles twitched to the suggestion.
Now.
My body turned to leave.
You killing him? He's my brother, you know.
You want us to let him go?
No, I'd rather be sure he's gone. Not to be a dick, but I don't think I can take you at your word.
We have other intentions. His abilities are too useful to kill him outright.
Do you mind giving me a moment then?
I'm staying here, but if you want to say goodbye, go ahead.
I walked over to my brother, looking him up and down.
God, you're pathetic.
But maybe the next time around, you'll have a better go of it. Must have been hard being raised here by yourself. I reached into his shirt, ripping the crystal off his neck and pocketing it. That doesn't mean you're not still the worst kind of person. I turns to leave. Do whatever you want with him. Make sure he regrets his existence for me if you can. As I stepped out the door, she stopped me.
Hold on. What was that?
Family heirloom.
Let me see it.
I took a step back, holding the glowing crystal out. Nothing special.
All right. Get going then.
I put the necklace back in my pocket. When can I expect the revolution? I want to slip out in the chaos.
4 days. If you see any of us fighting anyone, just ignore it. Leave town. I don't want any debts.
I walked out, muttering to myself. Could just get the memory of the dead erased. I pushed open the door, wiped. Locking it, I made my way through every room, locking every window, pulling my pillow and blanket into the bathroom and dropping them in the tub. I locked the bathroom door and quickly passed out. The only dreams I had were reforming memories, things like the giant dildo attack, the fight against Takeo, the name that pissed Terry off so much. What happened back then? Why was it such a sore spot? I shot up, already in fight or flight, looking around. I was still in my bathroom. I let out a sigh, allowing myself to relax. Getting out of the tub, I rubbed my aching side, throwing the pillow and blanket to the side. After some time, I'd thrown them into the wash from all the dried blood I'd rubbed into them. Then took a shower and went to the store for a meal. Once I'd had some food, the days I didn't know I was in passed. I was about halfway home when my brain seemed to boot back up. How long was I out? The question made me reach for my phone, only to remember I didn't have one anymore. Great, I can't even message Metaphor Man and tell him I took care of it. I walked in silence for a few moments. Why would I want to? Turning the corner, my house came into view, and I noticed something weird. My car was parked in front of the house. I sped up, splashing the slushy concrete under me, soaking my shoes. When I got to it, I pulled out my keys, pressed the unlock button on my fob, and sure enough, the lights flashed. I opened it. A phone sat atop an envelope. I picked them up, looking around me, but no one was in sight. I checked behind the Camry, but while there were light tracks, snow from the night before had faintly covered them. Looking around one more time, I hurried into the house, locking my car with the key fob. My socks and shoes flopped to the floor as I made my way to the couch.
I emptied the contents into my coffee table. A flash drive, a few $100, and a note. We appreciate you going through with your decision to aid us, and in such a timely manner. As thanks, we have left you with your friend Terry's file, as well as a few other items, including your car. We hope for a long-lasting relationship. Don't forget what you owe us. The mechanics. I threw the money in my wallet, staring at the note, occasionally glancing down at the drive. Yeah, what I owe you, assholes. I crumpled the note, tossing it in the trash as I entered the kitchen. I twirled the flash drive in my fingers, leaning against the counter, nothing occupying my mind. I stared at the opposing wall, as if it held some deep secrets to the universe. Some time passed with me sitting on the couch, watching TV. At some point, I'd reached into my pocket, feeling the smooth plastic on my fingers. I spun it around in my pocket for an episode or two, before standing and heading to my office. Slipping the drive into the back of my computer, I turned it on and opened the storage device. There were 2 folders, one marked Terry, and one named Tresca. I hesitated and clicked on Terry's folder. There were hundreds of pages on the main document. I didn't read all of them, but there were parts I did go through in depth. His history with Mayroyd, the contract association, the people he'd left behind, the names he'd dropped before starting new lives. Most notably, his past with a woman named Tresca. It didn't say what she was, but made it very clear she had an extremely fragile soul, even weaker than a human. He took her in one day, and eventually grew a fondness for her. Some time passed, and he decided to give up contract killing for her. But when he confronted Mayroyd to tell her he was giving it up, she warped his memories, twisting his love into hatred with Tresca. She'd used an ability not unlike Smudge's to do it. When he came home later that day, he put a tentacle through Tresca's head, then threw her body outside, where it got ravaged by wolves later that night. Over time, and with him choosing to live secluded from the world, keeping to himself in the cabin he'd made in the woods, the memories would return to him. He'd remember all the happiness he'd held with Tresca, and eventually moved into civilization, using some of the contacts he'd made previously to move into an apartment, and eventually make enough money to buy the entire complex. A few years later, he picked up a new name and decided to settle down. But when he didn't have anything to do, his mind would return to the person he shouldn't have killed. He used every possible thing to distract himself, from drinking to hobbies. When he wasn't capturing atypicals for Fetch Quest, he was doing what he could to forget. Eventually, he picked up drawing, taking to the art style of his favorite medium of entertainment. This eventually led to painting, but for a reason unspecified, he gave up art as a whole not long after. That's around when I came into the picture, so that's where I stopped. I sat there afterward, processing the details I'd gleaned. I shook my head in disgust with myself, but there was still that tinge of curiosity perched in the center of my mind. What about Tresca's side? After grabbing a glass of water, I sat back down, closed Terry's document, and hit back on the folder. I stared at the second name. Double-clicking, the folder revealed several documents. I leaned back, sipping from my glass, mind empty. I swirled the water around, staring at the blank ceiling. What haven't I done yet? A dry chuckle pushed out of me. Leaning forward, I downed the glass of water, grabbed a bottle of whiskey, and opened the document. I avoided all the pages that didn't involve Terry. It felt the least disrespectful between that and reading everything. But in all honesty, it's because I didn't really care about her. I wanted to know why the file was on the drive. She'd come across her cabin one day, apparently running from something that I didn't have the context for. She hid there, and when the people showed up, Terry, or Kennett at the time, came home shortly thereafter. They were disposed of when they attacked him, and soon enough, Terry found the woman hiding. They talked about what she'd been through, and he offered to let her stay with him until everyone thought she was dead. Terry never really minded people, but he had to eat human children to survive, so he was despised by any people that knew about him. The strange thing was, she never minded that aspect of him, and she never went insane. He wasn't sure why, but eventually, it passed him by. As time went on, they forgot about their deal, and she stayed with him on a permanent basis, learning to hunt and survive on her own when he went on his trips, a word he used so she wouldn't know he was killing people. She found out one day while cleaning the cabin when she found his pile of contracts stashed away. But it didn't change anything, and she never told him. She read books in her spare time, going into the city to buy new ones every so often when she ran out of stuff to do. Eventually, Terry started reading some of them. They discussed the stories day in and day out, and Terry progressively took fewer and fewer contracts, thinking up countless ways to spend more time with her. They ended up getting into board games and even managed to jimmy-rig a TV using a generator and a VCR. They'd spend days with each other, and when the time came, Kennett gave up his old name and told Mayroyd he was giving up contract killing, which is where her story ended. By the time I'd finished reading, the bottle of whiskey was empty beside me. I rubbed my temples, my brain holding loose connections I didn't know what to do with. I wanted to see Terry again, but something made me nervous. It wasn't the murders, not even killing Tresca, but I couldn't tell why. Something about her felt familiar to an extent. I stood from my seat, crossed my arms, and looked around. Guess I should start packing. I shut my computer off, pulled the drive out of my computer, and took it to the kitchen, where I smashed it to fragments with a meat tenderizer. The day of the revolution had come, and I was squeezing the last of my stuff into the trunk. Heading back into the house for the last time, I looked back at my car, cringing when I saw my PC in the back seat. I looked around, seeing if I'd missed anything I wanted to keep around, my eyes eventually falling on the business card on the ground. Walking over to it, I picked it up. The remnants of the Crystal Age. I flipped it in my hand a few times, sliding it into my overflowing wallet. Maybe later. I walked about, just kind of looking at everything. My eyes passed over the painting I'd seen one night. Despite all the memories that had returned, I could only remember seeing the 3 figures in that office one other time. The night I was kidnapped, which started this whole crazy shit show. I smirked to myself, a tear forming. This really is it, huh? I don't even know how things are gonna go down when I see him again. Will he even be home? I rubbed the wall. Maybe I'll have to take another road. I turned my head around, staring at the door. Leaving the house behind, I pulled the key from my chain, looking down at it, then into the sky as I tossed it off to my side. Snow had already started falling. Damn. Sitting in my car, I checked my phone. 8:13 p.m. An explosion triggered the first siren. I took a deep breath, backing out of the driveway. Part 27. I awoke an hour later, brain pulsing. I was in the back of the van, laying on the floor.
The prodigal son returns. Welcome back, you crazy son of a bitch.
Tucker laughed. Took on a god face to face. Pretty sure the only one with bigger balls than that would be Abraham. Though balls didn't save you. Doc said, looking up from his book.
Took the last core I had.
but at least I can say I've killed a god now.
Tucker snickered with a smirk. Concentrated lie. Can't say it's what I would have thought of, but it was effective.
Yeah, wasn't effective probably till we came across some antimatter from a crash.
What? I tried sitting up, but failed.
Right.
He stood, propping up the low row of seats, and pulled out a black case. Flicking it up, he aimed it down at me.
Antimatter annihilation laser. Think you can piece it together. There was about 5 lenses that each shrunk, narrowing the barrel to a tip. Everything but the lenses were coated in Vanta black paint. Each lens reduced the energy state, while also, I couldn't give less fucks if I pulled them out of Doc's patience. You killed him with that thing. Yeah, his head's probably getting breathed in from the wildlife out here.
He clicked the case shut, put it back in place, and sat.
And the data's intact.
There was a brief pause. While it is, I feel it's important to be more concerned about yourself. You have major skull fractures, a concussion. You're missing your face flesh. Your back had to be clotted to avoid you bleeding out. You're severely low on blood. You should be sleeping right now.
I had to know.
Knowing you'll be back on your feet, and I passed out again before he finished talking. When I awoke, I was in my bed. Sepratine was applying herbs to my face. 16 hours. Dr. Sadist and Rachel are busy. You really ought to be more cautious. This isn't one of your video games.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. You heard from Jones?
No. Apparently he passed out at the wheel after he parked. The Sadist said they'd be out for a while. He's having Rachel look them over once she's finished a project she's working on.
Shouldn't you be helping her?
She put her mortar down and sighed.
Flip onto your side. I need to replace the bandages on your back. Then you need to eat.
She finished tending to me in silence, then went to cook. The whole time I just wanted to get up and finish everything. But even if I did, the data wasn't fully recovered until it was sifted through. So I resigned to wait until the detective got back to me. Sepratine came back a while later with a plate toppling over itself and a glass of water. Not to get too detailed, but both were empty in a matter of 30 seconds or so.
Now, get back to sleep. Your face should be back to normal in another day, and your skull is still fusing back together.
Let me know when Jones has the info. She stood, taking my plate and cup.
Someone will, I'm sure. Get some rest, and don't do anything I wouldn't. You were reckless enough. Whatever. Goodbye.
When I came to again, my face was dry. The medicine Sepratine had put on felt like a cracked desert, leaving a green crust behind. I stood, heading to the bathroom to wash my face. I took my meds, then removed the bandages from my back. Heading back to my room, I grabbed my phone, seeing several missed calls and texts. I immediately opened the message from Jones. Call me when you wake up. I've got it. You're not going to believe where it is. The phone rang 4 times.
Oh, Terry, is that you?
He yawned. Yeah, what's the deal?
You remember when you first met me?
No.
Well, I was headed to town down in southeastern Oregon, one that wasn't on any maps. And you're not going to believe this shit. But Tenyet Lane, the place I went, that's where he's being held.
So you know where I need to go?
Yeah, the place is a hot zone for organizations. There are at least 7 that I've recorded since I first went. And that's not including...
And?
Well, the point is, there's security everywhere. People are going to be everywhere. And the police and government officials are going to be too busy counting bodies to care about one missing person.
Send me the coordinates. I took a picture of my wall, putting the phone back against my ear.
I'll do you one better. I still have an old map to the place. I'll send it over.
I don't care what you say. I'm paying you after this. I was already out the door, wearing nothing but a hoodie and sweatpants. I started the car, threw on EDM, and headed down to find Joseph. A gray smoke rose into the night air above the town. I had a good 10 miles left on the empty road before getting to the one stop on the entire strip. As I climbed the mountain, I turned my windshield wipers up more and more. The road was coated in a light crust of white, the speckles dropping ever so carefully in the light wind. As I rounded a bend, I saw a flicker of headlights through the pine trees. Rounding the next one, I saw the lights again, this time coming around their own turn, before heading in my direction. The snow packed up as I met the gaze of the other driver. It was her. I screeched to a stop, whipping a U-turn that nearly sent me into the rails. I stopped, having noticed her car was pulling over to the railing too. I jumped out of my car, running over to her, and grasping her in my arms.
I thought I killed you, Tresca.
Setting her down, my brain fully processed its surroundings. The person in front of me was Joseph. He was a bit shocked, but the rest of him reminded me of how he looked when we first met.
I'm sorry.
Look, Terry, honestly, it's great to see you. Great to have clear evidence I'm not crazy. Great to know all these fun-ass memories of the apartment were real. But
I'm just so glad you're okay.
he smirked, but his eyes were hollow. Yeah, okay.
I mean, you're alive, though.
Terry, this isn't going to work. He looked up. I can't ignore what you said when you saw me. He looked back at me, nervously. I read up on you. It was intrusive, and I'm sorry for that. But I can't keep being a replacement. I need to live my own life. I need to get away from all of this.
His eyes filled, but refused to streak.
I want to live a life away from all of this. I know a normal life isn't really an option anymore, but I still want to do what I can.
You read my files.
I glanced at my phone, thinking about the picture I'd taken before leaving.
Which ones?
Your old life. Hers too. Once I got a hold of my files, I decided to do some digging. I was me, but not, I guess. I had to get an understanding of who the people I used to know were. I know about Tresca. I remember your conversation with Mayroyd.
He waited for a while. A few cars flew by us before he took the rope.
I will never regret the time we had. We had fun. We had some adventures, and even a few emotional tipping points. Without you and everyone else, I'd probably have a slab of a rock on top of me now. I don't feel like dying anymore, but I also don't feel like living. I'm sorry, but I need to find my life out there. He threw his arms up, gesturing around. But if I stay with you, I'll never get that chance. I tried to maintain myself, for seemingly the first time, taking Joseph as a person in. His overgrown brown hair, his blue eyes, broad shoulders, bland outfit.
You look different from before.
I feel different. He shot a breath out of his nose. I staggered.
Let me grab something from my car before you go. You mind coming with?
He nodded, gazing up at the gray sky. Several more cars flew past us as we made our way to mine. When we got there, I pulled out a small bag. I reached into my car, pulling out the contract.
This was the guy that placed a hit on your wife. He's dead now.
A car flew by, lighting up his face to reveal his frozen face.
You mean it? Who killed him?
He snatched up the paper from my hand, looking over the entire sheet.
The detective put on her case. The original guy is my understanding. Goes by Jones. He's a PI now.
Really? Where is he? I cleared my throat.
Are you sure?
Positive. Where is he? I rubbed my arm, but looked at his hopeful face. I caved.
Apex Investigation Office. Downtown Albany.
He hugged me. Thank you. Seriously, this... He cried into my stomach for a time before pulling back and recomposing himself. Rubbing his nose dry, he turned around. Wait. He stopped, turning his head to me. Yeah? I held onto my phone, debating whether to show him the picture or not. We stood still as 2 more cars flew by, followed by one with sirens. I pushed my phone back into my pocket. Where are you going? He turned back to his car, holding up the contract. To repay a debt. You'll get yours too, one of these days. Sitting in his car, he drove off without another word. I sat in mine, pulling the phone from my pocket, and opened the gallery. I had one recent picture. It was one of the walls in my room, one with several posters, all of which were hand-drawn anime-style portraits of Tresca. Maybe Abraham was right, and maybe Joseph has the right idea too. Epilogue. I dried my face as I left him behind, unsure of what to do first. I sat with music blaring for the first hour, mind flashing through the events like a slideshow. When I eventually came across a convenience store, it was a 24/7 place, the kind that had hot dogs on the roller for days at a time, and the only people that worked there couldn't get a job anywhere else. I pulled into a parking space and picked my phone off of the passenger seat. I'd already decided to go to the detective's place last, but I'd never been to Rachel's before, and I didn't remember her phone number. What if I dialed the number, letting it ring a good 5 times when...
Chad's Cats, how can I help you?
God, tell me that isn't the name of your shop.
Joseph? Is that you, bro?
Yeah, it's been a while. Good to hear from you.
Where the hell have you been, man? Terry's out looking.
It's all sorted now. I don't mean to be callous. I promise I'll catch you up to speed later. But do you have Rachel's number?
Oh, yeah. Everything good, dude?
Yeah. She apparently told Terry to have me see her when he found me, so...
Oh, for sure.
So, can you send me her number?
Oh, right, yeah. Good luck, bro. Come by when you have time. I want to see how strong you are.
Sounds good, Chad. I hung up, smiling. A minute or so later, I had her number.
Joseph.
Her voice was smooth. Hi, Rachel.
Chad messaged me.
Gotcha. Terry said you wanted to see me.
Yes. There's a lot you need to know biologically if you want to pass for human.
I sighed, rubbing my side. Where should I meet you?
I'll send you the location. Seppertine will be here too.
Oh, yay. She was alright, but she always had a whole bag of chips on her shoulder.
See you soon. Oh, and did you happen to feel any aching in your right side at any point?
More than you know.
How frequently?
Well, I was starved for a few days at one point. Aside from that, though, I'd say a couple times a week, if not more.
Was that the entire time you were gone?
Not entirely sure. The first month or so was still kind of hazy. But since I was moved into town, yeah.
Okay. Just see you when you arrive.
I thought Doc was supposed to be the cryptic one of the bunch. I smirked, a tear forming in my eye. God damn it. I wiped it, clicking the address she'd sent me, and headed on my way. Only after I picked up some gas station food.
Oh my.
It's me.
I did jazz hands, wearing a faux smile.
Your soul is much larger than I anticipated. Come inside. I'm sure you're hungry.
A whiff of cedar and sweetgrass slapped me in the face. Wow, that's pungent.
Apologies. My sense of smell isn't very strong. And Seppertine is...
She took a sharp intake of breath, closing the door behind me. Looking around, the house seemed pretty standard, aside from the greenhouse and the living room.
So, what's this you got going here?
Take your shoes off, please.
She did the same.
Creating chemicals from what's in the air is taxing. It's more convenient to just have the plants you need on hand.
She headed toward a door down the hall.
My equipment is downstairs.
She opened the door, and I followed. The air was a solid 80 or so, with humidity so thick it was like snorkeling. Pollen so strong it activated allergies I hadn't had since I was 5.
Quite the quaint home you have here.
Oh, right. Sorry again.
Nah, you're good. I'm just gonna need a few boxes of tissues is all.
Oh, Joseph. My gods, you're... Wow. Different is a word. What happened to your soul?
Serpentine was turned to us, standing in front of a table with apparently every plant unknown to man on it.
That's kinda why I'm here.
Oh, right. Don't mind me. Just running a few experiments. Rachel has the perfect climate down here for a few plants. All right, Joseph. Hop on the bed.
Rachel stood in front of a wooden table. I couldn't help but notice vials and jars stacked neatly on a counter that circled half the room, as well as a set of tables that held assorted plants with different lights hovering over them. I sat on the table.
You need me to turn my head and cough?
No. First, I need you to eat. It'll be easier if you're digesting food.
She headed to a small closed-off area, then came back, plate in hand. Mostly just leafy greens. Maybe some kind of bean, too.
Go ahead. It should pass through you at just the right speed for me to catch it.
She turned, heading to another room.
Oh, right. When you're done, I'll need you to take your shirt off and lie down.
Then she headed through a door. A few minutes passed, and I finished the salad, putting my plates on an open section of a counter and throwing my shirt to the side. I laid down.
Serpentine, you know about vampirism?
Only rumors. They're rare. So you're the only one I've met.
Rarer than what you are?
Dryads are uncommon for sure, but given my personal experience, I'd say you're one of a kind.
Oh, thank you, I said sarcastically. But is that all? They're rare?
You're here for Rachel because they're rare. She's met something like 5. Even got to do a lab experiment on one of them, and saw how their stem reacted to stimulus. She's the closest thing to an expert I can think of.
Rachel made her entrance with a smack of the door on the wall.
All right. Don't worry, Joseph. I'm not going to cut you open today. I just want to see how large your stem has gotten. Based on your soul, you might be around half to 3/4 vampire. But the only way to tell for sure is to see the size of your stem.
I've been meaning to ask, but everyone else I've met who knows about it has been a psychopath. What's a stem?
Oh, kind of like a parasite, is my current understanding.
She picked up a large metal plate, pressed it against my stomach, and used a metal rod to probe my right side.
Come again?
Well, it's more like a symbiotic relationship. Consider it another organ, only it's wrapped around a portion of your large intestine. A full vampire has them fused, and it becomes an addition. But a partial, you can still see where they are two entities.
So, you can cure me?
She scoffed.
No.
Putting the plates and rod away, she pulled out a roundish object and squeezed some kind of gel onto the end before rubbing it against my right side.
If it's removed, both entities die. You're a symbiote now. You each rely on each other. In return for giving its nutrients, it gives you cells that allow you to regenerate anything short of half or more of it. They're akin to stem cells, but enhanced. It extracts your DNA and replaces what it needs to keep you alive for as long as possible. That's the working theory I currently have anyway.
So, I have a parasite in me?
A symbiote. You two aid each other. There are only benefits for each of you. Not to mention the enhanced soul, which I'm not entirely sure what causes that yet. But the more vampirized you are, the more spiritual power a vampire seems to have. Considering that's how it's been with the last 5, it's only an assumption. But if that is the case, I'm curious about the correlation.
She put the device down, handing me a towel.
Now, Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to see the images I got back. Time to see how far along you are.
Patting me on the stomach, she walked out of sight, and I wiped my side down. Sitting up, I hopped off the table, picked up my shirt, throwing it back on. Then, it was dark. My eyes shot open. I was upright on the hardwood table, eyes darting around for the threat.
Relax. You're fine.
Rachel and Sepatine stood beside me, and I loosened up, wired as hell. Standing, I regained my balance. Which of you knocked me out?
Neither.
Rachel said, offended.
You fainted. You had several nutrient deficiencies. And call me crazy, but I don't think you were willing to hear what I had to say.
I molded over, a burst of panic surging when I thought about the thing inside me. But I managed to push it back into its little jar, which I promptly placed back on the shelf with the rest of my emotions. I'm fine.
Yes, now. But I have to be honest with you. The ultrasound came back more worrying than I expected. You're only about a fourth so far. Your soul is far larger than any of my calculations suggested.
Right on.
Joseph, you have far more potential than I expected. While I advise safety, occasionally fasting may build up your soul to around as strong as smudge.
Cool beans.
The issue is that you have an extremely high-functioning stem. You'll need extremely nutrient-dense foods with extremely specific nutrients to maintain yourself as you are, let alone grow stronger. I'll have what you need, but if you don't want to go on a killing spree every few days, you'll need an extremely strict diet.
How much is that going to run me? She sighed, rubbing her eyes.
Quite frankly, I'll charge you what it costs me. I don't want you going on a murder frenzy. You're my friends, but that'd also guarantee your death. As not only an alchemist, but a scientist, I can't allow that. I'll charge you at the end of each month. How does that sound?
Cool. Do you have an estimate?
Joseph, I feel you're hearing me, but not listening.
No, I've got it.
This will be in the ballpark of $1,500 a month, and that's alongside normal meals, which should help you not only maintain, but build up. The pain will feel like you're being digested if you get to the point of dangerous starvation. Now, repeat everything I just said back to you.
When I did, from start to finish, she rubbed her face.
All right, you can pick up your supply weekly from here. For now, though, I have something that should hold you over until next Friday, when I'll actually have supplies.
She helped load a few milk crates into my overstuffed car, and when I went to start my car, she gestured for me to roll the window down. Yes?
There are places you can get help, you know.
I think I can handle the vampirism thing.
Joseph.
She stared at me, tugging at my bucket of guilt, tipping it ever so slightly. I'll be fine. Thank you, Rachel. I flicked the button up, and the window went with it, as I pulled out of her driveway in the suburbs of West Salem. Joseph, the familiar guy behind a desk just across from me, stared, eye agape. Detective, what happened to your, you... Long story. What happened to you? Long story. He chuckled. Guess you were in that town for a while. What are you doing here? I held up the contract. I've got a debt I need to pay.
Hey guys, 4Shot here. I gotta say, this has been my longest running series, 3.5 years in the making. It's the series that got me into writing, and it feels weird to say goodbye to Joseph. Even though it's not fully goodbye yet, this series has just been with me from the start, seeing me through ups and downs. Anyone who's seen the poker scene from my detective series will know I have had those downs, but I really appreciate the ups as well, and so letting go of this series after so much time feels weird. But like I said, it's not entirely the end. The next series will have Jones, Xavier, and Joseph all working together on a single mission that will conclude this entire storyline. But I can't promise when that series will be released. I want to finish it before I start posting it, so that way I'll be able to post it week by week. And I will be leaving in February to take a little kind of work vacation type dealio. So while I want to get it completed before I go on that trip, I can't promise anything. And so it could be upwards of a year before you guys see that posted to Reddit. Hopefully it doesn't take that long, but it is a possibility. And the reason why I'm doing that is because come February, I will have been writing for just over 4 years. I started back in high school, and I haven't really gone out and done anything since. And so I want to go experience some life. I don't know, I guess hopefully gain some wisdom or something while I'm out. I'm just so thankful that so many of you guys have enjoyed my stories. I can't properly convey with my words how much it does mean to me. As much as I am a writer, I can't say I can put these emotions into words. So thank you guys. I never thought I would go this far with my Roommate Is Slenderman. Thought I'd give it up after like 3 parts and it'd just be another dead hobby of mine that never got off the ground. But as you can see, 3.5 years later, here I am, wrapping up my Roommate Is Slenderman, and I still have another series on the way. Though I can't take all the credit. My boy T-Stash, he's helped me through some rough times, and he is the one who recommended I get into writing. After narrating some of his stories, I told him about some of my ideas, and he recommended I get into writing, and here we are. Not to mention, Nature's Temper. He narrated the first 10 parts of my Roommate Is Slenderman back in the first draft. I didn't even revise it when I initially posted it, and so I appreciate him for doing that. And of course, Vidith, thank you so much. My detective series, Strangest Lighthouse Around, and now my Roommate Is Slenderman. It just... I grew up listening to creepypastas. 10 years later, here we are, and my Slenderman series is getting posted for a Halloween special. And I just never expected something like this to come from my writing. So thank you. Sincerely. It's been a crazy ride out there, and I only intend to make it crazier with time. Thanks again, guys. Cheers.
Hi guys, Matthew here. Not Vidith, not the person who's part of the Eldritch hive mind. Just me. First, thank you, Four Shot Pastas, for allowing me to bring your epic to life. I apologize that this didn't come out on Halloween as originally intended, and that's on me. The project took much longer than I anticipated, and I bit off way more than I could chew on that end. However, this piece is finally here, and after many months of blood, sweat, tears, and breaking down every so often, I do hope you enjoy my rendition. Much love, brother. As well as to all of you listening and sticking through to the end. And a massive thank you all for everyone supporting this channel. Somehow, this channel that started as a side hobby has become the most fulfilling career that I could ever have. And I'm incredibly grateful. Now, on to the fun stuff that's not yet been mentioned on the main channel. I have 3 new side projects that have been in the works for a while, and one has been out, but under the radar for a little bit. So first, V2 Music. I just released an EP a few months back, and streaming just about everywhere. I hope you guys enjoy the music. The Barking Boys Podcast. I now have a weekly podcast with myself and 2 of my buddies talking about everything from cryptids to UFOs to the paranormal and a bunch more. Some of which I probably can't talk too much about on YouTube. We're on both my Spotify as well as on our own channel. And finally, by popular demand,
as well as me enjoying a reprieve from narrating in my spooky voice sometimes. I have an ASMR channel. Happy listening. I post weekly. All links to these projects can be found in the description below. Thank you all for listening. I hope you enjoy some of the extra content, and now, let's delve into the dark together.